Every day we have to make choices. The right choice leads to success, and the wrong one leads straight to failure. The protagonist John made his choice. He chose a path full of endless trials and inevitable failures, namely, the hellish level of difficulty. He was trapped in this world because of one stupid decision. While walking around the city, the main character decided to enter one of the taverns. He immediately sat down at the table, put his gun on the next seat, and threw a coin at the bartender's table. After that, he took a glass of liquid and drank it. He summoned his system and asked it to show the community tab. He understood that there were 10 minutes left until the next session, and that new players would soon enter the world of learning. John knew that starting a new session might bring someone new here, but for now, he was the only inhabitant of the hellish complexity. At that moment, a friend approached him and asked John if he was really waiting again for a newcomer who would never come. John understood that Lucas was speaking to him, who, it seemed, was already on the 90th floor of the difficult level. He was here from the very beginning. He came into this world knowing absolutely nothing about it. Out of all the possible levels, he chose the hellish one, with a player survival rate of 0.01%. Only John was capable of such incredible recklessness. When information about the training world leaked into the real world, the number of newbies choosing the hellish difficulty level dropped sharply. Therefore, the main character would be glad to see absolutely anyone, but the game session had already begun, but no one had joined him. Then suddenly he saw a message in the system that someone had actually entered the room. The main character was excited. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, and hoped that this person would look at his ad. Then suddenly he received a message from this person, who asked if he had really reached the hell difficulty. The girl started saying that she had accidentally pressed the wrong button, and now she needed help to get out of there. The other players either laughed or tried to cheer her up. She sat in the waiting room, which was an ordinary space with white tall columns, and thought about what she should do. However, at that moment, she received a message from John, who told her not to be afraid. The girl looked at the screen in surprise and asked the stranger who he was. The main character said that his name was John, and that he was also on the hellish difficulty level. He told the girl that he would teach her to play, and if she survived, she would listen to him, so she should relax. John thought to himself that he would need this girl to get out of here. She had to get to the 60th floor as quickly as possible, so he asked her what starting weapon she had chosen. The girl said that she chose a bow for shooting. When John heard this, he knew she was finished. She would have to go through her first training alone anyway, and to get through it on hellish difficulty with a bow, you had to be a real pro. The girl noticed his reaction and asked if it was a bad weapon. She said that it was in the National Reserve, so she chose a bow. John said that he didn't say that the bow was bad. In general, archers have the highest survivability among the classes, so the girl shouldn't be afraid. He said she could handle it if she did what he told her and trusted no one but him. The girl hesitated a little and asked him if they were really alone on hellish difficulty. John said that this is both true and false. The thing is that there are a lot of other hellish players on foreign servers. Then the girl asked him if he really thought she would get out of here. John said that there was a residential area on the 30th floor, and she needed to try to get there first. After that, he decided to explain to her how to clear the first floor, and at that moment, memories from his own experience flashed through his head. He decided that he needed to remember the day when his journey into the world of learning began, and go through it again, step by step. John was a 26-year-old guy who was a former pro gamer. However, when he arrived for the test, he immediately suffered a serious leg injury. The arrow pierced his leg completely, and so he fell to the ground and began to scream in pain. He knew he needed to get back to the waiting room immediately, but he could barely stand up because his leg was bleeding. He knew the pain was real, but at the same time he didn't want to just die here in this hole, so he decided to fight no matter what. He began to think about where exactly everything went wrong. The answer was obvious to him. It happened that day when a panel appeared in front of him, offering to choose the level of difficulty of training. John was confident in himself, so he chose the hellish difficulty level, but now, lying on the ground, he realized that he shouldn't have chosen this option then. While he was trying to come to his senses, the system informed him that he had gained resistance to pain and blood loss. However, he couldn't even get up from the floor and seriously began to think that the end had come for him. He remembered what his life was like before he came here. All his days were about the same. He sat at the computer and constantly drank beer, looking through various news, and surprised at how boring they were. 2 years ago, he retired from his pro gaming career and opened a convenience store with his remaining savings. After that, he dumped all the work on his employees, and he himself sat at home. At this age, he was already retired in his own right. At the time, he was the greatest among pro players, but their world was too complex, and over time, he was even dethroned. So he decided to give up video games completely, and his life became one big bore. He sat at his desk and kept thinking about how bad he felt. Suddenly, the presenter announced breaking news, and this briefly brought John to his senses. As it turned out, 30 minutes earlier, many craters similar to the one shown on the screen suddenly began to appear all over the world. It was reported that the government was already working to address the consequences of this phenomenon, and experts were recommending against approaching areas where the sinkholes were forming. At this moment, a notification appeared in front of the main character that he had been invited to the world of learning. John was horrified. He looked at the system window in surprise, not understanding what the hell was going on. When the system asked him if he was ready to enter the world of learning, John laughed and thought that he had had a bit too much beer and was now imagining it all. However, he decided that sitting at home was boring anyway, so he agreed. The system then offered him the choice of 4 difficulty levels, ranging from easy to hellish. John thought to himself that he had always been able to pass any games with ease because he was invincible when it came to games. So he decided to choose the hell difficulty level without hesitation, thinking that he would succeed in this game too. Suddenly he felt that everything went dark before his eyes, and when he opened them again, he saw in front of him the silhouette of an unknown man who was shouting at him to wake up. Soon John opened his eyes completely and realized that he was in an unfamiliar room, and 2 men were standing next to him. Not understanding what was happening, he suddenly shouted at them and asked who they were. After that, he turned around, looked at the place he was in, and hesitantly asked them where they were. The man kneeling in front of him said that this was the waiting room for the first floor of training, but John still thought that they were just talking nonsense. The man asked John to calm down and asked if he hadn't seen those messages. He explained that it was some kind of panel, and they were talking about training. Then John remembered that he had indeed seen those panels, but was too drunk to understand the whole point. He asked the men if they had also been thrown here after those messages appeared. Then he looked up and noticed that there were 4 of them there. A young girl in a dress stood near one of the white columns and looked at him attentively. The man said that they were as in the dark as John himself, and if he knew anything, he could share it with the others. John said that before he got here, there were news reports about some kind of craters that were appearing all over the world, and that could be what was causing all this. However, his conversation was interrupted by a young guy with short blonde hair. He said that John was just talking nonsense, and they could not have been thrown here because of some holes. John said it was just his guess, and the grown man asked the boys to calm down and behave reasonably. Suddenly, he turned his attention to John and asked him what was wrong. The protagonist said that he was sure that he was drunk just a few minutes ago, but now for some reason he feels completely sober. The man suggested that perhaps their bodies in this place recovered faster than usual. At this point, John began to think about what this all meant. Then suddenly the man told him that he still had not chosen a weapon for himself. At this moment, a message appeared in front of the main character telling him to choose a starting weapon. Literally the next moment he found himself in another place, which looked like an armory. The walls were hung with various types of weapons. John looked around frantically, not understanding where everyone had gone. Then he went inside and began to examine the weapons that were on the pedestals. Now everything became clear to him. This was the weapon given out by the game at the beginning of the game. And if this is indeed a game world, then the starting weapon can greatly affect the further development of events, so John had to choose wisely. So the protagonist decided that he first needed to decide what his playstyle would be. In such games, there is usually a division between defense, attack, and support heroes, among which he needs to choose one, and this will affect his playing skills and even his build. John didn't have much muscle mass, and he wasn't keen on magic either, so heavy weapons and staves wouldn't suit him, so he started thinking about ranged weapons. This weapon is likely quite difficult to use. Although this style is safer than other options, this is only provided that there is someone to protect it, or at least there must be plenty of space to move freely. It also depends on the enemy. He might have to fight not monsters, but the very people he met earlier, so John decided that a melee weapon would be much better. He thought about asking those people what weapons they had chosen, but his head wasn't working as well as usual. John understood that they could either end up on the same team or become enemies, and in the latter case, close combat was the best option. However, he had no idea about this game, but he was sure of one thing: the difficulty here would really be hellish. Therefore, summing up, he decided to choose the best weapon for himself. He decided that it would be a shield and a sword. Suddenly, a system notification appeared in front of him, which said that these items were far from the most effective. Moreover, they were already worn out. John felt extremely awkward when he realized that he had chosen the worst subjects. However, when he examined the other weapons, he realized that they were no better than the one he had chosen. The system then asked him if he was really ready to choose this weapon. At first, John began to doubt, but decided that he really should choose the shield and sword. After that, he returned to the white room where the rest of the participants were. He looked around in surprise, and the man waved his hand and congratulated him on his return. When he realized that John had already made his choice, he decided to explain to him how everything worked here. However, his conversation was interrupted by the blonde man who asked the old man to stop this and leave this weakling alone. He said he was about to die of boredom and they could move forward on their own, ignoring this idiot. John didn't like this attitude towards him, and then the blonde leaned towards him and asked if he really wanted to feel his weapon on his skin. A man stood between them and said that they needed to stop this because there were only 4 of them and they needed to look after each other. John thanked the man for his help and asked if there really were only 4 of them. He asked the man if he was sure about this. The man said it was a good question and decided to explain everything to John from the beginning. He decided to show him the system's functions and first open the inventory for him. He told John that he should try opening the inventory too. The protagonist uttered the right word, and at that moment a system appeared in front of him that loaded his inventory for him. The man explained to him that if he imagined himself putting the weapon in his inventory, it would happen. John was a little doubtful that it really worked like that, but he tried it and realized that everything was really as the man said. Items went into a virtual inventory, just like in video games. The man then said that now they should look at their status. John looked at his status and his stats, noting that they were quite weak. The man explained to him that it was all because he was a newbie, but he had a fairly high IQ. However, John thought that now that he had checked his status, he realized that he had chosen the wrong weapon. The man then decided to take things to the next level and show the community tab. He said that this is a special window where you can correspond with people. When the protagonist heard this, he realized that people were divided into difficulty levels, and at each level there were a certain number of people, but in the hellish room there were only 4 of them. When the main character realized this, he was horrified, because there were really very few people. Then the man said that this is why they should look out for each other. The last step he wanted to show the protagonist was the clock, which would appear if he swiped his finger across the screen cursor. John followed the man's advice and swiped his finger across the screen, and at that moment, the time appeared in front of him, along with the number of his attempts and the time remaining until training. Thus the guy realized that they had 3 more days. He also thought that this whole inventory and character window looks very much like some kind of RPG game. Moreover, they could even chat with other players, making it a typical MMORPG game. He also understood that these people had now become his allies, in which case he should get to know them better, but he doubted whether he should take the initiative. However, he decided to pull himself together and address the other players. He said that since fate had brought them together, they needed to introduce themselves. The man said it was a good idea, but the blonde wasn't very happy about it. The man said his name was Charlie. He was 47 years old, he was an ordinary office worker, and he had also been involved in athletics at school, so he was confident in his abilities. The blonde man said his name was Henry, but he didn't understand why they were doing all this. Charlie said they needed to be more cohesive, but Henry thought that was just for the kids. At this point, John introduced himself, saying that he was 26 years old and that his hobby was entirely related to video games, and that he had once been a pro player. When Henry heard this, he immediately ran up to the protagonist and asked if he had played Magic Online by any chance. John said that he actually liked strategy games more, and then Henry said that he really liked that genre too. He said that he only played Magic Online, and John replied that he also played for some time, but after the global update, he decided to abandon this game. Charlie noted with a smile that the two had finally found common ground. At this moment, a girl who had been standing behind them the whole time intervened in their conversation. She said her name was Penelope, she liked watching anime, and she could write over 100 dissertations on various anime plots. When the men heard this, they initially did not know how to react to her words. Then John suggested that everyone share the information they had, because this game world is very similar to a regular RPG. He proved that they were given starting weapons, and they can also check their status. Moreover, there are several of them here, so he is sure that this is a real MMORPG. Groups are a key component of any RPG, and co-op play allows you to unlock the full potential of each class and weapon. That's why they should show their weapons and distribute roles within the team. Charlie was the first to show his weapon. It was an iron trident. After this, Henry took out his weapon. It was an axe. John thought to himself that it was worse than he had imagined, seeing that both men had chosen close combat. Then he thought about what Penelope had chosen. He was counting on this girl and understood that anything would do for them, be it a bow or a throwing weapon, as long as it was intended for long-range combat. However, when the girl took out her weapon, everyone saw that it was a sword. Horror appeared on John's face. He realized that there was absolutely no balance in this group. He looked in horror at his team, all of whom had chosen melee weapons. Then Charlie asked what the training was, and why it wouldn't start for another 3 days. Henry explained that training is the stage where they are told about the features of the game. However, Penelope said that she really didn't want to wait 3 whole days. At this moment, the main character thought about everything that was happening, and then suddenly turned to his team. He said that since there were still 3 days before the training began, they could assign roles and practice. Henry asked why they needed this, since the training would be easy as pie. John explained that while these are just preparation stages, their difficulty can vary greatly depending on the game, and sometimes you can even die at the very beginning. Moreover, they have another big weakness. The thing is, all their weapons are designed for close combat, and they will become easy targets if the enemy starts attacking from a long distance. The team members imagined themselves being defeated with long-range weapons, and realized that there was truth in John's words. Then the main character said that, in any case, each weapon is unique in its own way. For example, his sword and shield are good for frontline combat. It can take a blow and at the same time hit back. Henry can do a lot more damage with his axe. So he said that Henry would not be the main attacker in their team, and he and John should stand at the front. He then turned to Charlie and said that of all their weapons, his trident had the longest attack range. That's why he has to cover their rear. When Charlie heard this, he noted that John is really a professional player. At this point, Penelope intervened in the conversation and asked the protagonist what she should do. Then John began to think about what roles they had left open. He said she could act as a support, and the girl noted that her sword was almost as long as her trident, so she could fill the same role as Charlie. She firmly said that she was confident in her abilities. John explained that he didn't mean it that way, but the point was that she would be safer behind. Penelope did not like this statement at all and asked him if he really wanted to put her at the very end of the squad just because she was a woman. The protagonist thought to himself that this wasn't the issue because her katana was simply too long and the girl herself seemed to be pretending to be the heroine of some anime. He understood that the girl would not be able to swing such a huge thing with one hand and therefore doubted that it would be useful. At this point, Charlie intervened in the conversation and said that he understood Penelope's feelings, but suggested that she follow Mr. John's advice. They didn't know what awaited them in the training zone, and they all chose the hellish difficulty, so they should listen to the advice of a professional player this time, because each of them is risking their safety. Penelope had no choice but to agree with the man's words. She then raised her katana up and said that in that case, they should start training. After this, she decided to pounce on Charlie and train with him, while Henry and John watched what was happening in amazement. Then Henry asked the girl to stop doing this. He asked why she was shouting all sorts of nonsense before each attack, because it was embarrassing everyone present. The girl noted that in order to use the technique, she needs to shout out its name, and there is nothing embarrassing about this. However, Charlie advised her to say the word cut instead of the word transit, since she was holding a katana after all. At this point, John noted that Penelope still couldn't calm down, but at least they had mastered the basics. But there were two more important points. In the waiting room, not only do they heal much faster, but the entire environment is restored at an incredible speed. Broken weapons and equipment repair themselves, and what's more, they don't feel like sleeping or eating here. And since their wounds heal quickly in the waiting room, they can afford more intense training. However, he was concerned about what would happen if they died in this game, because in normal RPGs, the player would resurrect at a save point, for example, in a village. But if this game did not have a resurrection function, then losing would mean death. After a while, Charlie turned to Henry and said that it was now his turn to train. The guy was excited and said that he couldn't wait to demonstrate his strength and find out which of them was more suitable for the role of leader. After Penelope approached John, he told her that she had done a good job. However, it doesn't really matter who ends up winning. The thing is, this happens quite often in games. Players try to figure out who is stronger and settle the matter through battle. If Charlie becomes their leader, their team will be focused on defense, but if Henry wins, then the basis will be offense, and that sounds pretty fun. Penelope then said that she thought that John would be the leader of their team. He seemed very mature for his age to her. John was surprised by her words. He said that he had not changed much since his student days and his career as a pro player. He said his parents threatened him that if he didn't get high marks on his final exam, they wouldn't let him become a pro player, but he ended up quitting his job pretty quickly. Then Penelope asked what the reason was, since he studied at a pretty good university, Sohan. The protagonist wanted to answer, but their friend attracted attention in the part of the hall where the duel was taking place. Henry was unhappy that Charlie had such a long weapon. John watched what was happening with displeasure, because it all seemed somehow absurd. Penelope jokingly replied that she wished they had popcorn and drinks right now. John laughed back and said that was indeed a big oversight. Soon the system informed them that there were 10 seconds left before the training began, and then the guys picked up their weapons and got ready. Henry was determined because he had never trained so hard in his life. Charlie said he had only gotten this far because his teammates were there for him and thanked them all. Then John looked at Penelope, who was standing behind him and smiling softly. The protagonist smiled back at her and then said that now their time had come. The system informed them that a portal leading to the first floor of training would now appear in front of them, and so it happened. A portal appeared in front of each of them. When John looked at it, he realized with horror that this game was designed for single-player play. The boys were horrified. They realized that they had only trained for their roles and now realized that it was all in vain. However, John assured them that the time spent training was not wasted. When the boys heard his words, they felt inspired and decided not to give up so quickly. However, suddenly the protagonist felt as if his hands were beginning to crumble into several thousand particles as he was sucked into the portal. The others also didn't understand what was going on, and then John drew their attention to himself. He said that until now he thought that single-player play was more effective and therefore preferred solo games. However, the last 3 days had been truly interesting, and for the first time in his life he had truly enjoyed a team game. so he smiled before disappearing into the portal and told the boys that they would see each other again. The boys said goodbye to their new friend and promised each other to be as careful as possible. Soon after, John felt his body completely evaporate into the portal. After some time, he found himself in a completely different place, where the portal had transported him. As soon as the protagonist stood up, he saw a system message welcoming him to training. When John saw this, a smile appeared on his face. He was glad that the training had finally begun. However, he had no idea that in the depths of the dark corridor, crossbows were waiting for him, aimed at him. He began to move forward. He peered closely into the dark corridor and felt a pleasant excitement run through him. Goosebumps ran down his spine. However, he decided that he should calm down and then continued walking forward. However, he soon realized that despite the fact that he was moving forward, the portal behind him had not yet closed. When he looked closer, he saw a message box in the very center of the portal, the system asking him if he wanted to be transferred to the waiting room on the first floor. John was surprised. He realized that he could return at any moment, and this was quite convenient. He then walked up to the portal and decided to accept the offer and return to the waiting room. Literally the next moment, the portal transported him to the very room where just a few minutes ago they were with their team. However, as John had expected, there was no one here now except him. He chuckled to himself and noted that others might think that he had cleared the entire location in a minute. However, he then became serious again and came to the conclusion that he could return to this room at any time, but he was worried about the question of what would happen when the time countdown that his system spoke of ended. And then he decided to test whether the self-healing skill worked and cut his hand with a sword. It immediately healed, and then the hero realized that the restoration was still working. In that case, even if he was on the brink of death, he could survive simply by returning here. This was great news for John, and he was filled with the desire to complete the game. Suddenly, he heard a portal open behind him, and when he turned around, he saw Penelope flying towards him from it. Before the boys could react, the girl fell on the main character, and he fell to the ground under her weight. The girl remarked that she didn't know that they could return here at any moment. John replied that he didn't know that either. He told her that the restoration was still working, and if she was injured, she could return here. Penelope said it would be great if the others knew about it, and suggested they wait here for Henry and Charlie. However, time passed, and the men still did not return, and then the girl began to doubt that they would return here at all. John began to suspect something, and when he looked at the community tab, he saw that the number of people on their floor had not changed, meaning that the men had not lost yet. In that case, Penelope suggested going and continuing with the test since time was running out. However, before they went into the portal, she said that she had a request for John. She said that when they got back, John would have to teach her how to play video games, and they would definitely have to play together. Before the main character could answer, he noticed that the girl was very close to him. It seemed to him that she was ready to kiss him right at that moment, and he didn't know how to react. However, at the last moment the girl pulled away from him and kept saying that, when they returned, she would like to get to know him better. After that, she said goodbye to him and entered her portal. John didn't hesitate and entered his portal too. When he found himself in training, he was finally able to exhale. Before starting the test, he decided to check his status again. He saw several indicators, including a portal and a time limit, and realized that he still knew very little about this place. It bothered him that there were no health and mana bars here, but as long as he avoided any fatal situations, he thought he would be fine, as he could return to the waiting room. Then he put his shield in front of him and walked forward with enthusiasm. He thought to himself that his status was that he was a human, which meant that there were other races in this world, and he could easily identify them all. John was confident in his abilities and that he could defeat representatives of absolutely any race. However, after 30 minutes, he realized that absolutely nothing was happening here. He began to doubt that he was doing everything right. After 30 minutes had passed and he had still not encountered a single enemy or anything he could interact with, he began to suspect that something was wrong but decided to remain vigilant. He gave up on the system and told her not to underestimate him because his attentiveness as a professional player was on a completely different level. At that moment, a message window appeared in front of him, telling him that he had gained combat focus and willpower. At first he was scared because he didn't understand what it was. However, when he read, he realized that he had two passive skills. In most RPG games, skills are divided into two categories, active and passive. Active skills must be activated by the player themselves, while passive skills are active from the moment they are acquired. Now the protagonist felt that everything was becoming clearer. By fulfilling certain conditions, he could obtain the corresponding skills, and both of them were related to his current state. If he was not mistaken, then in order to obtain skills, he will need to fulfill various conditions, and the more of them there are, the better. He decided that he should tell others about all this, and thought about writing about it in the community. However, before John could do anything, he felt the ground beneath his feet begin to shake. He held up a shield in front of himself, trying to understand what was happening and why the atmosphere in this corridor had changed so abruptly. He looked closely at the dark corridor and realized that this strange atmosphere was coming from there. However, before he could even process anything, he saw a bright flash in the distance down the corridor and didn't have time to get back from it, so at some critical moment it flew straight into his leg. The protagonist fell to the floor in intense pain and grabbed his wounded leg, his weapon falling out of his hands. He clenched his jaws in unbearable pain, trying to understand what it was. Quite quickly, John realized that he needed to get back to the waiting room as soon as possible. However, his thoughts were interrupted by an explosion that sounded literally a centimeter away from him. Another arrow flew right into the place where he had been a couple of seconds ago. While he was thinking about being shot at with a bow, another arrow flew from the other side, and John barely managed to dodge it. The hero looked in horror at the arrow, which was stuck literally a centimeter from his head. At that moment, he saw a system message that informed him that he had acquired the skill Pain Resistance, Level 1. John realized that the pain was very real, and now he was worried about what would happen if he died here. As the arrows continued to fly towards him, new system messages appeared in front of his face. They told him that he had improved his pain and blood loss resistance skills. John began to despair, realizing that his life could end in this miserable hole. He desperately tried to get to his feet, but at that moment, another arrow hit him right in the back. A strong pain pinned him to the ground, preventing him from moving, and blood gushed from his mouth. John tried to catch his breath, but he felt his strength gradually leaving him. He understood that his life was most likely over. If things continue like this, he will definitely not get out of here alive. Thoughts began to creep into his head that it would be better to die and start all over again. Suddenly, he realized that he was in the game and could therefore start all over again. The faces of his new friends flashed through his mind, looking at him with smiles. However, he was again overcome by dark thoughts that something might have happened to them. Images of the joyful time they had spent together over the past 3 days flashed before his eyes. Penelope's words before they entered their portals came especially vividly to mind. So John, gathering all his strength, crawled forward, realizing that he couldn't just give up, he had to live at least for the sake of his new comrades. Overcoming the pain, he struggled to his feet, despite the severe wound, and ran forward until more arrows caught up with him. Ahead, he saw a portal that could take him back to the waiting room, and he ran towards it with all his might, despite the new arrows flying in his direction. His entire body was covered in wounds, but at the last moment he managed to press the button, and the portal transferred him to a safe place. The next moment, John found himself in the waiting room, breathing heavily, but his body was no longer injured. He was shocked that he had managed to escape, feeling as if he had escaped from a real hell. Then John collapsed on the floor, thinking that this training was too difficult. However, after a few moments, he stood up abruptly, deciding that he needed to find his comrades. He immediately called up the system and went to the community tab, but what he saw there shocked him. The system reported that he was currently the only player on the Hell difficulty level. John realized what this meant. All 3 of his comrades had simply died. Remembering their faces again, he felt despair fill him, and his stomach twisted sharply with excitement. He walked over to one of the columns, and, unable to bear it any longer, he vomited from the feeling of hopelessness. After thinking about everything that had happened, he realized that everything was obvious. The 2 didn't even know that they could return to the waiting room. Penelope, in turn, would not have had the stamina to survive multiple arrow hits. Realizing that they had indeed died, John burst into tears, not understanding why they had suffered such a fate. Having calmed down a little, he sat down on the floor and called up the system again to check his status. He carefully examined all the skills he had acquired during his training and noticed that they were all passive. Then the system reminded him that he had 19 hours to re-enter training. John knew this himself, but what worried him most was whether he could survive. Suddenly, he was filled with determination, and he firmly set himself the goal of completing this training. Soon the portal again transported him to the very place where he had barely survived the last time. John moved forward, aware that the first arrow could appear at any moment. He also noticed that the bloodstains were gone. Apparently, the floor was resetting every time he entered the waiting room, like in the game. If so, there had to be a way to clear the level, and he needed to find out. At that moment, an arrow flew towards him again, the one that had critically wounded his leg the last time. This time, John was ready for the first shot and managed to dodge. He remembered that the first arrow was aimed at his right leg, so he quickly pulled it away from its intended trajectory. Realizing that he had escaped injury, John felt a mixture of relief and joy. As he had expected, the trajectory of the first arrow did not change, meaning the attack pattern remained the same. Now he was worried about the question of where the next arrow would appear. Before he could even comprehend anything, another arrow flew towards him, and he barely managed to cover himself with his shield. John remembered that the second arrow had been aimed at the chest. Now there was a third one, which should have been aimed at the head. At the last moment he managed to dodge, and the arrow flew past. He looked up to see another arrow flying towards him, but he decided to remain calm. He held his shield out in front of him, confident that he could block it, but the arrow was so powerful that it shattered his shield. John realized that without a shield he would have a hard time, but he had no choice. Suddenly, another arrow hit him right in the thigh, which he was unable to dodge. Then John realized that now he had to return to the portal at any cost before he died from blood loss. As he ran back, another arrow hit him in the shoulder, and John realized that he needed to get some treatment as soon as possible. However, when another arrow pierced his chest, he began to doubt that he would be able to reach the portal in time. His entire body was covered with serious wounds, and the hero felt like he was about to fall to the floor. Suddenly, another arrow hit him right in the neck, leaving a huge hole. At that moment, John felt that he was really dying and fell sharply to the floor. However, the system informed him that his level had been increased, resulting in increased agility, health, and pain resistance. Suddenly, John felt a small surge of strength, was able to stand up and even dodge the next arrow. He held the weapon out in front of him and suddenly noticed that his shield, which had been broken earlier, had been completely restored. When the hero looked down, he realized that the arrow in his chest had disappeared, as if it had never been there. Looking down the dark corridor, he realized that the attacks had suddenly stopped. Then the hero decided to take advantage of the moment and turned to the system to check his status. His current level was 1, which meant he had been at level 0 all this time. Moreover, after leveling up, all his wounds and items were restored, just like in the waiting room. This popular game feature indicated that John would be able to recover not only in the waiting room, but also when he leveled up. To do this, you had to perform certain actions, block, dodge, or get hit by arrows. Experience could be earned in any of these ways. Every time John survived and returned to the waiting room, the dungeon would reset, and he assumed he could clear the traps over and over again, earning experience. John knew that in his right mind it would never have occurred to him that one could survive a fatal injury simply by leveling up. However, now that he has leveled up, he has definitely become stronger than before. Deciding that this was an excellent tactic, John was determined to give it his all. At that moment, a system message appeared behind him, informing him that the god of adventure had shown interest in him. After some time, the hero moved further into the dungeon. He was seriously wounded, blood was flowing from his lips, but he understood that he had achieved his goal, since his resistance to pain had reached the 4th level. However, he could not understand why he continued to experience such terrible pain. John knew that this wasn't the end. He could gain experience again and again by getting injured and healing, which turned out to be the most effective way to level up. Time passed, and John continued to try to pass the tests, once again preparing to dodge the arrows. The arrow was getting closer and closer, and the hero was calculating the moment when he needed to dodge. He succeeded, and he deflected the next arrow with his sword. After finishing his arrow attacks, he turned to the system to activate the 3rd level sprint and heightened senses skills. Then he ran towards the bright corridor he saw ahead. As soon as he stepped inside, the crossbows positioned on either side of the entrance activated, ready to fire at him. But he was ready for this, and, jumping, dodged 2 arrows flying at him. A triumphant smile appeared on his face as he realized that everything was going according to plan. The hero landed neatly on the floor without catching a single arrow. However, the crossbows continued to fire, and he had to dodge the projectiles again and again. Fortunately, John was successful. A wide smile lit up his face as he realized he had successfully made it through the room. It's been 28 days since his first attempt. He's managed to collect quite a few skills, and frequent exposure to death has allowed him to level up several times. However, the hero was interested in the god of adventure, who for some reason showed interest in him. In any case, John didn't believe that he would be able to run for 15 hours without stopping. Most likely, this became possible due to the level increase, but he had almost no time left. A few days ago, an announcement appeared in the community. Only 30 days were given to complete each stage, and the penalty for missing a stage remained unknown. John knew that no matter what, he had to clean everything up in the remaining 2 days. The problem was that he had no idea what the next area was and didn't know the location of the new traps. Moreover, in the future they could be different from the previous ones. John also noticed that his night vision and clear sight skills stopped working. All that was left was to rely on the sword and shield, as well as on one's own abilities. Without thinking twice, the hero ran forward into the still unexplored parts of the dungeon. Suddenly he stopped, hearing a strange sound somewhere to the side of him. At that moment, several arrows were flying at him at once. John held his shield out in front of him and tried to deflect the arrows with his sword with his other hand, but there were too many of them. Despite his efforts, the arrows still hit him in the leg. The hero again felt unbearable pain, because of which he literally could not move. However, he then rose to his feet again, and with a pain resistance of level 8, such wounds no longer posed a serious threat. When he looked ahead, he saw a bright corridor and thought that this could be the exit. He ran forward despite the continuing hail of arrows, only caring that they did not cause him mortal harm. However, before he could enter the corridor, one of the arrows hit him right in the spine. Nevertheless, the hero still ran to the corridor, and upon entering, he found himself in a room with a huge pit in the center, from which a bright light emanated. Approaching it, John tried to see what was inside, but saw nothing. It seemed like there was a bottomless pond in front of him. The crippled John looked at the huge hole in surprise, not understanding what it was. However, before he could even realize what this place was, he felt his strength leaving him and then fell to the floor. When he came to, he found himself in this pond. However, he still did not understand what kind of place it was. When he examined his body, he realized that all his wounds had healed, and he did not understand why this had happened, because it was a miracle that he had survived at all. John began to suspect that he was in the very healing source that people had described in the general chat. He sank under the water and began to think about how much the information from the guys in the other rooms had helped him. After that, he looked around and realized that it was all true. If that was the case, then the doors behind him led to the boss's room. Having recovered a little, John got to his feet and walked towards the door, happy that he had finally reached the final. Before he walked in the door, the system asked him if he wanted to challenge himself, and John said emphatically that was why he had come so far. Soon the door in front of him opened, and he saw a bright light from there. The main character put his shield in front of him, fearing that some arrows might fly at him again. However, when he entered inside, he realized that this room was completely different from those he had already seen. The floor was covered in lava, and instead of the usual flat surface, there were fragments of stones. John looked at this room with horror and realized that it really looked like the boss's room. However, when he looked up, he saw that crossbows were pointed at him again. The next moment, an arrow shot straight at him, but John managed to dodge at the last moment. He immediately realized to himself that this place would be much more difficult for him. He realized that he needed to destroy this crossbow. However, when he looked closely, he realized that another arrow had formed there. He began to wonder what the test was all about and thought that he needed to get to the other side. So John immediately started jumping on the broken rocks, showing that he was not going to give up so easily. He protected himself with a shield from the arrows flying at him, but he understood that their flight amplitude was very high. He also realized that one of the arrows had come from the ceiling, and that he had only survived thanks to his heightened senses, but he also realized that with his current skills, he could easily get through this floor. However, before he could realize anything, he felt as if his whole body was on fire. He felt incredible pain, from which he could not hold back a scream. At that moment, the system informed him that he had learned a new level of pain resistance, level 9, and burn resistance, level 1. However, John was still aware that the crossbow was still aimed at him. At the last moment, he raised his shield in front of him, but the arrow easily pierced it into pieces. At that moment, new arrows flew at him from behind, this time flaming. They pierced his back, and John felt his body burn with incredible pain. He fell to his knees. When he looked up, he realized that another crossbow arrow was being aimed at him. At this point, the protagonist began to think that it was impossible to get through this floor from the very beginning. He also felt that his comrades, whom he had recently met, were standing next to him. He felt as if he was about to join them. On the verge of death, John reflected on the fact that he had gotten used to spending all his time playing video games, not because he was bored, but because he enjoyed it. It soon became his only hobby, but now he realized that his skills in games were his assets. However, in the end, he lost everything, including his honor. So, later, sitting at the computer, he realized what a lousy life he had. Ever since then, everything in this world had seemed incredibly boring to him, but now everything was different. It hurt and it was unbearable, but he hated it, and with each new notification his heart began to pound wildly. So in the past, John gave up everything, realizing that he could not become better, but he would never repeat that mistake again. So he tore off his clothes, which were burning from the arrows that had hit them, and ran forward. Gathering all his strength into a fist, he jumped from one stone to another, avoiding all the arrows. Then he saw his main target and rushed at that ill-fated crossbow, which was preventing him from passing the test normally. As he flew towards it, he realized that this training was too hard. However, he was determined to fix this, so he took out his sword and cut the crossbow and the arrow flying from it in half. Now he could clearly understand that, despite the severity of the test, it had been passed. With the crossbow disabled, John could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He looked at what was left of the crossbow and laughed. When the system congratulated him for passing the first floor of the tutorial on hellish difficulty, he realized that he had finally succeeded. At that moment, tears came to the protagonist's eyes as he felt sorry that his comrades were not with him now. However, he decided to dedicate this victory to them and told them that he had succeeded, hoping that they would hear him. Meanwhile, an unknown girl was watching everything that was happening. She had rabbit ears and a red fur coat on top, and she silently watched the test unfold. At this point, the system informed the hero that one of the gods was showing interest in him, and for this, he received 500 points, as well as 1,000 points for completing this floor first. He also received the blessing of the wind spirit, but John was worried that his level had not yet increased, at which point the system window asked him to continue training. When John saw another portal, he thought that it could lead directly to the second floor or to the waiting room. However, he knew that he had nothing to fear, as he had fully recovered, and besides, he had no choice but to move on. When the main character entered the portal, he found himself in a completely different place. It was more covered with grass, and mountains were visible in the distance. He began to think that this was unlikely to be a waiting room, and so he assumed that he was on the second floor. When the main character looked closely, he saw in front of him that same girl with bunny ears. At first he thought that she was also a player, but when he looked at her more closely, he realized that she was not a person at all, but a rabbit. As soon as the girl noticed him, she immediately turned to him and smiled, saying that she was glad to meet them, and introduced herself as Kirikiri. Then she asked the main character what his name was, but John didn't know how to react to this girl. He thought that she might be his enemy, or some kind of NPC, but he still decided to introduce himself and said that his name was John. When Kirikiri heard his name, she began to chant it and whispered that it was quite strange. She then turned to the protagonist and said that she was the manager of the hellish difficulty floors. John responded with bewilderment that he didn't know there were such people here, to which Kirikiri replied that there was one manager at each difficulty level. She said that John could turn to her every time he passed a floor, and then congratulated him on passing the first floor. The girl said that now he can use the store and auction as a reward. She also explained that only the auction was available in the waiting rooms and residential areas, but John could use the store right now. When the main character opened the store, he realized that he could buy books, bedding, and toys there, thus he could buy everything he needed. Kirikiri explained that if he needed it, he could buy it now, at which point the protagonist noticed that the store also sold weapons and shields, as well as clothing. However, the girl interrupted him and said that she would like to explain everything to him. She immediately said that this equipment was not suitable for John, and the protagonist was surprised by her straightforwardness. Then she picked out some suitable clothes for him, and when John put them on, he felt alive again. However, when he noticed Kirikiri looking at him strangely, he began to suspect that something was wrong with his clothes. When they calmed down a bit, he said that he had a question. He wanted to know what would happen if the first floor was not cleared within 30 days. The girl told him that, in that case, the player would be returned to the waiting room. She also said that all food and water will disappear from the inventory, so the player will have to spend points on purchases in the store, and although players do not feel hungry in the waiting room, after 24 hours, they will be kicked out of there. When John asked what would happen if he was kicked out, the girl immediately yelled at him and said that this could not be allowed to happen. She explained that her job was to consult with players who had managed to get this far, but even the answers had limitations. She said that there are those who show high potential and those who have achieved excellent results. There were also those she liked, and only with such people could she tell everything. John noted that despite this, she told him everything about shopping at the store, to which Kirikiri replied that there were no restrictions for such easy advice. These questions were quite simple, and she had more significant, important things in mind. Now she could only tell him one thing and nothing more, so he could not ask any more questions, but there was one thing that he needed to know. The girl asked him to buy a potion with status effects, and the more he bought, the better it would be. At this point, John thought about how the theme of the second floor would likely be status effects and everything related to them. He then said that he would like to ask one more question, but the girl said that he no longer had that opportunity. However, John still asked her what happens to those who die here. At that moment, Kirikiri froze in place, holding her ears with her hands. She thought about how to answer this question, but no thoughts came to her mind. Without waiting for an answer from her, John realized that his guess was apparently correct. Then he rose from his seat and thanked the girl for giving him advice. Finally, he smiled at her and said that it was time for him to go now. Kirikiri smiled back at him and blessed him with good luck. Soon, a portal opened again in front of the protagonist, ready to take him to the right place. Before he left, the girl spoke to him again and told him not to dare die, as they must meet again. John noted to himself that she was a very interesting girl and promised that they would definitely see each other. Soon a portal opened in the second floor lobby. Soon the main character emerged from the portal and realized that he found himself in the same room in which he had been on the first level. He immediately looked at the system and realized that he had reached the second floor of training. He thought that even if the floor was different, the lobby was still the same. When the system suggested that he move to the next level, John thought that it was the second floor, which meant that he could pass the second floor before the end of the round. He thought that if he completed 2 floors in one round, he might get an extra reward, but he decided for his own good not to rush and realized that he needed to complete the second floor and then ask Kirikiri about it. When the main character turned around, he realized that there was a bed behind him. When he saw it, he felt real joy. He immediately fell on her, as he had not lain on something soft for a very long time. Then he decided that it would be a sin not to take advantage of this opportunity, and decided to get some sleep. After a while, he jumped out of bed in horror, trying to realize how long he had slept. When he turned to the system, he realized that he had slept for a whole 13 hours, the first time he had slept for so long. As the protagonist sat down on the bed, he began to think about how much he had changed since he came here. It seemed to him that his past life was already in the distant past, and he thought about how everything would have turned out if he had continued to be who he was before. He remembered the time when he was a professional player, when he trained like crazy and would put everything on the line in battles with opponents just for one match. And now he's back in the game again, where he's actually putting everything he has on the line. These thoughts made him wonder what was happening to his life, and so he did not immediately get out of bed. However, he soon decided not to idle for so long and turned to the system to check his status. As it turned out, he received an active ability called Combat Focus. He realized that on the first floor it was a passive ability, but now it had become an active one, and it didn't even cost mana, which meant that John could use it as long as his mind could handle it. Then he took out his sword and decided to test this skill. He began training, trying to hit an invisible target. However, he soon fell to the floor and tried to catch his breath, since with his mental strength, his maximum was 5 minutes. He had used this skill so little, and his head was already spinning. If he didn't stop, he would pass out. Now he realized that mental exhaustion was much worse than he thought. If his level increases, his mental strength will surely increase as well, and therefore he needs to use it constantly. John then decided to enter the auction system, which could be opened by players who had completed the first floor. Here you can buy and sell things, regardless of difficulty. When John looked at everything that was offered for purchase, he realized that most of the goods were terrible starting weapons. He guessed that this was because all the players had only completed the first floor. Then he leaned back on the floor and thought that the wind protection was quite a nice reward. John was even able to smile, as he realized that he was, apparently, lucky. Once he had rested, he stood up again and accessed the system, which informed him that the second round was beginning, and the time until the training began was 72 hours. The hero thought that everything here was exactly the same as on the first floor, and he would have to wait in the waiting room for 3 days, and then he would have 30 days to study. Over the next 3 days, John needs to work on improving his resilience abilities, and to do this, he needs to gather information from the community. Then the protagonist decided to go to the community window and noticed the number of players on each difficulty, with the most on the easy difficulty. However, when he looked closely, he realized with great surprise that there were now 6 players in hell difficulty. At first, he couldn't believe his eyes, but now there really were 6 players displayed there. When he looked at the chat, he realized that other players had noticed it too. There were now 5 new players in hell mode. John assumed that these people were now confused and had no idea what was going on here. He also realized that if he left them, they could all die, so he decided that he needed to share information with them somehow. When he looked at the system again, he realized that 3 hell difficulty players had entered the chat. He immediately started writing in the chat and asked for a response, as he needed to share important information with them. However, instead of responding, the players simply left the chat, which left the protagonist confused. However, he had no choice but to post an ad so that it could be seen at any time. He hoped with all his heart that these boys would read this announcement, because they could not underestimate the value of training. After that, he took out his sword again and decided to check again how everything worked here. He tried to thrust the sword into his stomach, but nothing happened. He did not feel pain, and no wound appeared on his body. He also noted that his pain tolerance was not increasing, leading John to speculate that he could not gain experience while in the waiting room. When he looked at the chat again, he realized that the players didn't trust him at all, and he even began to wonder why they would help him if they weren't even interested in it. When the system informed him that the tests were about to begin, John wondered what these guys were going to do. However, the protagonist realized that he had done all he could, and now he needed to think about himself. So he mentally prepared himself to begin the tests, and then entered the portal. Once inside, he immediately put his shield in front of him, as he expected arrows to fly at him. He was a little scared because he didn't know what awaited him this time. When the portal transported him to the right place, he realized that it was no different from the first floor. However, this didn't bother him much, since this kind of thing happens quite often in games. He was distracted from his thoughts by sounds coming from the corridor, and soon he saw 3 arrows flying at him at once. However, John was prepared for this and fought them off with his sword. It was too predictable for him. However, he soon heard a strange noise ahead, and before he could process anything, he saw something flying towards him again. This thing flew at him so fast that he did not have time to dodge it. It was literally a centimeter away from him and completely smashed his shield. Before John could react, something hit his leg. When he looked down, he realized that it was not an arrow, but a needle, and apparently, it was poisoned. Then the main character felt a strong dizziness, due to which he could hardly stand on his feet. He realized that he felt pain in his head and stomach, plus he had chills, and all this indicated that these needles were clearly poisoned. He then mentally thanked Kirikiri for her advice and took out the liquid she asked him to buy. However, when he looked at the bottle, he began to wonder if he really should use it now. During that hellish month of clearing the first floor, he eventually gained one unusual ability. As it turned out, this feature consisted of a feeling of approaching death. It wasn't an in-game skill, but a special ability that only John had. His intuition told him how dangerous his wounds were, and whether he could die from them. Every time he was close to death, it saved him because he knew exactly how serious his injuries were. And now, with the help of this, he could determine with certainty whether he was dying or not. So John decided to check how bad it was this time. He concentrated and soon realized that he was still a safe distance from death and that there was no serious danger for him yet. So he decided he should save the antidote for later and hid it in the system again. He decided that he needed to take care of his leg first. He moved to a safe place and used his cord to apply a tourniquet to his leg. At that moment, the system informed him that he had gained resistance to poisons, which made John happy, since now he would be able to tolerate poisoning more easily. Then he tried to get to his feet and realized that he could still walk. Moreover, his new skill came in very handy. Suddenly the main character noticed several needles that were lying right in front of him on the floor. He decided to take them with him, as he was sure that he would still need them. However, suddenly he felt his body twist sharply, and he even screamed in pain. John began to think that the effect of the poisoning had suddenly increased due to the fact that the poison had spread throughout his body, and he decided that he needed to return to the portal at all costs. He could hardly walk and was leaning against the wall, but soon he finally reached the portal. However, before he went, John thought that he should increase his stability while he was still on his feet. Using his death detection skill, he tried to calculate exactly how much longer he could hold out. When he felt the clutches of death almost swallow him up, he felt as if he was drowning in a river. When he realized he couldn't test his endurance any longer, he rushed towards the portal. The next moment he found himself in the waiting room and immediately fell to the floor, trying to catch his breath. This test was too difficult for him, and so it took him some time to recover. The system reported that he had gained resistance to paralysis, and then John realized that his body could be paralyzed, and that was even more dangerous than the other effects of the poison. Soon he felt well again and immediately rose to his feet. The hero thought that since he had acquired the resilience skills, he would now be able to gain more experience, and he decided to try to improve them to level 3 today. However, he also understood that he would have to consciously torture his body in order to level up. Getting wounded in the dungeons and recovering in the waiting room was the only option. And even though John was fully aware of this, he still thought it was incredibly stupid. Usually you level up after defeating a strong monster, but not only are the floors difficult, but the challenges are also incredibly boring. While the main character was trying to pass the second floor test, he often swore at the game about how incredibly terrible it was. He deftly jumped over the arrows and needles flying at him until he found himself in a safe place. He then pulled out one of the needles from his shield that had hit him. He took it in his hands and then sharply thrust it into his other palm. The pain was quite strong, and since John stoically endured it, when he felt the effects of the poisoning, he realized that this was exactly what he needed. The hero understood that the theme of the second floor was poisons, and he would be cured at the moment when he was already on the threshold of death, thereby increasing his level. The protagonist understood that this was the only way to effectively complete the game. He realized with a smile on his face that this game was quite unusual. However, he then suddenly felt a strong pain in his body and could hardly dodge the attacks. As it turned out, there were devices in the walls that were shooting at him, and due to his poor health, John was unable to dodge their shots. He thought to himself that the pattern of attacks was repeating itself, but now the poison had become more deadly. He also understood that if he lost consciousness, it would be the end for him, and it was simply impossible to increase his stability in this way. However, he had a life-saving bottle containing the antidote. When he saw more needles flying at him, he managed to deflect them with his sword. After that, he grinned and thought that getting to the second floor would be as easy as pie. The hero then moved forward and soon found himself in the next room. Everything was swimming before his eyes, and he tried to comprehend what kind of room he was in. He suddenly felt a heat in his body and realized what was wrong with this room. As he expected, the temperature in the room gradually increased. However, he didn't understand why it was so incredibly hot here. Using the system, he summoned a bottle of water for himself and poured it over his head. Now John understood why the traps on the second floor were so simple. When he looked ahead, he saw bright flashes of light, which signaled that arrows were flying at him again. At the last moment, he managed to put his shield in front of him and protect himself from the arrows. He couldn't believe that he would actually have to dodge gunfire in this brazier. At that moment, the system informed the protagonist that he had gained resistance to heat. The hero had never even thought that such a thing could happen. Now he was thinking about what he should do. He assumed that he should go back and restore his strength, but he decided that he was too far from the portal and it would be dangerous to return in such heat. Then he decided to continue, despite the terrible heat. John turned to the system again and pulled out a freezing potion. He drank it and felt his body cool down and even start to steam. After that, he moved forward along the corridor, and now it was much easier to move forward. However, he walked only a few meters and again felt an incredible heat that literally did not allow him to move. John realized with horror that the potion had stopped working and that at this rate he would simply burn alive. He then took out a stamina potion, realizing that he didn't want to waste this 400-point potion when even leather armor was cheaper. When the system informed him that he had gained level 2 burn resistance, John noticed that the temperature no longer burned his skin. However, at that moment he became distracted, and then several arrows flew into his body at once. John realized with horror that he had weakened his defenses and was now being struck by poisonous needles again. He fell to his knees, realizing that if he was poisoned now, he would definitely be dead. Everything was bad before his eyes, and now he felt incredibly terrible. At some point, he thought that his life had come to an end. However, at that moment the system informed him that his level had been increased, and along with it, his strength, agility, heightened senses, and various resiliences had also been increased. As soon as the protagonist felt a small surge of strength, he immediately jumped to his feet and rushed to the exit. He ran as fast as he could, knowing that because he had leveled up, all his health had been restored and all negative effects had been removed. And now, with such speed, he could easily run across the entire floor. He then decided to activate his combat concentration to sense exactly which direction the arrows were coming from. After that, he activated the Wind Spirit's blessing to run even faster. Now John was firmly confident that he could get through the second floor and complete it successfully. However, he suddenly stopped abruptly and crashed head-on into a stone wall. He was in a lot of pain and could barely get up. Now he had to use his last recovery potion. However, he could not allow himself to die from being entangled in his legs, because that would be too humiliating. When he accessed the system, he saw a message that the god of adventure felt sorry for him. John was surprised to see this after he fell. Then he looked at his skills and realized that he had acquired a new skill, natural regeneration. Now that his regeneration rate had been increased, he felt like he was one step closer to becoming a troll. Suddenly he felt a strange cold coming from the corridor next to him. As John stepped out into the corridor, he felt an even stronger cold and assumed that there must be an icy zone ahead. He thought to himself that he should go back to the waiting room and get ready. After some time, he found himself in the break room and was searching for something in the system. The protagonist thought to himself that in some respects, this world was no different from the real one. There are both bad and good people in the chat. If you look at the ratio, there are far more bad people than good ones. Players should not so easily trust the words of those who spread false information, because they are risking their lives. At this moment, the protagonist noticed a message from one of the users, who said that if he cleared the floors, he could return to the real world. He thought to himself that whether people believed it or not, it would give the players hope, since no one had ever discussed the conditions for completing the training before. Anyway, the man said there were 100 floors here, and the thought alone made John shudder. He decided that he could test the veracity of these words as he moved through the floors, and right now, he needed to clear the second one. He returned there in new clothes, which at least somehow protected him from the local conditions. Since the start of the second trial, he had been unable to purchase items that would help him pass the floor, so he had no choice but to buy fabric and a sewing kit at the auction to at least protect himself from the cold. However, even with this, he suspected that in this place he might simply freeze to death. He ended up learning 2 new skills, an expanded field of vision and hard skin. His field of vision increased, and his skin became more resilient, and these skills proved incredibly useful. At this rate, he could become superhuman. However, he also felt that his resilience skills had not been improving lately, and began to suspect that this was their limit. The further he went, the colder the temperature became, and here it was about -50 degrees. He felt like his lungs were about to burst with every breath. However, the protagonist activated the combat concentration skill and realized that it was time for him to begin. Suddenly, arrows started flying at him again, which he was forced to dodge, realizing that he was already very tired of this second floor. However, he had no choice, and so he ran forward along the corridor until he reached the next room. He found himself again in a room with a huge pit in the middle, from which a bright light was coming. The main character put his hand into this pond to drink some water. When he looked back, he saw behind him the same double doors that led to the boss's room. Then he took off the clothes he had sewn himself and headed towards the door. When he entered, he found himself in a large room with a high ceiling and began to look around with apprehension. Suddenly, the system asked him if he wanted to return to the second floor waiting room. When the main character saw this message, surprise appeared on his face. He did not understand why the system was asking him such a question. John refused the offer, and the system said that to pass, he needed to stay in this room for at least 3 hours. The gate test would begin in 30 seconds. When the protagonist saw these conditions, he thought they were quite easy, since he only needed to stay here for 3 hours. He thought about the traps he had encountered before, and realized that this place must be full of status effects. He looked at the portal that was opened by the system, and he couldn't calm down. However, he was able to save many items, so there was no point in returning to the waiting room. He then agreed with the system's notification, and it informed him that the gate's testing was beginning. The system told him that he was about to endure the most terrible pain he had ever experienced. John didn't understand what this meant, but suddenly he felt like an unknown force was carrying him away somewhere. Before his eyes again appeared images from his journey through the first floor, when he still did not know where the arrows were flying from. He did not understand where these arrows came from, since he did not feel them approaching. The hero also realized that his resistance to pain did not help him this time. Then he looked at himself and realized that he only had starting equipment in his hands. At that moment, John realized that it was all an illusion, and despite this, he felt pain and the smell of blood. If he had been told that all this was real, he would have immediately believed it. However, now he understood that he needed to hold on to these illusions for 3 hours. Suddenly, an unknown force carried him somewhere further, and he realized that he had been transferred to a room that looked like a school classroom. John looked down and saw a scene he didn't want to relive. He stood in front of his classmates as an 8th grader and told one of them that she was the person he loved the most and asked her out. However, the girl, with excitement in her voice, said that she really didn't want this. At that moment, John realized that this was the very last moment of his life. It seemed to him that physical pain was much easier to endure than to relive this shame, and at that moment, the god of adventure also took pity on him. John also realized that he couldn't even comprehend how much time had passed, and now he could only guess how much longer he would have to endure this. Then the force transported him to another place again, and he saw himself sitting at the computer in his room. On the computer screen, he watched an interview with a player who acknowledged that John was a truly great competitor, that his career as a professional player was amazing, and that his skills were top-notch. However, all this was before his debut, and at this tournament, the guy was determined to demonstrate the fruits of all his training and take home the main prize. At that moment, John felt the same sensations as before, when he first realized that they were trying to push him out of his place. He saw again the moment when he lost the tournament to this guy. It was a crushing defeat for him. The former #1 player was defeated in every round, and all the news channels were saying that a new legend was born who would dethrone John from his place as king. While the protagonist was trying to come to terms with the fact that he had actually lost, this guy came up to him and asked if he had ever thought about quitting. When John looked at his contented face, he was filled with completely different emotions. Now that the protagonist was forced to relive all these moments over and over again, he felt incredibly exhausted. He hoped with all his might that all this would end soon. However, less than an hour had passed since the beginning of the illusion, and although the protagonist could not die from it, it was still a real hell for him. Then he suddenly felt as if he was on the street. He was sitting on a bench, and his sister was standing next to him. She told him that it was his fault that their father died. It was one of the most traumatic moments in his life, and so the protagonist tried his best to get out of this illusion. He tore his clothes. It was unbearable. He dug his fingers into his chest from incredibly strong mental pain. He didn't understand when it would end. This time he was shown memories of his father, and he realized that if this continued, he would simply go crazy. John also realized that he came to his senses because of pain, and noted that illusions can be dispelled with pain, but to do this, he had to injure himself again. Then he decided to immerse himself in the illusion, to simply accept these memories and the fact that his father really died because of him. He remembered the moment when he came to the ward of his father, who was in one of the hospitals. The man noticed that his son had finally come to him and addressed him in a sad voice. John asked his father how he was feeling, but the man was in no hurry to answer. The first thing he asked John was whether he was thinking about quitting. He said that he needed to find a real job because he couldn't spend his whole life playing video games. As soon as John heard this, he immediately grabbed his head and asked his father not to bring up this topic again. However, the man continued to express his thoughts and told his son that he needed to build his own future. When John heard these words, he became furious and asked his father what he even knew about professional gaming. He started yelling at him, saying that his father had no idea how much effort he put into this and how hard it was to fight to be the best. At that moment, the father felt that his heart was beginning to ache, but he could not utter a word because his strength was leaving him. At that moment, John picked up his jacket and headed for the exit, telling his father that he hadn't even tried to understand him. Before leaving the room, he asked him if he knew who was paying for his treatment. At that moment, the man felt an incredibly strong pain in his chest and frantically asked his son not to leave. However, John was too offended by him and his words, and therefore left the room, leaving his father alone. At that moment, he felt himself being thrown out of the illusion again and realized that he could not stand it any longer. However, literally the next moment, another memory appeared before his eyes again. Now he saw the face of his father, who was lying in a coffin. At that moment, John didn't fully realize that his father had actually left them. At the funeral, his sister, who had heard John yell at his father in the hospital, knowing he had a weak heart, approached him. She told him that it was his fault and that their father died because of him. At that moment, the protagonist felt as if he was drowning in his own memories. He was tormented by the fact that his father died because of him, because he did not try to understand him. He also realized that this was probably the end, as he was being pulled deeper and deeper into the abyss of memories. However, at the last moment, John decided that he was not going to give up so easily, so he grabbed his sword and stabbed himself in the arm to bring himself back to reality. However, the momentary pain only briefly pulled him out of his memories, and then he plunged back into illusions. He saw his father and sister in front of him, who told him that it was all his fault. The protagonist continued to hit himself on the arm, thinking that he could easily endure the physical pain. Even if he sinks into the very depths of memories, he will still rise up thanks to it. When his strength was running out, he raised his head up and tried to catch his breath. At that moment, the system informed him that he was the first person to fully complete the final test of the second floor. At first, the protagonist could not believe that he had been able to endure it, and that the test had actually ended. He then turned his attention to the system and saw a message that the gods of cold, warrior, adventure, light, and devotion had turned their attention to him. When the main character saw this, he was surprised because he did not know that several gods were watching him at once. At that moment, he saw a message that the goddess of slowness wanted to take some of her powers from him instead of an additional reward. At first, John didn't know how to react to this, because he certainly didn't expect this. He didn't know whether to accept this offer or not, since he didn't understand whether her powers were different from ordinary skills. However, he decided that he should still accept the offer, and then he obtained a skill called the Flickering Emblem. However, he did not understand anything because there was no normal description for this skill. The system said that the goddess of slowness would bless the steadfast and patient, and she transferred some of her powers to her potential apostle. But when John didn't understand which apostle she was talking about, he saw a message saying that the god of adventure was disappointed in him. The main character didn't understand what happened to this weirdo, and decided to ask Kirikiri. Soon, a portal opened in the clearing where Kirikiri was located. John emerged from there, having passed the test and now being able to meet the rabbit girl again. He looked around and realized that he had again ended up in the same place as after passing the first floor. However, he was distracted by Kirikiri, who, as soon as she saw him, immediately rushed towards him to hug him. She smiled and said that a lot of time had passed and she was glad to see John again. She was glad that he returned alive and praised him for getting through the second floor. However, the protagonist asked her to wait a little and then opened the system to buy something. As it turned out, he bought a cake for the girl and handed it to her as a gift. When the girl saw the cake, she was incredibly surprised and asked if it was really for her. John replied that she had helped him a lot and thanked her for the advice before the second test. Seeing Kirikiri's embarrassed expression, he asked her not to make that face again. Then she started shouting that John was the best, even though these words embarrassed him greatly. After that, they sat down in the clearing and decided to taste the cake. Then the main character asked the girl if she had any tips for the third floor. However, the girl casually said that she had no advice. The protagonist was surprised. He said that she gave him clues for the second floor, and therefore he was sure that there should be at least something for the third. However, Kirikiri said that she couldn't help him. The problem was that he was growing up too fast, and if he wanted to so much, she could tell him, but it wouldn't do any good. When the protagonist heard her words, he began to understand something. Then he asked her again what happened to the guys who joined during the second test, and asked if they were alive. However, Kirikiri stopped him and said that this would use up his entire question limit, and so asked again if he was sure that was the question he wanted to ask. Then he asked her if this meant that if he got an answer to this question, she would no longer be able to answer the others, and Kirikiri confirmed his words. Then John decided he would ask about something else. He asked the girl to tell him about a skill called the Shimmer Emblem. However, when he looked at the place where Kirikiri had just been, he realized that she was no longer there. She was in a clearing and chasing a butterfly. When John distracted her from such an interesting activity, she said that she would tell him about it, since he was so helpless. Kirikiri said that the Flickering Emblem is one of the skills of the Goddess of Slowness. Players who demonstrate outstanding performance on all floors can receive rewards from the gods. He assumed that this meant that God liked him, to which the girl replied that each god could only grant part of his powers once. John noted that it sounded good. The Goddess of Slowness had wasted her only opportunity on him, and he liked it. However, one way or another, he would like to know about the effects of the Shimmer Emblem, and the more detailed, the better. Kirikiri replied that he could look at them when he returned to the waiting room, and he would understand everything later. The protagonist thought to himself that this girl was the manager of the hellish floors, although at first glance, she did not seem strong. During the first trial, there was a player who tried to attack the manager, but he ended up being easily crushed and was on the verge of death. Kirikiri must be damn strong despite her appearance. Then the protagonist turned to her and said that he would also like to know who these gods are, what their purpose is, and what they want from the players. However, Kirikiri sternly informed him that he had to find out for himself. Realizing that the girl would not tell him the whole truth, he decided not to insist. However, he wondered why she had suddenly become very serious. He assumed that it was a taboo subject, and apparently, he had touched the main point of the game. He assumed that this world was created by the gods and then summoned players into it, and since Kirikiri was part of the game, she wouldn't be able to answer that question. Then he looked at the portal behind him and thought that 2 of the 100 floors had been completed. If he reaches the top, he will surely find the answer to all his questions about this world. Moreover, he is obliged to do so. Before entering the portal, John said he had one more question. He said that when he passed the second floor, it was said that he was the first one to fully clear the last gate, and so he asked the girl what that meant. Kirikiri told him with a smile that it was a system error, but she couldn't say anything more. The protagonist continued asking questions about who the managers were and whether he would be able to return to the world after clearing the floors, but the girl did not give him any clear answers. The main character was annoyed when he realized that he would not get normal answers from this girl. However, Kirikiri suddenly stopped laughing and asked John to take something. When the protagonist looked down, he realized that he was wearing different clothes. Now he was wearing a long jacket with a yellow collar. The girl said with a smile that this cape was much better than his current one, at which point John thought that, apparently, he really did have terrible taste. He then walked towards the portal and told the girl that she could keep the cake. As soon as Kirikiri heard this, genuine joy appeared on her face. John promised Kirikiri that he would buy her another cake when he returned, and then said goodbye to her. The girl waved goodbye to him, and the portal between them closed. After some time, the main character found himself in the waiting room on the 3rd floor. He decided that before starting a new challenge, he should test his skills, so he called up the system and opened the status tab. The system stated that the goddess of slowness hates haste and can move objects through space and time with just a blink of an eye. Thanks to her skill, John can make large jumps up to 5 times, after which the skill begins to recharge after 5 minutes. John realized that it was a movement skill, but he didn't expect that it would be related to the goddess of slowness. Despite this, he felt that this skill would be very useful. He decided to try it right in the waiting room. Activating the shimmer emblem, John felt the veins on his face stand out and one of his eyes took on a strange hue. The jump was incredibly fast. In an instant, he was at the other end of the room. At first, he couldn't believe that he had covered the entire distance in such a short time, but it really was teleportation. Now he fully realized the power of this skill. John thought that if other players knew about this skill, they would demand that it be nerfed. He decided to try using all 5 jumps in a row. However, after the second jump, he crashed into one of the pillars in the room. The blow was quite powerful, and John realized that this skill was difficult to control. After that, he decided to rest a little. The system reported that there were 72 hours left until the next test. John stocked up on potions, food, and water, and also thought that it would be a good idea to buy a weapon. He decided to buy a new sword and a protective suit, and then look at his skills again. When he checked the system, he noticed that new skill information had appeared, and guessed that it was Kirikiri's doing. Now he knew that the skill could be improved to the 3rd stage and become his main one. John stood up and decided that while he had time, he should practice his control over the shimmer emblem. Suddenly he saw that he had received a private message. When John opened the message, he was extremely excited, thinking that this letter was from the Hell difficulty players. It turned out that it was an invitation to the Representatives Guild. The letter stated that the person who sent it was impressed by John's achievements on the Hell difficulty floors and wanted to tell him about his guild and its goals. At the end of the letter, the man introduced himself as Oliver and said that he would wait for a response from John. John thought the community chat had become quite active lately, but he hadn't expected groups like this to form so quickly. He also noticed that Oliver's name was unfamiliar to him, and although he was the only one who had successfully completed the Hell difficulty floors, he decided that there was no point in contacting other players. He put the letter aside and focused on preparing to climb the 3rd floor. He had a long way to go, and John decided to focus on just that. When he entered the 3rd floor, it seemed to him that he found himself on a chessboard. He decided to use his new skill and jumped right into the middle of the field. As soon as he landed, arrows started flying towards him, and John dodged them with ease. The traps were activated as soon as he stepped on the black slabs. John realized that the white slabs were safe and decided to move along them. He stepped on the white slab, fearing that his guess might be wrong, but nothing happened. He was right about the white slabs, but he still felt tense. The protagonist felt that this floor was too easy. He called up his system and opened the list of skills. He decided it was better to be ready to activate the skill at any moment. Using his jumping skill, he moved only on the white tiles. Nothing happened to him, and soon John felt a slight amusement from what was happening. He decided it was time to end this test and headed for the exit. However, when he stepped on the white slab at the edge, dozens of arrows flew towards him. John had a premonition of this, and at the last moment activated the shimmer emblem, instantly finding himself in another place. He looked at the slab covered in arrows and realized how close his mistake had been. Those arrows could have turned him into a hedgehog, if not for his skill. He realized that he had been deceived. The white slabs were safe, but at the last step, a hail of arrows awaited him, and this greatly irritated him. In any case, he reached a room with a glowing pool in the center. He had already been to the boss room, but due to the difficulty of the previous floors, everything here seemed too easy, which disappointed him. Soon he approached the door behind which the boss was supposed to be. Since he hadn't learned any new skills, it was obvious that he wouldn't have to return to the waiting room. John touched the door, deciding to quickly clear the place. When he opened the door, a hall appeared before him that resembled the place where he met Kirikiri. John was determined to get through this floor on the first try and was looking forward to what awaited him. The challenge was to reach the target using floating slabs that would fall after a while, and he had to use them as support. In addition, there were traps along the way, so he had to move very carefully. At that moment, John thought that they seriously wanted to finish him off here, and that hellish difficulty really lived up to its name. As he jumped onto the next slab, he noticed that the one he had been standing on just recently had begun to fall down. He realized that the slabs were gradually falling, and that he was facing traps, and even despite this level could be considered relatively easy. However, these were not all the difficulties he had to face, as crossbows were aimed at him all the time. John had to defend himself from the arrows, and therefore he did not have a second to rest. Moreover, he did not even understand where they were coming from. At some point, John felt that he had lingered on one slab for too long and suddenly began to fall down along with it. As he fell, he realized that he was in a hopeless situation. As it turned out, the slabs beneath him also began to fall, and he fell straight into the abyss. He then decided to activate the wind spirit's blessing to land in a safe place. The slabs on the third floor kept falling one way or another. Players who forgot about this and focused on the traps also fell, and even after falling, they had to avoid new traps to reach the goal. The constant conditions for passing the boss room were the need to move along the slabs. As the protagonist moved further, he realized that all the plates began to rotate in a vortex. However, he had improved his skills on the first 2 floors and received an ability from the god, so he activated the emblem to escape the vortex. He realized that all the slabs at that level had fallen. He also began to fall, but was determined to land in a safe place. He activated the shimmer emblem again to save himself. As he flew to the right place, he realized that he had destroyed the unchanging conditions of this floor. At the last moment, he managed to grab hold of the only plate that remained in working order and was located near the hill. When he climbed onto it, the system reported that he had completed the 3rd floor of training on hellish difficulty. John thought to himself that he almost died on this floor. The boss's room was truly dangerous. The creators of this level apparently hoped to kill all the players, and even he had a hard time getting through it. He then noticed the system message and realized that he had received points for completing the quest, and that the adventure god was going to grant him some of his powers instead of an additional reward. A look of surprise crossed John's face when he saw the message from God again. He thought to himself that this god had been getting on his nerves every day, and only now had he decided to grant him his powers. He also thought that the flicker emblem was a cheat skill that had surpassed all his expectations, and without it, he would never have passed this floor. Therefore, it would be a mistake to refuse the divine gift, and he agreed, thinking about what kind of skill this god would give him. It turns out that the skill was called Talaria's Wings, and its description stated that it was attracting a lot of interest from players, but it was created by accident. John began to fear that this skill would be useless and decided to check it through the status. He realized that, despite its insignificance, this skill was at the maximum level and would be quite useful. He then decided to consult with Kirikiri about this matter. He soon returned to the girl, who was glad to see him and also brought a new cake. She immediately rushed at John, but he stopped her, saying that he didn't have the cake with him. However, he remembered his promises to the girl and decided that he needed to fulfill them. However, he felt very dizzy, and Kirikiri asked if he was okay. Instead of answering, the main character began to fall onto the grass as his head began to spin violently. After a while, he woke up and tried to figure out where he was. The last thing he remembered was his head spinning, and he fell. Then he began to realize that he seemed to be very tired. However, when he looked down, he saw Kirikiri lying on top of him, sleeping, which made him a little upset since she had made him into a pillow. The girl was fast asleep and didn't even plan to wake up. Apparently, she was dreaming something. Then John noticed her ears and decided to touch them while he had the opportunity. He noticed that they were even softer than he thought. This touch immediately woke the girl up, and she jumped away from the main character. She said he shouldn't have touched her ears because the sounds were ringing loudly in her head. After this, John finally bought a cake for the girl, and they sat down together to rest. He decided to ask her about the last level of the 3rd floor. He said that he thought for a long time that the difficulty of these floors had increased, and he even thought that he would not be able to get out. Then Kirikiri said with displeasure that it was all because he had completed the level in a very strange way. At first, John didn't understand what she was talking about, and then the girl explained it to him. She said that in the boss's room on the 3rd floor, there was a path downstairs that you had to take. The creators probably didn't expect the player to be able to get through the room without falling, and the gods must have gone crazy. When John heard this, he decided that he would definitely deal with those who created this terrible world. He then decided to turn to the system, and noted that he did not see any information in the community that could help him. Most of the discussions were devoted to easy and medium difficulty levels. However, he suddenly noticed a conversation about the guild to which he had been invited. The guys were discussing how this representative guild was suspicious, as its members were sitting in the waiting room and were clearly plotting something. As John read their messages, he tried to understand what they were talking about. Then he suddenly realized that they were talking about the very guild that had sent him the invitation. These guys didn't look like a normal guild that only wanted to communicate with other players, and now John was trying to figure out what their true goal was. After completing a level, all free food and water disappear, and players must spend points to purchase food. Moreover, after 24 hours in the waiting room, the player is kicked out, and then it becomes even more unclear to John why these people are there for so long. He didn't understand how they could support this guild all this time. John clearly felt that something was wrong with this guild and thought that he should ask Kirikiri about it. However, he suddenly realized that he shouldn't waste his limited questions on this, because he wouldn't be able to help the players with other difficulties anyway, so he simply shouldn't interfere with it. He decided that he needed to focus on his own problems. After this, the hero turned to the girl and asked her what he would need on the 4th floor. The girl thought for a moment and said that for the 4th floor, she could advise him on a rope, hooks, and a telescope. As soon as John heard this, he immediately noticed that there were quite a lot of things this time. He then asked the next question, as he was interested in Talaria's wings. Kirikiri was delighted when she realized that John had received another skill from another god. She revealed that the power given to him by the god of adventure helps him summon Talaria's wings when the skill is activated. With their help, the main character can float in the air. When he decided to test them, he was delighted with the skill. He turned to the god of adventure, hoping that he would hear him, and told him that he was the best. However, Kirikiri said that the wings allowed him to glide, not fly, but for John that was enough. He said that the main thing is how he uses them. He will be able to fly up using the shimmer emblem and thereby increase the hovering range. However, the coolest thing for him was the feeling of wings behind his back, because having such wings is every guy's dream. Kirikiri watched his reaction with a soft, satisfied smile. Then she quietly said that this would be her gratitude for the cake he bought for her. After that, she waved her hand and opened a portal to a new floor for John. The main character was surprised that this time the girl was trying to get him out of here as quickly as possible. Suddenly, Kirikiri announced in a calm voice that the day of the Great Assembly would soon arrive. John was surprised to hear this and asked what it was. However, the girl again replied that he would soon understand everything himself. She said that soon he would realize the true nature of this world, but for now, he needed to do everything to survive. Without giving him a chance to answer, the girl walked up to him and pushed him into the portal. John was extremely surprised by her behavior and asked what she was doing. He tried to reach out to her, but he felt the portal sucking him in more and more. The next moment, he found himself back in the waiting room. It took him some time to recover from such an unexpected fall into the portal. He looked ahead and still tried to understand what this day of the Great Assembly meant. Meanwhile, a whole crowd of people had gathered in the waiting room on a different difficulty level. Among them were 2 young girls. They were sisters. In the middle of the room, a young man was tied to one of the pillars. He was tied to the column with ropes, and a target was drawn on him. The boy cried and begged to be untied, assuring the man sitting in front of him that this was the last time. However, the man sitting in front of him did not listen to him. He raised his knife and threw it straight at the guy's shoulder. While the boy screamed in pain and cried, the man sitting on the bed only laughed. As it turned out, this man was the same Oliver, the head of the Representatives Guild. He noted that this was quite a convenient activity, since wounds in this room healed instantly. Meanwhile, the protagonist focused on training using the power of the gods to prepare for the 4th floor. He trained until he could use the skills comfortably and freely, and it took him a long time. However, in the end, he was ready to enter the 4th floor and find out what awaited him there. He found himself again in a dark corridor, from the depths of which strange sounds were coming. When John got inside, he thought it was quite spacious. However, he was confused by the rumble that came from the dark corridor. He quickly realized that this time, they weren't traps. A monster appeared in front of him, which looked like a huge green troll with a huge axe behind its back. As soon as he saw John, he immediately roared and rushed at him. The main character thought to himself that this was the first monster that appeared in the training, but despite this, it was very strong. Moreover, he was incredibly huge compared to the main character. As soon as the monster appeared in front of John, he immediately struck with his axe. John noted that the power of this monster was enormous, and now he was at a loss and did not know how to fight it. Kirikiri didn't advise him to change weapons, which meant he would be able to defeat him with his sword. Then the protagonist took a stance and activated his combat concentration. Meanwhile, the monster rose to its feet again and rushed at John. However, the main character managed to jump away from the place where his blow landed. He ran away from the monster around him quite quickly and prepared to stab him in the neck with his sword. However, the monster reacted faster than he expected and threw him back with its fist. The blow was so strong that blood gushed from the protagonist's mouth. He thought that this monster was much faster than he expected. When John saw the monster running towards him again, he realized that it was about to kill him. Then he put his shield in front of him, preparing to block the blow of his axe. However, he suddenly realized that the monster had instead fainted and hit him with its shoulder in the place that was not protected. John was thrown back by such a strong blow, he realized that he would not be able to block his attack, and now he did not know what to do. Meanwhile, the monster continued its series of attacks and rushed straight after the hero. At that moment, John noticed that the monster's axe was heading straight for his head. Then, at the last moment, he struck him in the face and then jumped up, avoiding the blow. After that, he landed right behind his opponent. Noticing the surprise on the monster's face, he said that it was the first time he had used this skill. It turned out to be the shimmer emblem, which he used to avoid the attack. Until now, he had only used it to dodge, but now he activated the skill before its attack, moving forward and hitting the monster in the face. Now John realized that this skill would also be useful for attacks. These words enraged the monster, and he rushed at John with a loud roar. At that moment, the protagonist realized that it was time for him to end this battle. He used the Wind Spirit's blessing and rushed through the monster. He struck him in the shoulder, and then, finding himself behind him, decided to take advantage of his confusion. He put all his strength into the blow and rushed at the monster. With one good blow, he cut off his head, which flew up. When John saw this, a smile appeared on his face as he realized that he had been able to defeat this monster. After that, he continued to move forward. There were 26 more monsters ahead of him, but he was able to kill them all. At one point, he even thought that next time he should try fighting them with his bare hands. When he looked at the system, he realized that his combat skills had increased slightly. His basic swordsmanship skill had combined with his slashing skill and had risen to level 3. After this, he turned to the goblins and thanked them, saying that this test would soon be over. After some time, he found himself in the waiting room. Time passed, and soon there were only 2 minutes left until the end of the test. Then he sat down on the bed, and soon the third test began. He decided to test the newcomers, but this time no one came for such a difficulty. He was the only player here. Then he looked at the chat and realized that there was real chaos going on there. He understood that these guys needed some time to calm down and come to their senses. Then he wrote in the chat and asked the players to calm down and listen to him. He said that this was training that was different from the world they lived in. He also told them that they would not be able to return back anytime soon, and that if they made even one mistake here, they could die, so they needed to listen to him carefully. When the players heard this, they were extremely surprised and scared, not understanding what this guy was talking about. They started to fuss and assume that this place was a real hell, but John asked them to calm down, when suddenly one of the players said that his leg was eaten by a monster. When John heard this, he tried to understand what kind of monster they were talking about. At that moment, another player appeared and asked them what monsters they were talking about. At that moment, John realized that this was a player on a different difficulty level, one he had never seen in the community. At this point, the guys asked him if he hadn't heard anything about it. At that moment, everyone present finally realized what was really going on. The fact is that their home and their whole world turned into a living hell. As it turns out, there was a real end of the world in the real world. The monsters emerged from a portal in the middle of the street and moved towards a residential area. Portals appeared all over the planet, from which countless monsters emerged, and the army was helpless in this situation. Unknown portals appeared all over the planet, from which terrifying monsters emerged that killed people. The military and police had a hard time containing their attacks, and countries whose military strength was weak were immediately destroyed. However, the number of monsters did not decrease, and the military could not stop them. Thus, 2 weeks after the portals appeared, the number of victims was approaching 90 million people. When the protagonist realized this, he couldn't believe that it was actually true. Hearing the number of victims, he felt a wave of hopelessness and horror wash over him. He remembered that his sister and his mother remained in that world. The chat erupted into chaos, and this drove the protagonist even more crazy. He didn't know what was wrong with his family or if they were alive. He felt like he needed more information, and it only drove him more crazy. At that moment, one of the players wrote in the chat that perhaps they could save people. When John read this, he began to come to his senses a little. He thought about how easy it was for him to deal with monsters so far. So, when he gets past the 100th floor, he will be much stronger than he is now. Now it was as if he had been locked in this world for no apparent reason, with no explanation. There was no purpose, no reason, no method, but he did not deny that thanks to his training, he had become stronger. In other words, they were transported here so that they could return to their home world and save it. In the real world, more than a month has passed since the portals appeared. At that moment, the protagonist realized that he finally understood the essence of this world, which was called training. When the newcomers told the others about what was happening in the real world, all the players changed. First of all, the number of players actively completing floors has increased, and those players whose families are now in the real world, even if they did not go on a raid, have shown greater determination, and there are those who provide support to other players. The main character also actively began to pass through the floors and increased his speed several times. He dealt with the goblins he encountered on the floors, without much thought. At some point, another large goblin appeared behind him, letting out a powerful roar when he saw the dead bodies of his comrades. He rushed at the main character, but John was ready to meet him with a weapon in his hands. He blocked his blow with his shield. At this point, the goblin was trying to figure out what was wrong with his attack and why it didn't work. Taking advantage of his confusion, the protagonist struck him straight in the shoulder. From such a strong blow, the monster flew back, unable to fight. John continued his series of attacks and punched him in the chin. After that, he grabbed his head with all his strength and spun it even harder, throwing the monster away from himself. When the monster was finished, he was satisfied with his result. He also decided that 2 hours of sleep would be enough for him, since sleeping in this world is not essential. However, he had decided to make sleep part of his daily routine anyway for the sake of mental stability, and now he needed to make sure he had time to sleep. He went to the community tab and noted that the volume of information had increased significantly, with everyone making every effort to complete the floors. As the flow of information increased, John gradually began to learn. He learned that the strength indicator increases not only the strength of the arms and legs, but also increases the efficiency of all the muscles of the body, and it is better to pump up this skill as quickly as possible. However, there were those who denied this, but most of the information was true, so he should not ignore it. No matter how complex the information was, it helped him. At that moment, his thoughts were distracted by strange sounds, and when John looked closely, he saw a trench in front of him in which small goblins were sitting. The main character hurried to hide around the corner so that the goblins wouldn't notice him. He looked around carefully and noted that there were quite a lot of goblins. Then he decided to use his wings and soared above the monsters while they weren't looking. Before they could even process what was happening, he jumped down on them, dealing them crushing blows. When his attack was successful, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. At this moment, the goblins began to panic as they noticed the enemy. However, John activated his wings again and used them to fight off the goblins who wanted to attack him. He understood that the only ones who could save their world, which had turned into a living hell, were themselves. Then he rushed at the goblin, who was shooting at him with a bow. He understood that to achieve his goal he needed to be stronger and faster. With one blow he pinned the goblin to the ground, thus dealing with all his opponents. He firmly decided that he needed to go through this world at any cost and return to his real world. Meanwhile, there was real chaos in the guild. The guys asked Oliver to have mercy on them and not ask them to take even more food, since this threatened them with problems. However, the man did not want to listen to them, and he brutally beat all the protesters. As he watched the other boys suffer, he felt like he was getting real pleasure from it. He realized that the first floor waiting room, which had an easy difficulty level, was completely under his control, and the second floor was just around the corner. He treated the other players like slaves and asked them how they dared challenge him. He then turned to his minions and ordered them to take care of those who had raided with this scum. His henchmen began to brutally beat the rest of the team, while the unfortunate guy was forced to watch it all. He begged the men to stop and not do this, but no one listened to him. Seeing the suffering of others, Oliver only laughed, saying that this world really is something else. He, like the main character, was sure that very soon this world would become completely his. Meanwhile, John continued to climb new floors, dealing with goblins. However, he still could not get used to the current reality. It had been 10 days since he started hunting goblins. The goblins not only made trenches, but they thought of something new every time. They installed wooden fences and posted someone on guard. They acquired weapons, from magic staffs to crossbows. They posed no threat to John, as he could deflect magic and arrows with Talaria's wings. He could approach them in the air using his wings as cover, and it was easy to fight because he didn't take any damage from these attacks. However, his shield was in poor condition, so John decided to repair it in the waiting room, but he couldn't return there all the time. Moreover, he needed to change his weapon once he passed the 4th floor. He needed to change both his shield and sword, and once he acquired a new one, he must not forget to change it. John relied on the skills he received from the gods, but after several days of fighting, he acquired a lot of different skills. Previously inactive skills quickly leveled up, meaning it was better not to repeat the same actions, but to use your full combat potential. Basically, at this point the main character was just dodging arrows, and most likely, his fighting skills had improved since he had fought a lot. However, at some point he began to think that the skills from the gods were interfering with leveling up. At that moment, he suddenly heard a terrible roar behind him, which even frightened him. When he turned around, he saw a huge goblin in front of him, who had metal gloves with spikes on his hands. John realized it was the goblin sergeant, but soon realized he looked different. They were very similar, but this complex was smaller. John also realized that this was his first one-on-one fight since the battle with the goblin sergeant. The goblin did not hesitate and immediately rushed at his enemy. At that moment, John realized that this goblin moved exactly like the sergeant. However, he suddenly noticed that one of the goblin's gloves began to glow red, as if it was heating up. He hit the protagonist in the stomach with all his might, causing him to be thrown aside. John could barely stand on his feet, not understanding what had just happened. It seemed to him that the hand of this monster had teleported. Before he could even process anything, he saw the monster flying towards him again, attacking. Then John decided to use his combat concentration skill. As if in slow motion, he began to see the monster's fist approaching his face. However, his skills were not enough, and so the fist achieved its goal. However, before falling to the floor once again, the protagonist used the shimmer emblem and launched a counter-attack. He wanted to hit the goblin, but it was able to jump away from his attack. The protagonist was extremely surprised that the monster managed to dodge and began to guess that he had planned all of this. He also realized that if he received another hit with such a low level of defense, he would definitely die. So at the last moment he activated Talaria's wings and protected himself from the blow with them. He then tried to hit the goblin again, saying that he was going to become his punching bag. However, the goblin dodged again, and then John realized that this monster was reading his movements. He also noticed that during the battle, one of his teeth was knocked out. John noted that the fist punches when it glows red, and that should definitely be a skill. He was unhappy with the fact that this skill could be reused without limitation, considering it a cheat, despite the fact that he himself used them. Meanwhile, the goblin picked up speed and launched another attack. John decided to use his weapon, spun it, and threw it towards the monster. The goblin blocked the sword flying at him with one light movement of his fist. However, John assumed that this was exactly what he would do and took his hand with a small knife. He threw it towards the goblin, who was approaching him at great speed. The goblin barely managed to dodge the knife flying straight at his face. Then John realized that it was too close, and now he needed to be even faster. When he got close enough to the goblin, the latter thrust his iron fists forward. John realized that there was no point in attacking him now and decided to use another plan. He pretended to run past, but stopped abruptly and kicked him in the stomach. After that, he used the shimmer emblem and tripped the monster from the other side. He was satisfied with the result, since he realized that he had broken through the monster's defense. However, before he could strike again, the goblin suddenly leaped towards him and struck with his flaming fist. The blow was so strong that blood gushed from the protagonist's mouth. He didn't understand why this monster's attack was so strong, even in this position. However, the goblin still fell, and then John realized that he was saved by his resistance to pain and loss of consciousness. He then walked up to the unconscious goblin and finished him off with his shield. Suddenly, a small purple stone appeared in front of him. It was the Goroth stone, given to him by the great sorcerer of the Goroth tribe when the sergeant from the Red-Eyed tribe was born. John knew it was a miracle he had survived, but it was unfair to force him to fight an enemy who could use the skill without restrictions. At that moment, he noticed that his level had increased. Soon he found himself again in a room with a pond in the center, and as the main character approached it, he tried to figure out what to do now. The goblin sergeants who appeared at the very beginning and now at the end of the 4th floor are clearly stronger than other goblins. They are strong in all aspects, from physical characteristics to skill level. Even the current goblins may differ from those that appear on the average difficulty level. The original plan was to progress quickly unless major problems arose so that John could get through the training faster. However, now he couldn't get through it as quickly as he would have liked. The 4th floor was tough, and he assumed that the boss would be tough too, but he knew that challenging him in his condition was too reckless. He decided to first return to the waiting room and set a limit on this floor, and then, when he felt he had reached it, move on to the next level. He understood that there were people who were moving higher and higher, but they were all at the average difficulty level. It seemed that someone had recently passed the 3rd floor at the difficult difficulty level. It followed that John was not progressing so slowly, but at some point he decided that his method was wrong and decided not to waste his energy by continuing to do what he had been doing before. Hearing the thoughts about the real world made him feel uneasy. He still had many skills that needed to be improved, and for this, he needed to pull himself together and continue on his way. He decided that if he really cared about the real world, he needed to give it his all. He then returned to the waiting room and spent some time recovering. He noted that his growth rate was rapid. In addition to his basic skills, his resistance to punctures and hard skin were increased. As for the skills from the gods, he uses Talaria's wings naturally, effectively using them for both close combat and defense. However, now he realized that the time had come to move forward. He soon returned to the floor and dealt with the goblin with iron gloves again. Then he again reached the boss's door, in front of which he stopped last time. Returning to the waiting room, and then to the 4th floor, he went on a raid twice a day. The raids were easy, but the boss room would be different. But despite this, the main character opened the doors and went inside. As soon as he opened the doors, he immediately felt a strong wind blowing at him from inside. When he looked around, he realized that he was in some place, and apparently it was night there now. However, John still couldn't figure out what this place was. At that moment, a message from the system appeared in front of him, telling him that he needed to destroy the Goblin King. When John saw this message, surprise appeared on his face. He began to examine the area and look for that very goblin. He assumed that he was somewhere in the middle of the mountain, but he did not know whether to go up or down. However, he soon decided that he should go upstairs after all. He moved forward for some time until he reached a fortress, on the walls of which a glow was visible. The main character used binoculars and realized that this was the very fort he was looking for. The walls were about 5 meters high, which was too high for him. There were about 20 guards, and judging by the burning torches, it seemed like the only way in was through the main gate. At some point, he suggested that he should use the wings. He couldn't imagine how other players without god-level skills could clear this boss room, but he decided he shouldn't think about it too much, and continued to move forward. He rushed forward at high speed, hoping that the guards would not notice him. After some time, he was already near a high wall. At the right moment, he used the shimmer emblem to move onto the wall. With one dexterous leap, he found himself right on the wall. As he expected, there were guards patrolling it, but the protagonist's speed was so high that they didn't even notice him. John took advantage of his advantage and killed one of the guards by slitting his throat with a knife. He decided that he would first deal with the guards and then clear out the fort itself. He realized that he was very lucky that he had not been seen, all thanks to his level 4 stealth skill. He climbed up the wall without making any noise, and now he was really nervous because it reminded him of games where stealth was required. However, suddenly one of the guards, who was on a high tower, noticed him. He let out a roar, attracting the attention of the others. However, John was prepared for this and decided to act openly. He activated his wings and was ready to fight off the goblins' attacks. He was completely confident in his abilities, since these goblins were quite small. Soon, when he had dealt with the guards, he saw that the sun was beginning to rise. John sat down on the walls and thought that this world really did not look like an illusion. He thought that learning was an artificial space created by magic or a program, but this view really impressed him. This place could be a planet somewhere in the universe, as these views were very realistic. At some point, the hero even thought that living in such a world would be quite nice. However, he also understood that he needed to continue on his way, so he took his weapon and moved on. He cleared out this fort, which is located on the top of the mountain. It contained 32 ordinary goblins of hellish difficulty level. They weren't as strong as the goblin sergeants from the 4th floor, and there weren't many of them here, so he managed to clear the place quickly, but he still hadn't found the Goblin King here. Then he looked somewhere ahead and saw something like a huge city surrounded by high walls and thought that the king might be there. It was a huge settlement with houses and various buildings, which was protected along the entire perimeter. It was a real city, surrounded by a wall, and the Goblin King must have been in the main castle. It was a stone building in good condition, and John was very impressed by the technological advancement of these goblins, as it was not just a tribe, but an entire city. However, he wondered why they had such an advanced civilization. They were supposed to be ordinary mobs, but now he assumed that there were hundreds of thousands of them living in the city. He estimated that he would be able to get there in about a day. He also noted that the city was located in the center, and forts were located on the mountain peaks at the cardinal points. Based on the size of the city, there are probably around 100,000 soldiers there, and if he gets surrounded, he will lose, so he shouldn't fight in the open ground around the city. This left John with only 3 places where he could fight. It was a castle, a city center, and a fort. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound coming from behind him. When he looked through his binoculars, he saw horsemen running towards him from the direction of the city. The hero estimated that there were about 30 horsemen, and they were all heading in his direction. However, for him it was even for the best, and he decided to meet them face to face. John realized that it would be difficult for them to unlock the gates, and if something went wrong, he would retreat and attack another fort. Thus, by capturing each fort, he will reduce the number of warriors. Once all 4 forts are cleared, he will head to the city. Once there, John planned to wreak havoc and then defeat the goblins before infiltrating the castle and killing their king. When the horsemen reached the place where the main character was, they were defeated. The only surviving rider screamed in pain. The protagonist walked past him and ordered him to shut up because he was yelling too loudly. He noted to himself that during the battle, the goblins had been communicating with each other. When the leading goblin shouted something to the others, some of the riders separated from the main group and headed towards the city. The one who led them held John back until the very end. He did this so that the separated goblins would have time to reach the city and warn that he had come to their lands. So, even though this goblin was his enemy, John noted that this was a good strategic decision. When the riders were dealt with, John used his wings and jumped off the wall. His goal was to catch up with the horsemen who were heading to the city to report about him, and he soon caught up with them. He attacked them from the air using his sword. At some point, he realized that for the last 3 days, all he had done was fight goblins. They began sending more and more soldiers to the forts. First they sent 20 soldiers, then 30, then 50. When more than 100 of them arrived, the protagonist moved to another fort. It was no trouble for him to clear that one out too. Thanks to his wings, he could move between forts in 3 hours, while the troops sent to recapture the fort would have to spend a whole day pursuing him. Therefore, these guys were not rivals for him because of his mobility. After several such movements, they sent 200 soldiers to each fort. However, the main character was ready for this. He destroyed the guards, and then the horsemen who were sent for his soul. In one of the forts, he also destroyed over 200 soldiers who had arrived. It seemed like these goblins thought they could defeat John with their numbers, especially since this time the reinforcements were armed with spears. However, when it comes to fighting inside the fort, he can easily take down 200 goblins thanks to his level, which has been doubled. The protagonist could hardly believe the speed of his growth. After killing these goblins and clearing the forts, he apparently gained a lot of experience. Within a week, he became incredibly stronger than he was before. This news could not but please him. Meanwhile, the Goblin King, who was John's target, sat in the throne room, aware of his army's defeat. At this time, the main character watched the movement of the goblin army using binoculars. This time, a detachment of 800 goblins was approaching him. They sent one big group at once. It was probably one of the assembled groups, since there were few soldiers in the city at the moment. Since John had been busy defeating goblins for the past week, their strength and numbers had noticeably diminished, the number of riders had been reduced, and the regular foot soldiers seemed like ordinary civilians who had been hastily recruited. Only one of the 5 was an experienced soldier. John realized they were sending every man they could find. Then the protagonist decided it was time to visit the castle and wreak havoc in their empty houses. At that moment, the system informed him that the dual god was disappointed in him because of his methods. However, the main character did not understand what to do in such a situation, because if he resolved the issues directly, he would simply be killed. Then he noticed a message that the god of chaos was pleased with his actions. At first he was glad that he had found a god who appreciated his work, but then he was overcome with a bad feeling, because it seemed to him that this was an evil god. However, he knew that it was time for him to move out and carry out his plan. He activated his wings and flew towards the city, which at the moment had no one to defend. As he flew over the city, he noted that it was a rather neat city, in which everything was built strictly according to a ruler. He flew so high that the guards who remained there could not notice him. Soon he landed on the roof of one of the houses. John was pleased that he had been able to enter the city without being noticed. However, now he was thinking about what to do next. He had an option, to go at the goblins openly. As soon as the guards approached, he would take off and move to another place. In terms of mobility, he had an advantage. Lighting fires in different places was also a good plan. If the entire city was engulfed in flames, the goblins wouldn't have time to put it out, and what's more, they might have a warehouse of gunpowder. John thought that it was worth sowing discord among the goblins, and no matter whether the group sent to the fort returned, he could easily escape or hide somewhere in the city. Moreover, these goblins did not respawn as they did in the games. John saw that they had few troops left. Those that were sent to the forts would be the last. If he successfully causes unrest in the city, he will be able to infiltrate the castle and kill the Goblin King before the troops arrive. However, suddenly he looked down and noticed something strange. He saw a goblin woman walking down the street with her child, holding his hand. John was very surprised that there were families among the goblins. He looked at them closely and saw that they were communicating with each other very good-naturedly, like people. He then looked around the city again and noticed that it was full of small goblin children as well as ordinary workers. Then he saw a young goblin couple walking down the street. He was extremely surprised that in this city goblins live the most ordinary lives. They eat, laugh, and even fall in love. At some point, he began to doubt that this was an illusion and that the game system had created this map for the player. If we assume that this is a real place in the universe, then for them John is a monster. He realized that he was a terrible monster who simply appeared and began to cut apart all of these goblins' fellows. At that moment, he became curious about what that goblin had said before his death. All these guys fought him to the death. They fought until the last. Before they died, they looked at him with incredible hatred. They attacked him, their faces full of anger and malice. They hugged the corpses of their fallen comrades and wept over them. John killed countless goblins, but he didn't feel a drop of emotion because he thought it was just a game. However, now he felt incredibly terrible. He tried to convince himself that the goblins were just an illusion and they would rise again when he returned to the waiting room. However, he also understood that no matter how many times he returned here, they would live exactly the same life as now, because it was written into the system. Then he decided that he would give up and not wreak havoc in the city. He decided that he had time before the troops that were sent after him arrived, so he would simply go to the castle and kill the king before they arrived. However, as he flew through the city, he tried to figure out how to find this very king. He tried to figure out where such an influential person could be, given the structure of the fortress. Then he suddenly noticed that a window in one of the towers was boarded up. He decided that the king must be there, and flew into that window, knocking it out along with the boards. He tried to protect himself from the glass shards using his wings. When he looked around, he realized that it was indeed a throne room. At the end of the room sat the king on a throne, and in front of him stood several adult goblins, who, apparently, were his protectors. When the Goblin King saw the enemy, surprise appeared on his face. John noted that the king had 4 bodyguards. He assumed that they were quite strong, but he would quickly deal with them. He then used his shimmer emblem to deal with 4 goblins at once. After this, he rushed towards the king without delay. As he walked, he drew his sword using the system to deal him a fatal blow. However, the king continued to sit in place. All he did was stretch out his hand in front of him. At that moment, the main character noticed something strange. When he looked closer, he realized that his sword was frozen a centimeter from the king's face. The goblin looked unperturbed and said something in his own language. John didn't understand the goblin language, but he assumed the king had said he wouldn't resist. When he looked closely at the goblin, he realized that he had interpreted his words correctly. The protagonist told him that if he did not resist, he would arrange for his quick death. When the king nodded, John pierced his neck with his sword, and then the goblin fell from his throne to the floor. The protagonist remained standing over his corpse, his face covered in blood that had gushed from the king's neck. When he turned around, he saw his bodyguards crying and shouting something in their own language. Then he looked around into the darkness and realized that there were goblin children hiding behind the columns that were in the throne room. When their eyes met, the little goblins immediately realized that they had to get out of here. John tried to calm them down and told them that they could stay where they were because he didn't want to kill them. When the little goblins realized that he was talking to them, they began to cry loudly and scream in fear. Although John did not understand the goblin language, the meaning of their words was obvious to him. At that moment, the system informed him that he had completed the 4th floor of training on hellish difficulty. For completing the game, he received a huge number of points. Some gods were disappointed in him, and some became interested in him. As it turned out, he would be given an additional reward proportional to his merits. Many gods wished to grant him the participation of their powers instead of an additional reward. Now they had a vote, since not everyone was happy with John's passage, but in the end, everyone came to an agreement. When John accepted them as a gift, the system reported that he had received knowledge before the Babylonian time of the 5th level. Suddenly he realized that he now understood the language of the goblins. The goblin children who stood in front of him were shouting at him and telling him that God would punish him. When he realized that he could now communicate with them in the same language, he decided to tell them how it really was. He told the goblins that it wasn't his fault, as his training had tasked him with killing them, and he was simply forced to do so, but if he had the choice, he wouldn't be here. However, the goblins continued to shout and curse him for killing their respected father. At this point, John began to doubt that everything in this system was really written down from the start. He began to think that all this could be quite real. At that moment, the system informed him that the god of adventure had blinded him. Before the protagonist could react, he felt his vision disappear. The system told him that the goddess of slowness was furious, but there was nothing he could do about it, as he was literally falling into the abyss. When he woke up, he found himself in the clearing where he had met Kirikiri. His vision returned to him, and he immediately called out to the girl. As it turned out, the girl was standing not far from him and looking into the distance. When she heard John's voice, she turned to him, but there was no smile on her face this time. John clearly felt that the girl was actively avoiding him. Kirikiri then approached him and quietly asked if he was angry, and then apologized for her actions, but John assured her that he was not angry. However, Kirikiri still couldn't believe him because she thought he was still very angry at her. However, John understood her feelings and said that if he were in her place, he too would avoid someone who was covered in blood. He also warned her that if she didn't stop behaving like this, he would get really angry. John realized that this whole situation was getting out of control, and he didn't know what to do about it. He didn't understand what had happened, because after reading the notice, his vision went dark, and he was forcibly thrown here. Then he asked Kirikiri if the gods could really use their powers on him. Previously, he thought it was impossible. He didn't understand why the god of adventure did this, and why the god of slowness was furious. He then turned to Kirikiri and said that he had a lot of questions, and considering that he hadn't asked questions the last time, he could get a lot of information from her now. First, he asked her to tell him about the gods and to do it in detail. At some point, the girl thought about what she should tell. She said that the gods are interested in the player because they want to understand whether he is qualified enough to become their apostle. Attracting the attention of the gods is difficult, and remaining an apostle is even more so, as it requires fulfilling conditions that no one really knows anything about. However, John was an unprecedented case, and one day he would have to make a choice. When the protagonist heard this, he was surprised and did not understand what choice he would have to make. He assumed that he would have to choose whether to become an apostle or not. Then Kirikiri said that she would tell him a little about the god of slowness. She said that the god of slowness abilities were not limited to slowing down the speed of objects and living beings. She was the one who floated through the endless flow of time without a single hitch. At that moment, John realized that he didn't understand the meaning of the last part, and then asked Kirikiri about the god of adventure, but the girl said that he had already reached the limit of his questions. John was unhappy that he had already used up 2 floors worth of questions, but he understood that information about the gods was expensive. Then he looked up at the sky and tried to make sense of what he had heard. He was interrupted from his thoughts by Kirikiri, who asked him if he understood everything. She warned him not to think too much. These words made John wonder, and then he remembered the goblins' words after he killed their king. Sadness and despair from the actions taken appeared on his face, but he agreed with the girl. After that, she offered him new things and told him which of them would suit him. She helped him choose new weapons, and thanks to her efforts, the protagonist bought more weapons than ever before. He bought Gladius, a sword blessed by a nameless god. Its hilt will not slip from the hand until the player himself wishes it to. He also now had the Wild Warrior's Shamshir, a single-edged blade used by riders that could not be affected by magical enhancements or sorcery. John settled on a normal-sized sword that he used often, and the second blade was twice its size. These weapons are used in different circumstances and fighting styles, and so they will both be useful to him in the near future. He had another weapon called the Punisher's pistol, a pistol that fired powerful blasts that combined gunpowder and magic, but the weapon would break after 5 shots. Kirikiri told him that the gun was necessary to clear the 5th floor, so he bought it without thinking, and since he had to buy a shield as well, he used up all his points. These items were good, but John decided that next time he would buy a better shield when he earned more points. When the portal opened before him again, he thanked Kirikiri for her help. Then he waved to her and said that they would see each other next time. Kirikiri waved back and wished him luck, and reminded him to remember to bring her cake next time. Hearing this, John smiled, as he was just waiting for the girl to remind him of this. After some time, he found himself in the waiting room on the 5th floor with his new weapon. It took him a while to realize that he was actually already on the 5th floor. Now John could no longer remember the faces of those he met in the waiting room on the 1st floor. He decided he needed to clear his mind before going on stage. It's okay to impulsively challenge, but it's dangerous to fight your enemies without even sorting out your own thoughts. He thought about the question he had asked himself on the 4th floor. He wondered if these were real goblins. These goblins were different from the stinking goblins he had imagined. They had their own society, and even their own families. In addition, they had emotions, morals, mastery of basic technologies, and even ranks that they assigned to each other. The only difference between them and humans is their ugly appearance. And if all of this wasn't prescribed by training, then all of John's actions on the 4th floor could be called murder. He killed them of his own free will, and could not blame his training for his actions. Now he wondered why he killed them. He assumed that he did it because the goblins attacked him, but in reality, he knew that was not the case. The goblins always defended themselves. They only occasionally rushed at him to drive him away. Looking back, it was safe to say that the goblins he encountered were all focused on defense. Even in the boss room, they were only concerned with protecting the city. So, the one who always started and ended the battle was John. He killed the goblins to get through the training because they stood in his way, so he killed them to get through. And even if he meets the goblins again, he will do the same thing. He will kill them and move on, because this place is not a game. John had heard that in his real world, monsters were killing countless people. And if he becomes stronger in this place, then, upon returning home, he will be able to save all people. He didn't think his goal was the noble salvation of all humanity, but he had family and friends, and people he cared about, and he cared about them. However, he will only be able to return home after completing his training, and as long as he has a valid reason, he will continue to kill his enemies without hesitation. He was now clearly aware that the goblins were his enemies, and he had indeed attacked them first, but there was no hint of negotiation in their communication. If you think about it, a winner is someone who gets what he wants, back in the day when he was a professional gamer. The only difference was that now his life was at stake, and the one who lost would die, him or the goblin. So now was not the time to hesitate, for John had to do it, or else he would die. He tried to convince himself that he had to kill without hesitation. However, he also wanted to try not to forget those who fell in his path. These doubts will not go away, and they will only accumulate. This problem cannot be solved so easily. Then he remembered Kirikiri's words when she asked him not to think too much, and realized that even she was worried about him. John realized that this was not a question that had an easy answer, and it was not something that could be ignored. However, he was not going to give up and forget about it. He would just leave this issue for the future. He decided that he would continue to ask himself this question from time to time, so that doubts would begin to overwhelm him. In any case, he had plenty of time for this. Meanwhile, the story moves to the waiting room where the members of the so-called guild were located. Everyone there was in terrible moral and physical condition. All their food was taken away from them, and Oliver's henchmen constantly monitored them to make sure they did not hide anything. At that moment, the two sisters hid behind one of the columns. A girl with a ponytail named Maria asked her sister Amanda not to do anything stupid, as they might get caught. However, Amanda only looked at her silently, calming her sister with just her gaze. Then she quietly turned to the system and opened the window she needed. At that moment, they noticed that one of the guards was passing by them, holding a trident in his hands, and then the girls hid from him on the other side. After this, Amanda took a piece of dried meat out of the system and asked Maria to hide it in her clothes and eat it in pieces. They realized that the guards didn't see them. Otherwise, they would have beaten them if they had found out that the girls were opening the menu without their permission. These people took from them everything they could take. They were endowed with superhuman strength that could not be explained, and all the players who resisted them were beaten half to death. The only difference between them is the recruitment wave. They were from the first wave, and Amanda and Maria were from the second, and those guys had already acquired some power through training, unlike them. They assumed that was why they weren't letting anyone out of the waiting room. Amanda thought to herself that she shouldn't have let them take her gun so easily. As she looked at the system, she thought about what the menu screen that appeared in front of her eyes looked like. There were portals leading to different worlds, an inventory with weapons, and also a status as if they were in a game. However, even so, all this was useless, because if this was a game, then they should have been given more information. However, now no one present here understood what kind of world this was, and where they were now. They didn't know if there was a way to protect themselves from Oliver and his people and what to do to become as strong as them. However, Amanda desperately knew she needed information to get out of here. At that moment, one of the guards suddenly turned towards her and asked who had given her permission to open the menu. The girls turned towards the guard with horror on their faces, realizing that they had been spotted. Before they could do anything, the guards grabbed Amanda and started beating her. Oliver, who was watching all this, smiled broadly. He understood that such people would always be deceitful and unaware of their position. When the guard dragged Amanda to him by her hair, Oliver said that he would take the chance to teach her sister a lesson too. However, Oliver wasn't always in this position. He was just an ordinary player trying to get through the floors. After a number of attempts, he finally reached the room where the glowing pond was located. Oliver was very exhausted because this test was difficult for him, and he could barely reach this room. Then he looked at the large iron doors that were at the other end of the corridor. He thought that now he would finally be able to pass this floor, but at that moment, a system message appeared in front of him. It said that the first test was completed and Oliver failed to clear the first floor. When the man saw this, he was shocked. He did not understand how this was even possible. However, before he could do anything, the system transported him back to the waiting room. He looked around and saw several more people there. He realized that he was not the only one who could not clear the first floor. This news undoubtedly made him happy, and he began to feel less insignificant. Sometime after the start of the second test, new players entered the waiting room. Oliver knew that they were no different from him, that these people also couldn't get past the first floor. They were all at a loss because no one explained to them what to do next. And looking at them, an idea came to the man's mind. He decided that in this hopeless situation, he needed to become a king to rule this world. The representative guild began clearing the second floor after taking control of the first floor waiting room. They took food from the newcomers and taught a lesson to those who wanted to complete the floor on their own, making them an example for others. Dying in a waiting room is very difficult, but it is possible. Even if the time spent in the waiting room is over, you can return there after the second trial before heading to the boss room. For 29 days, he will have to survive on his own, but at the end, the sweet fruits of his labor await Oliver. In this place, where his subjects brought him all their supplies, he felt like a real king. His slaves are the newbies, the cowards who lack the courage to continue their training under his guidance. If these slaves pass the tests again, then his guild will have an unlimited amount of food, so they will be able to achieve stability. And if they have strength and food, Oliver will be in power of this guild forever. He could dominate the waiting rooms of the first floors of any complexity, and thus he would strengthen the position of his kingdom. This plan was not perfect, but the probability of failure was 0. Of course, he understood that there would be those who would want to destroy them, since slaves could send messages for help to higher-ranking players, but he had a plan for that too. He intercepted all messages sent by players in his room and punished those who did so. If it was a man, he was tied to a pole and brutally beaten, and if it was a woman, she might also be raped. This was the fate that befell Amanda, and Maria was forced to watch what was done to her sister. Nevertheless, Oliver was pleased with himself and thought that this world was the best. Meanwhile, the story moves to the 5th floor waiting room, where John was. He noted that on the 4th floor, his level had increased by as much as 2 units, and the rate of his growth was simply incredible. His skills had also improved quite a bit, but he was sorry that his resilience skill had remained unchanged. Apparently, they could have improved if he had deliberately lost and tried again. He also received a message that the goddess of copper activity was furious, but now it was not displayed in the system. John realized that the message was lost, because the goddess was no longer angry with him. At that moment, he received another personal message, and the protagonist wondered who it was this time. The message had the name Carl on it, and then the hero realized that he had heard that name somewhere before. He realized that he had seen this name in the community before, and now he was wondering what the matter was. When he opened the letter, he saw that it was full of words of praise. Carl praised the protagonist for having already reached the 5th floor. John calmly replied that he had just arrived here, but Carl said that other players couldn't even get past the 2nd level of hell difficulty, and even those on hard difficulty were having trouble on the 3rd floor. Although John replied that he was just lucky, he realized that if he didn't have the willpower skill, it would have been difficult to reach the 5th floor. Looking at the community tab, he thought that people didn't know about this skill, so he kept it quiet. Then Carl suddenly asked him if he knew about the representative guild. At that moment, John realized that these were the same guys who had sent him an invitation earlier, and noted that it was all quite suspicious. Then Carl informed him that, apparently, these bastards were taking food from the newcomers. At that moment, John realized that his guess was correct, and these guys were real psychos. Carl continued and said that lately, they had been trying to recruit high-ranking players. John asked him why they were doing this, but Carl said he wasn't sure, but would look into it further. The hero asked how he could help, and then Carl said that he was very glad that John wanted to help them. He then asked John if he knew anything about the Day of the Great Assembly. In response, the hero said that he received information about the Day of the Great Gathering from Kirikiri, the manager of Hellish Difficulty. The Day of the Great Gathering is the first event in the tutorial, bringing together players of all difficulty levels. This was the only information John had. Then Carl informed him that the day of the Great Assembly would soon arrive. He then asked John to keep their communication a secret, as he was not sure who was in the representative guild and who was not. After they finished talking, John thought about how the guys from the guild would also be at the grand gathering, and he wondered what they were up to since they were recruiting high-ranking players. If the boss room on the 5th floor is huge, then he should be well prepared because he does not intend to lose to anyone who stands in his way, be it monster or people. The day of the Great Assembly was approaching, and so John knew he needed to prepare. He soon arrived on the 5th floor, where he was met by another monster that looked like a huge lizard. However, this lizard was quite unusual, as it resembled a human in its silhouette. Nevertheless, the main character easily dealt with all the enemies that stood in his way. He had to fight 2 lizards at the same time, but he dodged their attacks. He then used his wings to strike them from behind. At that moment, the lizard felt that she was close to defeat. The main character stepped on her tail, thereby preventing her from moving and jumping. The lizard then extended its trident to strike the protagonist in the head. However, John used his combat concentration skill and jumped away from the lizard in time. After that, he immediately used the shimmer emblem and was next to her in an instant. Before the monster could even lift anything, the protagonist stabbed her in the chest. The lizard's body fell to the ground, and then the protagonist was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He still couldn't get used to the Shamshir, and realized that he needed a mentor. He assumed that it was all because of his condition. He had been on the 5th floor for 2 days already. The monsters on the 5th floor are humanoid lizards and geckos. They are more aggressive than goblins. They didn't use any defensive equipment, but compared to the goblins, the lizards were more hostile and stronger, so it wasn't easy for him. He thought that everything was relatively easy due to the level increase on the 4th floor. Suddenly, John realized that he had passed the boss rooms of the 3rd and 4th floors without any losses. That's why the 5th floor seemed quite easy to him, and he thought it would be a good idea to use this time to get used to the new weapon. He needs to get used to the Shamshir before moving on to the next floor, but for today, he has already done everything he wanted. Now he needs to prepare for the day of the Great Assembly. It was a little surprising to him that of all the resilience skills, the easiest to use was burn resistance. It was difficult to get into an environment where you could use heat or cold resistance, and raising paralysis resistance was also difficult, since the pain resistance skill level was already high, and frostbite resistance required raising the item level, which was troublesome. The level of resistance to burns can be increased by using heated seats, which are the most effective way to sit and kill time. When the protagonist looked at the community tab, he realized that there was complete chaos going on there. There were a lot of comments, and they appeared so quickly that he did not have time to read them. Moreover, the Guild of Representatives suddenly became quiet. The people writing the comments were excited, and apparently they have no connection with the Representative Guild. A few hours ago, a high-ranking one posted information about the day of the Great Gathering in the community. This news set off a chain reaction within the community, and now those who communicated through the community tab and did not know each other will be able to meet. For those who are on the brink of life and death, this is the most peaceful event. For those risking their lives, this news is like rain in a drought. However, the protagonist still doubted that this event would go smoothly. Although he was looking forward to meeting people in such a pleasant atmosphere, he was still nervous. Soon he received an announcement that the Great Assembly Day would last 24 hours and he could enter. The system also announced that there would be a forced login in 5 hours. John noted that they thought about those who are currently fighting and did this so that they could not miss this event. He then noticed that time had paused while the event was going on. Apparently, the creators didn't want to waste the time allotted for the monsters. When the portal opened in front of the main character, he immediately decided to go inside. He jumped into the opened passage and immediately began to be carried somewhere far away. Soon he found himself in a clearing that looked like the place where he had met Kirikiri. The system welcomed him to the day of the Great Gathering and informed him that all attacks would have limitations and all injuries and wounds to the player would be healed. When the protagonist got to his feet, he thought that Kirikiri should be here, but he didn't see her anywhere. When he looked towards the hill, he saw that there were already a lot of people there, talking to each other and looking quite happy. He walked past them, and they seemed not to pay any attention to him. John noted that it was quite busy here, and he hadn't seen so many people in one place for a long time. Now he understood what the day of the Great Assembly was really like. Suddenly, a man wearing gloves approached him and asked John for an autograph. When the main character turned around, he saw a young guy in front of him who introduced himself as Carl. He said that he had been a fan of John since the time when he was a professional gamer. At that moment, John realized that this was the same guy he had been communicating with via correspondence. Then John told him with displeasure that he had been in the folder for a long time, but Carl laughed and said that he should have said so earlier. Then the main character asked him, "What about those bastards from the representatives?" Carl replied that they hadn't arrived yet. They were discussing finding new victims with high-ranking players, and he thought they would arrive later. However, John did not understand why everything was happening this way, because all the players should be free, since the time spent in the waiting room of the third test and the glass of the victim and attackers should be separated, but they are still not there. Carl explained that there were a lot of those guild bastards on the second floor, and when the third trial was over, they would return to the waiting room on the first or second floor, and John then realized that it would be difficult to avoid meeting the guild players. When they turned around, they saw a group of people approaching them. The boys realized that these were the very ones they had been talking about. These were high-ranking guys who gathered in one group. Carl advised John to be careful, as he was sure that the guild had informants among these guys. However, he wanted to know for sure, and asked John how strong he was compared to them. The protagonist thought for a moment, and then confidently said that he was damn strong. Meanwhile, the day of the Great Gathering continued. This was the first event where all the players gathered in one place. John and Carl were looking for those who were spreading false rumors, namely the Representatives Guild. The protagonist asked his comrade if he thought there were any guild members among those players. However, Carl said that he highly doubted it. However, if there are guild representatives among those passing through the upper floors, this will become a problem, so the protagonist decided to give them time to talk to each other. He also remembered that when he got here, he saw a warning about not attacking other players. At that moment, he wondered if it was possible to hurt himself. He summoned his sword to strike his hand, but as soon as he wanted to do so, the sword seemed to bounce off to the side. John realized that some unknown force was protecting their bodies from harm. Even though he injured himself, the wound healed instantly, so attacking with the sword was useless. Then John decided to hit himself in the palm of his hand with his fist. However, he didn't feel any pain at all, only the feeling remained that he had hit something. Then he decided to use another method and decided to strangle himself. He squeezed his neck with all his strength, but suddenly his hand seemed to be thrown back by some unknown force. Something pushed his hand away, and the feeling of suffocation immediately disappeared. And if he had such a reaction now, then it means that during a chokehold, there will be something similar. So they had a player safety threshold, after which the system starts to push the hand away. At that moment, Carl approached him and said that they needed to talk, but John did not seem to recognize him. Carl was a little upset that his new comrade had already forgotten his name. At that moment, the hero thought that Carl really is a good guy. He helps others without any benefit for himself. And despite his responsiveness, he constantly forgot his name, because he had too commonplace an appearance. When they decided on this issue, John suggested simply telling the community what the Representatives Guild was doing, but Carl said that doing so would put the informant in danger. The informant is the player who informed Carl that he was being held in the guild and bullied, that he was imprisoned and became a victim of the guild. Then Carl said that the passage will continue, and he had better find a way to identify these people, to which John replied that it is not easy. The possibilities of intervention of players of different difficulty levels are limited. You were right when you said that the Representative Guild gathers players from all difficulty levels. There are also about 10 people at the average level, and there should be some at the hard level as well. Oliver was the leader of the guild, and either he would be able to control them all, or his comrades would kill him as soon as the time came. Apparently, many would want to be in power. John thought to himself that he was much stronger than all those gathered here, and this could only be understood by looking at them. While in real life, the powerful can be identified by their designer clothes. Here it can be determined by their weapons, equipment, gait, behavior, and social skills also say a lot. Based on the information he received from people at other levels, it was certain that the difference in skills was enormous, and the atmosphere at different levels was also different. As he looked around the clearing, he noticed that people seemed to have relaxed a little. On the easy difficulty level, they give out few points and the game is easier, so there is less danger there. At the mid-level, you could get enough points to buy food, and there were those who were just trying to survive. There are those like Core who take the initiative and come up with strategies, and now people like him are setting the tone throughout the game by collecting and exchanging information and enlisting the support of others. At the difficult level, the atmosphere itself is very specific. Most people are stuck on the first and second levels, even though information about the third level has already spread, only a few people were able to successfully complete it. This is the result of a combination of a high probability of returning to the starting point for treatment and low attack efficiency, and therefore, all these people know each other well. Among them, those who passed the third level stood out the most. John assumed that they were simply tired of passing, because they always had very gloomy faces. After some time, John decided to take up explaining to other players why they needed to level up this or that characteristic. The guys kept asking him how to raise their skill. One of them wanted to raise their burn resistance skill, and then the hero answered that to raise the resistance level, you just need to touch something hot and endure it. He took the hot thing and squeezed it in his fist, saying that this is exactly how they needed to do it. The other players were shocked. They assumed that John must be very hot and offered to bring him some water to cool his hand. However, John said that health is restored automatically here anyway, so there is no need to fuss so much, but this is how you can increase your resistance skill. Then Carl asked him what his resistance level was now, to which John replied that he had a level 4 resistance to heat and cold and a level 7 resistance to fire. When the other players heard this, horror appeared on their faces, as this guy seemed like an absolute monster to them. At that moment, Carl put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to look away. When the boys turned around, they saw the head of the Representatives Guild enter the clearing. Behind him walked his henchmen with weapons in their hands. Then the main character realized that, apparently, these were the members of the Representatives Guild. Carl wanted to turn to Oliver, but John asked him to stop. However, Oliver managed to approach Carl and asked if he had any business with him. The guy firmly replied that he had something to say to this scoundrel. He said he heard that their guild was taking food and water from other players. Moreover, they hinder the players' progress and attack them. In response to this, Oliver just laughed and asked if he had any evidence. He said that Carl had to provide him with evidence of his words, and then the guy realized that he was at a dead end. He said he heard about it in the chat, but Oliver laughed and said he was accusing people based on mere rumors. At that moment, a small group of players approached Oliver and addressed him as their senior. At this point, John noted that the guild had gathered many people with high ratings. They themselves only had a few people with high average rankings, including himself, and they only had a few normal ones, and everyone else was average and hard. The main character also paid attention to the people who were standing behind Oliver. He assumed that these were their victims who were from the normal level. They looked scared, and then the protagonist realized that the problem was much bigger than he thought. Among them, he noticed a young girl with blonde hair who appeared to be looking at him. At that moment, he realized that this was apparently a sign and that she wanted to tell him something. At that moment, the girl suddenly jumped up from her seat and rushed towards Carl and John. When Oliver saw this, he reached out his hand to stop her, but he was too late. He ordered her to stop, but Maria ignored his words and ran towards the main character. Oliver was close to grabbing her, but at that moment, John used his emblem and intercepted the girl. He looked at her in surprise and asked what she was up to. Not long before, when Maria came to the clearing, she saw John and thought that this was definitely the same guy she had heard about. He stood apart and was not at all nervous. He was different from those around him. His appearance was different from everyone else's because his things were not from the real world. At that moment, she realized that she had no more time, and this event was her last chance. The thing is, Oliver killed her sister, and before she died, she gave her all the information she could get. It was all sorts of information from the world of learning, but it was not information worth dying for. However, Maria remembered this information so clearly, as if the words were engraved in her memory. Related to this data was information about a man named John, who was the only survivor on Hell difficulty. He posted a lot in the community, and many people started to think he was a hypocrite, but he posted a lot of useful information on the traps for newbies. Now that he's teamed up with normal difficulty players, most of the people who treated him like a hypocrite were actually normal difficulty players. Maria didn't know why he had joined forces with them, but it seemed these people had earned his trust. At some point, the girl noticed that John was looking into her eyes. She began to think that he knew she was an informant, but either way, the situation wouldn't be resolved until he took action. To catch these bastards, she needed John's help. However, Maria also understood that she didn't have time to think through a plan. First, she needed to join this guy. Then she suddenly jumped up and ran towards John. Oliver tried to grab her clothes, but was unable to reach them. Before the girl could be grabbed, the main character ran up to her and took her in his arms. At some point, Maria was taken aback, because she thought that her plan was about to fail. John thought to himself that in the old days, when he had solved problems in public, the situation had become more complicated, and if he had interfered, the problem had worsened and brought inconvenience to others. So, being a professional player, he didn't strive to be the team captain, but in this world, he couldn't stand aside. So when he grabbed the girl, he asked her what she was doing, but at that moment they heard a loud cough behind them. As it turned out, Oliver fell to his knees and clutched his stomach, his face distorted in pain, and he asked John what he had just done. It turned out that he was hit by the shockwave from using the emblem, and then Oliver started screaming, asking how dare he just hit people in front of everyone. His henchmen, who were standing behind him, supported their leader and said that they needed to teach this guy a lesson. However, at that moment, the protagonist summoned his wings, preparing to defend himself from attacks at any moment. He approached the guild and said that they could try to attack him if they weren't afraid. Oliver and his assistants looked in horror at the guy who had huge wings appearing on his back. However, John asked them not to be surprised, saying that these were ordinary trifles. Then Oliver tried to laugh it off. He said that it was some kind of misunderstanding, and he would now explain everything. He promised to tell him everything he knew if he would give him just 5 minutes. At this point, his people began to become disillusioned with their leader as he weakened. John agreed and soared into the air, saying that they would now sort out this misunderstanding, and Oliver might feel a little pain, but in this place, it was impossible to harm another person. He hit him, saying that he could consider it an increase in pain tolerance and that he should try to endure it. When Oliver realized he had been hit, he yelled at his men to deal with the guy quickly. One of them took his sword in his hands and rushed at John with a loud cry. However, the protagonist grabbed his arm and quickly twisted it, breaking all of the guy's bones. The guy suddenly pulled away from the main character and screamed in pain, as there was practically nothing left of his arm. At that moment, John realized that the system had activated a protective function. In literally an instant, the guy's arm returned to normal, and then John jumped over him, without rushing at the rest of the guild members. One of them, a man with an axe, was ready to fight back against the attacker. John noted to himself that his build was similar to that of the goblin instructor, but his pose was very awkward. Then he kicked him in the stomach with all his might, throwing him aside. He thought to himself that even if the system softened the blows, they still caused damage, and that was enough to catch one ugly pig. Then he slapped him, not giving him time to come to his senses. After this, he threw him on the grass, and he seemed to lose consciousness. His neck was twisted, but thanks to the system, it quickly returned to its place. He looked at his opponent and noted that, as he had suspected, the player's defense system was flawed. The arms, internal organs, and neck are the areas where blows are transmitted. In this case, the system neutralizes and distributes the force of the blow. Due to the system's limitations, bone-only strikes and choke techniques cannot be used frequently, but if you aim for a vital point and strike instantly, the system will not react. At this point, the protagonist noted that Carl had already gathered his people and approached the guild members from behind, and now they had nowhere to run. He realized that no matter how much they ran away from him, he would definitely catch them all. At that moment, one of the high-ranking players suddenly jumped on him, asking what skill he used. John didn't expect to be attacked by someone who was slightly stronger than his previous opponents. He noted that it was a man named Mark. He was on level 6 of normal difficulty. Then Mark laughed and said that John wasn't the only one who had skills. In response to this, John just laughed and said that Mark could try to hit him if he had been trained, and he would give him a head start. The main character began to think to himself about what kind of skill this guy might have. He guessed that it might be a boosted series, and if so, it might have an instant acceleration effect like the Goblin Instructor. He then asked Mark again to attack if he had finished preening. He didn't understand why Mark was stalling if he claimed to have a unique skill. Then the guy took out his weapon and hit the main character with one hand. John dodged his attack and realized that the guy was accelerating his spear as he struck. Then he took advantage of the moment and struck him in the stomach with his sword. Mark did not expect such a quick attack and felt that he was losing. At that moment, John realized that, as he had suspected, slashing attacks also counted as strikes. He disarmed this guy very easily, and therefore couldn't believe that he was in the top 5 of the player rankings. Then he turned around and looked again at the frightened Oliver and his men. He asked them what they thought about him taking over their education. At that moment, Oliver felt fear begin to grip him. After some time, the main character lay down on the grass to rest a little. The cool breeze made his mood not so bad, and he considered this a great place to sleep. He realized that it would be ideal if he couldn't hear the sounds of fighting that were happening in the background. Suddenly, the system informed him that his sword skill had been raised to level 7. John understood that his opponents were weak, so he could experiment a little. His swordsmanship had been developing passively until now for the purpose of avoidance, and now even against strong enemies he blocked everything with a shield, choosing the moment, aiming at a vital point, and striking it with high speed. However, this time the opponents were too weak, so he was able to try out various sword attacks on them. He noted that he would like to practice a little more. However, these guys who were now fighting among themselves were afraid to even approach him. As soon as he started to deal with them, Carl immediately began to help him. He himself did not fight, but simply stood ready with a rope. He caught and tied up the players who were beaten by John, and like the main character, he was in favor of a forceful solution to the conflict. After they dealt with everyone, they had a question about what to do with them next, and then Maria came forward again. She also suffered from the guild, and was the one who provided information to Carl. She proposed a plan to neutralize the guild's activities. The representatives said the best option would be to send the guild members from the first floor to the second and warn everyone about possible retaliation from them. To prevent this from happening again, she suggested that as punishment, they conduct training sessions for new arrivals, using the guild members as punching bags. Moreover, through training, the victims will get rid of their fear of the guild, unite, and learn to fight. Having finished the discussion, Maria gathered everyone together and told them about all the dark deeds of the guild and its representatives, and about all those who suffered at their hands. She also asked everyone to show understanding, including those who had not had direct contact with the guild, and to send support to the victims and work together to punish the perpetrators. In her speech, she was able to convince the victims to be more courageous and to unite. Carl and the other players stepped back, allowing Maria to take control, and by doing so, they showed everyone that they supported her. So they decided to go with her plan. So now everyone has scattered and started training, using the guild members as training equipment, and the rankers are helping them with this. Of course, there were some complaints about the ethics of this plan, but no one had a better idea, so that's where it all ended. There was no work for John in this regard, so he did nothing. He just counted the hours remaining until the end of the event and wanted to use this time usefully to sleep. However, at that moment he heard someone approaching him from behind. When he saw Maria behind him, he immediately noticed that she had tried hard. The girl looked at him silently and seemed to want to tell him something. Then she silently sat down on the grass next to him. At that moment, John felt that he was rather awkward being here next to her. Then Maria suddenly spoke up and thanked the protagonist for his support. She expressed gratitude on behalf of her sister and the other victims. When John heard this, he was surprised that she had a sister and wondered if she had friends or at least someone she got along with. Then Maria said that it was a little indecent, but she would like to tell him something else. Then Maria began her story. She told about everything up to this day. She talked about what happened before the training, how she survived, and how her sister died. After the story, she turned to John and asked him to lend her his power. She admitted that it was a very bold request, and that she had no authority to ask for such a thing, but she promised to definitely repay him for it. However, he was concerned about what she meant when she asked him to borrow his power. He thought that she wanted him to train her, but Maria explained that if it was possible, she would like to receive the power right now. When the protagonist realized what she needed, he handed her one of his weapons, namely a pistol. He said it was a magic gun that fired explosive bullets at a short range. It only had 5 bullets, but there were no restrictions on its use, and it was quite powerful. The girl asked him how powerful it was, but John said he had never used it before, and the girl could try it out and fire it herself. Then Maria said that she promised that she would live her life for others and fight to protect people, thus she would repay his debt. Then he saw that she was heading somewhere to the side. John wanted to stop her, but the girl no longer listened to him. She quietly told him that she wanted to test the gun right now. Meanwhile, the rest of the players were training on the guild members, with Oliver, of course, getting the worst of it. The other guys laughed at him and tried to hit him as hard as they could. Oliver was extremely angry, and until the very end, he hoped that he would eventually take revenge on everyone who had bullied him. He felt like he was going crazy, but he hoped until the very end that he could get out of here. However, when he looked up, he realized that Maria was standing over him, holding a pistol in her hands. He was surprised that this girl had come back here and now wanted to do something with him. Maria looked at him with a cold gaze and tried her best to contain the emotions that were overwhelming her. At that moment, John came up behind them and tried to understand what she was trying to do. The girl opened the window and took out a small bottle from there. The protagonist noted that it was a bottle of lubricant, but he wondered where she got it from. The girl coated her thumb with lubricant and extended it towards Oliver. The man was horrified when he realized that the girl was planning something terrible. He begged her to stop, but she did not listen. Then she pressed her thumb to his eye and inserted it into his socket. She continued to press with all her might with her finger, and with her other hand she put the gun to his face. Oliver continued to scream in pain, but Maria did not stop. Having opened his eye socket wide enough, she inserted the barrel of the gun into it. After that, she shot him in the head, and as if nothing had happened, turned around and left. John realized that she had given this guy an instant death. She had shot him in the head through the eye, so that the healing effect of this system did not have time to work. He looked at Maria, whose face was stained with Oliver's blood, and she said indifferently that it was a perfectly usable gun. John thought to himself that this girl was crazy, and even more crazy than his own. After Maria's revenge was accomplished, her face showed no emotion, neither joy nor sadness. She pointed her pistol at the sky with indifference and made an announcement. This is how a group called the Security Squad, which monitors the security of the Korean server, was created. Meanwhile, 2 days had passed since the agreement was signed. The protagonist had originally planned to resume the attack on the 5th floor after the event ended, but then postponed this plan to help create server guards. Many victims became members of this squad, some of whom decided to join Maria even before the agreement was signed. Of course, not everyone was delighted with the girl's actions, but many players of normal and difficult levels still joined the squad under the influence of her courage. Those who helped deal with the Representatives Guild, including John and Carl, also joined the ranks of the guards. The guards wanted to establish such rules to guarantee minimal protection and ensure the safety of all players. They needed to take care of weak, low-level players, and they focused on aggressive attacking groups, so they compiled a list of basic rules. These included not using violence against other players, not guessing at other players, not stealing, and respecting the will of other players. Some objected to the type of punishment for breaking the rules, but they still continued and drew up an internal regulation for the guards, and that is how this story ended. 3 more central members of the Representative Guild were executed. It was decided to keep an eye on the rest in the future. Executions with firearms and one-sided violence left strong marks on their psychological state. However, John was confident that these people would not think about retribution. He thought about it, but in the end, there were still players who refused to clear and stayed on the 1st floor to prevent something like this from happening in the future, and it finally became clear to everyone that newcomers needed instruction and an explanation of the rules. Carl decided to take care of this. He will post the necessary information and materials in the game community, and so, on the night of the 2nd day, everything ended. The hero thought to himself that everything that was happening was giving him a terrible headache. He even thought that he would die, since this kind of activity was clearly not for him. John realized that the most suitable place for him was here, at the entrance to the boss's room. He was on the 5th floor and decided that now that he was used to the one-sided sword, it was time for him to complete this level. Although it was nerve-wracking, he was confident in his abilities and believed that everything would work out. Carefully opening the door, he peered inside to see what awaited him. As soon as the door opened, he noticed a bright flash of light that blinded him for a moment. John froze, trying to understand what was happening behind the door. When the flash cleared, he saw a lizard sitting on the floor in front of him, with its back to him. Looking closer, he noticed that her mouth was open and saliva was flowing out of it. John was surprised to meet representatives of the lizards here again. Suddenly, the system announced that the test would begin in 30 seconds. John assumed he needed to defeat this lizard growth, but he was surprised that the battle would be one-on-one. Before this, he had to fight hordes of goblins. The system has clarified the goal, to defeat the gloomy shadow warrior Idiltar. When the battle began, John took out his weapon and shield. The lizard was in no hurry to get up. She took the trident in her hands and said something in her own language. Then she turned sharply and looked at John, assessing him with her eyes. For a moment, John froze, not understanding why the lizard was acting so strangely. He assumed that, being a grim warrior, she would not attack first. He realized that the lizard was watching him, and from its stance it was clear that this was no ordinary monster. The atmosphere in the room was different too. This was the first monster that approached the fight with thought, and John felt he needed to proceed with caution. He believed that their strength was approximately equal, and this lizard was clearly not stronger than him. Looking at her more closely, he noticed the expression on her face. Although she seemed to be drooling, he doubted that was possible. Plucking up his courage, John decided to see what the lizard was capable of. The story moves to the future, where John has contacted the young girl who spoke to him from the waiting room. She reported that Kirikiri recommended items to her: a gun with a chance of insects, a spray can, smoke bombs, and a quick elixir. John thought about it when he heard this list. He then replied that although the items were a bit expensive, she should buy them all. The girl asked if she should use all the points sent, as she was told not to rely too much on items. John agreed, but noted that the boss of the 5th floor was very strong, and when he passed this floor for the first time, he was much stronger than he expected. The story returns to the present moment. The battle between the lizard and John begins. John noticed an unusual expression on her face. He thought she was nervous, so she took a defensive stance. He knew lizards were proud and warlike, but this one was focused on defense. This was not the same lizard as the lizard man nicknamed the Gloomy. John decided to attack first. At that moment he spoke to the lizard in its own language, saying that he was strong and had never met such an outstanding opponent. The lizard was so surprised that it began to hesitate. This was the effect of the Tower of Babel knowledge skill. It not only translated the monster's language, but also gave the ability to influence their emotions. The lizard replied that strength was found in calm and fighting spirit, and that it would be an honor for her to fight John, not regretting if she died in battle. John looked at her face again and noticed that she was smiling. He realized that she was pretending not to care, but he could see her emotions thanks to his skill. When the lizard realized that the man understood her, she was a little surprised. She acknowledged his strength and said it was a pity he was born human. She stated that she had not met such strong opponents for a long time, and to show respect, she offered him to attack her first 3 times. John thought it was a great idea. It would give him a head start. He understood that in a real battle, counterattack and defense were more important, but he still decided to take up the offer. John summoned his wings and prepared to show the lizard the consequences of her choice. He used a deadly combination of Talaria's electro wings. In an instant, the full force of the blow was directed into the lizard's body, cutting it in half. John was surprised by what had happened. The lizard seemed to have exposed itself. He realized that she had seen his electrical attack and dodged it, perhaps possessing the ability to think faster and concentrate in combat. However, it was not a fatal attack. The lizard regrouped and attacked him from above. John noted that the lizard was acting from a long distance, and she had not deceived him about 3 attacks. He had never encountered an enemy that could be affected by wings before, and he thought he would be facing an enemy with great force, but this lizard anticipated his attacks and avoided them. The lizard said that he was truly an unusual person, and she even wanted to make him her husband. John was stunned by these words. He thought he had misheard, as this was the first lizard woman he had ever met. However, when he looked at her face, he noticed a slight blush on her cheeks, which horrified him. He was so terrified that he threw all his weapons at her, trying to dismember her before she reached him. He thought to himself that he had unknowingly dropped the sword, but this lizard simply recovered no matter how hard he hit it. He then decided that he needed to create a hole in her defense and rushed at her again, but the lizard struck back. John was horrified because he had never seen such a blow before. When he turned around, he realized that she was trying to hit him with her powerful tail. At that moment, he saw a chance to counterattack and hit her in the face with his shield. Then it was the lizard's turn, and it tried to hit him with its trident. After that, they jumped away from each other because they needed to catch their breath. The main character thought to himself that this lizard was incredibly strong. Her technique allows her to aim and strike even after serious injuries, and she is also well aware of gaps in defense, so she does not lose the initiative. When the protagonist looked into the lizard's eyes, he saw her cheeks turning red again. And at that moment, he realized that the expression on her face made him even more afraid than the battle with her, and at some point, he even wanted to briefly turn off the knowledge of the Tower of Babel. At that moment, the lizard suddenly raised its hand and seemed to wave at him. She said that she had been longing to meet a strong male for a long time, so she thought that they could overcome the barrier between levels and suggested trying to conceive a child. John was taken aback again, not knowing how to react to such a proposal. He couldn't believe that this lizard was actually offering him such things. However, when he looked at her face, he even began to think that this reptile was mocking him. The lizard suddenly laughed and said that her name was Idaltara, but the protagonist could just call her Ida. Then she asked his name. At that moment, the protagonist used his combat concentration and asked her why he suddenly had to tell his name to some lizard. He decided that he needed to focus on the fight. He had no choice but to fight and win. He thought that the accelerated reaction of this lizard was the effect of its skill, and now he was thinking about how he could attack it. Then suddenly, Ida grabbed her weapon and asked John why he was rejecting her. The protagonist asked if he had any reason not to do it and called her crazy. At that moment, an awkward silence fell between them. Then suddenly the lizard became furious and started screaming, asking John how dare he reject her. However, the main character continued to stand his ground and called the lizard crazy. Ida said that he was being too rude and that it was wrong to judge someone by their appearance. John thought to himself that he hadn't said anything about her appearance, but apparently she had problems with self-esteem. However, he decided that he should concentrate, since this lizard was different from the others. She had strength, speed, and skill with a spear, and above all, she had an attitude toward combat that was vastly different from that of her kin. Unlike her brethren, she is calmer and her fighting style is much more effective, clearly seeing her opponent's attack, dodging it, and then pausing and counter-attacking. She is able to notice and dispel his electrical attacks thanks to her phenomenally fast reaction time, and physical attacks are also not a threat to her, as she can restore damaged body parts. Incredible speed and unique thinking may be the result of some skill, but dodge and recovery are automatic, and in any case, the recovery skill has a big disadvantage. The thing is, it doesn't last long, and after John threw his sword at her and attacked with his shield, she took damage, so it turns out that this skill can't be used constantly. At that moment, John found the answer to his question. First, he needed to carry out a normal attack, let it recover, and then immediately strike with lightning and end it. Then Ida started talking again and told John that he was going too far. She screamed and said that since this was the case, she would make him stay with her. At some point, the main character thought that this lizard had yandere syndrome, and he didn't know what else to do to make her happy. Then suddenly, the lizard rushed at him with its mouth open, growling loudly. John knew she was blinded by rage, and he had to thank her for going on the attack so recklessly. The lizard held out its trident in front of itself and intended to hit the protagonist with it. John was amazed at how powerful her attack was and knew he didn't have time to dodge it. Then he decided to use the combat concentration skill. He watched in horror as the trident approached him and held his shield out in front of him. Watching the lizard's actions, he decided to see what it was capable of. As it turned out, the lizard easily pierced his shield with its trident. However, at that moment, the hero took advantage of the opportunity, jumped up and struck the lizard's hand. The blow was so strong that her arm simply flew off to the side, separated from her body. This made Ida even more furious, and she again rushed at the protagonist. Then he used the shimmer emblem and moved from her to another place. At that moment, the lizard suddenly stopped and, remaining with her hand, grabbed what was left of her left hand. Then John could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He realized that they had now exchanged attacks, but because she had used recovery, everything had not gone according to plan. However, the lizard would still be seriously injured. He originally wanted to cut off its arm, so if he continued fighting like this, he might win. At this point, Ida turned to him again and said once again that he was overdoing it. She said that he had just tried to kill her. If she had hesitated a little, then not only her hand would have been hurt. John thought to himself that there was no point in denying this fact. Then the lizard continued, saying that if he continued like this, she would stop perceiving him as a guy and would simply kill him. When John looked at her more closely, he realized that the lizard's body seemed to have not grown any larger. In just a few moments, she had become several times larger, and all her clothes no longer fit her. John thought that she was entering the second phase. Once the lizard was ready, she rose to her feet and looked resolutely at her opponent. At that moment, John felt the earth shaking under his feet. Now the lizard became even stronger than before. She kicked the floor with all her might, and it began to crack, causing the main character to fall. He also thought that his shield was close to breaking. Looking at Ida again, he realized that she now definitely looked like a boss monster. At that moment, the lizard rushed to attack again, using its remaining arm. The main character was forced to retreat from such a strong blow, and he felt that he was already hitting a wall. He wasn't sure how long he could last. He had used the shimmer emblem too much, and there were about 2 times left. At that moment, Ida hit the wall with all her might, near which the main character was standing. Her blow was so strong that the wall simply broke into stones. At this moment, the protagonist took the opportunity and summoned his weapon. He then plunged it into the lizard's chest while it was busy striking. After that, he summoned his wings and flew past her, holding a weapon in his hands. However, the lizard continued to attack him from a distance, and then John realized that it really wanted to kill him. However, he had no intention of staying, so he jumped into the air, screamed loudly, and prepared for another attack. However, he soon landed, his wings dispersed, and he told Ida that she was indeed strong. The lizard asked him if he had changed his mind. At that moment, an idea came into the protagonist's head. He froze in place and asked her to give him time. Then the lizard heard this and was confused and asked what he was talking about. John explained that her proposal was so sudden that he was confused and needed time to think about it. He decided that this was the best thing to say to someone when you don't want to turn them down, since he had heard about it from the younger kids at the university. Then Ida asked him how much time he needed. John noted that the lizard quickly calmed down after his words. Apparently, in her eyes he was really handsome, so he answered her that he needed just a little time. Everything was going well for him, because eventually the lizard stopped. He understood that she had gone completely mad, and it was unknown when she would go berserk again. So he turned to the system and decided to first restore his strength with the help of the elixir of healing and restoration of strength. After that, he decided to change his weapon to another. The lizard then asked him if he had thought about it, and John then replied that she needed to wait a little longer because he needed to concentrate. He picked up his shamshir and looked confidently towards Ida. When he practiced this technique in the waiting room, the failure rate was 90%. If he failed, the lizard would immediately start fighting back. The electricity attack was quite a difficult task, and John thought he had no choice but to use it in conjunction with Talaria's wings. However, he had one more backup option. He could use a weapon, but simply using a sword to attack, crossing it with his opponent's sword, was somehow not worthy. In that case, he needs to combine this attack with the use of wings, and perhaps he will succeed. The speed of the swinging ball of electricity is two things that need to be combined, and then quickly get to the lizard and cut it down. At that moment, the lizard realized that the main character was preparing for something, but did not have time to react. Then John used a skill called Electro-Massacre and cut the lizard in half. Her body was blown to pieces, and her blood gushed all over the room. The protagonist then turned around, preparing to strike again. He summoned his wings, and before Ida could react, she saw them coming straight towards her face. He struck her with his wings in different parts of her body, not allowing her to recover and counterattack. There was confidence on the protagonist's face, and he didn't even notice that the lizard's tail had moved right up to his leg. She took advantage of the moment and knocked the protagonist down, thereby putting an end to his concentration. John felt a sharp pain, and then he too was struck by electricity, which was transmitted to his body through the lizard's tail. After that, they both fell to the floor, practically lifeless. After a while, John was finally able to sit up and asked the lizard how she was feeling. However, Ida remained silent. When he looked closely at her, he saw that she was completely covered in her own blood. He looked at her face, which now showed no emotion, and thought that he had finally succeeded and was able to survive. He hadn't been in a battle like this for a long time, and now he understood that killing someone like this wasn't easy. He tried to get to his feet, but he couldn't because his body literally wouldn't obey him. At some point, John decided to use the elixir, but decided that he needed to go through the portal here and he would be fine, and decided to use fast travel. However, he didn't succeed. Usually when he walked into the room, everything was automatically restored, but now this was not the case. Why did John suddenly wonder why there was no message about the end of the cleanup? He looked fearfully towards the lizard and realized that it was still alive and was now climbing towards him, quietly saying that this was too much. With her last breath, she crawled towards him, telling him that he had become arrogant. When John saw the lizard, which was still alive, a look of horror appeared on his face. The lizard continued calling him a bad man, and then suddenly noticed that he too could not move. She said that she would not take John away, but would instead make him her husband. John thought to himself that this fate was much worse than death. However, Ida continued to crawl towards him, despite the serious injuries he had inflicted on her. John was horrified. This lizard's libido, or rather her obsession with marriage, had gone too far. However, the pain shock in his body still did not go away, but John could already move a little. He decided that now would be the best time to use the electric attack, or at least the wings, or any remaining weapon. At that moment, he thought that he had given his pistol to Maria in vain that time. Meanwhile, the lizard continued to crawl towards him, clinging to the ground with its claws and continuing to say that it would make John its husband. A look of genuine horror appeared on the protagonist's face. He even began to think that it would be better for him to just bite his tongue and die quietly. However, he quickly realized that it was too early for him to die, and today was clearly not the day, so he needed to concentrate. He tried to calm down and think about what he could do now. He didn't understand why this lizard was so obsessed with the wedding, but he needed to pull himself together and come up with a plan of action. Then suddenly he realized that he needed to carry out an attack with electricity, but Talaria's wings were still unavailable. However, his hands had already begun to obey him, but his head was still spinning. When he went into the system, he noticed something there called a warm stone. He thought it might work because lizards are reptiles, meaning they are cold-blooded. He took out this warm stone because he was sure that this lizard was vulnerable to temperature changes. He decided to wait until Ida crawled close enough to him and then shoved the stone down her throat. Meanwhile, the lizard continued to crawl towards him, making menacing roars and saying that her new husband would stay with her forever. In response, John just laughed and asked how she could continue to talk such nonsense, despite the fact that she was already exhausted. Soon she crawled close enough to him, and the protagonist prepared to attack. He clenched the warm stone in his fist, but the lizard noticed this and raised its powerful hand. At that moment, she opened her mouth, and it seemed like a great chance to shove a stone in there, but John began to notice the strange behavior of his opponent. Suddenly, the lizard seemed to lose all its strength and simply fell to the ground. John realized that she seemed to have completely run out of strength. However, the lizard was still not dead. It continued to try with all its might to move towards John. John continued to squeeze the stone in his hand and reminded Ida once again that he really was very strong. Even if he is afraid and even if he is called a coward, he will still not become a servant of the devil. With her last breath, the lizard said that she recognized John as her husband. She said that this low man was cowardly, but strong at the same time. She said that she would definitely marry him, and then collapsed on the floor. John doubted that she had really died this time either, because despite her powerlessness, she still made him nervous. He began to wonder if her comrades might be bullying her. She used different defensive tactics than normal lizards with their abilities, and it was a bit grim. Moreover, she was so happy to hear his compliments that John even felt a little sorry for her. Then he released the warm stone from his hand, thinking that no matter the circumstances, they were destined to kill each other. Then he took the stone in his hand again, apologized to the lizard, and put it in its mouth. At that moment, Ida finally closed her eyes, and life eventually left her. John saw that the system congratulated him on passing the 5th floor and awarded him a large number of points. This time, the gods again offered him to exchange the additional reward for a special skill, and although the protagonist sensed a catch, he decided to agree. It was obvious that the skill the gods wanted to give him was different from the usual ones. Last time he received knowledge in this way, before the destruction of the Tower of Babel. It was a good skill, but there were too many unnecessary thoughts when talking to monsters. It seemed like the gods were giving gifts to see his reaction, but in any case, it seemed to him that these gifts should not help him. However, he saw no reason to refuse, because if he refused, more gods would appear who would react negatively to him, and contrary to expectations, the new skill might prove useful. When he agreed, the system informed him that he had received a skill called Summon the Deceased. When John saw this, a look of delight appeared on his face, because summoning someone who was already dead was simply an incredible power. This wasn't just a game skill, but some kind of miracle, and he didn't believe that something so incredible could actually be used here, and then he wondered what this had to do with the 5th floor. Then he suddenly noticed the lizard and realized that some strange glowing stone had appeared in its body. It turned out to be the soul stone of Idaltara, the most powerful and sinister warrior of the lizardmen tribe from the Aden swamp, and it could be sold. At that moment, he wondered if they really wanted him to bring Ida back to life, because then she would start talking about marriage again. At that moment, the system informed him that several gods at once were disappointed and condemned John, and he decided to simply ignore their opinions. As he looked at the portal that served as the exit from this floor, he thought that intelligent gods simply do not exist. After that, he extended his hand to the portal and finally decided to leave this floor. The next moment, John found himself in the clearing where he usually met with Kirikiri. The girl was already standing behind him, but she didn't sound as happy as usual. She said that this time he had done wrong by trampling on a woman's heart. However, John just chuckled and said that she would not like to see him mate with a lizard. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, a portal to a new floor was already waiting for the protagonist. The system informed him that he needed to assemble a team of 5 people before entering the 6th floor. Then John and Kirikiri sat down to eat some cake. The girl told him that John was perhaps the first person to be courted by the gate guardian of the 5th floor. The reason why the gods suddenly showed interest in him was probably due to the rarity of the event. Then John said that he was interested in something, he had suspicions about it, and after the 5th floor, they became stronger. However, Kirikiri immediately covered her ears and warned that she could not tell anything. John was surprised because this girl literally read his thoughts and answered his questions in advance, which he had not even asked yet. However, he went on to say that goblins and lizards had their own cultures and societies. He didn't know if it was another planet or dimension, but their worlds were quite real, or if it was an imitation of the real world. He then asked if there was any teaching outside of Earth, as he had realized from observing everything that was happening. Moreover, all these events were somehow connected with monsters that appeared in reality. When Kirikiri heard this, she froze for a moment and looked at John gloomily, but did not answer him. The protagonist was irritated, but he realized that he should stop asking her questions. When Kirikiri heard this, she suddenly laughed cheerfully. She said that she didn't care because it was just his guess, but if he continued to try to find out the answers by watching her reaction, she would get angry. At that moment, John thought that history was repeating itself again. When Kirikiri gave it all away with her expression, it was most likely out of courtesy to him. The girl always gave him important information and tried to help, so he shouldn't brazenly take advantage of her intentions. So, even though he didn't want to, he still changed in front of Kirikiri. After that, he headed towards the portal to get to the waiting room. Before he left, the girl asked him if he wanted to think about Ida's offer some more. She said that the lizard could become a reliable ally, and it all depended on how well he asked her about it. However, John said that he had no desire to persuade her, since this lizard was clearly abnormal. Then he put on his cloak and headed towards the portal. This time he didn't want to buy anything and wanted to save up points. He thought to himself that he was going to change the shield to something more effective, but he lost too many points, so he decided to go to the 6th floor first and save up more. However, the girl asked him to buy at least elixirs, but John assured her that what he had was enough for him. Kirikiri was surprised, as he had quite a few elixirs in his supply. At that moment, John wondered if so many elixirs would really be needed on the 6th floor. In the end, he still spent all his remaining points on elixirs, because he never regretted buying any things on Kirikiri's advice. After that, he said goodbye to her, and the girl asked him to be careful and come back to her, even if he couldn't. In any case, she asked him to do everything as quickly as possible. Before leaving, John asked her, "Is the 6th floor really that difficult?" However, without waiting for an answer, he decided that he had no choice but to check it himself. However, when he arrived at the waiting room and saw the system message, horror appeared on his face. He realized that to enter the 6th floor, he needed to assemble a team of 5 people, the first member being himself. He was extremely surprised that the game so unexpectedly invited him to participate in a team game. Moreover, he needed to assemble a team of as many as 5 people, which was complete madness in the current situation. The fact is that there were simply no players who could team up with him. This means he can't team up with players of a different difficulty level, and his partners must also be on Hell difficulty, but no one else chose that difficulty level, so that condition was unbelievable even for this game. Apparently, the creators hoped that there would be more than 5 madmen who could reach the 6th floor. This was a clear oversight by the developers. Then John suggested that the gods must have been the developers. They were perverts who watched others and flirted with players. At that moment, he thought about how he could resurrect Ida and add her to his team. However, he quickly discarded this idea, as he had no desire to revive it. At that moment, the system informed him that the god of adventure was disappointed and extremely unhappy that the gods had been watching him all this time. At one point, he even imagined this god of adventure as a perverted old man who watches everything that happens with an unhealthy desire. And then he suddenly realized that he had been incredibly stupid for choosing the hellish difficulty level without even thinking about the consequences. At that moment, he remembered how party play had appeared on the 6th floor of the normal level, and it had become a topic of discussion in the community. The fact that there was a group game had a big impact. There were those who wanted to go there alone, and those who discussed what weapons to prepare and what skills to develop. All the Hell tier players were wiped out on the 1st floor, not to mention the 6th, so playing in a group here and now is just nonsense. At that moment, the system offered him the option to enter alone, and the protagonist was glad that this option was left in the settings, but this meant he had to do all the work for 5 people. It may have sounded easy in words, but he knew that if this system was asking him to create a team, then there had to be something incredibly complex there that only 5 people could handle. At some point, John began to think that he could be as strong as 5 players on Hell difficulty. He thought about how strong he would be among the players if they were here. He assumed he would be above average, and so he was confident in himself now. Kirikiri said that it was thanks to the god of slowness's uniqueness that he was able to obtain his power skill, and if it weren't for that, he might not have obtained the power at all. And if he was right, then the god of adventure gave him strength only because the god of slowness gave him strength. Since John had become accustomed to attacking and blocking blows, he had no sense of lack of skill. He had prudence, resourcefulness, concentration, adaptability, quick reaction, patience, and also passion. John knew he had no equal in all of these skills, but he still wondered if he could handle the 6th floor alone, which was designed for a group of 5. However, he decided it was time to test himself, and then entered the new floor alone. Soon he found himself in a room in which there was only one small fire. He landed gently on the ground as soon as he stepped out of the portal. The system immediately greeted him on the 6th floor. John immediately put his shield in front of him and began to look around as he expected some kind of trick. He noticed that this place was quite cramped, and there was also another portal here. The first portal led to the waiting room. When he approached the second portal, he saw a system message there asking him if he was ready to pass the gate test. The protagonist thought that he had read about such floors in the community, and it was said there that the entire floor consisted of only gates. This was the so-called fire room, where team members could gather and discuss strategy for passing the gate. The magical fire and the presence of a safe place attracted a lot of attention. This fire attracted a lot of players, because the fire did not spread or go out from it, and there was not even any smoke. John had heard that if he had enough food, he could even cook something there. There were also people who wanted to live in the fire pit, so the main character decided that maybe he should fry something there too. However, he soon got to his feet and decided that now was not the time for this. He headed towards the portal that would take him to the gate test. He walked up to the system window and pressed the consent button. Soon he found himself in another place, which looked like a long corridor. He looked around carefully, but there was nothing special here. John thought that, although this was the 6th floor, it was very similar to the corridor on the 1st floor. The only difference was that here, instead of a portal into the waiting room, there was a stone gate. When he approached them, the system told him that he could not enter inside. Then John realized that these doors were the exit. Then he heard a strange sound behind him and realized that the test had apparently begun. One day, he turned around and saw that the system had even given him a description of this floor. It said that for 50 years now, the Pantheon has been persecuting the priests of the cursed Church of Bahar. Bahar is a cult whose followers destroy the dead and turn their souls into demons. 16 priests, including the High Priest of Caesar, managed to escape from the Pantheon and reach the center of the White Mountains. This place is called the New World, because according to legend, it was from there that the gods came. The priests of Bahar are planning to unleash a nightmare on the entire continent using the particles of divinity left in the White Mountains by the gods. So the heroes are the players. They are the only ones who can hold them back until the Pantheon Paladin arrives. When the system told the protagonist the objectives, he realized that he needed to prevent the army of the dead from leaving these gates or simply destroy the entire army and the priests. He started thinking about the army of the dead and realized that everything would depend on fighting power and numbers, but it seemed like it was a battle of endurance. Teleria's wings will be problematic to use due to the low ceiling, but the narrow corridor is convenient for fighting several opponents at once. The first requirement for completing the game was to hold out until the paladins arrived, but the protagonist didn't even know how long he would have to wait for them. Nevertheless, he decided to start with the army of the dead and walked forward down the corridor. He wandered along the corridor for 4 whole hours, but didn't come across anything. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound and stopped, listening to it. When he looked up, he realized that all the torches that were on the walls suddenly went out. When he looked ahead, he saw that a whole army of the dead stood in front of him. Horror was reflected on his face, because just a moment ago, there was no one here. These dead men didn't look particularly strong, and if he took full advantage of the narrow corridor, they weren't a threat to John. The problem, however, was the number of these monsters. There seemed to be no end to them. There could be tens of thousands of them here, and if the priests were using necromancy, that meant they could be creating new monsters at this very moment. If John was right, then he needed to destroy them faster than they appeared. Now he began to understand Kirikiri's words about how he wouldn't be able to get out of here anytime soon, since it was obvious that this floor was beyond his capabilities. Endurance and speed of destruction were important here, and, of course, it is impossible to complete the 3rd series in less than 2 days, but John began to worry that he might not last until the 5th series. Then he decided to summon his wings and rush to attack. He decided to cover the corridor with his wings so that the skeleton warriors would not be able to get past him. Then he gathered all his determination into a fist and rushed towards them. With his weapon, he broke their skulls quite easily. He quickly realized that their weak point was their head. They would stop moving if their skull was broken. He dealt with several monsters at once, and then appeared before an entire army of skeletons. One of them rushed at him from behind, and John barely managed to defend himself with his shield. Sometimes we came across stronger skeletons. Apparently they were commanders. One of them suddenly opened its mouth, and its eyes and mouth began to glow with a strange light. At this moment, the main character realized that he was late. When he looked up, he saw that the monsters had become enormous in number, and they began to look even more terrifying. However, he was right next to the door and knew he had nowhere to retreat. Eventually, he was pushed back to the very end of the corridor, and he couldn't deal with these monsters no matter how many he destroyed. After so much time, he couldn't even reach the priests. Thus, he continued to fight monsters for 2 days, and in the end, the attack on the 6th floor ended in failure for him. Meanwhile, the story moves to the future again. John was standing near the incubator and wiping it with a napkin. There was a strange egg inside, and John periodically sang lullabies to it, as if it were a real child. Soon he said with a smile that the preparations were complete. He thought he needed more time, and also a couple more conditions needed to be met. However, if he continues to watch it, the dragon egg will soon hatch. He said that there was a tribe, and everything was ready. First he would bathe him in the elixir, and bless him with resistance skills. He will drink a diluted elixir, and eat a mixture of crushed byproducts of the spirits of a small earthworm. In order to prepare all this, he made a giant mixer, and if the pieces turn out too big, he will feed it larvae. John learned some magic, and if suddenly the newborn dragon does not follow him, he even made a dragon's heart, so that if his appearance glows, he can come to terms with it thanks to one person. He was very familiar with reptiles. As he walked down the corridor, a message from the system appeared in front of him. It turned out it was Carl. He wrote to John because he wanted to say goodbye to him before he went out. John said with a smile that he thought he would be stuck here, but Carl finally leaves. The guy said he just wanted to get out and live in peace, and John was pretty sure that would be the case. He said that if a monster suddenly appeared on the ground, he didn't think Carl would want to fight it, because he was one of those who led the Korean server from the very beginning, and it had the most awakenings. He asked Carl if he didn't want to receive a huge compensation if he stayed in Korea as a national hero. He didn't believe that Carl would allow politics to affect his peaceful life. He also said that if it were a meeting day now, they could see each other in person, but Carl said that he was already getting annoyed with these days. John said that, other than the first meeting, it was a good event overall. However, Carl said that unlike everyone else, John simply sat in the corner and increased his pain tolerance skill by hurting himself, while everyone else was doing more energy-intensive activities. However, John said that in any case, there would soon be a meeting day, and he even felt a little sorry for Carl. He was surprised when he heard that there would soon be a new meeting. He said that not much time had passed since he started working as a vigilante. He then asked John if Mary knew about the meeting. John said that perhaps she knew, and Carl quickly said that in that case, there would be no meeting. The meeting is held only when a serious problem arises during training. If information about the day of the meeting were made public, the vigilantes would already know about it because Maria nipped problems in the bud. John said that perhaps the next meeting would take place when they finished training and moved into reality. Then Carl suddenly asked him if everything was okay with Maria. The protagonist asked why he was asking about this so suddenly and said that everything was as before. Then Carl said that they needed to gradually move towards unification. He asked him what would change if they made peace, since nothing would change if they were stuck in this place. Carl said that when he left, John would be the only one Maria could talk to calmly, so he asked him to help her. However, John was already tired of this whole conversation and said that Carl was too worried about others, but the guy invited him not to reject his offer. He said that it seemed like Maria still had feelings for him, and then asked John what his feelings were for the girl, to which John said that he never had any. Then he decided to change the subject and told Carl that he had sent him some message. As it turned out, he forwarded him a message from the community, which contained nothing but swear words. When he heard John laugh, he said that he needed to take his pills, but the hero said that his resistance level was so high that the pills would not help him. Carl began to think about how he could teach his comrade a lesson, to which he had to say that he would talk about it with Maria later, realizing that in fact he was lying. Carl told him that if there really was a meeting, he would see the new guy and asked John if he was currently on the 6th floor and if he expected too much from him. The hero said that there was nothing surprising here, because there were those who reached the 6th floor before. Carl said that John was very heartless, and this player was very good, but John said that he could not be as good as himself. He said that he couldn't get through the 6th floor, even on the 3rd try. Carl said that John was a real monster, but nevertheless, the newcomer looked quite talented. He asked John if he thought this newbie would be able to get through the 6th floor. The protagonist replied that this guy was an archer, and if he couldn't handle it, he would send him one item to help. He said that with this item he could easily reach the 10th floor, and if he was lucky, he would even go up to the 30th, like the American newcomers. Then Carl asked John how strong he was now, but the hero asked why he was asking that, to which Carl replied that when he got out, they would definitely ask John about it, and he needed to know what to answer. Carl then asked him how strong he was compared to a G-class monster. As it turns out, in the real world, all monsters were classified into classes based on their strength, first from A to F, then Class S was added, and then Class G appeared. G-class monsters are considered a national threat, and there are currently only 4 G-class monsters in existence on Earth. This class usually seizes territory and stays there, and a G-class monster called Eau Claire settled in New York, leading to an open clash where the best players were mobilized with the US forces. As a result, the army's top players were mobilized, and as a result, the monster was defeated, but the damage was enormous. More than half of the top players were killed. John had heard all this in the community from newcomers. Since he had been in training from the very beginning, he had never seen these monsters. However, based on the information he had an answer for Carl. He said that he was much stronger than a G-class monster, and there was no point in even thinking about it. Carl laughed and said that he had heard this offhand answer somewhere before, but thanked John for his honesty. Gradually, the conversation turned to memories of the past. They recalled their first meeting, the good and bad moments. John had only met Carl in person a few times at meetings, but it was a fond memory for him, as he was the only one at hell level. Carl became a friend to him, and even a family that he didn't have. When they went out into the real world, they wouldn't be able to meet, and messaging would also be unavailable. Then Carl said goodbye, saying that he would go first, and they would see each other outside. John thought it felt like a farewell. He asked Carl to say hello to the people outside. He thought to himself that it was time for him to get out of here too, but for some reason he continued to doubt it. However, he decided that he should get to the real world as soon as possible and left a note on the table, at the end of which he asked to say hello to Kirikiri. The story returns to the present day. John has returned to the waiting room after failing the test on the 6th floor. It was his first defeat, and so he spent some time trying to recover. He failed to get past the 6th floor, and all 3 attempts ended the same way. However, he decided not to give up and hoped that the 4th time would be lucky for him. Still, the likelihood that he would be able to clear the floor was low, and he knew it. He had nearly died many times, starting from the 1st floor, but he had never felt so broken. He doubted he had any chance of getting through because there were too many monsters. It was like that moment when John almost decided to give up everything and left in a state of anxiety, losing the strength to move on, falling behind the others, and losing to a newcomer. However, when John came into this world, his body recovered. The bent back, sore wrist, and slow reaction returned to their previous state. He trained like crazy, leveling up until he was almost superhuman. However, he still couldn't recover from 3 consecutive defeats. While he was in a despondent mood, the news was announced to all the players in training. The Chungcheong province in Korea was completely destroyed, and this left everyone in shock. All the players were surprised by the news the newcomer told. However, the military strategy in Korea was well thought out, and other areas were safe. Measures were taken to prevent the spread of the monsters. Containment lines were established in the north and south of the province, but this did little to calm the situation. However, the situation in other countries was no better, so the damage done to Korea was not as extensive. There was also unrest in the training as soon as the 4th event began. Maria started a war against the former guild members, using the pretext that they returned to the deeds of the past. John didn't think that the people who suffered during the event that created the Union would have a different opinion. The war ended quickly, and, as far as he knew, at least 8 people were subjected to repression, and Maria decapitated one of the instigators. Now everyone is wondering whether Maria should continue to lead the Union. Naturally, people are divided into 2 camps, those who were against it and those who were for it. However, John himself did not know what the right decision would be. He did not know whether Maria would become a cruel murderer and live for revenge, or whether she would choose the path of a just judge and devote herself to an honest trial between good and evil. So he decided not to interfere as long as things remained within reasonable limits, and if the problem got out of hand, the Union would hold a meeting. If the meeting did take place, he decided to behave as before and maintain the same position. Meanwhile, Carl was very busy, writing and publishing a training guide to the community to help newcomers get up to speed faster. On the internal trading platform, he launched a trading system based on an auction. The rule was that goods listed for 7 and 77 points were intended for a specific person, so it was impossible to participate in their purchase. It was a simple but fully functional system, thus helping newcomers to ensure exchange between players. Until now, the auction window was only used to sell cheap items that were no longer needed by ranked players. The bidding volume was small, and most bidders lacked points, so there was little choice but to set a low price on the auction. While Maria was raising awareness about crime, Carl was making every effort to create a comfortable communication environment. He said he wanted to create a social and cultural environment within the school and make it a livable place for people, because instead of the 100th floor, which not everyone can reach, it would be better to focus on the lower floors, where there can be a lot of people. John understood that his words were quite reasonable. In the future, the number of losers would only increase. Creating conditions for a large number of weak players was Carl's main task. John hasn't been idle either. He's had plenty to do over the last few days. As it turned out, newcomers arrived for training, entering the hellish difficulty at the beginning of the 4th round. One of them made a mistake in his choice because he was very drunk. Another took it as a joke and simply chose a difficulty at random. When John saw all this, he thought that these guys were really idiots. And if you think about it, his comrades whom he met in the 1st round chose the hellish difficulty because they wanted to, even if in the end only John survived. In any case, he was kind to newcomers and tried to explain as clearly as possible what they needed to know at the hellish level, including recommendations for protection and rapid growth. He advised them to first deal with the first trap and, upon returning to the waiting room, to contact him immediately. He thought that these guys would write to him soon. Soon one of them, in despair, declared that he could not stand it any longer. These arrows were too fast, and he did not have time to dodge them, since he did not even see them. When John received this message, he didn't know what to answer at first. The man said he fell by accident, and that it saved his life, but he didn't understand how anyone could get through that floor. In the end, everything turned out terribly. One of the players simply did not return, and the second went crazy. John realized that everything had happened as he had expected. He had taught them so painstakingly, but in the end, everything was to no avail. He didn't understand what needed to be done to ensure that those who chose the hellish difficulty level at least survived. Then he told the man to just sit in the waiting room, and as soon as the treatment was over, he should try to hold out at the portal, and he would send him provisions. He told the surviving guy not to try to do anything. He wasn't sure if it was the right decision, but a human is a mentally weak creature. He must survive 30 days in front of the portal, eating only dried meat and water, then a couple of days in the waiting room, and another 30 days at the portal. John assumed this guy might have to live that long. On other difficulty levels, Carl takes the losers under his wing and helps them rise, but on the hell level, everything was different. John knew he was doing the best he could, but now he had to go his own way. When he arrived on the 6th floor, he sat down near the fire and began to think about how to pass this test. Then he took out some stones and began to examine them. In his hands were the birthstone of Goblin Gractus, the birthstone of Goblin Gross, and the soul stone of Lizardman Italtera. By summoning the dead wives, he could increase the number of allies to 3, but he didn't know if they would be good allies, but if he could persuade them, something should work out. He thought that if these 3 joined him, they could split into teams. They would split into 3 teams and attack in turn. This will help conserve strength and also provide the opportunity to use the reserve as a rapid response team in a critical situation. When the commander appears, the reserve will become a rapid response team and go on the attack alone. John will not be able to simultaneously attack the commander and fight off the advancing skeletons. It was also possible to try to break through 4 at a time, given the width of the corridor. This was quite possible. As John had expected, summoning the dead was a very useful skill, so useful that he began to feel like the gods had given him this skill specifically for passing the 6th floor. However, he was confused by the phrase about a certain time in the skill description. He assumed that once this time passed, all the summoned ones would disappear. It was obvious that group floors would appear in the future, and even if John managed to cope here with the help of summoning, who knows when he would run into a wall, so passing the 6th floor using temporary allies was not an option. The answer is to take a long-term view, and grow to the point where you can always handle the work of 5 people. So he decided to go back to the beginning and try not to die. He had to fight, overcome life and death, attack again and again, not give up, even if he didn't succeed. At least if he kept challenging himself, his level and skills would grow, and this was different from reality, where the body could simply break down if you pushed it too hard. There is a waiting room here, so fatigue and pain don't accumulate. It's an environment where you can focus only on growth. Therefore, John decided to leave the attack for now, since he had no need to rush. If he uses a skill to clear this floor, his stats will not increase, and he will respawn on the next floor. After all, the best way to clear is to work without rest. If he fails, he can simply return to the waiting room and try again. Therefore, his only requirement for himself was simply not to die. He decided he couldn't afford to do that until he could deal with these skeletons himself. It had levels and skills that increased as it grew, and a waiting room where it could fully recover. And if his will is strong, then he can overcome any obstacle, and this was his choice. The world of training was similar to many RPG games, the main thing in which is constant leveling up. With leveling up, nothing is impossible. So the main character decided that from today on, he would just shut up and start hunting. He decided to show his tenacity and perseverance as a professional gamer. His original goal was to reach level 20. After some time, his 4th attempt was completed, and it again ended in failure. The story moves to the future. A girl with short blue hair named Lucy was sitting in the waiting room eating a candy bar. She sent a message to John, but he didn't listen to her and ended up dying. It was 8 years ago, and she had already read the old threads. Now she had nothing to read. She was bored of just sitting and waiting, and she wanted to get to the floor as quickly as possible. In the waiting room, her resistance and skills didn't improve much, even though the Ajusi didn't say it was necessary. At the moment, she was on the 6th floor of the Hell difficulty level. However, after reading all the threads in the community, she learned to some extent about what was happening on the Korean server. At first, Lucy thought that Ajusi was lying, but in the end, he became the leader in training and the strongest player. It was just incredible. She had heard about this guy even before she came here. He was the only player on the Korean server at the hellish difficulty level, and the strongest in Europe in the real world. He was very famous. This man's name was John. He was a former professional gamer. There were many programs about him that told about his life and past, but Lucy knew him long before that. She saw a beautiful face on the screen when her sister was watching TV. Her sister told her that this man was a professional gamer. Lucy then said that instead of being a gamer, he could have become a celebrity with a face like that, but she soon forgot about it. However, now she realized that in the end, this guy had become a real long-legged Ajushi for her. When Lucy mistakenly chose the Hell level, he became the one who gave her hope back. He became her support. If it weren't for John, she would have died long ago, because he even supported her during the attack. Lucy lay on the bed and continued to whisper that John was her support and encouragement. But then, she suddenly jumped up, not understanding what she was even thinking about. Then suddenly she received a message from Maria, who asked if she had finished her preparations. At first, Lucy thought she had sent the message to the wrong place, but she decided not to show her excitement to Maria. She said that everything was ready and asked why Maria was asking her. The girl replied that there was nothing special about it, just that Brother John asked her to take Lucy home. When Lucy heard this, her face turned red. The girl was surprised that Maria called John her brother, since it was the first time she had heard him called that. In the community, everyone communicates informally and even uses foul language, but Lucy herself has never called John her brother. Then she told Maria that John had gone to the 61st floor to collect glasses, and then the girl asked Lucy if she remembered what to tell the curator. Lucy was unhappy that even today Maria was rude, and she constantly felt some kind of hostility from her, but she calmly answered her that she remembered everything. She didn't understand why Maria was pestering her like that and what she had done to her that she treated her like that. But then she decided she needed to stop thinking about it. She decided so, the portal, and was finally ready to go to the floor. The topic welcomed her to the 6th floor. The thing is that John didn't tell her much about this floor. He gave the basic information that was enough to not die, and told her to look for the rest on her own. Lucy agreed with this decision. She already knew that on the 6th floor there were endless soldiers, skeletons, and priests who created them. So she had to find a way to hold out until the paladins arrived, as she couldn't handle the constant influx of skeletons. Then the girl became determined and decided to try to follow this plan. She used her skill to increase her speed and ran forward down the corridor. The girl knew that at the 6th level, speed is life, so she used a high-ranking magic stone and a concentrated magic potion. After that, she summoned a portal. The outline of the portal she had opened appeared on the floor in front of her. She then jumped into it and used a skill called Silphria. He allowed her to jump as fast and as high as she wanted. She decided that from now on, it would be better to move using magic, periodically leaving traps. Soon she reached the place where the corridor split into two. She decided to leave an explosive magic circle at the fork. After this, Lucy used the detection skill and realized that the skeletons were still far away. After that, she used the jumping skill again and headed away from that place. She remembered all the turns and could reproduce the route she needed at any time. Soon she reached the place where the skeletons were already located. She cast a spell, and at that moment, a large cloth appeared above her head. It was spiritual magic with the ability to fly and become invisible. Then she wrapped herself in this fabric and decided that now she needed to move near the ceiling. She moved forward and soon reached a small cluster of skeletons that emanated dark energy. In the middle, there was a skeleton, surrounded by people who looked more like dead people. They were chanting some kind of spell, and the more they tried, the brighter the color glowed from the skeleton's body. Meanwhile, Lucy hid behind one of the pillars using her fabric and decided to observe everything from the side. She noted that there were 16 priests there in total. If they sensed her, they would attack immediately, so she had to last longer than 6 seconds. That was her limit. But the time was up, and she took out her bow, pointing it towards the priests. She shot one priest straight in the head, causing him to explode. The other priests immediately noticed her and began to whisper something in an unknown language. Then Lucy used the combat concentration skill. After that, she began to release one arrow after another, giving the priests no respite. In one instant, she struck down 3 priests at once, and overall, everything went well. However, as she moved forward, she noticed something strange. A skeleton in a black cloak stood in the middle of the room, and his warriors crawled out from the seals that were on the floor. The girl was terrified and had no choice but to use the portal. This place was very dangerous, so she decided to escape from there. In an instant, the portal transported her to a safe place where she had left the portal seal shortly before. The portal's magic allowed her to immediately return to her designated location, but she had used too much high magic in a short time. However, Lucy noted that in any case, this time everything turned out pretty well for her. Even though she was very tired, she decided that she would still continue to survive on the hellish difficulty level. Meanwhile, the main character began his 5th attempt to pass the 6th floor. He walked calmly down the corridor, noting that it was about 2 hours to get to the skeleton soldiers, and it was a waste of time on the road. He thought he should work on improving his resistance skills, but he wasn't sure he would have time to recover before the fight, and he couldn't constantly drink the elixir. Then he decided that he should practice. He stood in the middle of the corridor and began to do something like morning exercises. At some point, John realized that it was even more difficult than he had imagined. It seems he has neglected exercise too often because his body has long since surpassed human limits, but doing basic exercises is the most effective for developing resistance skills. Suddenly, he heard a familiar sound coming from the depths of the corridor. When the hero looked into the darkness, he saw an army of monsters approaching him. Then he immediately took out his weapon and realized that he needed to start the battle. He cut their heads with his sword. Soon the system informed him that his level had been increased, and along with this, his characteristics had been increased. However, after some time, the system informed him that he had failed the 6th floor tests. John thought to himself about someone who once asked the top player in a popular role-playing game if he got tired of hunting all day. Then the player decided to ask a question in return and asked the man if he was tired of living. He said that life is an endless repetition, and he does what he loves every day, so it doesn't tire him. John didn't become a professional player because he liked a particular game. He liked winning, and that's why he became a professional in one game. That's why he never got tired of playing the same game over and over again. However, now he would like to approach the person who was in first place and ask him to teach him not to get bored when you do the same thing day after day. Because now he felt sick just from looking at these skeletons. These sounds also literally drove him crazy, since he heard them every day. Every day he made the same movements with his sword and felt the pain of being cut by a rusty knife. At some point he screamed in despair and was almost ready to give up. However, he quickly came to his senses and decided that, although he had no strength, he had to continue fighting. Besides, there was an advantage to this. The movements of swinging the sword became native to his body. He swung the sword with the same method time after time, and he found an attack that suited him, which he used mainly. Thanks to this, John had grown significantly as a swordsman, and his basic swordsmanship was now at level 10. However, the 6th floor was still not conquered by him. He increased his level of combat concentration, so when he fought, his intelligence level increased. Until now, it seemed to John that the targets were moving rather slowly, but now they became so slow as if they were standing still. Right now, he couldn't use concentration for more than a minute, and he had to pay attention to that in the future. John knew he could grow even bigger, and soon his battle cry reached level 2. War cries are a type of buff, typically found in tank characters in the game, and their effect is a small increase in combat effectiveness, but John didn't know the exact numbers. John got it when he got really angry and started yelling back at the skeletons, and now, thanks to them, his throat is still intact. After several attempts, he finally reached the room where the priests were. One of the priests said that here he would meet his death. Since he was a death knight, Asdius would give him peace. The protagonist has progressed quite far and met a mid-level boss, and at first it seemed to him that he was the final boss. Therefore, he answered to the face that he was not at all afraid of the words of some rotten skeleton. At some point, the corridor ended and a fork appeared, which stopped his progress for some time, after which other forks began to appear. So, if John was walking down one tunnel, soldiers from the other would come to the stone gate and open it, and so he wouldn't know what to do. Abandoning the attack and waiting for the knights to arrive was not an option. He once managed to hold out for 13 days, but reinforcements never arrived. Eventually, he ran out of potions and couldn't try any further, so John began to think that it was just his stamina limit rather than a lack of strength. Of course, there is a way to clear the road after the breakthrough. Before the soldiers from the fort get here, this is a very attractive way, but it is difficult, and difficulty is no joke. In any case, John needs to level up further to pass this floor. He needs to focus on growth. So he continued to cut up demons, and eventually his resistance to paralysis increased greatly, but his resistance to more severe injuries no longer increased. After some time, John reached the level where he was able to kill the very priest he met in that room. As a result, his level was raised and he also gained a skill called Magic Chain. Now he could use the magic that lay dormant in his body. He had a hard time understanding how the magic circulated in his body, but through hard work, John was able to put magic into his hands, but the flow was quite weak. The magic spread throughout his body, and his physical abilities improved. John assumed that if he channeled the magic into his muscles, they would be able to display explosive power, but he still needed more practice. He was used to using magic, and even learned to put magical power into his sword, so he had a laser sword like the hero of the movies. Since he couldn't use magic forever, he had to find ways to extend its use time. At school, he again appeared before the priests, one of whom called John a servant of the false god, and said that he would now see the power of the great abyss. He said that there is only one absolute good in this world, and John is going to save an absurd world. The skeleton said that the hero was a very courageous man, but he had simply lost his way, and Caesar would lead him to his death. John was very scared, as this was his first encounter with Caesar, but he did not give up. He struck him several times at once with his weapon. After this, he found himself back in the waiting room, having failed the test again. Then he decided that perhaps he should try meditation. Unfortunately, meditation has nothing to do with increasing mana. It's just meditation. It may seem useless, but it allowed John to focus on using the magic circuit. He was able to look back on the past, on what he had gone through in his training, and if he thought about it, nothing good had happened during that time. The more he thought about it, the heavier his heart became. However, John could not stop thinking about it. He continued to meditate as if under a spell. Ultimately, negative thoughts led him to depression, and depression led him to decreased motivation. At some point, the system informed him that his immunity to mind distortion had been increased to level 2. John thought he felt stress and pressure, but he couldn't imagine that it was a full-blown mind distortion. He had noticed signs of this lately, and realized that this was how one could go crazy. Something similar happened to him on the 2nd floor. Then he was sure that he could handle it. However, now that he met Caesar, he was not so sure. However, at some point he gained a new skill called Soul Cry. He got it by putting magic into a battle cry, and the Soul Cry has one additional effect. It consisted of the fact that enemies below John's level could not ignore his call. They would stop and lose the ability to dodge. In other words, this is a provocation for a large territory. With this skill, John was able to stop the skeleton warriors who passed by him and almost reached the gate. Sword and defense skills have improved to intermediate level. Soon the protagonist again reached the room where the priests were waiting for him, and again appeared before Caesar. The priest showed him his true form, and then John realized that it was not a skeleton at all, but now this creature resembled a huge octopus. He attacked him with his tentacles and in one blow destroyed all of John's weapons. The protagonist was horrified and realized that he was still not ready to fight him. When he failed the test again, he went back to the waiting room. Tears came to his eyes as he realized that he had almost died. He had been in danger for too long and had not paid attention to his heightened senses. This Caesar was what he expected from a final boss. However, John's resistance to curses had increased significantly, and he had made great progress. However, to defeat Caesar, it was first necessary to deal with the Death Knights and skeleton soldiers. Then he had to deal with all the priests. And only after this could he begin the battle with Caesar. The hero thought that this time he almost succeeded. However, he was now convinced that he should not have rushed. After some time, he headed back to the 6th floor and entered the priest's room. He again killed everyone who stood in his way before Caesar. When he approached Caesar, he again began to speak the same speech, which he repeated over and over again. This time, however, John ordered him to shut up. Caesar was surprised, but he actually fell silent. Then the protagonist pointed his sword at him and called him a fucking corpse. At that moment, genuine surprise appeared on Caesar's face. Then John told him to quickly turn into squid before he threw up at the sight of it. He prepared his magic sword and was determined to finish this test this time. As soon as Caesar assumed his true form, he immediately began to chop off his tentacles. However, the priest was incredibly fast and began to attack the protagonist with his remaining tentacles. However, John easily cut through his limbs and headed straight for his head. Soon he ran to his body and jumped to be on that level with him. He realized that it had indeed taken him a long time. However, now the main character was truly ready to put an end to this monster once and for all. When Caesar saw the sword in front of his face, he felt fear for the first time in his life. Then the protagonist dealt him a crushing blow, severing his upper body from his limbs. Caesar felt like he couldn't control his tentacles anymore, and then he simply fell down dead. At this moment, the main character was trying to catch his breath, as this fight had left him very exhausted. He looked at Caesar's corpse and hoped that this would be the end of it. At that moment, the system congratulated him on having passed the 6th floor of the hellish difficulty level. She also informed him that all injuries and curses were healed, and he received several thousand points for completing the game. He also noticed that he had come to his senses in a way that was not pleasing to some gods, but he did not react to this in any way, as he was too exhausted from these endless attempts to pass this floor. After that, he noticed a system message that said the gods were offering him to exchange an additional reward for a special skill. This time, there were 43 votes for, and only 1 against, and this could not but please the main character. He agreed to accept the gift, and the gods granted him a skill called First Level Soul Exploitation. However, what struck him even more was the fact that the goddess of slowness wanted to grant him the fate of an apostle. The system also reported that the god of adventure was puzzled and also wanted to grant him the fate of an apostle, and then the system asked the hero if he was willing to undergo a test to prove his qualifications as an apostle. Meanwhile, the story moves back to the future. The main character was sitting in his office and writing something in a book. He soon finished writing the Grimoire for Dragons. When he found out that dragons had spellbooks, he was truly shocked, as they were truly a magical race. As dragons grow older, they learn magic on their own. Their knowledge is not lost over time, so they have no need for any writing. At one point, John thought this was quite arrogant, but soon decided that it was not for him to talk about it. Then he noticed the egg, which was still lying in the incubator. He decided that even if he didn't need training, he would learn magic faster if he helped him. In order to pass the 61st floor, he needed the dragon to learn high-level magic, and he didn't have time to wait for him to learn it himself. John didn't include useless material about the dragon in the grimoire. He left only the most necessary things, how to use Kodadama and internal energy, because he didn't need absolutely all the information about magic. At that moment, he received a message from a user who asked him for a report. As it turned out, it was Maria. She asked him when the report would be ready. John was very unhappy that this girl was pestering him, and he irritably replied that everything was fine on the 60th floor of hellish difficulty. He asked whether it was really necessary to report every month, and asked the girl if she was tired of doing this. Maria read his message emotionlessly, but she seemed irritated too. She replied that she was tired of listening to him grumble every month. Everyone sends reports at the same time, but for some reason, John always forgets about it. John understood that she was putting psychological pressure on him, and if he said something wrong, it could lead to consequences, so he decided to immediately change the subject. He asked her not to be angry, and said that in recent days he had been trying not to pay attention to the passage of time, and did not even check his messages. Apparently, he had been here for too long, so he had had a relapse of a mental disorder, and the medications were not helping him. When Maria received these messages, she apologized, and said that she did not know about it because she was too indifferent. She said that if she needed to, she would write to him herself, and for now, he could no longer send her a regular report. John thought that everything had gone as he had planned. The crisis had given him a wonderful opportunity. However, he understood that now he needed to get rid of another irritant. He turned to Maria and apologized for causing inconvenience, but asked her to take Lucy home in his stead. He said that he wanted to try to climb to the 61st floor, since he had spent too many points and needed to save up. Then Maria agreed and asked what she should tell Lucy. In response, John told Lucy not to forget to pass on his words to the manager. Maria replied that it would be better for him to take her there himself and asked if he was still on the 6th floor. John answered in the affirmative. He said that Lucy's growth has now stabilized. He was worried that she wouldn't be able to cope with the 6th floor, but she's doing well. It will take her some time, but sooner or later she will get through it. He assumed that this girl had talent, although not as much as his, but for a spellcaster she was quite good. Lucy began to study magic to compensate for the weaknesses of an archer, magic in which the skill directs magical power and is activated by saying the right words. This magic is quite weak and cannot be transformed, but its speed and ease of use allow it to cover the entire area of effect. It is easy to learn, so many specialize in it, which is why there are almost no masters of traditional magic left, which proves how powerful the combination of an archer and a spellcaster is. Then John told Maria that he heard about the event opening soon. The girl said that people are talking about it, but there is no exact information yet. John said that it would be good if it was a normal general meeting, but if not, it would be quite a hassle. Maria firmly said that if this were to be a meeting, no one would be spared, since the vigilantes had become completely unruly lately. John replied that it was her own fault, since she tormented them to death, and then they came to complain to him. Then Maria asked him which people exactly he was talking about. John had no choice but to name these people, because he himself wanted to live. Then he said that in any case, Carl was leaving, and now Maria would have to play the role of mother. However, the girl said that she doesn't know how to do this at all. John thought to himself that it would not be possible to immediately find someone who could replace Carl, primarily because Maria did not trust anyone, and if Carl was gone, only he would be left. John said they should have stopped Carl the moment he decided to get a divorce, but Maria said she never imagined he would leave right after the divorce. John thought that Carl talked about his dates and adventures every day, and therefore no one knew that he would get divorced and leave like that. Then he once again turned his attention to the book that was lying on his desk. He said that he had finished with the Dragon Grimoire and was now ready to look at the attribute of the nascent dragon. He said that the dragon could be gold or black, but he personally liked the red one better. After that, he turned to the egg and said that Dad was going to work, and now he himself would have to look after the house. He was worried that there were only himself and Yong on the 60th floor. John understood that he couldn't just leave and that the little dragon needed a nanny. He then used the teleporter, drawing it on the floor. He used the summoning skill, and a silhouette began to appear from the portal opposite. Soon, the silhouette took on the outline of a man. Gradually, he began to turn into an exact copy of John. Soon, a man who looked exactly like himself stood in front of John. The copy of John was unhappy because he was shoved back into that idiot's body. John noted with satisfaction that the guy was still as sharp-tongued as ever and then ordered him to watch the house and the egg. The doppelganger reminded John that this wasn't his home and that he should just give it his body, but John said that would never happen because he was an asshole. As it turned out, it was his alter ego, created in the image and likeness of John, but it turned out to be surprisingly weak and amazingly rude. Moreover, they could read each other's thoughts. If anything happened to the egg, he would immediately be transported here from anywhere. In other words, it was a highly effective notification magic. John created it to clear out the 61st floor, but unfortunately, it turned out to be useless. At least now, it could be used as a nanny. His alter ego said that if this continued, he would go on strike, but John said that he couldn't do that, and then said goodbye to him, and said that he was going to earn points. He ordered him again to keep a close eye on the house and the egg. After that, he waved his hand at him and entered the portal. At school, he found himself on the 61st floor, which was like an ice cave. The main character was lying on a huge ice bed, which was clearly not his size. Despite the fact that he was lying on the ice, he did not feel any cold at all. At some point, he began to think that no matter how much he looked at this throne, it still seemed incredibly large to him. As it turned out, the former owner did not call this place a throne, and so John decided to call it exactly the same. He decided it would be better for his mental health not to dwell on it or look back on his past actions. Until now, even if it was difficult to find the answer, he thought about it in his own way, but the answer never appeared. No matter how much time passed, John did not even know if the answer existed, so he decided not to look further. This way of thinking became a kind of habit that he developed when he couldn't get past the 61st floor and got stuck on the 60th to keep regrets from eating away at his mind. At one point, he thought that he felt quite cold, as if he were on the field with Kirikiri. Come to think of it, it had been quite a while since they had seen Kirikiri. These thoughts made him think about something for a moment. However, he decided to put them aside and told himself that he came here to clear his thoughts and not to have only negative things creep into his head. The system then sent him a message that Maria had just seen Lucy off. After this, she said again that it would be better if John did it himself, but the hero replied that he was very busy, which is why he noted that Maria was still worried about this. And then the girl told him not to ask her to do this anymore. John asked her if something had happened. Maria said that Lucy seemed to hate her, to which John replied that this was not surprising, since it was impossible to please everyone. At one point, Maria suggested that she was simply being too sensitive, and John didn't know what to say to safely skip the topic, as there were too many pitfalls. He said that Maria was the leader of the spring who sent her a message directly, so Lucy must have been nervous. He thought to himself that every person would be afraid to receive a private message from this cold-blooded witch. However, Maria insisted that he not ask her for anything like that again, as being nice was not her style, and at that moment, John realized that this was the whole reason for the problem. According to psychology, when a person displays a previously unfamiliar attitude, the other person perceives it as aggression. Since the player who was a psychiatrist recently came out into the real world, now within the training, the highest authority of psychology has become John, who suffers from mental illness. Others have guesses about this, and therefore he decided not to attract attention to himself. Maria then said that as soon as she had information about the event they had talked about earlier, she would contact him, so he should not ignore her message. John thought he should see if he could send the clone to another difficulty level. Since his clone is considered a summoned soul by the system and not a player, it might be possible to send him to a different difficulty level by handing him over to someone else. If this method works, it will be possible to send the clone not only as a squad member, but also to his outer world. After sending the clone, he will exchange souls with him. He thought it was a perfect plan, and at that moment the clone read his thoughts, but apparently was not happy about it. He told John that the other level of difficulty was considered another world, and if he sent him there, the connection with it would be broken, and therefore he would no longer be able to live. John's double said that he doesn't want to die because of his stupid experiments. When the protagonist heard this, he was upset because he created a clone to get past the 61st floor, and he couldn't even imagine that it would turn out to be so useless. In the end, he was left with only schizophrenia from his attempt to split his soul. His clone said he felt like a younger son who was born from an unwanted pregnancy. At that moment, the main character thought that he should have gone up to the 61st floor earlier. He had come here before the dragon's birth to clear his mind and earn points, and now he felt truly refreshed. He then said goodbye to his clone and said that it was time for him to hit the road. After some time, he arrived at the second location of the 61st floor, which looked like a desert. Using his skills, the main character easily moved through the air. On this floor, you need to attack 2 locations at the same time. You can only enter the main boss room of level 61 if you attack the boss rooms in both locations. Since the clone is considered a tethered creature, it is not a separate player, which is why John is stuck on the 61st floor. This is why he is trying to raise a dragon, because he is a native born in this world, and perhaps the system will recognize him as a separate person from John. However, he doubted that Yang would be considered an individual player. The likelihood of this was low. However, John decided that he had to at least try, as he always did. Soon, he arrived at a location that resembled a volcanic place. He moved freely through the lava-filled space because he was resistant to fire. Soon he reached the place where the monster that looked like a devil was. Seeing John, he asked him to come closer, since they had not seen each other for a long time. The protagonist noted that he had indeed not seen him for a long time. Then the monster asked him if he had already seen the queen. John said he had seen her before, and she was complaining about her skin, as always. Hearing this, the monster laughed loudly. His voice was so loud that John even had to cover his ears. He said the queen was worried about her frozen skin aging. She was still being stupid. John confirmed that the queen had indeed said something like that. Then the monster addressed John as a king and asked how much longer he would have to wait. The hero said that he still needed time. Then the demon said that he had a sad fate. John became the most skilled swordsman, the most powerful swordsman, but in the end he cannot use this power and cannot achieve perfection. However, John said that this could just be a stage in his improvement. The monster said with a smile that John spoke like one god, who said that there is no sword without a purpose. He then asked him what he planned to achieve with this power. John said that now he has no need to answer random questions. When this hardening is over, then he will decide how to use this power. The monster found it interesting that he compared the current situation to a mirror, and then asked what about the will and intentions of those who create this sword. The protagonist replied that he had his own will, unlike the sword. Then the monster asked him where his own will would lead him. The protagonist began to get irritated by these questions and said that he had no idea. When the monster suggested ending this conversation and said that he would like to hear his answer when he was older. He said that when the time came, John must make the right decision since their will was entrusted to him and he must not make a mistake in his choice. After this, he took his huge sword in his hands and stood up from the throne, saying that in that case they needed to begin. At that moment, John saw that someone's hands began to appear from the lava that was behind the monster. He smiled and told the monster to take care of him. After this, the monster raised his sword and they both were ready to fight. Meanwhile, the story shifts back to the present day. The protagonist's adventures on the hellish difficulty level have already reached the 11th floor, and he finds himself in an underground city. There he found several chests at once, which contained loot for him. Inside, he found resistance to poisons, and this skill also rose to the highest rank. Such rewards made the protagonist very happy as he progressed by leaps and bounds. However, at the end of the 11th floor, he was very tired because that floor was difficult. The problem wasn't even the ripped-out complexity, but the fact that a lot of work needed to be done to complete it. The condition for passing the 11th floor is to capture the treasure chest that is most treasured by the monsters of the underworld. John was abandoned in the middle of the underground city. He wandered for a long time, and he had to cover a huge distance. The problem was that he couldn't find the treasure chest even after killing the underworld monster. There were many treasure chests, tens and even hundreds of thousands. He tried to catch the monster and get information with the Long Tower of Babel knowledge skill, but everyone who could share even a bit of information with him committed suicide without hesitation, and these racial characteristics greatly irritated the protagonist. Even with his greatly improved interrogation and torture skills, he couldn't get any information out of them, and in the end, he had no other option but to comb the entire city. When he dug up the palace garden, he found an underground passage with a key inside. He inserted the key into the keyhole on the plate of the royal throne and turned it, and a passage to the treasury appeared on the wall behind the throne. He was offended that he had been so hysterical and had spent so much time digging up the entire imperial palace. Perhaps he would never have found this place in his life. Obviously, searching has never been John's strong suit. If there are thieves or adventurers as companions in role-playing games, that's what they do. It's very convenient if the main character's squad has an extra who sets or dismantles traps and finds hidden enemies or devices. He thought about summoning Ida as his companion, but realized she was too proud to help him. He decided that this was his destiny, so he needed to stop grumbling and instead get used to it and start reasoning. He soon came to the conclusion that his business at this place was finished. When the portal opened in front of him, he was surprised that he could just up and leave here. He did not hesitate and entered the portal, and soon found himself in a clearing where Kirikiri was already waiting for him. John came up behind her and quietly greeted her, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. When Kirikiri heard his voice, she turned around and a smile appeared on her face. She was glad that he came alone this time. John said that the summoning time was over, so they disappeared. Then he asked the girl if they would still have memories, and Kirikiri answered yes. She asked him how much time it took him this time. John said that he could not imagine that in addition to the tunnels, he would have to dig up the entire palace garden. The girl said that his reaction was very boring. Before, when they met after a long time, John cried, and it was funny. When the protagonist heard this, he became angry and said that Kirikiri would be left without cake today. When the girl realized that John was going to punish her, she immediately began to change in front of him and promised not to say that again. After this, John decided to rest a little. He lay down on the grass and slept there for a while. When he looked down, he saw Kirikiri lying on top of him, sleeping peacefully. This picture brought a soft smile to his face. Then he yawned and tried to get up, wondering how long he had been sleeping. John knew he had been having trouble sleeping in the last few days and didn't need to sleep in the waiting room, so he ignored his discomfort. He was always in danger on any floor, so naturally he slept less, and eventually what he was worried about happened. His rhythm of life was disrupted. Due to the impatience and overconfidence that came with climbing to the 6th floor, he sometimes forgot to eat, rest, and sleep, and simply ran towards battles. Thanks to the restorative effect of the waiting room, he was somehow able to cure his physical ailment, but due to his shattered psyche, he could not sleep, so his health deteriorated. So when John came to Kirikiri, he would fall asleep to compensate for the lack. He always slept well in this place. Then he turned his attention to the sleeping girl and noted that she was very cute. She was just like a little child. In middle school, a classmate of his had a pet rabbit, but he couldn't remember whether she had said they liked having their noses touched or not. John had a lot of questions for Kirikiri, and he would finally be able to ask the questions he had accumulated since the 6th floor. When he remembered this floor, he thought once again that it really was hell. He didn't want to go through that experience again, his attacks blocked due to his lack of ability. He had worked so hard to become stronger and pushed his brain to its limits. If John had cleared the floor later, he would have definitely gone crazy. The message from the deity that he received then also left a mark on his psyche. He remembered the test of the apostle that the god of adventure and slowness sent him. He didn't understand what he should do about it. John was worried that another god might take revenge if he chose someone hastily. Based on past experience, the gods have the ability to take away the player's sight and move them to another location. If the gods have such power, then killing John would be easy, so he must be careful. While the girl was sleeping, he whispered to her that when he had passed the 6th floor, he had returned to her. He remembered how, as soon as he found himself in the clearing, he burst into tears and reached out to the girl to hug him. After this, he asked Kirikiri about the god's offer, but the girl did not answer. The thing is, information about the gods is very valuable. John continued asking questions until he heard from Kirikiri that she would answer when he passed the 11th floor. John had not yet responded to the gods. They had not called on him to make an immediate decision, but there were occasional reports that the god of adventure was impatient. So John decided he had done the right thing by postponing his choice until he had the necessary information, and he decided that he needed to check everything thoroughly first. He wanted to know if it was possible to accept the offer of both gods without being punished for it. He wanted to know if he could accept one offer and reject another, and if there would be any penalty or benefit for doing so. He also wondered who Kirikiri would choose if she had to choose between these gods. Now John really wanted the girl to wake up, but he himself could not wake her up. At that moment, he noticed a message from Chris, who said that it looked like meeting day was coming up soon. At first, John didn't pay any attention to it and asked if something special had happened. However, after reading the message, surprise appeared on his face. Carlin said the gathering event would open soon, and he believed it would take place before the end of this session. John thought that events seemed to open about once per session. Therefore, if an event opens, it means something bad is happening. Carlin didn't understand why this event was even opening, and this time he had no clue. That was the biggest problem. The protagonist wanted to answer Carlin, but he couldn't help him because their difficulty levels differed. He realized that it would be better to delegate the solution to this problem to someone else, and he would do everything he could on the day of the meeting. Then John turned to Carlin again and asked what about Maria. Carlin replied that she was busy. She was going to punish the vigilantes who could not catch criminals in their area. John noted to himself that this was wrong. If a conflict arose within the Družiniki, the organization could be disbanded. In this world, the Družiniki play the role of law enforcement, but their authority is very shaky. The basis of their strength is the power of the players, demonstrated on the first day of the last meeting, and the charisma of Maria, who punished the guild representatives. Objectively, it can be said that they are keeping people in fear by force. Disagreements cannot be allowed to arise within the ranks of the Družiniki. If people lose trust in the Družiniki, they will be nothing more than an armed group monitoring compliance with the rules and will be unable to do anything. Carlin said that Maria knows this herself, but she does it because she is upset and is just doing what she has to do. John still asked Carlin to keep an eye on her so that she wouldn't do anything bad. After that, he closed the system and looked at the sky again. He didn't know whether he should intervene in this situation. Besides, Kirikiri had already slept for too long, and it was time to wake her up. John looked at her sleeping face for a moment, then touched her ears. The girl jumped from the unexpected touch and immediately woke up. Afterwards, they sat down at the table, and John asked her if she really said that it didn't matter which god he chose. The girl who ate the cake confirmed that he could pass any test, be it from the goddess of slowness or the god of adventure. John asked why she was only talking about this now, to which the girl replied that the main character said that he would make a decision only after hearing all the information. After that, John said in a soft voice that she had had enough cake. He decided to start blackmailing her with cake and asked if he could choose two gods at once. In response, Kirikiri nodded affirmatively. John thought he was worried about the penalties for refusing, but it turned out he was worried for nothing. He then asked the girl if there were any disadvantages to this decision. Kirikiri said the challenge would be influenced by its difficulty level. As a result, one can become an apostle of only one side, but it is possible to pass both tests. The protagonist asked to tell her more about these trials. However, the girl only looked at him silently, and her gaze became more serious. After that, she turned away and began to write something on the grass with a small wooden stick. John asked what kind of language it was, since he did not yet have a high enough level of knowledge skill before Babylonian times. He suggested that these might be writings that were not part of the Tower of Babel's system of knowledge. Kirikiri said that the trials are a test to confirm that a player can become an apostle, and the content of the trials depends on the inclinations of the gods and the character of the candidate. John asked what types of tests there were, but the girl replied that she didn't know. She said it was not because she didn't want to talk, but because each god had his own standards and his own tests for each person. She asked if John hadn't received a bunch of messages that could help him understand the nature of these gods and try to predict their trials. However, John realized he needed more information and asked Kirikiri to tell him what she knew about the god of adventure and the goddess of slowness. He noted that he only needed the most important things to get an idea of them. When the girl said that she had already told about the goddess of slowness, John then warned her that if she got off topic again, he would not buy her any more cake. Kirikiri then explained that the god of adventure is a god who loves to overcome difficulties and hardships, and who also loves to make dreams and wishes come true at the end of adventures. She then reminded him of what the goddess of slowness really is, and that she is the one who forever follows the endless flow of time without hesitation. The girl said that the biggest difference between them is that they overcome adversity. The god of adventure goes through everything with people, and the goddess of slowness likes to follow the path of life alone. Simply put, the god of adventure prefers group play, while the goddess of slowness prefers solo play. Then the hero thought that the god of adventure always reacts when he does not give up. Being in a hopeless situation, the first impression of his name reminded him of the word adventure. Love and friendship blossoming in adventure is the ideal theory of justice in the quest to save the weak, and the god of adventure was the first to take notice of it. Looking at his reaction when he refused to revive Idaltara, his typical behavior became clear. However, these were all hypotheses and assumptions, and if there was a concept that the gods of adventure were pursuing, then he already had some conclusions. Kirikiri added that, ultimately, both sides want the same thing from the apostle, and given the current situation on hell difficulty, it would be better to choose the goddess of slowness. When John asked Kirikiri who she thought he should choose, he thought to himself that Kirikiri always gave him valuable advice. He didn't always follow it, but he was sure that she was a good advisor. He used most of his right to information, but it was worth it. Then the girl said that she recommended him to choose the god of adventure. The goddess of slowness is suitable for those who are often alone, and frankly, the role of the apostle of the goddess of slowness, in her opinion, is not something that an ordinary person can do. John thought this was a rather unexpected response. He had reasons to be concerned, but Kirikiri herself said that the goddess of slowness was a good choice. However, the god of adventure also fits his choice. For a few seconds the main character was immersed in thought, and then told the girl that he had made a decision. At that moment, the system informed him that the god of adventure was worried, and John wondered what was bothering the guy so much. Although it wasn't surprising to him, considering how he had been treating him all this time, so he had reason to be concerned. Then Kirikiri asked him excitedly what he was going to do. Then the main character thought about his decision again. He looked closely at Kirikiri, ready to tell her his choice. He said with a smile that he would choose both of these gods. He explained his decision by saying that someday he would have to become an apostle of one of them. When that moment comes, he will make a final decision, but taking into account that he receives more information. He thought to himself that the severity of the test would not be a problem for him if it helped him become stronger. At that moment, the system reported that the goddess of slowness regretted it, and the god of adventure sighed with relief. Apparently they thought that John would choose the goddess of slowness. He then said that he had cleared up one problem that had been haunting him since the 6th floor. Then he saw a message that the gods had given him new skills. The protagonist expected this and noted that he had made the right decision. Now his Teleria wings and shimmer skills have become almost cheating. Then he suddenly noticed another skill that he didn't have before. It was called Spirit Cry. Moreover, a new window appeared. Now you can see the percentage of completion, and the progress has increased significantly, but he did not understand why the god of adventure had so many trials, 20 times more than the goddess of slowness. John then decided to look at the main reward, which was a skill called Fortitude, which gives him strength when the fight gets tough, and Composition, which shows him ways to solve problems. The explanation for these abilities was equally mysterious, and if he asked Kirikiri, things would only get more confusing. Fortitude and Iron Wall are similar skills. While Iron Wall strengthens the body, Fortitude seems to keep the spirit up, help one fight in battle, or simply increase stats. The Composition seems to increase the level of concentration for a long time. It is similar to the very famous double experience promotion in games. When the last session ends, John will have to wait in the waiting room for about 3 days, during which time it would be better to level up some skill. He decided that it was possible to improve not only the fighting skill, since both seemed useful. He thought to himself that it would have been better if he had gotten the Composition earlier. If he had known about it, he would have gotten it as soon as he cleared the 6th floor. He felt like he had missed out on the double experience promotion at the computer club. However, he decided that although there were losses, they were not serious, and apart from the 11th floor, he quickly passed all the floors after the 6th, and if he had received all these effects after the 6th floor, there would have been no difference. John understood this, but tried to rationalize everything. However, it was a skill that was related to development. But nevertheless, he decided that he needed to think positively, because the reality in which he lives is a hellish level. Then he looked at Kirikiri, who had been sitting at the table all this time and eating cake. John got fed up with this and took away the cake from her, which she couldn't tear herself away from. The girl immediately started crying and demanded that the cake be returned to her, since she valued it very much. Then the main character thought that he had gone a little too far. They found themselves at the table again, and Kirikiri said that John was very kind. The main character thought to himself that this girl was ready to sell her soul for sweets. Then he asked her to follow all the guys who offer her lollipops, since she would not get any lollipops in the end. However, as soon as Kirikiri heard about the lollipops, she immediately said that she would go after those guys. After some time, a portal opened in the clearing, ready to take the protagonist back to the waiting room. Before leaving, he asked the girl to tell him how to add skills in the waiting room. He regretted that Composition and Durability were only level 1, while Shimmer and Teleria's wings were at max level when he got them. He thought that he should expect his skills to improve, but at this stage, it was better not to expect great skill effectiveness. Then he looked at the portal and realized there was something else. He asked Kirikiri how much more information he could get, and the girl replied that he could get a little more. Then he asked her to give him advice for the 12th floor. However, the girl said that she had no advice. She advised him not to know anything, since it would be easier that way. She said that he would get through it anyway, and John agreed with her words. He had no trouble clearing the 7th floor, and the fact that he cleared the 6th floor, which required teamwork, meant that he was as strong as 5 Hell-tier players. The floors after the 6th floor required teamwork again, but he cleared everything without any difficulty, and unless there was a large-scale raid on this floor, there was no need to worry. After that, he looked again at Kirikiri, who was seeing him off. He waved to her and said that they would see each other again soon. Finally, the girl told John not to cry anymore because he was lonely. John thought to himself that it was good to have someone to see him off. If there was someone like Cresty outside, then perhaps he would be living differently now. After that, he smiled goodbye to the girl once more and headed towards the portal. Soon he found himself in the waiting room on the 12th floor. He turned to the system and read about the skill of fortitude. It was a skill he received from the god of adventure. It significantly improves combat skills in proportion to the strength, experience, and number of enemies, as well as the number of comrades behind you, injuries received, and fatigue. John really liked this skill and found it cool because it increases his combat skills depending on the situation. Apart from the part with comrades, the conditions are quite doable since this is a hellish level, and this was the best skill for passive combat. He liked that skills increased in accordance with the danger of the situation. This skill was a salvation in a difficult situation. Also, as an additional effect, he had resistance to mental attacks, and now John did not have to worry about it. Then he thought that the god of adventure was really the best. Returning to the fortitude skill, the stronger and longer John is calm, the more unwavering his determination will be. Concentrating on one task longer than the allotted time will increase the experience faster. As he thought, it was related to the speed of development. The key was in maintaining concentration for a long time. He then wondered if this was a single action, and whether it would be possible to train magical power at the same time as improving his fencing, and noted that this skill still had many secrets. He decided that he would learn about it little by little as he used it, and if anything happened, he would ask Kirikiri. Then he decided he had read enough about these skills and headed to the floor. However, this time he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place, which looked like a jungle. The main character didn't even suspect that somewhere in the depths of this tropical forest, a huge dragon was waiting for him. As soon as the protagonist got here, he immediately cursed at Kirikiri, who said that he wouldn't need advice. He was sure that such things needed to be told. Then he raised his head up and suddenly heard terrible sounds coming from somewhere in the depths of the forest. When he turned around, he realized that he was not alone in this forest. Not long before, a portal appeared in the waiting room, ready to send him to the 12th floor. The protagonist decided that he should just go inside, sleep, and regain his strength, and he had no reason to hang around any longer. However, he suddenly didn't notice the team member confirmation window, which indicated that this floor was for solo play. Judging by the fact that Kirikiri said that getting through the 12th floor wouldn't be a problem for him, John was confident that he could handle it even without advice. Because he spent too much time on the 6th floor, his skill level was far behind the other participants, and this was a good opportunity to catch up with them. On other difficulty levels, level 30 is called the habitation zone, where many higher level rankers live. Comparing the hell level with others is a useless thing, and he doesn't like it. So he decided that he needed to speed up and prepared to enter the 12th floor as he really wanted to see the living area. Soon the portal transferred him to the desired location. However, instead of the usual room in which he spent all his floors, he found himself in a tropical forest. John immediately noted that he had not yet been in the jungle, but it was better than the desert or the snow-capped mountains. Thanks to his resistance to heat, he could endure it as long as he wanted, and then decided to see what the conditions were for completing this floor. The system welcomed him to the continent of Yahweh, known as the homeland of the Yahweh subspecies, a place so dangerous that even the natives left their homeland. It is a wild place with no culture or civilization, but it is known for its predators and harsh conditions. The survival rate here is very low. Many have tried to brave the jungle, but only a few have survived. The system said that John was a young fighter who decided to show his strength. He needed to maintain his dignity in these forests, not to be brave and to be vigilant. He must spend 25 days in this year, teaming with hungry predators who are not averse to a feast, and prove that he is a worthy warrior. The protagonist noted that it was a fairly simple explanation. He wanted to go to the inventory interface, but the system told him that the interface was unavailable. No matter how hard he tried to get there, the inventory window was completely blocked. At that moment, he felt that everything was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. He looked at his hands and realized that he had taken absolutely nothing with him. This was terrible news, because the hero was sure that he would simply go crazy here. John had no sword or shield, and there was nothing in his pockets. It was his mistake. It was his own fault he had not taken a weapon with him. He realized that it was irresponsible, and now it was becoming his punishment. Now John was forced to survive empty-handed in this place for 25 whole days. However, he assumed that this did not mean he had to stay here for the full 25 days. At one point, he thought he was lost. There were no losing conditions here, and the portal back did not open. In other words, if he doesn't die, he will have to spend 25 days here. Today was the 6th day of 14 trials, and he had to stay in this grove for another 24 days. If he survives, on day 24, he will be taken to the waiting room, and in the next challenge, he will again need to spend 25 days to pass the stage. He was very unhappy, as he had only passed the 11th floor in a day, but he had to face this floor. He thought that if he rested here, he might be able to find food and build a safe shelter, as if it were a summer vacation. However, he quickly realized that this was not a summer vacation, but the 12th floor of a hellish level of difficulty. He decided to mark his territory like wild animals, so that no one would come close, but he didn't know who his enemy might be. He thought that they might be wild animals or some kind of monster races. If he had won the jungle, he might have been able to clear the floor in 24 days, but he didn't know what would happen if he destroyed all the predators. John first decided to conduct reconnaissance and, if possible, come up with a plan for conquest. However, he suddenly heard terrible sounds coming from above. When he looked back, he saw two huge dragon-like monsters fighting each other. They fought to the death, tearing each other apart with claws and teeth. John was horrified, but he began to understand what he was dealing with. Suddenly, one of the dragons began to prepare a fireball to throw at the enemy. Flames burst from his mouth, but the other dragon blocked the attack with an invisible shield. John realized that he needed to leave this place as quickly as possible and rushed in the opposite direction. He cursed under his breath, not understanding how dragons could be here. Meanwhile, they continued to fight, one dragon trying to hit the other with fire, while the other defended itself. After some time, John reached a large tree, near the roots of which he could hide. He finally caught his breath and thought that if he could use the inventory and at least a knife, everything would be much easier. The problem was that he didn't even have water. He listened to the sounds of the wind and realized that he needed to find food. He needed to replenish his supplies, but the fruits in this jungle could be poisonous. John realized that danger lurked at every step, and he had no medicine if he got poisoned. Then an idea came to him. He needed to get the meat of one of the dragons. However, he realized that if one dragon was dead, the other was definitely alive, and it would be dangerous to go out into the open. Besides, it was possible that someone would start hunting him, so he needed to leave quickly. He walked out of the jungle into more open ground, deciding to stop fooling around. As he moved forward through the foliage and vines, he found it difficult to move quickly. Suddenly, the system informed him that he had received a message from Mr. Harris. John thought this was fortunate, as he needed at least a little rest. He sat down by the tree and opened the system to contact him. Harris asked if he was busy. John replied that he was not busy yet, but would be there soon. Harris asked how things were going on the 12th floor. At first, John didn't know what to say, but then he decided to tell it like it was. He thought Harris was the man who should know the truth. The thing is, Harris was also an active player of hellish level. He told Harris that no equipment could be used on this floor. Harris awkwardly said that in that case, he shouldn't try to pass this level, since he wouldn't survive there. At that moment, John realized he had missed the fact that Harris was also interested in playing the hell level in real time. He could just watch, but John himself would soon start to lose his mind. John suggested changing the topic because it had become too depressing. He asked how the newcomers were doing, and Harris replied that they weren't doing very well. They are annoyed because they couldn't clear the first floor, but they have no choice but to endure it. If you take them out too early, they will definitely die. At that moment, John realized something. At first, he didn't know what to answer. He wasn't always so gloomy. He used to be bright and laugh even at boring stories. John asked how he was doing. Harris replied that he was in front of the boss's room on the 3rd floor and was about to get to the door. He wasn't sure he could cross the stone bridge as John had, but he didn't want to go without information about the valley floor. John realized that Harris was upset because he had refused the challenge. The guy said he would focus on self-improvement until he was sure he could pass. John replied that it would be safer that way and wished him luck, after which they said goodbye. John thought Harris was very careful and cautious. Safety was important to him, and he achieved success with a cool head. Before acting, Harris calculates everything and thinks through a plan. It's more like a hitman or a thief. Harris was the second to rise above the 1st floor on the hell level, and his skills were good. John was curious as to why such a sensible guy would choose the hell level, and when he asked him, as expected, alcohol was to blame. Yet, Harris gets along well with people and is always smiling. Possessing a reasonable and caring character, he advises newcomers on their level. Harris is a better communicator than John, and that's why this job suits him much better, because unlike him, he explains things in a way that suits the person he's talking to. Harris was a better psychological consultant than John, and yes, he had a lot to learn from him, so he respected him, but his gloominess worried John. Harris said there would be a meeting at the end of this session, and perhaps in that case, John should have told everything calmly. He was going to ask Carla to tell this too, but to be honest, he wasn't sure he could calm anyone down with his conversations. After this, he decided that he had rested long enough and then rose to his feet. He needed to get back to thinking about the 12th floor. He needed to find a hearth, since the condition for successful passage was survival, and therefore now he needed to find a safe place. He had several options: to stop near the river, in a cave, or in a tree. Now John needed to expand his area of action. There was a high probability that predators would gather near the river. Moreover, there were no caves visible nearby. So, all he had left was a tree, and he decided that he needed to find a big tree on which he could build himself a hut. He thought about going further to explore the area, but the trees here were too dense, and the view would be narrow, so it was best to observe from above, but he did not know how to take off. Then he suddenly heard some sound. The protagonist turned around and looked at what was behind him, but at first he did not see anyone. However, John clearly heard someone's footsteps, and they were clearly not insects. He began to move forward, wondering where the one who was making these steps was. He looked around, but there was no one nearby. However, John was sure that he definitely heard footsteps. Then he concentrated and decided to use the combat concentration skill. The whole space around him changed, and soon he found a creature walking next to him. This was the first time John fought while hiding himself. He gathered magic in his hand and prepared to attack. When he heard footsteps close enough next to him, he put his palm forward. He hit the creature with his hand, which turned out to be something like a monkey, and the blow landed on its shoulder. He looked closely and realized that this creature was also using the invisibility skill. However, he himself enjoyed using this skill, since he had not done so before. When his concentration faded, he took a closer look at the creature that was hunting him and realized that it looked quite unusual. The environment here was similar to the Jurassic period, but there were also mammals. The creature's arms were like sickles, and it wasn't even a mantis. It looked like a relative of the orangutan, so for now John decided to call it an orangutan. Then he used magic again, wondering if this creature understood what he was saying. He turned to him and offered to talk calmly. At some point, the creature froze and was in no hurry to attack the main character. Then he began making sounds in his own language that seemed to mean nothing. Then John suggested that he calm down and listen to him. He said that he would let him go if they came to an agreement. At that moment, the orangutan suddenly began to shout something in its own language. John began to doubt that this creature understood him. It seemed to him that it was even more nervous, and then he began to speak. Then he slowly extended his hand towards him and began to carefully walk towards him. However, when he got close enough, the orangutan suddenly jumped up and pointed its sickle-like arms at him. John had no choice but to defend himself. So as soon as the monkey flew close to him, he hit her in the arm with his fist and cut off her sickle with his other hand. He thought to himself that the magic hand could serve as a sword or a shield for him, and of course, it couldn't be compared to a magic weapon. After this, he kicked the monkey in the stomach so that it could not come to its senses. From such a strong blow, the monkey, having lost one arm, flew in the other direction. After this, John walked up to her and put his foot on her chest so that she couldn't move. He guessed that the orangutan had used its invisibility skill that time, but it couldn't do anything else, so now he could see it clearly, and it didn't cause him any more problems. He continued to press on the orangutan's chest with his foot, and it began to make sounds. He tried to hit it with his remaining arm, and then John cut it off so that the creature would not have the opportunity to hit him. After that, he looked at the face of the creature, which was on the verge of losing consciousness from pain. He said menacingly that if the creature had listened to him earlier, this would not have happened, but if he answered his questions, he would heal this wound. However, he quickly realized that he would not be able to obtain an antidote, and in any case, the creature would die. Then he turned to the orangutan and asked him to say something before he died. Suddenly, the orangutan took a deep breath and shouted something very loudly in his own language. At this moment, the main character realized that something was wrong here. He began to suspect that this roar had some meaning. However, when he realized this, his eyes widened, and he saw dozens of red eyes looking at him from the foliage. He realized that this orangutan had decided to take revenge on him. When the kinsmen heard the cry of their defeated comrade, they also shouted in response. The protagonist realized that this creature had just called for help. However, when he looked at the orangutan, he realized that it had already died. John realized that things were going badly for him at the moment. He knew nothing about the number of enemies, their strength, or the area, and the situation was as bad as it could be. Then he decided that the only right way out of this situation would be to flee. He quickly jumped up and soared into the air before the orangutans could catch up with him. In flight, he shot down one of them, which apparently was hiding in invisibility. The hero thought to himself that he knew it all along. Everything here wouldn't be so simple, because at the hellish difficulty level, nothing comes easy. As he flew, he saw another orangutan approaching him. However, the hero was prepared for this and cut him in half with his hand. When he looked at the trees, he realized that they were too thick for him to get through. Even if he killed them all, they would simply call others with their roar. He noticed that the other orangutans did not attack after they learned of his strength, but if he turned his back on them for even a second, something terrible would happen. At that moment, he felt another monster approaching him from behind. The protagonist turned around sharply and punched him in the face with all his might. He didn't understand why some orangutans kept attacking him, as if they had no instinct for self-preservation. He soon realized that he had been running from these monsters all day long, and they were constantly chasing him. They can be killed one by one, but it's not that easy, but still, it matches the difficulty of the 12th floor of hellish difficulty. These monkeys were flexible and fast, and they had sickles instead of hands. Moreover, they were quite smart. They slowly surrounded John as if he were their prey. He could have escaped by flying away on Talaria's wings or using the shimmer, but there might be other monsters in the sky, so John decided to avoid danger. If you think about it, these creatures weren't as dangerous as dragons. The thing is that there were a lot of them, and they were smart. They surrounded him, calculated his movements, and blocked his path. It would have been easier for John if they had attacked him at once, and at some point he decided to pretend to be wounded. Moreover, each of these monkeys had a unique ability, and John could only guess how many more surprises this jungle had in store for him. Dragons used flame for protection. It was their ability. They have the skills they acquired when they entered training. The first orangutan had the skill of invisibility, the other had the skill of regeneration and the blessing of the wind spirit. John didn't know how the next one would attack, so it was even more difficult for him. At that moment he saw two monkeys flying towards him at once. He realized that he was in their sight, and now he was easy prey. Then, he immediately punched one of the monkeys in the stomach, throwing it away from him. He kicked the second monkey in the face. It seemed to him that he had escaped death, but suddenly he heard a strange sound. When he looked up, he saw a monkey standing in front of him, its body seeming to spark with electricity. He realized that this time, the creature standing in front of him was one that possessed some kind of electrical skill. Before the monkey could hit him, the protagonist quickly jumped into the air. He hit the orangutan in the face with all his might and then ran away. He couldn't help but notice that these creatures were incredibly annoying. He also noted that they attack in pairs, so he couldn't even guess how many of these creatures there were. As John ran forward, he saw a high mountain appear in front of him. He decided that the best solution at the moment would be to go to this rock. He thought that since these monkeys had sickles instead of hands, they would not be able to climb after him. He decided to confuse his tracks so that he could escape from them even if they climbed to the very top. While he was trying to reach the rock, he had to fight off the monkeys every now and then. At some point, John began to think that even for a hellish difficulty, this was an incredibly grueling test. These monsters were incredibly fast, and he didn't even have time to rest. The war with the orangutans lasted about 2 days. John was not able to get even close to the rock, which seemed to be 2 steps away. He couldn't eat or drink these days. This whole situation was driving him crazy, because he didn't know how he would be able to find even one free minute. He used Soul Cry, but this time it didn't work. Last time he used this skill he caused aggression and destroyed everything that was outside the skill's range. He could only guess how intelligent these monkeys were, since they even used their surroundings to attack him. They used traps, timing of attacks, and provoking aggression. Moreover, they have now set traps around him in several rows. He noticed at least 4 rows of traps, and he couldn't even imagine how it could be done in such a dense forest. He couldn't imagine how they could control such a huge army. Given his location, their movements, and the terrain, it was impossible to take so many factors into account and formulate a plan without a leader. At that moment, it occurred to him that these orangutans might have walkie-talkies. However, a more likely answer was that they had some skill. They had surveillance of all this from above or something like telepathy, and somewhere their commander was sitting, who was leading this whole crowd, using his skill. John noted that this was a pretty good hypothesis. However, he was distracted by another orangutan, which appeared out of nowhere and flew towards him. And although the protagonist dealt with him, he noted that his hypothesis still did not help him in any way. He threw the annoying monkey away from himself and ran forward. He thought to himself that even if it was true, he would not be able to avoid the traps, and now he did not understand what options he had. For starters, John could kill the commander who was somehow controlling these monkeys. He also had the option of taking off on Talaria's wings and flying away from here, and the third option was to climb the cliff. John understood that the first option was difficult to implement, and if he followed the second, he would have to fly for a very long time. He could run into dragons, and then it would be terrible. So, the only option left for him is to climb the cliff. At that moment he realized that it was Carl who was writing to him, asking John if he was busy. Along the way, the main character fought off the monkeys and asked his comrade what he wanted. The dwarf said that he had been told something strange, but it was not urgent, and they could talk later. After some time, the main character finally reached the rock to which he had been running for a couple of days. He looked up and noted that it was quite high, but most of the problem was solved. He had very little left to do, but just climb up and stop there for a while. However, as he was climbing through the grass, he noticed several monkeys flying towards him at once. John had no choice but to use the flicker skill and reach the top of the cliff in one jump. As he flew, he used his wings to land smoothly on the top of the cliff. The monkeys that remained below watched with great surprise as their opponent flew through the air like a bird. John couldn't help but smile as he finally got rid of those pesky monkeys. Soon, he approached the edge of the cliff and flew there quite quickly. When he landed on the rock surface, he retracted his wings and was finally able to exhale. However, he already saw what was in front of him and understood that it was too much. As it turned out, there was a whole crowd of monkeys standing in front of him who were already waiting for him at the top. He didn't understand why they had gotten here, and in his eyes it all looked more like some kind of joke. He thought that he could just ignore them and go back down to the bottom. However, at that moment the system informed him that the wings were locked indefinitely, and then John realized that he hadn't thought of that. These macaques calculated his path, positioned his army, and also blocked his skill, which showed that these guys were really smart. He looked at the monkeys who were standing in front of him and shouting something loudly in their language. John noted that he knew this cry. It was revenge and mockery of the enemy. He began to think about the situation he was in, and the first thing he noticed was that his flight skill was blocked. Right now, there were more than 3,000 monsters in front of him. Moreover, John was confident that these guys were not going to lose. Then he put his hand forward again and activated the magic in it. Soon after, he rushed towards them using the soul exploitation skill. This skill, bestowed upon him by God for his remarkable achievements in battle, brands the souls of enemies within his reach, gradually weakening them. If John defeats an enemy, he will absorb the enemy's soul, restoring his body. Roughly speaking, it was a long-range debuff and a post-victory recovery effect. Moreover, if it is maintained, it increases in proportion to the enemy resistance. So John was just glad that there were so many of these guys, and they were going to attack him. The monkeys immediately began to approach him, intending to hit him with their sickles. The protagonist then activated the fortitude skill, which gives him strength when he faces a crisis. For John, this was a great opportunity to test his fortitude. When he saw that the frightened monkeys began to run away from him, he used a war cry to provoke them to attack him. When the creatures ran towards him again, he began to beat them one by one to death. They began to surround him from all sides, but John was strong enough to deal with them. Soon the entire surface of the rock was strewn with the corpses of monkeys. John noted that there was a strong smell of blood in the area, so it was a good thing it was raining. He decided that it was time for him to leave here, but before he left, he took the hand of one of the macaques with him. He then activated his wings, which were already available. At first he was even surprised, because he was not sure that he could fly again. Then he flew into the air and began to think about what to do next. John decided to go back to the beginning, find some shelter, food, and sleep. After some time, he arrived back in the jungle, where he tried to hide from the downpour. First, the orangutans bothered him, and now the rain bothered him, making it impossible for him to see anything. While he was walking here, he sat on the orangutan's leg. He had no choice, because he had not eaten or drunk for 3 days. The smell of fish and flesh was simply awful, and he didn't understand why it could be so tasteless. Kirikiri said that he could get through this floor without any problem, and now he was very angry with the girl and promised to never bring her cake again. Moreover, the rain was incredibly heavy, and then John remained that he would be able to reach the destination. As he was walking down the hill, he saw some movement. Someone entered the cave to escape the rain, and thanks to the clear vision skill, John saw much better, so he could not be mistaken. He thought it was good to have a goal, but being wet made his mood foul. Then he suddenly felt his stomach twist and thought it was because of the meat. He felt so bad that he even vomited. John felt terrible, but he couldn't do anything about it. He understood that if he ate this meat again, he would simply die, and decided that he would simply eat tree leaves. Then he scooped up some rainwater in his palm to drink, and at that moment he realized what a catch the 12th floor was. Here you need not just to survive, but to develop various survival skills. There's no need to fight anyone here. The 12th floor is a test of survival skills, not fighting ability. However, no matter how you look at it, this strategy did not suit John, since he loved fighting much more. After some time, he was finally able to reach the cave near which he had seen movement. At first he couldn't even believe that after so much time, he had finally managed to get here. Then John suddenly shouted sharply and ordered whoever was hiding inside to come out. However, there was no response. No one came out of the cave or even made a sound. Then John picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it into the cave. At first there was no answer, and the protagonist simply silently looked into the depths of the dark cave. Then he shouted again, telling the creature that this was his home now. When the creature heard this, it looked out of the cave, its eyes glowing with a bright red light. He met the protagonist's gaze, and for a moment, they looked at each other in silence. Soon the creature slowly emerged from the cave, and the protagonist saw that it looked like a huge ferret. John noted that the creature's paws also shimmered with electricity. He also realized that there was water everywhere here, and wherever he went, he could get an electric shock. He then immediately activated the soul exploitation and directed it at the ferret. The creature didn't have time to dodge the attack, and John was glad that he had succeeded. Then the ferret suddenly growled and rushed straight at the main character. John was surprised that this ferret decided to attack him directly, but in that case, he also had a plan. As the ferret flew towards him, John used his wings, which hit him in the face. The blow was so strong that it sent the ferret flying to the side. John knew that the wings had high magic resistance, and they also did not touch his body directly, so he would not be electrocuted. He looked at his opponent again and noted that he had started with electricity right away, so he had to hit him while he was close. John didn't want to know how powerful his punch was, but he knew that if he started testing it now, he would simply die. Then he rushed through his opponent at great speed. After that, he dealt him a crushing blow to the face. It was so strong that the ferret flew a huge distance and fell somewhere deep in the jungle. John noted that the combo of shimmer and wings works on the 12th floor too. After the victory, his stamina was restored. Apparently the soul exploitation effect was activated. However, he was unhappy that just now some bastard appeared who had electrical abilities. He decided that next time, he needed to get the skill of resistance to electricity. After the cave was clear, he entered it. John looked closely and realized that it was quite empty and spacious here, and also warm. However, then he suddenly heard some strange sounds again. Without thinking twice, John activated his combat concentration skill. He realized that his enemy was somewhere nearby, but he understood that he could not be either in front or above. At some point, he began to think that someone was using the invisibility skill again. John realized that he could not determine where his opponent was now. He then decided to use his heightened senses to determine its location. It took him a few seconds, and he felt that the enemy had just passed by him. He felt a crunching sound coming from above behind him. Before the creature could attack him, the protagonist turned around and grabbed it by the tail. However, as it turned out, it was someone very small and did not pose a threat to him. He looked at the carcass of the little ferret, which was cut into pieces by his skill. This creature looked like that big ferret, however, it was still young, but nevertheless, it could still be very dangerous for him. John noted that he was already very tired of the local fauna, despite the fact that his wounds were healing instantly. Such wounds can be healed with medicinal herbs in less than a minute, and it's good that he has other recovery methods besides potions. They increase his chances of survival and speed it up quite a bit. At that moment, John realized that he was having difficulty keeping his head up. The thing is that too much energy is spent on recovery, which is why he starts to feel bad. However, he decided that for now there was no need to worry about this, because he had become physically stronger. Moreover, the potion had not gone anywhere, but it was difficult for him to recover when his strength was at 0. So he lay down on the ground, thinking that he still had a lot of things to do, but first he wanted to rest. After some time, he woke up and realized that his cloak was not on him, and some of his equipment was lying next to him. John opened his eyes and realized that he was not alone in the cave. He sat up and saw that Ida was sitting near the entrance to the cave, as if she was guarding his peace. When she saw that John was awake, she smiled and said that she had prepared food for them, and then called the guy her husband. When he heard this, surprise appeared on his face. He immediately picked up a stone that was lying next to him and threw it towards the lizard, but it dodged it. Then John turned to her and said that he had already asked her not to call him that. He calmed down pretty quickly, then stretched and asked the lizard how long he had slept. Ida replied that he slept for 3 hours, which was very little for a general. John was surprised because he felt like he had slept much more, and if he hadn't called Ida, he wouldn't have been able to close his eyes for even 10 minutes. He thought to himself that he was actually very grateful to her for existing. He also noted that summoning the deceased is a pretty cool skill. It can be used no more than 5 times per entity, and an item that contains the spirit is also required. Even with the limitations, summoning the deceased is a good skill. It would have been even more effective to summon a more powerful creature once he had leveled up, but for now, he didn't regret summoning the lizard at all. With her, he felt completely safe. In situations where he had to remain at one stage for a long time, the knowledge that he had an ally gave him strength. John was more aware of the situation when he could share his thoughts, and the feeling of loneliness disappeared. He first summoned Ida at level 7, doing so only to distract the enemy, but he realized that she had much greater potential. She proved to be not only strong in battle, but also cold-blooded and attentive to detail, which is not typical of lizards. However, on the 5th level, she became obsessed with the idea of making him her husband, and he couldn't get it out of his mind. It is customary for lizards to choose a mate from the strongest. She began to court him fiercely so that he would choose her, but John, being very tired after that battle, decided not to dwell on this. In accordance with the characteristics of her species, she resigned herself to his refusal. In return, he taught her to understand human actions, and now they got along quite well. After some time, the lizard brought him some food on a large leaf. She said it was lambura meat. It was raw, but the protagonist had resistance to poison, so he wasn't poisoned. He could imagine it as sashimi. The hero thought to himself that the ferret was apparently called a lamber, and it tasted much better than an orangutan. Then he asked the lizard what she knew about this area, since the protagonist only knew that this area was called Ehai, but Ida also knew nothing. John thought about how he had a lot of questions for the lizard when they started working together. He was curious about what role she played in the training, how she got there, and what she did before that. She didn't know the answer to most of his questions. She said that her head went blank and nothing came to mind when he asked her about something. It seemed like she had a black memory and was upset when she couldn't remember anything, so he didn't try to dig into her past. However, what Ida could tell him was about her skills, but she remembered nothing about her training. Although she knew the name of this animal, she had no idea of its purpose. Then the lizard asked John what they would do now and what the conditions were for completing the level. John explained to her that they had to stay in the forest for 25 days and were forbidden from using equipment. The lizard then suggested that it was possible to live quietly in this jungle for 25 days, and she certainly enjoyed this stage. The hero asked her what exactly she liked here. Since he wouldn't be able to get through this floor just like that, the game session would end early, and he wouldn't be able to last here for 25 days. In response to this, the lizard only laughed and said that he was unlucky. Then she said that if you concentrate on development, then the time will not be wasted, and John thought that these were the right words and decided to try to develop new skills. However, Ida said that first they needed to make sure that they would definitely survive. John agreed with her words more than ever. He suggested that they would use this cave as a base for now, and then expand a little. Then they will start hunting those who live here, thus getting rid of unwanted neighbors. The lizard noted that this was a good way, and that they would definitely expand their territory, but if they were too active, predators might come running here. However, John assured her that everything would be fine. They were unlikely to meet any beast that could defeat them. In the worst case, they might just run away, because if you think about it, the likelihood of encountering a predator stronger than themselves is quite small. So he said that they would move at dawn, and in the meantime, the lizard should continue to guard their border. The next morning, the protagonist woke up and began to meditate. Although he had regained some of his magical skills, the composition still didn't work, so he doubted that he would achieve any effect if he concentrated harder. At some point, a lizard came into the cave and addressed him. She happily announced that she was ready to run. After this, the main characters put on their clothes and walked away from the cave. He looked at the spikes that were visible in the deep hole. As it turned out, Ida had made a trap, but that was not all. She said they were called kikimu and scattered them around the cave. The jungle animals don't like them. Then John asked her how she was able to grind without any tool, but the lizard said that she could do everything. John admitted to himself that he hadn't expected anything like that from her. It was enough for him that she helped when they were resting from the battle. He then thanked his partner and said that he really appreciated what she was doing. In response to this, the lizard growled contentedly and then suggested that they go hunting. After some time, they were able to catch the boar. John immediately noted that the lizard hunter was also quite good. Ida explained that she was exiled from the tribe, so she often hunted alone, so she had a lot of experience. John explained that he was not saying this for nothing, and in fact, the lizard is simply wonderful. After that, he said that they needed to move on because they needed to catch all the animals nearby. He also suggested leaving the boar here so that the other animals would smell the blood and gather in one place, which would be much more convenient for them. He said he would look for game and asked the lizard if she could fight, but she suggested it would be better to do the opposite. John agreed with her, but he wanted to gain a skill related to chasing or searching. There was something John didn't understand. When the orangutans chased him, they found him like ghosts, even if he crossed rivers or mountains, so he thought they had bloodhound skills. If that was the case, then it was a very useful skill, and he wanted one for himself too, and if he now met an enemy with an invisibility skill, he would not react at all, and would die. Perhaps the composition would return to him while he was learning this skill, so he headed into the jungle and told the lizard that he was leaving the battlefield to her. After some time, he arrived at a place where an animal similar to an antelope stood. The animal was leaning over the watering hole when it heard something strange. As it turned out, at that moment there was a lizard standing behind her. Taking advantage of the moment, she cut off the animal's head. John was delighted when he saw her cut the animal in two with one blow, and noted that her skills were excellent. After this, the lizard looked at him with a smile and said that she would like to teach him how to hunt. During their time on the 12th floor, Ida taught John how to hide, explaining the best hunting locations, how to track prey, and how to sneak up on his prey. She showed that magic could also be useful in hunting, and John learned to hide the slightest signs of his presence, moving without making unnecessary noise. He also learned how to distribute mana throughout the surrounding area, creating a thin web, and monitor everything that was happening around him, something John didn't know was possible, and it took him some time to learn. For the next 2 weeks, he hunted stray monsters near the cave, improving his skills. Sometimes Ida would hunt, because it was her element. With one blow, she could cut the body of any animal in half. She soon stated that it seemed like there were no more monsters left in the area, and they had no one to chase. John was glad that he finally learned how to detect enemies. He pumped up the magic circuit and several other skills, and all this thanks to Ida. They quickly exterminated the creatures, and only harmless species remained around the cave, since they were not hunting. Then Ida asked what they would do now, and suggested going back home. John agreed because he wanted to spend time training in the cave. Ida decided to call the cave their home, and in her free time she began making furniture, as if this lair had become a real home for her. It seemed to John that she was feeling contented. The hunt had clearly invigorated her. Suddenly, he asked her to teach him how to use a spear. He said he thought it was a very valuable skill. He didn't use martial arts much within the system, preferring to do everything alone, but he thought he could learn a lot from Ida, including weapon handling. Ida was one of the most amazing creatures he had met here, and he wanted to not only learn how to wield a spear, but also develop his strategic thinking, so he decided to train in combat in general. He said that given the current situation, it would be better for them to stay here until the end of the session. Of course, they could find new places to hunt, but that was not as important as the skill of wielding a spear. Seeing the uncertainty on Ida's face, John suggested that he might be asking too much of her. At that moment, Ida looked up somewhere and began to actively think about something. She then headed into the jungle and asked John to wait for her here. John doubted that he should just sit and wait, because he knew that asking a huge lizard to teach him how to fight was a strange idea. He went back into the cave, wondering if he really had gone crazy, and decided to focus on practicing composition. In recent days, he has been doing this at any convenient moment. Earlier, he tried to increase his stamina in this way. Even if John does everything correctly, it is still not enough to maintain the composition, as he found out that he needs at least 8 hours to activate this skill. At 8 a.m. is the minimum. After spending exactly this amount of time in meditation, he can activate the ability. After activation, he feels an increase in strength. Composition is the main reason why he was able to improve his skills so quickly. This skill turned out to be much more useful than he expected, and without Ida and this skill, he would not have managed it. Since scanning the area also consumed mana, John could train the magic circuit and danger detection at the same time, which was quite convenient. He saw the situation in the cave as if it were in the palm of his hand. He then activated his skill and continued meditating. After that, he activated the combat concentration skill, realizing that he needed to imagine the spider in such detail. Suddenly, he felt an incredibly severe headache and was forced to interrupt his meditation. He was exhausted, but he knew that this was probably his limit. At that moment, Ida returned to the cave and asked John to come to her. John was extremely surprised when he saw his companion at the threshold of the cave. He followed her and asked where she went. Since Ida did not answer his questions, he asked again if she would teach him how to use a spear. Instead of answering, she handed him a small spear that she had made herself. John was extremely surprised to see what she was handing him. He asked if she had made it herself, to which Ida replied that it was now his training spear. She said with a smile that he could try it. John clutched the spear in his hands and thanked Ida for the gift, calling her a true craftswoman. After that, they began training, and John practiced his spear strikes. Ida was delighted. She knew that he would succeed because everything about him was perfect, except for his dexterity. John himself did not even understand why it was so easy for him to hit. However, John said that without dexterity, he could not do anything because it is the most important trait for any professional. Ida said that he was learning surprisingly quickly, especially considering that he was using composition. This could not be explained by anything other than innate talent. John himself knew this, and understood that without talent, he would be just a walking piece of meat. Ida said that sometimes his words make her lose her appetite. John thought to himself that while he was learning to fight with a spear, his swordsmanship and hand-to-hand combat were also improving. He knew that Ida was the ideal mentor. Her physical abilities are many times greater than those of humans, so she was an excellent trainer. After some time, he continued practicing with the new weapon. Soon he emerged from the cave, ready for new adventures. The system informed him that the meeting day had begun and would last 24 hours. Then he turned to his mentor and asked if she would like to go with him, but immediately warned that there would be nothing fun there. Ida said that of course she wanted to go with him. After some time, the two of them arrived at the right place. When they arrived at the clearing, there was no one there. Then the main character turned to the system and opened his inventory. When the system opened, he said he was very happy to see it because he had not been able to use it all this time. Then he pressed something and summoned the thing he needed. He picked up a huge piece of fabric and began to straighten it out. After that, he ordered him to get ready and threw him somewhere to the side. In just a couple of seconds, the huge sheet of fabric transformed into a large tent. When they went inside, the tent was already completely assembled, and there was even furniture inside. He told the lizard that he got this tent on the 9th floor and needed to take it to the 12th floor too. After a while, Carl entered the tent. He immediately smiled and said that he did not expect anything less from John. John was surprised when he saw his friend on the doorstep. When Carl saw Ida, he greeted her too, as he had heard about her but had never seen her in person. He noted that the inside of the tent was very spacious and that things like glasses were incredibly useful, but John said he did not buy the tent. When Carl decided to change the subject and asked why he was sitting there, John replied that Maria and the guards were making a fuss outside, but John felt he would be out of place there, so he left. And then he asked Carl, "I think she thinks Maria is going too far." Carl replied that now more than ever they needed her strictness. She watched not only others, but also herself, and no one seemed to complain, but John thought that she was going too far. He thought to himself that she seemed to be developing a mental disorder. This girl was prone to anxiety because of a past full of regrets and a future frightening with its uncertainty. She took on too much. Therefore, she set excessively high standards not only for herself, but also for those around her. The problem was that people were inherently imperfect, and it was bound to dawn on her someday that not everyone could live up to her standards, let alone herself. Any normal person would have long since given up on this and moved on, but Maria was not like that. She would burn because of her shortcomings and fight with herself, and this would be her eternal torment. A person breaks like a straw when something like this happens to him, and then he can no longer be fixed. Then John asked Carl to look after her anyway, since there was no one else to do it. Carl grinned and said that he always gives him the most difficult tasks. Then they heard sounds coming from outside, and John asked his comrade if he had called someone. Carl said he found a player with the lightning skill, which John didn't want. At that moment, a young man with dark hair entered the tent and introduced himself as Lucas. John noted that he was very young, and he would not be surprised if this guy said that he did not even finish school, and it turned out that Lucas really was a schoolboy. Moreover, he acted very strangely, as if he was scared, but he said that he was just a little awkward. Lucas was a player from the 8th floor of the hard level, a mage specializing in electromagic, which made him ideal for heat resistance training. Then John thanked the boy for coming, and said that now he would have to use the lightning on his hand. Lucas was shocked and said that it would hurt John because lightning stung a lot, but Carl explained to him that the guy had increased his heat resistance with a hot stone, so Lucas didn't have to worry. Then the guy timidly approached the main character and was about to fulfill his request. He used his skill on John's hand, which he had prepared in advance. The protagonist asked him not to be shy, as he would be cured immediately, and therefore the boy could use all his power. After this, John once again wondered why they had arranged a meeting day. Carl explained that on the 30th floor of the easy level, some organization was producing and distributing drugs. Apparently they gathered people to influence the situation. Carl ordered security guards to infiltrate the organization undercover, and once he was appointed manager, he received a list of its players. He said that these were the usual methods of security. They infiltrate problematic groups and extract information from them, and the day of the meeting is a trap for such criminals, where they are all caught at once. Some guards are open about their activities and are well known in the community, but the identities of spies are kept secret. Then John realized that Carl was the only one who knew what was really going on here, that he wasn't really privy to the details either, and that they were operating in small groups, but there were more of them than they thought. Then John asked him, "Am I right in thinking that the world of learning will end up being a gathering place for spies?" Carl chuckled and said that if that happened, then there would be no point in spies, because then everyone would be under the supervision of their neighbor, and everyone would become responsible and maintain order. However, the main character doubted that this was even possible. Suddenly, he was distracted by a strong pain that spread through his arm. Lucas immediately apologized to the hero and asked if he was okay. The hero replied that he was fine, but it seemed like he could still increase his heat resistance. At that moment, a man with blonde hair and a bandage on his forehead entered the tent. When he saw his comrades, he smiled. Seeing the main character, he asked if he had come here too. The boys recognized the man as a player named James. James sat down in the chair and said that they had finished their business, so everyone would come here soon. Meanwhile, the rest of the players were already heading towards the tent. James grinned and said it was time to start the meeting. At that moment, the tent opened and Maria appeared on the threshold, with several players standing behind her. The girl carefully examined everyone present before entering. Their eyes met, and for a few seconds there was silence between the boys. Then Maria firmly stated that they should start the meeting. The first thing they discussed was the incident with the drug dealers. They discussed ways to curb drug trafficking, and then listened to reports from representatives of each level of complexity. John thought that so far no one had said anything that couldn't be discussed in the community chat. Then Carl said that there were two important details that they needed to discuss. He said that there was a man named Chester. As it turned out, he cleared the 89th floor on easy difficulty. When the boys heard this, they began to rejoice, since he was the closest to the 100th floor. Carl said they would continue to support Chester, which meant they couldn't cut corners with their previous resources or when gathering information for him. While all the guys were happy that Chester had managed to get so far, John was thinking about something of his own. Chester has made it his goal to complete all the floors. Ever since they learned that the real world was in danger, his motivation became the opportunity to return to his family. Maria said that the first person to clear the 100th floor of the training world and return to reality would become an important symbol for both worlds. He will be able to tell that those who disappeared in the world of learning are not actually dead. He will let the world know that they just need to wait, and they will all return. Then an awkward silence fell between the boys. Everyone seemed happy, except for the main character. Carl said that before Chester cleared the 100th floor and returned to the real world, they needed to decide what information they would send with him. James said that people in the real world don't know what's happening to them, and with the monsters that have appeared on Earth, they don't have time to figure it out. The first thing Carl suggested was to make a list of the players and write a message for their families and friends. Maria said that the government should then be notified of their existence and forced to acknowledge the players' authority. At this point, the players began to be perplexed, not understanding what kind of power she was talking about. The girl explained that they would demand that the government recognize security guards as those who can introduce laws into the educational world and ensure their observance, as well as punish those who violate them. John immediately thought that the government would hardly just let them rule the world alone, even though the guards were currently dictating the rules here, but he wasn't sure that the government would officially recognize their authority just because they were in charge here. Carl noted that this was easier said than done. John continued to think that the government would most likely try to make them into some kind of state organization, if they even acknowledged their existence. Maria said that absolutely anyone in the real world can get into education, whether they are a preschooler or an elderly person, a politician or a president. When a person comes here, he is obliged to obey the laws they establish. If they are violated, they will punish the president like any other person. At this point, an awkward pause fell between the players. John thought about how the guards had their own rules. Anyone who didn't recognize or follow them would be punished. Anyone who tried to set their own rules would also be punished. And anyone who tried to create or join an organization that wasn't approved by the rebels and consisted of more than 10 people would also be punished. Given these laws and what Maria was saying, John couldn't imagine a good picture. If their authority is not recognized in reality and they try to stop their laws, their actions will be considered a violation of the hunter's laws, and in theory, a couple awaits us, and the punishment here is most often execution. Thus, if a representative of the authorities from reality were to enter the world of learning, he would be immediately executed. John began to think that if something like this happened, it would be dangerous. Maria's ideas were too radical, and the people at the top certainly wouldn't like them. He then suggested postponing this topic until the next meeting. Then James suggested that they talk about choosing a starting weapon. John noted that this was a great topic, since the survival of players directly depends on the starting weapon, and it is important not to miscalculate here. Carl said that they also need healers, at least one person per floor, as they are in dire need. John found this surprising, considering the number of people who choose a wand as their starting weapon. At first glance, it looks no different from an ordinary wooden stick. Posting information about starting weapons on the community wall is a dead end, since the wall opens after selection, but it's crucial to let the real world know that healers are worth their weight in gold here. James also said that it's important to point out that choosing a spectator on hard and hell difficulty levels is not a good idea, and that newbies should be warned against choosing hell difficulty in general. After the warning, only suicidal people would choose such a difficulty, since John and that guy Harris were the only survivors, and even they didn't make it to the 14th floor. John agreed with him and said that he didn't need healers either. He considered the idea of completing the training as a team, but came to the conclusion that other people on hellish difficulty would only be a hindrance for him. As confident as he was that this was a good decision in the long run, no one knew what challenges awaited them in the future. The protagonist countered by saying that he was a living witness to the fact that it was very difficult to get through it and stay alive, even if you developed a flawless strategy, and that newcomers would simply die in vain. Then Carl said that it was worth discussing this topic later. 2 hours later, the meeting finally concluded. Carl told the other players that they seemed to have already discussed everything. However, at this moment James asked to listen to him and said that information had reached him that another event awaited them. The players assumed it was another meeting, but they didn't understand why it was happening so soon. However, the man said that it was not the day of assembly. With these words, he even attracted John's attention. James then said that the details are still unknown, so players need to keep gathering information, and eventually they will figure something out. John thought it was another misfortune to plague his aching head, and he thanked the gods that he was not involved in all this information gathering. After this, Maria finally concluded the meeting and thanked everyone who attended. After this, the guys headed towards the exit and soon left the tent. Maria wanted to say goodbye to her comrades, but James asked her to stay a little longer. The girl didn't understand what he wanted from her, but John guessed what he wanted to say. He understood that there was still one important point left. Unfortunately, he would have to stay and take part in the conversation. James wanted to start, but he hesitated and asked Carl to do it instead. John felt a familiar sensation, for no one had a command of words like Carl. Then Carl said that there was really nothing wrong with that. It turned out it was something about Maria and John. The men suddenly stood in a group and looked at the girl, who did not understand what was happening. Then Carl said that they just wanted to talk about her relationships with her subordinates. John thought that Maria often treated people coldly. Though not cruelly, she reprimanded her subordinates, but without malice, and most of the rebels approved of her style. There was one problem, though. She treated General John as if he were her superior in status. When Maria heard this, surprise appeared on her face. Carl explained that they understood her gratitude for saving John at the first meeting, but they had agreed to treat each other equally, so they asked her to see John as an equal. Maria firmly stated that she already treats everyone as equal, and does not hide it. In the world of education, age and status do not matter. Here, everyone is equal, with the exception of the security guards who impose laws and punish those who break them. Then James asked her to address the main character by name. An awkward silence fell between the players, and Maria realized she couldn't call him by his name without adding General. Her face turned deeply red, and the other men felt the awkwardness of the moment. Ida watched what was happening with great interest. Maria tried to address John as an ordinary person, but she couldn't. John was surprised how suddenly this cold and distant Maria began to act so nice. But he knew that if she continued to put him above herself, it could become a problem in the future. No matter the reasons, she still saw him as a hero who saved a woman in trouble. John felt that she respected him too much, and this bothered him. As long as she perceived him as a superior, the hierarchy of the guards remained unclear. He was sure that there would be people who would consider him her boss, and not the other way around, and this could lead to splits and factions, which they did not need. Sometime after this, John took up wood carving. He said that he was making the wooden figure, as it was his hobby. The main character admitted that he used to be into knitting, and Carl chuckled because it wasn't like him at all. John said that at the time he was on the verge of insanity, and handicrafts were his only way to distract himself. It was really a hard time for him, and at that moment, knitting became his only way out. Carl explained that he made furniture for his home because he couldn't afford to buy it, and John realized that he had a home on the 30th floor too, and that was great. He thought about Maria and realized that he had never even suspected that she had such a side. To be honest, sometimes she scared him. She didn't hesitate to shoot in the head the one who made her suffer. He hoped that in the future they could build a more trusting relationship, but for now, he had other problems. It seemed to him that his companion, the lizard, was dissatisfied. She must have been sad and bored because he didn't pay any attention to her during the entire conference. While he was trying to figure out what he had done wrong, Lucas entered the tent. He apologized and turned to the protagonist, who could barely remember his name. As it turned out, John had called him here again to practice his resilience. Lucas sat down on the chair and continued testing it on the zippers. The protagonist asked him to collect for him a lamp associated with the 12th floor, and told him that he was associated with this floor. As payment, he promised to go there, giving Lucas a bracelet that improved the magic circuit by 1 level. He said that he received it for clearing the 10th floor on hell difficulty, and such an artifact cannot be bought in the store. He could use magic above the normal level just by wearing this bracelet. He also told Lucas that he was actually a very promising guy and gave him this item because he believed in his potential. Then he suddenly remembered that he needed to meet Harris. Carl reminded that Harris is currently on the 3rd floor of hell difficulty. John said that the guy was very discouraged, thinking that his failure on the 3rd floor had undermined his confidence. Carl noted that consolation would not solve this problem. Perhaps leaving him alone was the best help. John decided to take this advice into account. He then turned to Lucas and asked if he had any more powerful skill. Soon, the day of the meeting came to an end. The 14th session also concluded. The protagonist told Ida that they would need to return to their cave, as it had become a real home for him. The lizard smiled and said that this cave had become a home for her too. For a moment she stood silently, looking into the cave. She said that she had never lived with her fellow humans, was homeless and alone, and slept in a new place every night. The 5th floor was not a home for her, but rather a dungeon. But this cave became the first place she could call home, and she thanked John for bringing her here. At this moment, the main character began to think about his companion. He once asked Kirikiri what would happen when another player encountered Ida in the boss room on the 5th floor. He asked if it would be the same Ida. Kirikiri replied that it would be a different being, but with a different essence. The Ida that someone meets on the 5th floor will be summoned by someone else and will not know John, as they have never met. The main character felt confused. He wanted to say something important to Ida, but nothing came to mind. Suddenly, the system reported that he had failed to clear the 12th floor, and then he realized that the session had come to an end. The lizard asked if he would defend this floor again, but John replied that he didn't want to. He said that there was no better floor for training, and so he decided to train there a couple more times. He still had a lot of time, and this floor was full of monsters, and in any case, he needed to survive for a certain amount of time. Besides, before leaving this place, he was going to kill that pseudo-dragon. The story moves into the future, to the 60th floor in the residential zone. By that time, the dragon egg had already hatched. When the main character watched the creature emerge from the egg, he was surprised. He didn't understand why this little dragon, named Yong, only ate cutlets. Now John was locked on the 60th floor because the little dragon was terribly picky. He even said that magic worms were better for a growing organism and promised to coat them with honey if he liked it better. This dragon copied his behavior down to the smallest detail. He ate what John ate and slept when he slept, even laughed and yawned like his master. At that moment, Maria sent him a message asking how he was doing. The protagonist replied that he had nothing new and was still sitting with Jan. When Maria heard this, the first thing she said was that it was a rather strange name, and she could not believe that he actually named the little dragon that. She said that if even one dragon heard that name, they would immediately try to kill John for disrespecting their kind, but John assured her that everything would be fine because he was stronger. Then he told the girl that her temper was hotter than ever. She was very cruel, and perhaps people liked that about her. and then she asked if the little dragon had time to hate his name, but the dragon only shook his head. Maria said that she would give him a better name and asked what his scream sounded like. The protagonist replied that he had not screamed yet. The girl said that a good name couldn't come to mind and promised to consult with others. She even decided to start a competition for the right to give the dragon a normal name, with a prize in the form of 1 elixir. However, the little dragon did not like all the suggested names at all. However, he liked 2 names. One was Laocoon and the other was Neapolius, and he wanted to choose both. As a result, the little dragon was given the name Benedict Relitius Piacan Laocoon Neapolius Nis Tiamat Carcerian Balacius Sansogardand des Necessario III. Maria approved of this choice, but John understood that she was probably just tired of choosing and was trying to get it over with as quickly as possible. Then Maria said that there was something else she wanted to talk to him about. She said they were about to go out into the world, but Lucas seemed reluctant to return and asked John if he wanted to talk to him. When the protagonist remembered Lucas, he began to recall that he was now on the 90th floor. He thought that when Lucas reached the 90th floor, he announced that he would stay there to get stronger, but 2 years had passed since then. In general, John understood him, since he too would like to return to the real world in the best possible shape. However, Lucas is already strong. He deserves to be called the strongest among the players. He is the pearl of the Korean server. Nevertheless, he decided to voluntarily stay on the 90th floor in order to become stronger. Unlike John, he had a choice. If Lucas is looking to outdo anyone, it's probably John, since in the world of learning, only John is his superior. Not only does Lucas hold a leadership position in the security force, but he also has a contract with the government, so they probably expected him to return to the real world a couple of years earlier, and they're probably eagerly awaiting his arrival. So, even though he promised Maria to talk to him, he couldn't help but think that everyone was already in the real world and not with them, and this saddened him more than ever. He didn't even know what to say to Lucas. At this point, he focused on several topics at once, including the real world, power, growth, purpose, and government. He felt waves of energy pierce his entire body. John realized that he had gotten carried away again and needed to calm down. The energy around him was so strong that it destroyed all the walls and ceilings in the building. Meanwhile, the dragon silently watched everything that was happening, not understanding what was happening. John held his hands out in front of him, trying to control his strength. Soon everything calmed down, but their room looked terrible. All the walls and ceilings were destroyed. When he looked into the corner, he saw a little dragon standing there and asked if everything was okay with him. He looked at him guiltily and apologized for what he had just seen. John was stuck on the 60th floor and desperately wanted to get out of there. His mana was going crazy when he gave in to negative emotions, so he had to restrain himself. He was comforted by the thought of how much he wanted to go further. Meanwhile, the story shifts back to the present day, where the protagonist was in the waiting room on the 12th floor. When Ida saw what he was about to do, she asked him if he was crazy. However, John only calmly replied that she was very quick to throw insults. As it turned out, he had acquired the poison skill immediately after the 14th session, and now he could coat his hands or weapons with a poisonous magical shell. It was a very useful skill. He could attack an enemy and then leave the battlefield. If the enemy couldn't heal, he would slowly die from poisoning. The lizard asked him why he needed such vile methods of fighting, since he was already strong, but the hero said that this was the only way he fought. Instead of a rapturous reception, he prefers a cunning plan that plays on the enemy's weaknesses, and although it may be mean, it is an easy victory. He gained the skill even though he hadn't cleared the floor, so he thought that after every failure on the 12th floor, he would be given a new skill. This floor was perfect for training, and he really enjoyed being in the company of his girlfriend, but the lizard told him to remember that the time for summoning the deceased was limited. It was true that after the summoning ended, the lizard would disappear, and the time he spent on the 12th floor would not be as pleasant, so he thought about using up another summoning. The lizard said that it would be nice since their house was on the 12th floor, but John said that the cave had been updated, and the house was gone. Now there was a nest of monsters there again. Then the lizard said that she would just furnish it again. John noted that she seemed to really enjoy living there. At that moment, the system informed him that his resistance to poisons had increased. John was glad, since now it would be even easier for him to train. The lizard thought that his first test subjects would be forest monsters, but he said that he would test it on his own body. He would increase his resistance and at the same time test the poison in action. Then the lizard suddenly asked what would happen if something went wrong, and he died. However, John stated that he would not die, as it was not the first time he had to mutilate himself for the sake of stability. Soon after, they set off again for the island where the battle between the two dragons was currently taking place. They stood in the middle of the forest with Ida and watched their fight. The lizard realized that this was the very pseudo-dragon that John had spoken of. She asked him how he would deal with it, but John remained silent. He knew that another attempt to clear the 12th floor had just begun. Meanwhile, the battle between the dragons began to escalate, but John reassured his companion, saying that they would deal with them in the next game session. The lizard thought it was a very risky plan, but John assured her that if anything went wrong, they would simply run away. Then he smiled and said that they were heading home. When Ida heard this, joy appeared on her face. Thus, their second attempt to clear the 12th floor began. First, John tried out the poisonousness. Having been injured by the poisonous one, he experienced radically new sensations. The effect was noticeable, and he didn't feel very well, but the rate of spread of the poison was still slow. Gradually, it became more and more difficult for him to breathe, and his head began to hurt badly. The place of the cut became numb, and then the hero realized that this poison was quite good. However, it was not lethal, and it could not kill the creature. In his experience, neurotoxins worked best in this area. After testing the poison's effect, he went hunting. His goal was to level up, and the lizard was building a house at the time, so she wasn't bored either. When the house was finished, the toxicity was already at level 5, and the poison became fatal. Now John needed to track down poisoned victims, so he focused on mastering the basics of tracking skills. He decided that they needed to start a fire in the jungle. He released his victims several times and methodically pursued them, thanks to which he greatly improved his tracking skills, and he also began to feel more confident in the jungle. To level up, John spent entire days training and hunting, and soon new traces of monsters stopped appearing around the cave. Then he told the lizard that he was going to go further tomorrow. The lizard asked him if he was going to go deeper into the jungle. Then John pointed his finger somewhere on the map and said that he expected to get this far. The lizard was surprised. In her opinion, it was too far, and the journey to this point would take at least 4 days. However, John said that he still needed to go there. He was planning on having a really big hunt. Ida was very surprised when she heard this. The magic of the fantasy world is that here you can make your wildest dreams come true. A rider cutting through the skies on the back of a winged steed is a fairly common fantasy, as almost everyone dreams of learning to fly. When John was a teenager, he read fantasy novels and also dreamed of conquering the skies like the main character. And now the time had come to make this dream come true, and the lizard was supposed to help him with this. However, in fact, he first visited the place of the winged steed himself. Ida said with delight in her voice that she never thought she would become the first lizard to ride a human. She said that if John wanted, he could ride her any time. When the main character realized that it was some kind of joke, he said that she would pay for it. Soon he picked up speed and asked his companion how she was feeling. However, when he turned around, he saw that the lizard was on the verge of losing consciousness. She said she was going to throw up. After that, she behaved very quietly and apologized to the main character because she had stained his clothes. John said it was no big deal, although he knew he would now have to wash his clothes. In fact, they just decided to fly around the area without a care in the world, without fearing anything. The thing is, Lucas did dig up some light for him about the continent and shared it with John. Due to the nature of the jungle, there were few species capable of flying. Besides, during the second attempt at clearing, he had studied the local fauna quite well. There were no monsters on this floor that could potentially knock them down. Suddenly, the lizard said that they had been flying for quite a long time and suggested taking a break. She prepared several pieces of meat on the bone for them. The main character really liked them and praised the lizard for her cooking skills. He thought that lizards ate raw meat because they were reptiles, and even monkeys didn't fry their food. However, the lizard said that he shouldn't think like that every time. In a world inhabited by many intelligent species other than humans, if he said such things out loud, someone might get offended. She said that other races mostly approach John as enemies to be killed, but that wouldn't always be the case. At that moment, the hero thought that this was indeed the case, and he needed to keep this in mind. He understood that no one but Ida would give him such sound advice, and at their first meeting, he did not even imagine that he would spend so much time with her. Then they fought, and then she claimed that John would be her husband, and that's what came out of it. Now she was his only ally and friend. She was his advisor and supporter, as well as his mentor. John could even say that she became his family. Even though she didn't really help him in battle, he wanted to call on her and always be with her. He felt calmer when she was around, and he was also tired of being alone. But at that moment, the system informed him that the switching god was looking at him with approval. Soon they continued on their way, and the protagonist said that they had arrived at the place, at the easternmost point of the floor. Just as Lucas had told him, there was a clear rain barrier here, and it hadn't rained here for a long time, so everything was completely dry. Then he turned to the lizard and said that it was time for them to begin. Then they took off and flew over the place where the fire was now blazing. The protagonist threw just a couple of sparks there, but the effect exceeded all expectations. The forest was so dry that even a cigarette butt could turn this jungle into ashes. The system then informed him that he had increased his level. John realized that Lucas had not deceived him. He could gain experience by killing enemies in the fire he had set, although the experience was 4 times less than from killing them with his own hands. As he looked at the fire he had started, he was filled with pride in himself. Then he said that he wanted to make the fire even bigger, and decided to throw a few more sparks. He watched with delight as the fire earned him experience points. Meanwhile, all the monsters in the forest were trying to escape from the fire. The macaques used water and tried to extinguish the fire. However, they were interrupted by a lizard that jumped on them from above. John, watching everything from above, noted that everything was going perfectly. At this rate, he could burn down the entire 12th floor, and he could avoid it if he wanted to, but he didn't want to. When the lizard returned to him, he asked her if she was hot, and she really was hot, since she was not adapted to this. She also noted that she is no longer happy, she is afraid of forest fires, because the forest is her habitat. However, John calmed her down, saying that this particular forest was not her environment, but the lizard was sure that if they did not put out the fire would reach their house. John didn't understand why she cared so much, since he would have to leave the forest anyway once he cleared the floor. At this moment, they flew quite close to the place where the dragon battle was taking place. The lizard noted that, apparently, this pseudo-dragon can create barriers, and he is trying to protect that part of the forest from them with the help of a barrier. She asked John if he was really going to kill him. John asked her to stop asking obvious questions and asked her to get the sword from his bag. When everything was ready, he extended his hand with the sword. Then he flew straight to the place where the dragon was. He said he would circle around it without getting too close, and he was sure they would soon have an opportunity to attack it, and then he used the soul exploitation skill on the dragon. When the dragon noticed them, he began to scream in rage. However, the boys were sure that shouting wouldn't help him, and he would never catch them. Suddenly, the main character drew his companion's attention to the dragon. He said the dragon was distracted by the approaching fire. Then he asked her to get ready, because they were starting an attack. The main character flew very close to the dragon so that Ida could reach him. After that, they struck him, but the dragon was protected by a barrier. John didn't like this because he had hoped that the blow would be more successful. This time the dragon repelled their attack with a barrier, but they had no intention of giving up. They flew away to a safe distance and decided to think through new plans. The lizard asked the main character what they should do now. John said that they didn't have to give up, and then he headed straight for the dragon's head again. If he wants to save his forest from fire, he needs to either get rid of the enemies or ignore them. In either case, they will always be able to retreat. The more time the dragon lost trying to shoot them down, the further the fire would spread, and all the circumstances were in their favor. Also, barrier is an active skill, and the monster decides when and where to place it, so if they attack him suddenly or blindly, he won't be able to deflect the attack. At this point, the lizard noted that she even felt sorry for this dragon, but John said that now was not the time for sympathy. After that, they flew around it from above, with the help of the wind spirit's blessing. Suddenly the monster swung its tail, trying to knock the guys down, but the main character used the flicker in time. After this, the lizard struck the dragon, but he again managed to repel it with the help of a barrier. Ida noted that this dragon had excellent reactions. After that, they continued to circle around him, trying to strike, but the dragon blocked them each time with a barrier. At some point they flew down and ended up near his feet. John moved towards his belly, and they struck his front legs. This time the dragon was unable to dodge and defend himself, and a sharp pain pierced his body. John said that they poisoned him, and he would soon weaken if he did not have resistance to poisons. However, this monster was too big for the poison to be fatal to him. However, while the dragon was dealing with them, the flames engulfed the entire forest, and now he had two options. He could continue to fight or run from the fire. Thus, the main character and his companion were faced with either a chase or a battle. Meanwhile, the dragon began to feel ill due to poisoning, and also due to the fire. His legs were covered in wounds from which blood was flowing. Then John walked towards him again, and said that they would finish him off now. They, along with the lizard, took out their swords and flew towards his head. They then split up and attacked him in different parts of the body, the protagonist hitting him in the face and the lizard hitting him in the neck. John declared that the monster was now trapped and finished. Then the system informed him that he had received a new level. He was very happy about this because even the magic circuit was improved, and this does not happen every day. He also saw a message that almost all the gods were showing interest in him, which was also surprising since they were usually less involved. The thing is that the pseudo-dragon is not designed for hunting. It is much stronger than other monsters on this floor. Without the ability to fly, John had to work hard to kill him, and he was sure that he would be given a huge bonus to the reward for doing so. After that, he went down to the lizard and helped her up. Then his ally asked what they would do next. The hero said that they needed to rest a little because he was inhaling smoke. After that, he was going to continue burning this jungle. When they arrived, besides the cave, sadness appeared on the lizard's face. She saw that their cave was burning, and this could not help but sadden her. John noted that the fire was spreading much faster than he thought. Then he suddenly noticed that Ida had started crying. It was unusual for her, but the sight of the burning cave really did evoke such emotions in her. At this point, John didn't know what to do because the lizard was crying for him, and he didn't know that she was so attached to their cave. He decided that he should console her, but he didn't know how, because their house could no longer be returned. He thought that perhaps Lucas would advise him something. Seeing her tears, he decided that he needed to say something anyway. However, at that moment they were both distracted by the roar of the second dragon. The boys were a little surprised to see him in the middle of the forest. When they saw him preparing to throw a fireball in their direction, they decided to deal with him. John headed forward straight towards the monster. Soon they defeated him in the same way they defeated the first dragon. After this, the protagonist turned to the lizard and said that the fire had gone further than he had expected, but she already knew this. She also thought that the eastern part of the jungle would burn first and did not expect that the fire would spread to the west so quickly. John said he hoped she understood that he had no other choice and that all they had to do now was burn this floor to the ground. The lizard said that she understood everything and would not complain anymore, but asked him to tell her what he was going to do. John said that the plan was to only get through this floor after being here for 25 days, but if they burned the forest and cleared everything out, they could get out right away. Meanwhile, they flew to the west of the jungle. The monsters tried to escape the fire, but they were unsuccessful. John noted that it was a real hell. They could not escape from the fire because of the barrier at the edge of the floor. They tried to stop the fire with all their might. These monsters were very smart. They even cooperated with other species. However, there was another side to the coin. John saw the monsters trampling over each other as they all panicked. He thought that this place really was hell. The lizard then offered him a heat resistance potion for the protagonist to drink. He thanked his companion and then asked if she was ready. When the lizard nodded, the two of them landed on the burning ground. And then the main character said that it was time for them to start. They began to cut down all the monsters that were in their way. The monsters tried to escape, but they were unable to do so because of the barrier. So John and the lizard simply pinned them down near the barrier and then killed them. At that moment, they realized that the monsters had noticed them, but John said that it didn't matter anymore. At this moment, he used the soul exploitation skill. He said that the fire was catching up with them, and there was an impenetrable barrier ahead, so the panicking monsters had no time for them now. He decided that now was the perfect time to attack. Then John attacked them with a sword in his hands, realizing that they could no longer escape from here. He began to cut the monsters in half. Soon his companion joined him, and they began working together. It seemed like they had killed all the monsters, but the lizard noticed that the floor was not yet completed. However, John didn't understand why they hadn't been released from here yet. The lizard said that she was already at her limit. It was difficult for her to be near the fire for so long. Suddenly they noticed that more monsters were approaching them, and the fire was leading them to the side. The boys began to realize that the situation was getting out of control, and now the danger was not only threatening the monsters. Then John ordered his companion to retreat. He used his wings again, and they flew away from the dangerous place. After some time, only ashes remained from the forest. John looked at what was left of the forest with incomprehensible emotions. He asked the lizard how she was feeling, but Ida replied that she was not feeling well. Then he told her to rest in a tent, inside which a comfortable temperature would be constantly maintained. He pulled out the huge piece of fabric again, and in a couple of seconds it turned into a tent. The lizard didn't really want to go there, but she had no choice. John thought about how long they had been flying over the fire, and it hadn't been easy for her. Then he took out several dozen jars of ice potion at once. He opened them and started spraying them on the ground so that she would be near him. However, even the freezing potion did not help against the high air temperature. He felt as if they were in a bathhouse. John didn't understand what to do and why the floor didn't disappear after the cleanup. He didn't want to believe that they would still have to wait until the end of the session. After the forest and its inhabitants burned down, they and the lizard flew above the ground for a long time. They hunted the monsters they came across, and the lizard generally liked flying, so she didn't mind. But to tell the truth, she had no choice, because walking wasn't a very good idea. John learned that this would be bad for both her and himself. Around them were kilometers of ash and charred remains of the jungle. It was a depressing environment. He thought to himself that people say that a killer will never find peace, unlike the victim. Soon the lizard informed him that they had run out of water. The problem, however, was that they had nowhere else to get water. Then he asked the lizard to be patient as long as it could. The heroes thought to themselves that this was a hopeless situation. He had received a lot of experience points, but had also lost quite a lot. There was no place to spend the night. They needed to take food, water, and wood. They had some dried meat left, and they did not think to stock up on food because the lizard got fresh meat every day. There were many corpses on the ground, but too much time had passed since their death. There were still seemingly surviving monsters on the ground, but too few of them to feed John and the lizard. There was water in the lake to the southwest, but it was undrinkable due to the slain monsters that had fallen into it. At some point, John realized that they should have just sat in the cave and dug, but the lizard said that it was too late to regret since there was nothing that could be done. However, at some point, the most terrible event of all happened. At one point, Ida just up and disappeared. John realized that the summoning period had expired, and he couldn't even say goodbye to her properly. He decided that he needed to try to summon her again. However, he looked at the situation again and decided that he would do it another time in case he had to go through this floor again, or if she was needed on another floor. Ida was of little use now, and John didn't think she would want him to call her here again. After the lizard disappeared, things got much worse. The main character had to fight to get food. He got fresh meat, but he didn't know how to cook it. He just held it over the fire until it turned black. He missed the lizard's cooking very much and understood what her secret was, but he could not cook as well as she did. Then another problem arose. While he was walking through the forest, he got an upset stomach, but he didn't have the necessary things to go to the toilet. All the leaves were burned in the fire, so he decided to see what he had in his bag. However, when John opened the bag, he realized that there was a gorong in there. It was a scarf he had knitted for himself in the second-floor waiting room. It had saved him from a nervous breakdown, and for him, it was a memento. At some point, he thought about using it as toilet paper, since he had no other choice. He looked at the fabric for a while, and then asked Carl if he had to choose between preserving his memories and his self-esteem. Which would he choose? But the guy said that he was busy. At that moment, John realized that he couldn't hold out for long, and he had to make a decision. He didn't want to ruin something so important to him, but it was as if he had no other choice. In the end, he ended up using the scarf as toilet paper and then gave it a real funeral. At that moment, the system informed him that John was the first to clear the 12th floor on Hell difficulty. The protagonist was extremely angry and said that if the notification had appeared 10 minutes earlier, he would not have had to bury his creation. However, this news was good in any case, so he had no reason to be upset. Now he could firmly say that he was the only player who had passed the 12th floor. Despite the forest being completely burned down, some monsters still survived. These specimens are either heat-resistant or can fly. It was because of them that the main character had difficulty completing the cleanup. He had to kill every monster he came across. And now, apparently, the last survivors were finished off, although not all of them died at his hand. The jungle ecosystem had been completely destroyed by the fire, and John was sure that absolutely everything had burned down. Getting food was hard, cooking it was even harder, and if it hadn't been for the final alert, he would have definitely starved to death. He remembered his scarf again and felt embarrassed about its fate. Soon the system informed him about the rewards, and apparently this time he was only given points. Last time John got the skill, even though he couldn't even clear the floor, and he was still happy. It was better than hanging around here for another couple of weeks. Now he realized that his real reward for this floor was fire resistance, and if he thought about it, he gained immunity to mind warp on the second floor, which was his first resistance skill. However, the protagonist did not understand why the description of this resistance was so short. It said that he had resistance to the element of fire, so it was not limited to burns or heat. When John gained improved poison resistance, his level 4 poison resistance was upgraded to improved level 2 poison resistance, but he didn't understand why he had gained a level 1 skill when his burn resistance was level 12 and his heat resistance was level 6. The system then also informed him that all the gods were watching him in one way or another. John was scared. He had never received so many reactions from the gods after passing a floor. There were about 100 of them here, and he did not understand why there was no such reaction on the 6th floor. He counted all the windows in the system and realized that there were indeed exactly 100 of them. At first, he assumed that there were only 100 gods in the learning world, but then he realized that everything was more complicated here. He shouldn't have tried to reason based only on the gods' messages. He should have asked Kirikiri about it, but information about the gods was too precious. Then the hero decided that, apparently, it was time for him to see her again. Before leaving, he looked again at the grave of his scarf. Just the sight of his homemade tombstone made him feel sad. He walked up to the grave, bowed and said he would miss the scarf. After that, he went to the exit of the location and said that he would try to avenge him. After some time, he arrived at the clearing where he always met with Kirikiri. The girl was very glad to see him, since they had not seen each other for a long time. She jumped around him because she was very happy, but she didn't understand why John was so gloomy. The hero thought to himself that it must be obvious that he was not the most friendly person, and that he was also quite touchy and vindictive. However, he still bought a cake for the girl, and she was incredibly happy about it. They spent some time chatting with each other while Kirikiri enjoyed her favorite dish. However, the main character then suddenly took the cake away from her and said that she could have given him a warning about the floor. The girl objected that in that case the game wouldn't be as interesting, but when she realized that this answer didn't satisfy the protagonist, she quickly apologized to him. She tried to do everything to make him come back, but it was as if he had flown far, far away. However, after some time, he returned and gave the girl the cake. When they sat down at the table, she said again that she would not do that to him again. After this, John opened the system and seemed satisfied with Kirikiri's words. He asked her to tell him everything next time and not to dare hide information for her own amusement. He thought to himself that Kirikiri must have been joking when she said that she kept silent for fun. Even though she seemed frivolous at first glance, she always took information seriously. After some time, he informed her that, apparently, he had found out something related to magic. He said that the skills the monsters on the 12th floor used were nothing more than magic. Some of them could throw fireballs, while others could build ice walls, and most of all, it resembled magic. The monsters didn't seem to be aware that they were using magic. Their command of these abilities was more intuitive, so he wanted to ask Kirikiri about magic. The girl said that she didn't think John would be able to master magic. All the skills were intertwined. It was too complex a system. Even if she tried to teach him, nothing would work. John asked if there was any reference book he could use to teach himself. Kirikiri replied that there were books, but that studying would be very difficult. The protagonist asked her how he could get these books, since he had never come across them. Then the girl pressed something in his system. Spellbooks are considered weapons and can only be purchased through system stores. Kirikiri helped him buy a couple of them. These were books about the basics of magic, as well as a book about barriers and sealing spells. He chose this topic because the orangutan monster leader had the ability to seal skills, and he wanted to have that ability. Blocking even one skill could change the course of the battle. Kirikiri said she was sure John would learn to create barriers, but sealing magic was much more difficult, and magic was generally not given to humans. John will not be able to use sealing unless he becomes an apostle of the god of seals and receives permission to do so. She said that he would be able to read the book, thanks to the knowledge from the time of Babylon, but she was not sure that he would understand anything. John still wanted to try. He then asked the girl if she had heard anything about the training events and if she could tell him more. However, Kirikiri said she was not allowed to disclose this information. But since he brought her a cake, she decided to tell everything. When John realized what she was hinting at, he said that he would bring her even more sweets. The girl was satisfied with this answer, and a smile appeared on her face. Then she stood up and said that she didn't have much information, so he needed to listen carefully. The only thing she said was about the second stranger. When John heard this, surprise appeared on his face. After a while, John did something that puzzled Kirikiri. As it turned out, there was a whole mountain of toilet paper in front of him, and the girl assumed that John was going to sell it. However, the protagonist replied that she couldn't even imagine what it was like to have no toilet paper. It was considered a combat item like a potion, so it couldn't be purchased in the waiting room. He thought to himself that he remembered Kirikiri's words about the new event, but the words about the second stranger meant nothing to him, and so he decided to consult with Carl. After that, he told the girl that he had bought a good spear and also stocked up on canned food. After this, a portal opened in front of him, and he addressed the girl one last time before leaving. John smiled and said that he would definitely come back. Kirikiri smiled back at him and asked him to be careful and to bring more cake with him. He soon returned to the waiting room before leaving for the 13th floor. John thought that Carl was probably sleeping now, so he decided to pass the time by reading a book. He opened one of the books the girl had given him and began to read it. The book asked the question of what ingredient was needed to change the time of life and challenged the reader to find the answer. There was only one sentence on the first page, and then the protagonist turned it over. However, on the following pages there was absolutely no text. John didn't understand why this book was so strange, because except for the first page, it was completely blank. Moreover, there was only one question written on the first page, and he did not know the answer to it. He decided that, judging by everything, he would have to rack his brains, and most likely, if he found the answer, the text would return to the pages. At that moment, the system sent him a message from Harris. At first, the main character was scared, but then asked his partner how he was doing. The guy happily replied that he had finally cleared the 3rd floor. Every floor he passed through was full of sophisticated traps, poisoned arrows, extreme temperatures. All this made the task more difficult, but he managed it. The main character congratulated him on the fact that he had succeeded and said that he was a great guy. He thought to himself that thanks to the shimmer ball, he had passed the 3rd level without much effort, so he had not had the chance to experience the full range of sensations from passing, but this guy had managed it on his own. He then suggested that Harris and he work together to develop a strategy for passing the game and publish it to the community. Then suddenly he asked John, what about the 4th floor? The protagonist realized that there was a goblin instructor on the 4th floor, and Harris looked like a robber or a murderer, so it would be difficult for him on the 4th floor. He thought about what to advise, and after a while he went to his floor. Harris raised his spirits, and now John also wanted progress. He needed to clear the 13th floor as soon as possible, even though he had just finished the 12th. It was a real hell on the 12th floor, so he needed to be well prepared. After that, he confidently stepped into the portal towards the new floor. Soon, a dark hall appeared in front of him, and he immediately noticed that it was quite dark here. The system told him that to the east of the continent of Ahan, deep in the ocean, under a volcanic island, there was a temple of monks worshipping the god of warrior. This place is well hidden, and serves as a training ground for monks to practice their fighting skills. However, someone ridiculed the monk's aspirations and abilities, and the rebel vowed that he alone would reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Now the player had to prove his case by fighting the enraged orcs. So the condition for the clear was that John had to win at least 15 rooms. John began to think that he was here because the god of war hated him, and his pets would probably be welcome here. He also noted that this was the 1st floor, which was associated with God, and perhaps here he would be able to find out at least something about the deities. John had to win 15 rooms to pass the floor, but the room he was in now was empty. There wasn't a single draft here, and even he, a man with incredibly acute hearing, couldn't detect anything, so John assumed there was soundproofing. There was absolutely nothing remarkable about the room, and then he decided that he should go to the door that was in front of him. He looked up and saw the number 0 above the doors, then opened them and looked inside. It was dark inside too, and John began to move forward carefully. As soon as he reached the doors, above which hung a sign with the number 1, John noted that all the rooms were in the same corridor, and apparently the higher the number, the more difficult the test. Then he opened door number 1 and went inside. There he saw a creature sitting on the floor in the lotus position. When the creature saw the protagonist, it laughed and realized that this was the same arrogant little man that Abbott had told them about. At first, John froze in place and began to carefully examine the creature that was in front of him. He was about 2 meters tall, muscular, and had no weapons with him. He also understood that the person in front of him was not a human. When he heard the monster's words, he immediately said that he was the one being arrogant here, since he didn't even have a weapon. The monster told John that this was not true, since a monk who had reached the heights of martial arts did not need weapons and armor. Foreign objects only got in the way. After all, weapons were nothing against true strength. The protagonist called his words nonsense and said that for him, the real end is victory. However, the monster told him that he did not understand anything, since victory was only part of the end. Then he clenched his fists and said that he was fed up and was not going to listen to his reasoning any longer. After this, he stood up and asked John to take out his beautiful weapon and begin the test. However, the protagonist was in no hurry. He asked the enemy what the test was, and he replied that he had to defeat the monk to move on to the next room. John noted that it sounded simple enough. Then he thought that he could actually understand giving up weapons in order to develop skills, so he shouldn't underestimate this guy. After all, people had been working towards creating weapons for centuries. Humans have perfected technology to win any battle, but somehow they have managed to reach the pinnacle of unarmed martial arts. Therefore, for John there was only one way out here: victory. So he quickly summoned his knife and threw it sharply towards the monk. However, the monk deflected the weapon with his hand before it could touch his body. Then the protagonist pounced on him again and plunged his other weapon into his chest. The spear entered the monk's body straight, and he froze in place for a moment. After that, he fell to the floor, and John thought that he was finished. However, despite the fact that this was only the first room, the enemies here were already serious. After that, he headed towards the exit, hoping that the next room would be more interesting. When he reached the second room, he also had no trouble defeating the monk who was there. He had no problems in the first 3 rooms. His opponents simply couldn't match his speed. However, in the 5th room, there was a monk who was able to keep up with John somehow. Their speed was about the same, and so it took the protagonist some effort to land even one blow on this monk. However, at some point he still managed to plunge his weapon into his shoulder. After this, he bent over the monk's body to examine it and decided that he was right. This guy had hard skin, almost like iron. A body like this cannot be achieved through training, you have to be born with it. John didn't notice it right away because he was attacking him with magic, but such a body is a powerful advantage in combat. He also knew that any physical imperfection could be compensated for by magic and combat skills, but this only worked if the opponent's skills were worse than his own. When fighting against people of equal skill level, physical strength would win. John didn't understand how guys with iron skin could promote the superiority of skills over weapons. At that moment, he noticed a system message that the deity of warfare had started coughing, apparently thinking the same thing as John. The hero decided that he needed to carefully examine the monk's body. It wouldn't hurt if he knew the capabilities of his opponents. With each room, the monks became stronger and more experienced, and John assumed that by the 15th room, an opponent equal to him in strength would appear. Then John decided to do something unusual and took out a knife. He bent over the monk's corpse and began to dismember it. When the deity of warfare saw this, he was displeased. The deity of slowness was also angry, but John only said that they were simply interfering with his work. At that moment, Carl messaged him and asked if he was busy. He said that he learned something about the upcoming event. Then John decided to share what he had learned. He told him about the second stranger, and Carl was surprised that this was all the information he brought. He began to suspect that John had apparently already known everything for a long time and simply wanted him to fill in the gaps in his knowledge. The events had already been posted on the community bulletin board, so Carl asked John to take a look when he had time. Then the main character said that he would read it during his snack. After this, he arranged a small picnic for himself and prepared milk, which he heated using a stone. He also added cocoa powder to it, and the drink turned out incredibly delicious. After cooking the food, he could no longer enjoy just jerky. This is a problem with his cooking skills. The next time he calls the lizard, John decided to ask it to teach him how to cook. Then he opened the system and decided to read what Carl was talking about. As it turns out, the next event will be called the competition. It will begin before the end of the 15th game session. Everyone who goes through the training becomes a participant. You can refuse to participate or give up. John thought that it looked like the winner would get a skill as a reward, and the guards had done a good job of gathering information. However, they apparently failed to find out anything about the rules of the competition, but they will definitely know about it until the end of the session. Meanwhile, the community was already actively discussing the new event. These guys seemed to be excited by the news because they thought the guards wouldn't allow cheating. The atmosphere was the same as on the day of the meeting. These guys were like a bunch of kids going on a camping trip. Then John learned more details about how there would be teams and points to be collected, and then someone asked who they thought would win. John carefully read their argument, in which some people believed that he would win, while others doubted it, but he did not understand why they were arguing about this topic. Then he decided not to devote so much time to it and closed the system. The fact is that he was confident that victory would remain his in any case. He then moved forward and killed several more monks in the following rooms. Soon he fulfilled the conditions of the clearing, having gone through the first 15 rooms, and now the system asked him if he wanted to go through other rooms. The protagonist agreed. He didn't know how many rooms there were in total, but he decided to go as far as possible, and if possible, he wanted to get to the end. While he was trying to get past the 13th floor, Carl sent him new information about the competition. It looked like the event would span multiple floors. They combined all the information they knew and realized that they would be able to meet strangers on the second floor. They already knew that the training participants were from different countries and continents, so this was entirely possible. The answer to the most important question was finally found. John had always wondered why he never met foreigners. Everyone on their server spoke Korean, and if the world of learning exists in other countries, then there should be foreign players too. Moreover, they will definitely not obey the guards' laws. They will try to impose their will, and in the event of a conflict, it will be he who suppresses the protesters. Moreover, Carl decided that giving the guys with normal difficulty to his command was not a bad idea. John understood that Carl himself was very busy, but he also did not want to be a babysitter. However, no one asked his opinion, so he decided that he would have to leave everything as is. Since founding the guards, Carl has been making grand plans for an uncertain future. He has tried very hard, and in fact, he has a strange obsession with planning for every possible outcome. Sometimes he seems paranoid. However, the protagonist decided that he would think about it later. Now he had to go into room number 16. The monks had no weaknesses. Their bodies were perfect. The only weakness John found was their reaction speed, which was reduced if they were stunned by a strong blow to the head or if their vision was blurred. They also had little real experience, and although they had practice matches between themselves, it didn't help much against an outsider with a completely different fighting style. And of course, the further John went, the less effective his blows were. Taking this into account, he realized that he still had a chance to win. After some time, he reached the 19th room. There, he met a truly strong opponent, and he had to put in a lot of effort to win. He was ready to deal him a critical blow, but at the last moment the monk dodged. John was extremely surprised and did not understand how this guy managed to dodge his attack. After this, the monk knocked the spear out of his hands with his foot. He was then ready to punch him in the face, but at the last moment, John managed to call upon the system and obtain a new weapon. Thus, the monk's blow hit the sword that the protagonist summoned instead of a spear. After this, John was forced to move to the other end of the room because he needed to catch his breath. He was irritated by the monk's habits, but he could easily send him to the next world if only he approached the task correctly. After the 15th room, the difficulty increased significantly. Now the opponents were truly strong, and John spoke not only about their physical strength, but also about their fighting skills, and they also had no weakness that he could latch onto. Their movements were quick and precise, and their blows were hard and swift. Perhaps the protagonist should have taken a sword and shield. In situations like this, he always preferred this pair of things. With the shield he could block the blows and attack with the sword at the same time. He was faster than John, so this was his last chance. Then the monk asked him if he really thought that this would save him. John thought to himself that, of course, he didn't think so. He himself understood that he was losing to him in speed, and no weapon could compensate for this. Moreover, it infuriated him that this monk was very calm. Then the monk said that he would have to try hard, and he should not entrust his duel to his pride. The protagonist told the monk that he was very long, and the monk in room 18 said the same thing before John knocked him out. The monk said that the guy had done nothing wrong. Their goal was not to win, but to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. However, despite the fact that John had heard this many times, he still did not understand what they were talking about. He didn't want to admit it, but now he had no choice. It was the end. He knew that room number 19 was his limit, and he had to remember that. He then activated the fortitude skill, and his combat skills increased depending on the enemy's strength and level of fatigue. Fortitude is a passive skill, so it needs to be active at all times, and John had kept it active up until now. Although it is a good skill, he turned it off on the advice of the lizard who said that he should learn to control the skills. He became angry, how to turn on or off the skills on the 12th floor. So now he was ready to start their battle all over again. As the monk wanted from him, he was ready to give it his all. Hearing this, the monk smiled and said that he had been waiting for this moment. Suddenly, he saw a bright flash of light appear above his head. The monk looked there in horror, not understanding what it was. However, before he could do anything, the protagonist appeared right in front of him, his body flickering like lightning. He managed to deliver a slashing blow to the monk's neck. However, he had no intention of giving up and immediately swung his fist at John. He knocked the shield out of his hands, but the protagonist had no intention of giving up. He grabbed him by the clothes and put a sword to his neck. After this, he dealt him a powerful blow, and then the monk fell to the ground. A little while later, he finally got to his feet, holding his neck, and told John that it had been a good fight. John didn't understand why he called it good, since it ended 10 seconds after he turned on his skill. The monk said that those 10 seconds were enough for him to learn a lot from him, and he needed to continue practicing. John then asked how he was going to practice if he could kill him at any moment, to which the monk replied that that was also not bad. After this, the main character walked past him, telling him that he was crazy. Before John left, the monk decided to give him some advice. He asked him to be careful when he entered the next room. He told John to fight with his eyes closed. The main character did not understand why he was giving such strange advice. However, he felt that something had changed, and he began to make decisions differently. Usually, John was ready to do anything to become stronger, and it was definitely not about the humanity of the monks. He didn't care how human they were, and their lives meant nothing to him, so he didn't think that was the issue. John hadn't killed any monks yet, so he didn't understand what was wrong. At some point, he began to suspect that he was going crazy, and that perhaps someone was mentally trying to attack him, but he did not feel any magic. It was just a training floor, and as soon as he left, it would reset. The dead monks would come back to life, and all their memories of John would be erased. Moreover, the main character has already promised himself not to enjoy killing at any cost. He decided that the dead should come back to life, no matter if they were monsters or people, and he should value their lives. Until now, John had strictly followed this rule while traveling through the world of learning, but he never felt any pity or regret when taking another life, and therefore did not understand why he could not kill that monk. He thought that it was a moment of weakness, and he did not understand himself, so he decided that when he had a free minute, he would find out if there was a psychologist among the players. Soon he reached the 20th floor, where he was met by another monk. He said that John had come a long way and asked him to sit down. He needed John's eyes to adjust. The protagonist noted that it was dark inside the room, and apparently someone was blocking his view with magic. However, the protagonist didn't feel anything. Apparently it was a skill that didn't require magic, and it was the first time he felt something like that. At the moment, not only did he not see the monk, he could not even see his own hand. Now he understood what the previous monk had meant when he had given him advice. Then the main character decided that he should activate a skill called Danger Search. This way he can determine where the monk is, but fighting in such conditions is problematic. Then the monk smiled and asked him not to suffer so much, since they were in the same conditions. However, John said that the monk had spent more time in this room, so he could see better, so it was unfair, but the monk said that this was the fate of a rebel. John thought that if he concentrated, he could see this monk clearly, but the problem was that he could not do this continuously during the battle, so the monk turned to him again, saying that he hoped that John would have time to get used to the darkness before the fight began. However, the protagonist apologized and said that they could not chat further as he needed to focus. He thought to himself that this battle would be difficult. Magic greatly interfered with the skill's support, and he would have to do without it. After that, he closed his eyes and concentrated on the battle. He then used a skill called Soul Exploitation and aimed it at the monk. However, the monk continued to stand in place and did not move. The next moment, the protagonist was next to him, but the monk was still standing in place. Then John struck him with his eyes closed, confident that he had hit the target. However, the monk easily dodged his attack by simply crouching. John didn't understand how he had managed to sense the flash in the dark room, but he decided that it didn't matter anyway, and he needed to concentrate. Meanwhile, the monk was preparing to strike back. John assumed that it would hit him in the forehead and he would not be able to dodge it. The monk's blow was so powerful that it pierced the protagonist's shield and sent him flying into the opposite wall. After the protagonist was finally able to stand on his feet, the monk addressed him again. However, the protagonist was determined to continue the fight and summoned Talaria's wings and a flash. They collided with the monk, and this time they both flew in different directions. For a while, they both lay motionless on the floor, as the force of the blow was incredible. Then the main character finally got up and, using magic, threw a knife towards the monk. However, he also quickly jumped to his feet and threw the weapon away from himself with his fist. Meanwhile, John took advantage of the moment, jumped into the air, and found himself right on top of the monk. He prepared to strike him with his eyes closed, and this time he hit. He hit him right in the face with his hand, which left a deep scratch on the monk's cheek. The protagonist was pleased because he was finally able to hit the man. However, he soon realized that he had failed to follow the monk's movements, and now he was aiming his foot at his face. John's concentration was failing because the monk had hit him. However, before the foot could even touch his body, he activated the combat concentration skill. The protagonist decided that it was too late to retreat and therefore decided to strike back. The impact was so strong that a powerful explosion left a mark in the room. John was badly hurt and coughed up blood for a long time. He realized that he had several broken ribs, but other than that, he was unharmed. This monk managed to batter him so badly, despite his invulnerability. After this, the monk rose to his feet again and was dissatisfied that he still could not defeat this guy. Then John raised his hand with a smile on his face, showing him that his recovery was working at full capacity. Seeing this, the monk rushed at him again. John realized to himself that he had already practically won and he only needed to stall for time. Meanwhile, the monk's fist was approaching his face. However, the main character stood still and covered himself with his weapon. Suddenly, with his eyes closed, he felt the monk's fist stop just a centimeter from his face. Then the old man lowered his hand and began to cough. He fell to his knees and saw blood pouring from his mouth. After this, John finally rose to his feet and stood over the monk, asking him if he was stronger than he expected. The monk could not give him a clear answer, since he felt terrible and blood was constantly flowing from his mouth. At this moment, the protagonist noted with a smile that it looked like this was the end. Then the monk said that he accepted his fate and that it had been a glorious fight. John thought that this old man was treating him with respect even after he had defeated him, something he wouldn't have been able to do if he had been in his place. He then took the antidote out of his system and told the monk that he would give him the bottle if he answered a couple of questions. He asked how many rooms there were in total. The monk replied that there were 33 in total, and the abbot was in the last room. Then John asked him to explain how to get used to the darkness, but the monk thought that he had already adapted to it, but it turned out that this was not enough for the main character. The monk realized that he had no other choice and then decided to tell him. He said that John would need this knowledge if he was going to go to the next room. After he told him everything, the protagonist gave him the antidote and ate a couple of cans of soup himself. After this, he headed towards the exit, saying that he still had much to do, and thanked the monk, as his eyes had already become accustomed to the darkness. He asked the old man how far he thought he could go. The monk said that he would be able to reach the 25th room, after which the monks would become an order of magnitude stronger than John, and if he could get through the 26th, then he might get to the 29th, but he would hardly be able to cope with the 30th, since there was little space there. Then John realized that it would only get harder, but it was logical, since on hellish difficulty there was no mercy for the player. Then the monk suddenly told him that his soup in a jar was delicious, and he decided to thank the protagonist. Finally, he said that he had a good time and hoped that they would meet again. John waved at him and said he hoped so too. However, he understood that he would not see this old man again. Defeating the monk in the 15th room had postponed his passage to the next floor. When the game session ended, he would move to the waiting room of the next floor. Even if he never gets the chance to try his hand at the 13th floor, that monk won't remember him anyway. His memories will be erased as soon as he leaves the monastery. Soon, the main character entered room number 20 and opened the doors. He continued on his way, fighting with the monks. After some time, he reached room 24 and soon won there. Quite quickly, he found himself near the 25th room and realized that the old monk had claimed that this was his limit, but he did not agree with him and decided to give it a try. Before he left room 24, the monk said that John was still not used to the long spear. He forgets the advantages of the spear and rushes into close combat, and this is to his detriment, and he also noticed that John has a habit of putting his left foot out before he attacks. And although John had nothing to say in response to this, he thanked the monk for his advice. There were too many questions in his head, but now he needed to focus on the upcoming fight with the monk from room 25. He planned to defeat the abbot. Soon he entered room 25 and was mentally prepared for it. There, a rather large monk was waiting for him, who immediately greeted his opponent. When John saw him, he didn't understand what was so special about this monk, and said that they should get straight to business. Then the monk replied that John's eyes seemed to have already become accustomed to the darkness. John replied that that was true. The light had disappeared back in the 20th room, and anyone would have had time to get used to it. The monk said that it was usually difficult for outsiders to adapt to the conditions of their monastery, and upon entering this room, they immediately leave, having to start all over again in order to at least get used to the absence of light. When he heard about the other strangers, he thought that this monk was apparently talking about the time when he served the deity of warfare in a real temple and not on the floor of study. He was interested in what history the walls of this monastery held, how its inhabitants lived, what they dreamed of, and why strangers came here and challenged them. At some point, he began to wonder why he was even thinking about this and decided to focus on the battle. At this point, the monk noticed that John was acting strangely. At that moment, he realized why he felt awkward about what he was doing. Now John realized that it was all because he was lonely. He realized that the problem was in him. He didn't think that his mind would fail him, but he enjoyed communicating with others because it helped him get rid of loneliness. That's why, when he saw Kirikiri, Carl, or James, he would be happy and smile while talking to them. However, his loneliness made him take an interest in his opponents and try to make friends with them. He did not even think that this was possible, and considered such an attempt very stupid. However, if the monks had not been friendly to strangers from the very beginning, he would already be dead, and more than once. Then he decided that he would first finish the fight, and then they could have a proper talk. Seeing this, the monk laughed and noted that John seemed confident of his victory. However, he warned him that it would not be so easy. At this moment, the system informed the protagonist that the deity of adventure and slowness was watching him. He noted that these two always follow him during all his fights. He was curious about what they wanted from him, but he knew he wouldn't be able to find out. Immediately after that, he used the soul exploitation skill on his opponent. The monk stood motionless as magical thorns flew at him. Then he suddenly prepared his fist to repel the attack. He punched the air in front of him, thereby repelling the attack. After this, the exploitation of souls returned back to the protagonist. The protagonist watched in horror as his skill failed to achieve its goal. It flew right over his head and hit the wall behind him. When John turned around, he saw a gust of wind and a shockwave. He remembered that the monks had warned him about the 25th room, and now he understood why they had done so. He looked at the monk and realized that he would die if he hit him. Explosions began to echo throughout the room, and the main character had to dodge them. Then he noticed that the monk was already next to him and was preparing to hit him. At the last moment, the main character managed to dodge, and his blow hit the wall next to him. John decided that he needed to try acting without the flash. It certainly helped him dodge, but it exposed him, so he decided to use it only during the attack. Now it was a race of speed. The protagonist had to rely entirely on magic to figure out where his opponent was, and he wanted to see if he could keep up with his movements. He began to circle around the monk, literally not allowing him to catch him. The monk tried to hit him with his fist, but he couldn't. He hit the part of the wall where John had been a few moments ago. Then the main character decided to change his trajectory a little and began to bounce off the wall. Then he accelerated and jumped on the monk from above. He was ready to strike him, but the monk also put his fist in front of him. Thus their weapons collided. After this, a powerful explosion was heard between them. The main character was thrown to the side by a strong explosion, but managed to land on his feet. He decided to try this attack again. He jumped away from the wall again and ran towards the monk. He jumped into the air and attacked him from above again. At that moment, John used combat concentration and clearly saw the movements of the monk's fist. He struck him on the arm with his sword, but it felt like it was made of steel. The monk managed to block the blow with his fist. The protagonist then took advantage of the opportunity and used the flash skill, appearing behind the monk. He dealt him a crushing blow on the back, and the monk was unable to defend himself from it. The monk quickly turned around and tried to regroup, but John was no longer with him. John jumped to the side and now watched the monk from a safe distance. He noted that the monk reflexively turned sideways to him to minimize the damage from the attack. He was a real monster. The monk asked him if his sword was laced with poison. John replied that this was indeed the case, and that he would kill him in 5 minutes, although the monk might not die from the poison, but would definitely be paralyzed. The monk replied that he had never fought in such conditions before, and if he could not defeat John within the allotted time, he would automatically lose, and this was interesting to him. John noted that other monks had told him the same thing. The monk said that since they had little time, they needed to get down to business, and asked to be allowed to attack first. He hit John hard, and he was thrown into the wall. At this moment, the protagonist activated the hard skin skill to protect himself from the blow. He knew he would have the advantage if the fight became close, but if he allowed the monk to move away, he would start attacking him from afar, and then he would most likely expose himself before the poison took effect. At that moment, his weapon slipped from his hands and flew into the air. John realized that now he would have to fight with his hands. He understood that the monk had 3 factors on his side: physical strength, a wide attack radius, and better adaptation to the environment. On the other hand, the poison was already spreading through his body, his blows were becoming weaker, and his movements more clumsy. He could no longer keep up with the monk. He did not try to disguise his attacks and simply went straight ahead. By counting even the most imperceptible movements of the monk, John could predict his next attack. He then used his heightened senses skill. The monk attacked, but the protagonist managed to dodge the blow. After that, he found himself next to the monk and struck him in the shoulder, but he managed to block it. John was extremely surprised by such a quick reaction on his part. After this, the monk grabbed John by the arm and threw him over himself. John realized that he had to somehow get out of his grip. Then he used the flash skill and appeared behind him. Using the flash, he could dodge any of his attacks. It was a chance to go on the defensive. Then he delivered a powerful punch straight to his face. John realized that the monk was now weakened by the poisoning and could attack him. Even though his body seems to be made of stone, it can't save him from being disoriented by the blow to the head. Thus, the monk fell to the floor, unable to withstand the blow. Then the main character ran up to him again and grabbed his face. He grabbed his head tightly and held him on the floor so that the monk could not get up. At that moment, John realized that he had finally won. Soon after, he was finally able to reach the 30th floor. There, he met another bald monk who greeted the stranger. He said that no one had come to visit him for a long time. At that moment, the main character felt that something was clearly wrong in this room. The thing is that from the top of his head to the very tips of his fingers, he feels absolutely nothing. He had a feeling of weightlessness, as if he had plunged into the depths of the ocean. Then the monk noticed his expression and asked if everything was okay with him. Then John timidly asked him how many people had been here before him. Hearing his words, the monk said that he spoke funny, and then asked him to take his time and get used to the atmosphere. John realized that he couldn't even speak properly because all his senses were failing him. The monk said that few people could experience what his room had to offer. John was evolving just by being here, so he advised him to take his time and figure out what was going on. John decided to follow his advice and knelt down. After that, he began to meditate to understand how this room worked. He didn't even feel the floor he was sitting on, and if he closed his eyes, he couldn't tell whether he was sitting or standing. The monk wouldn't attack him until he got used to the room. At least the others gave him time. As soon as he entered the 13th floor, he immediately felt a burning desire to develop in this place. He was interested in everything. After getting to know the inhabitants of the temple better, his worldview changed. At first, John only laughed at such oddities, but over time he began to enjoy talking with the monks. But the monks were his opponents, whom he needed to defeat, not get to know better. Thus, he had two problems at once. He was increasingly losing his guard, sympathizing with the monks, and the situation was aggravated by the fact that the monks had not attacked him even once after their last conversation, although he was ready to repel an attack. This leads to the second problem. John was no longer wary of his opponents, and his loneliness was partly to blame for this. These problems are not so easy to solve, and he must be more careful. He soon decided that he had managed to sort out his thoughts. Then he got to his feet and decided to get down to business. First, he decided to adapt to the room and use the soul exploitation skill. He soon defeated his opponent in room 32, and then the monk told him to go to the next room, where the final test awaited him. John was pleased with himself, but at this time he was wary, because he did not know what to expect in the last room. The last three rooms turned out to be easier than he expected. The strength of the monks themselves did not change much in them. The only difficulty was the inability to feel his own body. So John just focused on the enemy, so he was able to defeat them easily. Then he went out into the corridor and headed towards the last room, number 33. When he opened it, he immediately realized that his senses were paralyzed. He had no hearing, no touch, no sight, no smell, no taste. He had lost all 5 senses. When he entered the room, he felt as if someone was talking to him and greeting him. The monk's voice echoed loudly in his head, even though he had lost his hearing, and John did not understand how he did it. Then the monk asked him not to hurry and look around. At that moment, John decided to use magic, since using ordinary senses was pointless. The monk told him that he clearly felt the essence of his thoughts. He said it was a fragment of power bestowed upon him by a deity. When the protagonist heard this, he was surprised and did not understand which fragment he was talking about. Then the monk confirmed his guess, saying that he was the same as John. The deity sent him a test so that he would prove that he was worthy of being his apostle. They easily recognized each other because divine energy emanated from both of them, and that is why believers easily distinguish their own kind, even in a huge crowd, but John was not as well informed as the others. Then the main character, using his thoughts, asked the monk whether his gift was really telepathy or something similar. The monk said that it was a skill of expendable magic, but it didn't matter, and then he asked John if he realized one important thing. The monk said he had been watching him from the moment he entered the temple. John thought to himself that he had no idea that this guy had been tracking him with magic from the very beginning. It must be incredibly complex magic, and the guy was just a monster. He understood that now he was really risking his life. The monk replied that calling him a monster was rather rude, but John said that it was his own fault for reading his thoughts without permission. Then he replied to him that he had already sorted out almost everything. Then the monk heard this and decided to tell him about the trials he would have to go through. At this moment, the system informed John that the final test was about to begin. During the test, he will have to prove to Akhmut, a monk blessed by the god of warfare, that his words had at least some meaning. So he had to pass 2 tests and earn his approval. Akhmut said the first test was to survive in this room for 24 hours, and the second was to last 10 minutes in a fight with him. John thought to himself that the hellish level of difficulty would never let him get bored, and he was wary of the nature of the first test. His senses weren't working here anyway, and they were completely replaced by magic, so it wasn't a problem, but he was worried about the amount of magic that was needed for this. The thing is that the magic he has left will only last for 4 hours. Once the magic wears off, he will be left in complete darkness and forced to sit here without the ability to see or feel anything. Moreover, next to him there will be an enemy who is favored by the deity. However, he still wanted to emerge from the last room as a winner. First, he would need to stay in the room for 24 hours. He could replace his senses with magic, but then his reserves would be depleted too quickly. So he decided to spend magic as little as possible. Now John could feel his own body. That should be enough. He decided that he didn't need his sight for now. The monk wouldn't touch him anyway. However, the second test was much more difficult than the previous one. He had to survive a 10-minute battle with the owner of this room. This monk was definitely strong. John foresaw the outcome of the battle and decided that he would have to swallow his pride and try with all his might to hold out. Then the monk turned to him and asked if it was time to begin the first test. Then John asked him to make the first test twice as long, since he would get a small reward for it. He said that if he could hold out for 48 hours, then Akhmut would have to teach him to communicate telepathically. Thanks to the divine strike, the monk is able to read other people's thoughts, and a special skill allows him to transmit messages into other people's heads, so John thought that he could get his help. There should be no interference, and such a skill would clearly be useful to him. Then the monk thought for a moment, and then agreed to his conditions, after which the main character asked to give him a pill as a last resort. The monk said that if it was meant to speed up mana recovery, then he couldn't allow it, but the hero said that thanks to it, he wouldn't have to go to the toilet. Hearing this, the monk decided to let him drink this pill. Thus, the first test came, in which the main character had to endure without 5 senses for 2 days. The first couple of hours passed quietly. He killed time by meditating, using magic to track the changes in his body. He paid close attention to the distribution of magic. He made mana circulate throughout the body in an attempt to reduce its costs to a minimum. But even so, the magic soon wore off. John tried to save his last bits of magic so that he would have at least something for the next stage, and then the first test began in earnest. In complete darkness, he was unable to sense anything, and all he had left was the ability to think. His body had seemingly disappeared, and his soul, left without a container, had set off on a journey through the vastness of the universe. He had the feeling that he didn't exist at all. John understood that this way he would soon go crazy. He began to think that he was already dead, but soon realized that he was still alive, because he thought and therefore existed. At this point, the monk asked him how he was coping. He noticed that John seemed to have finally woken up. He said most subjects react the same way, but his job is to monitor his progress and address him when he's about to reach the point of no return. John asked if there had ever been anyone who never returned, to which the monk noted that many before him had failed to return. John asked why he didn't just move them outside the room door in that case, but Umut said that it wasn't that simple. It was practically impossible to restore consciousness to someone whose spirit had almost completely left the body. If you are unable to return on your own, then someone else can try to return it, but only entities close to the deities can cope with such a task. Then the main character changed his tone and said that their conversation was over. He had realized something and needed to return to meditation. The monk was interested in his words. He said that in such cases his own voice seemed to him like a breath of wind rushing somewhere in the distance. So he asked to be allowed to tell John something. He started telling him about the feeling of insignificance. After some time, the protagonist felt that 48 hours had already passed, but the monk said that this was not so. John was a little irritated because he thought he was better at counting time, but now it seemed to him that in this room his sense of time was becoming dulled. When Umut heard his words, he said that John was very smart. John also suggested that thinking here is sped up, as if a 3-hour movie is playing in the head in 5 seconds. This was the worst part. He didn't realize how much time had passed. At first the test might have lasted an hour, or maybe just 1 minute. Then the monk told him that his mind was very sharp, and he was close to one of the many answers. He reflected that the test that deprives a person of feelings also erases the sense of time. It was quite possible that during these 48 hours he would be able to feel what eternity was, since there was an infinitely long sensation of the passage of time. He did not remember the wanderer and the seeker in this endless stream of time. Unlike the deity of adventure, who is more interested in the goal, the deity of slowness is focused on the path itself. Perhaps a monk who has dedicated himself to cultivation, the feeling of insignificance, and the deity of slowness may have the same values. At this point the monk reported that, to his surprise, the deity of slowness spoke to him. He said it asked him to tell John that he was right. The main character thought to himself that the gods would not help him in any way now, and decided to think about something else. Suddenly, a picture of his house and his mother standing in the kitchen appeared before his eyes. He understood that these were his memories of the past, of him and his past life. It was as if he were watching his own life from a third-person perspective. However, he felt that at this point he had run out of mana. The protagonist looked at his hands and tried to understand how he would fight now. At the moment, he couldn't even drink a mana recovery potion. Now his body seemed to be something else, and he didn't understand what was happening to him. John didn't know whether he was standing, sitting, or perhaps lying down. He didn't know where the monk was now, since he didn't feel anything at all. He also felt that he could no longer hear his voice, and tried to figure out at what point it had disappeared. John assumed that his consciousness had gone too deep, or that the monk had simply gone silent. However, in any case, it was dangerous, because at any moment the monk could attack him. Now he was a real target for a blow. He felt as if he were descending to the very depths of the ocean. John realized that no one was attacking him, but he felt his consciousness sinking into the abyss. There was only one thing he could do now. At the moment, he could only think and understood that he needed to do this as actively as possible. He wasn't sure it was the right decision, but he wasn't sure of anything right now. He decided that he needed to concentrate with all his might. At that moment, the monk calmly told him that it was very difficult. As it turned out, at that moment blood was flowing from the main character's eyes and nose. He thought to himself that almost every science fiction movie he had ever seen had a scene where an astronaut accidentally got lost in space. Now John felt like a standard character, except he wasn't in space, just in an endless void. a world of darkness, in which there is no place for sensations, in which only his lost consciousness exists. However, the protagonist understood that he needed to keep thinking so that he wouldn't get lost. Suddenly he felt that he felt nothing at all, and without a body his mind had nothing to cling to. He decided to focus on his inner self by creating an imaginary body to focus on. Suddenly, he felt his hands appearing again. He felt as if he had regained a body that was different from the one he had originally. He finally managed to concentrate enough, but he didn't believe that this was his real body, as it felt quite real. However, he quickly realized that it was more like an avatar in a game, representing him as a virtual character. He began to guess that it was just his imagination, but he did not understand where his real body had disappeared to. He understood that it definitely could not have gone anywhere, and now he simply did not feel it. He asked himself endless questions and tried to give endless answers to them, and time did not stand still. At that moment, he heard the voice of a monk who said that this was why they needed to change the temple's internal menu. John knew that the voice belonged to the chief monk, but suddenly it fell silent. At some point, John realized that he could move freely while in his virtual body. It was as if he had regained his sense of body. He must have just been slowly going crazy. John realized that this was just an illusion, an avatar created by his imagination, a state he called the avatar of consciousness. Then he began to meditate with its help. Suddenly he heard the monk's voice again, saying that he liked chicken and that they, monks, were required to be vegetarians. At this moment, the protagonist realized that time flows unevenly in this place. It was incredibly slow, but it still kept going. His thinking never stopped accelerating, thereby distorting his perception of time. John constantly caught himself thinking that much more time had passed than it actually had, and he did not understand how much longer he needed to stay here. After an indeterminate number of hours, he felt that he had finally mastered it, but not the test. He had come to terms with the situation, presenting it as a kind of training in patience, and then it became easier to bear. At some point, he thought that he could do without training, because he was patient enough, but he still decided to continue meditating. After a few more hours, he felt that his mana had not been restored, and this was strange. It should have been replenished during the time he spent here, but it had disappeared somewhere. He didn't need anything except the avatar of consciousness. He felt his arms and legs, and could even touch them. John began to disperse mana throughout the body of the avatar of consciousness, although in fact there was no mana in it, but he continued to do this in the hope that his magic would still be found somewhere. And suddenly, at some point, he felt that he had found her after all. It was the magic he had collected throughout the trial, and he used it to better sense the avatar of consciousness. Even though there wasn't much mana, he let it flow through his body, drop by drop. After a few hours, he collected the mana, and was glad that he finally managed to do it. It turned out as if he had been sitting here for a whole century. He then decided that he needed to concentrate, because if he got distracted, all the mana he had collected could disappear. He felt one small grain of magic blaze up to incredible proportions. Noticing this, he realized that something seemed to have appeared to the side of him. He saw his own body, and could now understand what position he was in. John endlessly imagined what his body might look like in order to transfer it to the avatar. However, the avatar of consciousness itself was not just a guess, rather another part of himself. He needed to feel his body in order to create a reliable image of it. Therefore, the main character decided to try to spread magic outside. Suddenly, the main character's body began to glow with a bright light. He continued to sit motionless, and the monk stood next to him. Although their faces did not express any emotion, the protagonist felt something incredible. He realized that he could see room 32, as if it were in the palm of his hand. However, this was not enough, and he decided to go even further. He moved through the rooms and again saw the old monk he had encountered earlier. Then he reached the 0 room and stopped there. He didn't expect that he would be able to advance to the starting point. He had never been able to cover such a large area, and his previous level of understanding of magic did not allow him to do so. At that moment, the system informed him that he had returned to his senses and reached a new level. After this, the main character finally opened his eyes. As soon as he did this, the monk told him that everything went well. He congratulated him on the fact that the first test was over. Then he asked John how he felt. He was sure that everything was quite normal, despite the fact that he could not yet hear, see, or feel anything. But the monk hoped that something had changed in him. John felt an acceleration of his conscious response, improved concentration, and the ability to sense the passage of time. Akhmut said that this is indeed so, and he himself knows it. Then the hero asked him what the point of this test was. It would drive almost anyone crazy, and frankly, he was scared out of his wits, to which the monk said that in his case, it was especially difficult. However, in the end he gained a lot of things, and that was a plus. John noted that he had indeed gained something, but he would not like to repeat the experience. He had no doubt that many people had died in this room, and in response the monk laughed and said that while John was speaking, he was also dying. The main character did not understand the meaning of his words and asked him to explain what it meant. The monk told him that his consciousness was at the limit of its capabilities. His brain could not withstand such a load. When the protagonist touched his face, he realized that it was completely covered in his blood. Akhmet said that he would last about 20 minutes. If he left the room right now, all the problems would be solved, but this would mean that he had failed the second test. At this moment, the hero remained silent and then smiled weakly. He said that in that case, he had only one option. He quickly rose to his feet and used his skill, saying that in that case, they needed to end this test quickly. The second test was to stand against a monk for 10 minutes. The monk warned John that his mind had been severely damaged by the strain of the first trial and said that it would be easier to refuse the second trial. However, John said that he was talking too much and asked him to begin. Then the monk said that they would begin when John counted to 6. So they took their positions and John began to count from 1 to 6. He knew he needed to think more actively, but he didn't have time for it. He still couldn't feel anything, and with almost no mana left, he began to wonder if there was any point in trying to fight the head monk. He had no time or mana, but he couldn't just sit and feel sorry for himself, as he had one chance, and he had to finish the monk in one turn. However, John doubted that this was even possible. This monk was much stronger than himself. The last monks were just monsters, and this one is probably superior to them, but he only needs to hold out for 10 minutes, and it is not necessary to defeat him. Although in the first test he was able to see all the previous rooms, and if he had such an opportunity again, perhaps he would see something useful. Then he decided to analyze the situation, and realized that he was driven into a corner. He was trying to find himself on the brink of despair. However, he continued counting and soon reached 5. He then used his combat concentration skill and touched the floor with his hands. After that, John used his heightened senses. When he counted to 6, he immediately directed the exploitation of souls towards the monk. The monk continued to stand motionless, as if he didn't care at all about his skills. John understood that if he tried to replace his sight and hearing with magic, his mana would quickly run out, so he decided to distribute it around himself, but he didn't succeed in this either. He then decided to send as much mana as possible into his brain to speed up his thinking process, which would allow his concentration and attentiveness to reach unimaginable heights. The protagonist decided to calm down so as not to lose his concentration. While he was unconscious, his consciousness was at its peak. To achieve the same result, he needs to recreate the conditions of the first test. He just needs to concentrate a little harder. John was literally killing himself, torturing his overtired brain, but his heightened senses should have helped with concentration and reaction speed. At some point he felt that everything was going just perfectly. He was able to sense the magic that was supposed to harm him. He continued to stand in one position, trying not to lose his concentration. At that moment the monk rushed at him, but the main character did not react in any way. The monk swung his fist at him, but John didn't care. At the very last moment, he still jumped away from the place where the monk's fist was supposed to land. The protagonist realized that he had seen a direct hit from the monk, so his plan had worked. However, he could not say this for sure, since he still could not see anything, and he did not even have the opportunity to check the state of his own body. Then he clearly saw the monk's fist flying towards him and dodged it. John felt that the last drops of mana that remained in him allowed him to detect his attacks even in a completely dark room. However, without his senses, he could not be sure that he was successfully evading them. He also thought that the head monk was much weaker than he thought, or more precisely, he was not as strong as he expected, so he had every chance of surviving. He felt not the chief monk's magic, but his intention. The magic in his blows and the magic that lay in his intentions was what John responded to. He realized that this might be the key to victory. During the first test, he had achieved such a high level of concentration through sheer desperation. Now the conditions were the same, and he did not understand what was so damaging to his chances of survival, and what the difference was between the past experience and the present. And then he realized that the level of magic was different. John felt the head monk's intention through his magic, the first and second existing inseparably. Intention is necessary to use magic. At this moment, the system informed the protagonist that he had reached the 6th level of sensitivity to the aura. Then he suddenly opened his eyes wide and realized that he was in another reality. His movements were weightless, and he felt completely different. His eyes seemed to see differently, and he looked closely at his opponent. The monk approached him again to hit him with his fist. However, the main character clearly saw the trajectory along which he was going to strike him. Although the monk was already quite close to him, the protagonist continued to stand in place. At some point, his eyes lit up with a bright light, and he looked closely at his opponent. Then he realized that he could see not with his sight, but through his sensitivity to the aura. Due to the extreme concentration, everything happened very slowly. The monk seemed to have no doubt that he would not counterattack him, and thus let his guard down. Then the main character decided that he would teach him a lesson. He used his wings and crouched at the last moment to dodge his attack. He then said that the monk was about to die and prepared to attack him. He rushed forward, and then, for the first time, surprise appeared on the monk's face. The protagonist used his ultimate wing and flash combo. The blow was so strong that it easily knocked the monk off his feet. After this, the main character landed nearby and looked with satisfaction at the result of his labors. At the place where the monk fell, there was now a huge cloud of dust and smoke. And then he suddenly felt that the light around him was fading, and someone was trying to penetrate his mind. It was a monk, and he asked John if he thought his words were rather cruel. Then the main character chuckled and apologized to him for wishing him death. However, the monk said that he really did almost die. He explained that his organs were destroyed and the bone in his forearm was cracked. John realized that using this combo was not the best decision. The monk suffered significant damage, but John himself suffered no less. His body was not ready for such a shock. Then the monk clapped his hands and said that time was up. This meant that the test was over, and now he felt real relief. At that moment, the protagonist tightly squeezed his eyelids, realizing that all his feelings would now return to him. At that moment, the system informed him that he was the first to clear the 13th floor. Soon after, he opened his eyes and realized that all his senses had returned to him. Now he felt much better than during the ordeal. Then he decided to check the surroundings using magic. He looked at himself and realized that his face was covered in blood, and he needed to wash himself immediately. However, he wondered why he couldn't see like he used to. Everything was different from last time. Apparently, he couldn't activate this skill whenever he wanted. Most likely, it only turned on in moments of extreme concentration. However, it didn't matter now. This was the first time he had received notification of a perfect floor clearing, and that probably meant he was done with this floor. However, he then suddenly realized that the god of adventure was offering him an additional reward, and he decided that it was worth accepting. As it turned out, the Talaria Wing's skill level had been increased to the maximum. The protagonist was surprised because he didn't know that this skill had an improved version, and decided to ask Kirikiri about it. After this, he turned to the monk and asked if he would keep his promise. The monk said that he would teach him how to establish a mental connection using magic. After that, he spent about 15 minutes teaching him the new skill. It was not an easy skill, so it would take time before John could use it fully. In addition, as a reward for successfully passing the tests, he gave him an elixir. The monk said that after taking this elixir, his body would be permanently strengthened and his mana reserves would increase. If John agrees to donate the pills he took before the first trial to the temple, the monk will give him an even more powerful elixir. The protagonist said he didn't mind, but asked why the monk needed these pills. The man then explained to him that every year the monks from their temple try to pass the first test, and someone soils their pants every year. Then the protagonist handed him a box of pills, saying that it was a small price to pay for a unique elixir that he would not buy for any money. At that moment, the monk suddenly turned away and thought about something. After that, he began to take something out of his sleeve, saying that this was the first time that the deity of warfare ordered him to give John the most effective elixir. He handed him a small cube, inside of which was a glowing ball. John then explained that he actually didn't get along very well with this deity, and suggested that this was the deity's way of trying to make the first step towards their reconciliation. The monk only smiled in response and wished him luck. Then the protagonist smiled back and said goodbye to him as a comrade. He then headed towards the portal that was ready to take him out of the floor. He opened his eyes and could now see as before. In a few moments he found himself in the clearing where he ended up after each test. He could feel his body and hear sounds again, and at first it even seemed unusual to him. Then he suddenly saw Kirikiri running towards him and asking if he had brought the cake. However, the main character asked the girl to wait a little. He realized that he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. After leaving room 33, he should have regained all 5 senses, but now he felt somehow strange. Then he sat down on the grass and decided to start meditating. After a while, he realized what was going on. It turned out that he had made great progress in using magic to analyze his surroundings. In addition to his 5 senses, he gained the ability to gather information from outside using mana. However, he could not rely entirely on magic. He wanted to see the beauty of this world with his own eyes and smell the delicious aromas with his nose. He wanted to feel the taste of food in his mouth, because that is where the joy of life lies. Some things can't be understood until you experience them. The world remains the same, no matter how you explore it. John had been interacting with the world around him through magic for so long that he had stopped noticing it. However, he decided that he would get used to it over time and hoped that this feeling would soon disappear, and even though it was more convenient to feel with magic, he still did not intend to part with his 5 senses. At that moment, Kirikiri approached him and asked how he was feeling. John smiled and said that it was as if he was looking at the world from a different perspective. He had this feeling that he was about to fly. When the girl heard this, she suddenly laughed and asked John what it was like. The protagonist did not understand why she was asking such questions and assumed that she was trying to change the subject. At some point, he thought about how, after he had to part with Ida while going through the 12th floor, he realized that loneliness was a problem. He thought that, in his situation, such experiences were normal, and there was nothing to worry about. He was alone and scared because he was only human. That's what he learned from talking to the monks. He learned a lot from them, including the fact that the monsters that inhabited the training world were not only there to gain experience, but that there was a different order of things in that place. Then he told the girl that during the first test he had a lot of time for reflection. He analyzed his previous actions and feelings, and these thoughts still resonated in his soul. Even though the past wasn't important, he didn't want to be bound by it. John knew he was growing physically and mentally, and he didn't want to stop. He was happy, aware of the fact that he was alive. There was a possibility that this was just a dream, and in reality his brain was gradually fading due to alcohol poisoning, in which case his journey was just one big deathbed vision. That is why he focused on developing and achieving all possible goals within this world. He did it blindly. However, now he felt that everything was different. He felt like he belonged here, even if it was just a dream. John said that he wanted to continue to be happy because he had no other life. When the girl heard this, she smiled and said that she was very pleased to hear it. At that moment, a message appeared behind her, indicating that the deity of adventure was rejoicing. Meanwhile, the story moves to the future. The main character was in the waiting room on the 60th floor and reading a newspaper. It said that the former deputy leader of the guards, Carl, created the Awakened clan after passing through all the floors. The main character always thought that he would go sell vegetables or something like that, and he could not imagine that Carl would create a clan. However, he had no doubt that he would succeed. He was aware of John's plans, so he would act in accordance with his plans. He also read about a new competition between players of the hellish difficulty level, namely between Brian from the USA and Lucy from Korea. John recognized this guy who had cleared the 31st floor of hell difficulty the other day, and it impressed him. It seemed like Lucy was starting to attract interest from the outside, and he had no doubt that would happen, considering the kind of teacher she had, and although she had a long way to go, her speed of development and potential were greater than Brian's. John firmly declared that Lucy was his heir, and that she had earned the right to be called so. At that moment, he received a private message. It turned out it was Lucas. He said that they hadn't talked for a long time, and he was supposed to visit John, but he was passing the 91st floor and didn't see his message. He asked the protagonist if he thought he should return to the outside world. John said that he should definitely walk to the end of the floor and get out, and asked him if he wasn't tired of being there himself. Then Lucas replied that he always felt like the main character here. He never stopped developing and hoped that one day he could surpass John. But as time went on, it seemed like the gap between their strength levels was only growing, so he didn't think he could get any stronger. So he told John that he would wait for him outside, wished him luck in getting through the rest of the floors, and hoped that they would see each other soon. John also said goodbye to him and wished him luck outside. Then he turned his attention to the little dragon, who called him as his father. John turned his attention to his so-called son and asked what the little hot dog wanted. He then asked if he had read the other books John had prepared for him and asked him to copy them out for him. The story moves again to the present day. Kirikiri walked through the meadow and enjoyed the sunset. Meanwhile, the main character lay on the grass and watched her carefully. At that moment, the system sent him a message from Carl, who asked him if he was ready. The main character didn't understand what he was talking about, and Carl was very surprised by this. He asked if he was ready for the competition, and at that moment, John realized that he had completely forgotten about it. Carl said that it was about to start and was surprised that John had not seen the announcement, but the protagonist said that he had not had a chance to look at the board. However, he thought that there was nothing to prepare for, since victory was already in his pocket. Then Carl reminded him that it wasn't that, it was that he had asked John to oversee normal difficulty. John wanted to refuse, but Carl said that it was too late to do that. Since there is little information about the competition yet, the role of the leader was very important, and if any problems occur, the guards from normal difficulty will help him. Then John said that he would try not to forget anything, and said goodbye to Carl. After that, they had dinner together with Kirikiri. The girl asked if he was leaving already, but John said that he would stay a little longer. He said that he had obtained a skill called Divinity Resistance, and asked the girl if it could affect his divine skills. However, Kirikiri said that the resistance only works if the element deals damage to the user. Then the main character realized that he would have to experience all of this himself. He then said that he had received improved Talaria's wings and asked the girl to describe what exactly had changed. Kirikiri agreed to do this, but at first she asked to try them out. John thought that this should only be done in the waiting room, but the girl said that this was not a new skill, but an improved version of the old one, so he did not need the waiting room. At that moment, the heroes reported that for some reason, the progress in the trial of the god of adventure had jumped so sharply, he thought that the task was so difficult because they were simpler. Then he decided that he needed to deal with the wings first. He summoned them and then became an adventure, transforming part of an existing skill into something new. This fixed a few details and added one feature to this skill, concentrating a lot of different divine skills into it. In the process of creating a new skill, the adventure deity received a new title, not the original one. Also, when the skill is activated, some effects will be imposed on the user. The protagonist didn't understand what this strange skill was, and at that moment, the adventure deity was very proud of him. After this, John said goodbye to Kirikiri and reluctantly left her. He then returned to the waiting room on the wings. He noted that the sensations were simply amazing. The color of his wings was constantly changing, and the system said that they could change shade depending on his preferences. Simply put, his wings were capable of accelerated mana and stamina recovery, enhanced combat skills, improved magic resistance, weakening enemies, and greater strength. At that moment, the deity of slowness was scolding someone for no reason, and John received the title of potential follower of the unoriginal deity. He noted that these wings were too good. There were no restrictions and no costs. All skills have limitations, even shimmer, but not these. So he thanked the god of adventure, calling him the best. He was eager to try out these wings, and he even regretted that there were no enemies nearby to test them in action. He spent the next 100 years testing new wings, and while the description stated that they enhanced combat skills, it didn't specify how much. The level of enhancement depended on his condition, and the stronger he was, the greater it was. Thus, the strength of the wing's effects depended on the skill of use, and the wings would literally grow along with John. The protagonist felt amazing when he realized all this. Meanwhile, Maria and her squad cleared the 42nd floor on easy difficulty. It was from this moment that the general competition began. Shortly after the clearing, Maria returned to the waiting room and thanked everyone for their efforts in clearing the 42nd floor. She informed them that the competition was approaching, so she suggested taking a short break. However, the guys were sure that their rest would not last long. Maria thought that she had somehow miraculously escaped this. If she had been even a little late, she would not have had time to finish. Then, using the system, she organized a table and chair for herself. She took off her battle cloak and set to work. The girl noted to herself that such diligence was not characteristic of her. At that moment, a girl with short dark hair approached her and asked Maria if she would like to drink some tea. However, Maria said that she would make herself some tea later, but for now she was busy. This girl's name was Julia. She was 2 years older than Maria and had been there since the very founding of the guards in this world. She was closest to her. In public, she tried not to show that she was friends with anyone because of the guards, and Julia didn't quite understand why she did this, but Maria didn't want to explain it to her. She thought to herself that such politeness was a rarity in their times. Then Julia said that she had something to report to her. The fact is that a player from level 24 of normal difficulty died. Maria asked what was wrong with his comrades, and as it turned out, they were safe. Maria thought to herself that the more things were thrown at her, the harder it was to remain rational, but she tried to calmly sort everything out. She said she would report this to the vice captain and asked Julia not to forget to send her the autopsy results. When she told the vice captain about this, he said that he was going to die, and then the girl asked what had happened to him. She noted to herself that this guy was an incredible whiner. It was easier for him anyway. He only had to watch his own difficulty level. Then she remembered that he also had to struggle with clearing the floors. After that, she asked Julia to give Adrian's shield to the spare tank in the third squad. She would like to provide him with the best weapon, but Julia warned that they did not have the points for this. Maria knew this, and said that for now, he should go with what he had. She thought to herself that this guy was the main tank of the third squad, and was part of the assault battalion of the guards. Stormtroopers are a unit of security guards who are not involved in clearing floors. In situations like the day of the Great Gathering, where anything can happen, they take the brunt of the attack and resolve problems. This doesn't happen often, but the risk was unacceptable, and careful preparation for all possible events is a matter of life and death. The existence of the guards, like Maria's life, is proof of her words. She still breathes only thanks to him. John has unleashed his overwhelming power against the representative guild and is destroying anyone who stands in his way, his faith in himself and his goals unwavering. At that moment, the image of when she tried to address him informally flashed through Maria's mind again. She thought that even a preschooler could express his thoughts better than she could. She was very worried that John would now think that she was just a little fool. When she looked up, she saw that Julia had been watching her the whole time with an ambiguous smile on her face. At that moment, Maria felt extremely awkward. 4 days later, work was still going on the waiting floor. All the players were exhausted, but they knew they had to continue. After a while, Julia came to Maria's table and brought her tea. The girl thanked her dear friend, as she was sure that she could now treat her the way she wanted. The other players had already fallen asleep, and she wasn't the least bit surprised by this. They had worked hard for 4 days, otherwise she would have scolded them for unfinished work, but now they deserved to rest. Although health is restored automatically upon entering the waiting room, fatigue still accumulates, and rumors circulate that a drowsiness spell has been cast on the waiting room. However, Maria understood that there was no point in waking anyone up and decided to simply continue working. At that moment, a report on a threatening individual fell into her hands. She noted that it was a rather strange title for a document. The author of this document was John, and when Maria began to leaf through it, she realized that the pages were blank. Security guards compile lists of potentially dangerous users to monitor their behavior and note any misconduct. Those whose personal characteristics exceed one violation are punished or recognized as criminals. That's why they often change authors and update lists whenever possible. Maria knew that this wasn't entirely correct because they often follow people who haven't done anything yet. However, they only keep an eye on things, and nothing more. The guards do not interfere in the personal lives of their charges, so she reassured herself, but deep down she knew that this was wrong. They maintained order and punished crimes. Maria then became interested in what countermeasures John proposed. The document instructed them to follow Charles's orders. The girl thought to herself that perhaps John had his reasons, but she would have to ask why he wrote that. She decided to rest a little while and stretched while sitting at the chair. Then she picked up a large blue folder. This folder contained information about crimes recorded in the world of learning. Even though it was all in the past, it was important to preserve the records. The girl noted that the book was quite worn and decided that she would need to make a duplicate of it. Maria knew that it was important to remember the past so that terrible things would never happen again, so it was necessary to keep track of all past events. This book indicated the cause of the incident, the characteristics of the offender, his motives, the outcome, and consequences. When the girl turned the page, she saw a photograph of Oliver there. At that moment, her face became gloomy, as if she saw him again in person and remembered what he did to her sister. After some time, the system informed the protagonist that creation had begun and there were 5 minutes left before forced entry. John noted that he would like to stay in this place longer, as there were too many untried possibilities for new wings, and moreover, he still had a lot of paperwork to do. However, he honestly admitted to himself that he had been waiting for this competition for a very long time. His rivals might try their best, but they couldn't defeat him. The winner's crown would be on his head, no matter what, and yet the protagonist hoped that there would be something to see and learn there. It would have been even better if he didn't have the work Carl had assigned to him on his shoulders. However, he decided that he should just go there without any further thoughts. He entered the portal and found himself in a completely different place. It was a city. Soon the rest of the players arrived there, and in a huge group they headed to the right place. Ahead of them lay the Colosseum, where the competition was to take place. As evening approached, the players moved into their houses, and the lights were on in some of them. The main character watched everything that was happening from a short distance. Soon the system informed him that he had been given a rule book and asked him to read it before starting the tests. John replied that there were a lot of people gathered at the recruiting site, and he had better get away from there before it got any bigger. However, at that moment, one person from the stage noticed the main character and asked him not to leave. He called him a newcomer and then looked closely at his face. The protagonist turned to look back at the guy. When the guy realized that it was that same John standing in front of him, he apologized and said that he had not noticed him and that he could go wherever he was going. At this moment, the main character noticed a man standing not far from him. It was Carl. They decided to talk separately, and John noted that the place looked a lot like a residential area. Carl said that the ad said that this competition place would be like the 30th floor. However, he decided that it didn't matter, and asked John why it had taken him so long to walk. The main character asked him not to be so strict because he was only 2 minutes late. After that, Carl said that he had urgent business now, and asked John to be on duty for half an hour. He said that he would not have to strain himself, and everything was much better than they expected. Then John asked him something about the competition, but the guy said that he would explain it to him later. The protagonist realized that he shouldn't have agreed to help this guy, and now he was in trouble, but the good thing was that it was only for half an hour. He didn't even notice how he found himself on stage. He looked at the other players, and they looked at him with some distrust. They seemed confused about what this strange guy was doing on stage. John then used a magically enhanced voice to address the other players. The boys were shocked at how loud his voice was. John said he was sure many of them were wondering why they had to hang around here, and he had wondered that too. At the moment, the guards are finding out the details of the competition so that they don't just die, so he suggested that they calm down and wait for them, and in half an hour, if nothing happens, he will personally present them with claims. He said the players could have a snack while they waited and asked if they had any questions. After that, he turned his attention to one female player who, having caught John's gaze, began to shake with fear. She hid under the stage, hoping John would stop looking at her. When the protagonist looked at the other players, they also froze in fear, and then he said that they could just rest. There were 17 minutes left before the first day of the competition. John was sitting at the table and thinking about what to do. There was no sound from the crowd. None of them were communicating. They were all meditating, as if he had forbidden them to speak and eat. He assumed others would behave this way, but he didn't think it would be this strong. He spotted Harris among the crowd, but decided that now was not the best time to approach him. There was nothing going on around him, and he was bored, and he also knew that if he started entertaining himself by trying to develop stability, others would think he was crazy. Then he took out a book of magic and decided to read it while nothing was happening. He bought this book after passing the 12th floor and decided to see what had changed in it since then. On the page of the book, there was a question about what is used to change time in the vastness between death and short-term life. John knew that on the 13th floor, he had witnessed different flows of time, and now he wondered what he needed most. He suggested that it could be a concentration of magic, thoughts, divine powers, intelligence, life or death. However, he soon realized that all this was not what he needed. All this was really important, but he had a feeling that the answer was wrong. He suggested that it takes time to change the flow of time, since life and death were mentioned, meaning that it was a living being. He thought the answer might be himself, or people who experienced the passage of time after death, but they were not alive. The protagonist began to think that the answer might be the essence of time. Suddenly, something started to glow in his hands. A multitude of inscriptions appeared on it, intertwined with each other. The protagonist couldn't believe that this was actually the correct answer. The other players were horrified when they saw that the book in his hands was glowing. The next day, the protagonist returned to his friend Carl and asked him to tell the players honestly what he had said about him. Carl said he hadn't said anything like that, but John asked why then everyone was so scared of him. He rarely showed himself in public, so there must have been a reason why there were rumors about him. However, Carl interrupted him, saying that they had come to the right place. John was amazed at the enormous size of the Colosseum, and then Carl said that there was a seating area and a square nearby. At this point, the system asked the protagonist to prepare a particle. He said he would participate. When Carl asked him about team mode, John replied that if there was a prize, he had to participate. Carl asked how he was going to find a team, to which the protagonist replied that he didn't need partners and that he could handle it alone. However, Carl insisted that it would be awkward if a solo player won in team mode. That's why he suggested that Maria and he join him, because if John was on their team, it would be too much, and that's why he was looking for other people. Such events happen extremely rarely, so he chose to be on the side of the strongest. The protagonist, although he didn't really want to, agreed. Then Carl asked him not to kill the self-esteem of his opponents. After that, he wished him good luck and said that he would wait for him in the stands. Then the main character confirmed his participation in the qualifying stage. As soon as he pressed the button, he immediately found himself on stage in front of a whole crowd of spectators. When they saw the main character, they started chanting his name and shouting joyfully. The main character was extremely surprised by how actively he was greeted. All the qualifying matches are taking place simultaneously, like in a great martial arts tournament, and the protagonist thought he would have fun here. The system announced that the qualifying round in the singles category would begin in 2 minutes. The conditions for victory were to survive and win, and the conditions for defeat were to step outside the ring or surrender. At that moment, a powerful explosion was heard on the field. Then silhouettes of people began to appear. The protagonist realized that his opponent had given up and automatically lost. Meanwhile, the spectators continued to shout John's name, as they were so happy to see the only player who had reached such heights on Hell difficulty. The system then announced that the qualifying round in the singles category was beginning. Soon another powerful explosion was heard on the stage, and the main character saw the silhouettes of monsters that appeared there. He grinned, realizing that he hadn't seen their impudent faces for a long time. Meanwhile, all the players were divided into separate zones. They thought they would fight each other, but as it turned out, they would fight after the qualifiers. During the qualifying stage, the player fought against a monster. The players immediately prepared their weapons and began to fight off the monsters that were advancing on them. However, they had shields with which they could defend themselves against ranged weapons. One of the players noticed that these monsters have too much armor. While he was thinking, a huge orc ran up to him and knocked him down with his hand. The guy was thrown to the edge of the stage, and with tears in his eyes, he decided to give up. John thought that if a player realized that he couldn't take it anymore, then it would be logical to give up immediately. Yes, for some the qualifying stage can be a serious challenge. Most players only fight in combat squads. They were all used to playing their roles and didn't go out against monsters alone, and the goblins seemed to have some strategic thinking, which they apparently borrowed from the hellish difficulty. So, it will take a lot of force to deal with these goblins. John turned his attention to the monsters that were his opponents and asked why they were frozen in place. The goblins were surprised that this guy knew their language. They thought it was some kind of trick. He then said that if they thought they were going to lose, they should just give up right away. At that moment, they began to seriously think about whether they should do as he said. However, suddenly they seemed to have a mental block, and these thoughts fell out of their minds. They started acting maniacally and kept talking about how they had to fight. Then John realized that the system seemed to be forcing them to fight, and in that case, he had no choice. He stood in front of the goblins who were slowly approaching him. At some point, they again began to think that they did not want to fight with this man, and decided to simply beg his forgiveness. At that moment, John ran up to them and told them not to worry about it. He promised them he would be gentle, and then with all his strength he threw them far out of the arena. The spectators watched in horror as the goblins flew over their heads. The two unfortunate monsters flew around this entire small space and landed right behind the backs of their comrades. The remaining monsters in the arena looked at John with horror in their eyes. Then he ran up to them, and with all his strength knocked them out of the arena. Thus, there remained in front of him one goblin with tears in his eyes. John smiled at him and asked him to turn around. When the goblin turned his back to him, he hit him on the neck with all his might. The system informed John that the qualifying round was over for him, but the protagonist didn't even break a sweat. When he returned to the stands, Carl was in shock. He said that he asked John to be gentle with them. John said that he did so, but Carl noted that he sent the goblin flying with a kick, but for John, it meant mercy. At that moment, he noticed that there were other people sitting next to Carl. It was James, and also Maria, who was still acting awkward when meeting the protagonist. James noted that the entire top echelon had gathered for this competition, and then added that he was the first from his group to pass the qualifying round. After that, Maria introduced her friend Julia, and said that they would be together in the group match. She then awkwardly turned to the protagonist and said that she had some business to attend to, and that she needed to leave. The remaining boys noticed that everything had only gotten worse, and attempts to make Maria stop being shy in front of the main character were unsuccessful. James said that if you remember the incident with the Representatives Guild, then it's understandable. However, John did not want Mary to have any false impressions about him. He was not a knight or a prince on a white horse. Then the men assumed that this is what happens when you fall in love. Once they had calmed down a bit, John suggested that they all have a drink when this was all over. His comrades were very happy. James only dreamed of getting drunk to the point of madness. After some time, the main stage of the competition began. The participants had to prove themselves in one-on-one fights, but the rules of the competition were a little strange. After the fight, the winner continues to advance up the tournament ladder. Points are awarded for defeating an opponent, which are then converted into a prize. Participants in the first and last duel will receive bonus points, so it is most beneficial to start as early as possible and win as often as possible. However, Carl warned the protagonist that he should not approach yet. As soon as he entered the ring, the competition could be considered over. He was right, because John wouldn't give anyone even a chance to win, and although he wanted to get the maximum reward, he didn't want to ruin people's holiday either, so he decided to aim for the winner's prize. At one point, James suggested that next time they should start taking bets on the competitions. After that, he wanted to go to the bar, but Carl asked him to stay and watch the fights with him. Meanwhile, the main character bought himself something to eat and watched the fights. Suddenly he noticed that his friend had entered the ring. As it turned out, it was Harris, and all the spectators were happy to see him, as they wanted to see what a player on hellish difficulty was capable of. The guy looked up and saw his friend John among the crowd. His gaze was full of determination. Apparently he understood that in the end, he would have to fight him. When the singles category began, Harris, as expected, reached the final. He won 4 fights in a row because he was a hellish difficulty player. John thought it was time for him to join in, but Carl said there were still some guys left from the difficult level. James was excited. He really wanted to participate and asked someone else to take his place. However, Carl said that they had agreed that James would not compete in the singles category because something could happen. Events like these couldn't be left unsupervised, as no one knew what might happen. Even murders were not excluded, and Carl wanted James to be prepared for the worst-case scenario. John agreed with this decision, but was sure that it was unlikely that anyone could defeat Harris. There are a lot of players who can make him sweat, and yet it will not be easy to defeat him. If someone fails to knock him out, the fight will affect their physical condition. None of the strong players dare to enter the ring so as not to waste their stamina, thereby losing the chance of winning. At that point, the system said that Harris would be declared the winner in 20 seconds, so John said that when there were 10 seconds left, he would go to the ring. Meanwhile, Harris was trying to catch his breath after the fight, and soon he was 10 seconds away from victory. When he realized that his last opponent had appeared in the ring, he asked him why he was so early. As expected, John appeared in the ring. All the spectators were excited and wanted to watch their fight. John noted that no one seemed to want to fight Harris, so he decided to take him on himself, but he was sure that someone would eventually decide to fight him. He said that although he had not expected to win at first, he was now ready to fight to the bitter end. However, John said that he should stop talking. Afterwards, Harris wished them both good luck. He took out his knife and jokingly asked John to be gentle with him. A few seconds later, the system reported the start of the battle. As soon as Harris heard this announcement, he immediately rushed at his opponent. However, the main character continued to stand still. When the enemy got close enough to him, he activated his skill. He then put his hand in front of him, and Harris was ready to stab him with a knife, but he missed. John understood that Harris's strong point was his speed, so they were similar, but he could take a couple of hits, while Harris relied entirely on dodging and seemed cautious on the one hand, but cowardly on the other. Apparently, he thought that John didn't notice how quickly he was dodging, because he dodged the blows even before John tried to land them. Harris had to wait for John to get closer so he could catch him with a dodge. He still had a lot to learn. After all, he was only on the 4th floor. John knew that at that moment Harris thought he was in his blind spot, standing behind him. At that moment, the boy swung his leg to hit the protagonist on the head, but he blocked the blow. He calmly said that anyone could have repelled such an attack, and he could see everything perfectly well from here. Harris was amazed at how clever his opponent was, and then said he was giving up. When the system reported that John had earned his first victory, he asked Harris why he had given up so easily, but the boy said that he had known from the start that they were at completely different levels. He then noted that it was still a good fight and suggested they chat later, as he wanted to give him a couple of valuable tips. Harris laughed and thanked him, saying he would be rooting for him. After that, he began to disappear from the stage, as he was a loser. After this, many players challenged the main character. Apparently, they decided that the fight with Harris had weakened him, and several strong players decided to try to defeat him. However, in the end, the system informed him that he had earned his 5th victory. One of his opponents was his friend Lucas, who after the battle noted that he had an excellent fighting style. Then John realized that he had practically no opponents left. He felt Carl's gaze on him, looking at him like he was a natural disaster, apparently guessing how much John was holding back. However, he couldn't pretend to be even weaker, he didn't use divine skills, and he didn't move unnecessarily to give others a chance. John was sure that many potential opponents, watching his fights, realized that everyone had a chance to win. John was still dangerous, but he looked like a capable opponent. He embodied the power of the guards, so he did not want to seem like some kind of invincible player to those around him, yet his successes benefited the reputation of the guards. He thought to himself that Carl was clearly up to something. John was sure that everything would come to light during the battles with the foreigners. At that moment, another bright flash of light appeared on the stage. The spectators began to shout with joy, anticipating another battle. At that moment, a human silhouette appeared from the flash. When the main character saw who was in front of him, surprise appeared on his face. He turned to his opponent and said that he had not thought that he was interested in games, and therefore his appearance here was a surprise to him. As it turned out, a middle-aged man stood in front of him. It was the player who had reached the highest floor so far. His name was Sean. He said that there was nothing much for him to do there, so he decided to take a look and took the chance to gain new experience. John said it was really important, but he started thinking to himself that Sean was now on the 91st floor of an easy difficulty level. Typically, a player's strength is determined by the floor they've reached, and Sean doesn't shy away from discussing who the strongest player is in any of the discussions. Most players on normal difficulty sit on the 50th floor, and on hard difficulty, on the 30th, but no one knows how strong Sean is, since no one else has reached the 90th floor. They say he's in a hurry to get to the 100th floor, to reunite with his family, but it looks like he's having some trouble on the 91st floor. John didn't know too much information about him, so he decided to stay vigilant. Then he looked closely at his opponent again. When Sean got to his feet, they wished each other luck. Then the protagonist once again thought about the identity of his opponent. He couldn't underestimate him. He realized once again that it was the player from the 91st floor. He will have to fight a man whose abilities he knows nothing about, and he will have to restrain himself. John was sure that Carl would have liked to see at least an equal fight, and even better, for John to suffer properly. However, John had no intention of putting on a show for him and immediately used the flicker. He found himself behind Sean and prepared to strike him. At that moment, the man seemed to freeze in place. He then put both his hands in front of him, blocking the blow. Nevertheless, the protagonist continued to inflict a series of blows on him. He said with a smile that not everything always goes according to plan. After this, Carl was clearly unhappy, as he asked John to restrain himself. However, the guy said that he had already apologized, and besides, he didn't use anything except flicker. However, Carl believed that this did not justify the fact that he had taken him out with one blow, and now he would have to change his plans. John thought to himself that he was ultimately pleased with the results of the individual competition. As a reward for winning the singles category, he received a mysterious box, and no one knew what was inside. John was extremely happy to receive such a mysterious gift and couldn't wait to open it. When they approached one of the buildings, James called them over, with Maria standing next to him. The man said that if they didn't come to him right away, he would drink all the alcohol alone. At some point, the guys froze in one place, wondering where this man got so many bottles of alcohol. Soon they entered the building and decided to drink to love. When they reached the inn, they collapsed into James's room and started drinking. Although the alcohol had no effect on John due to his resistance to poisons, he was intoxicated by the atmosphere. He was happy to sit with his friends in a relaxed atmosphere. What attracted his attention most was Maria, who behaved like an ordinary girl. The main character thought to himself that he hadn't had this much fun in a long time. He hoped that in the future, they would also gather, and that there would be even more of them. When night fell, the protagonist went to his room to rest after a hard day. He didn't sleep, but simply looked at the ceiling. Now it seemed to him that it was too quiet in his room. Just recently, he had been laughing and talking with his friends, but now he was alone again. He thought that Maria had finally managed to relax in his presence. And although they never managed to communicate much, she was no longer embarrassed in front of him. These thoughts made him calm down a little and breathe a sigh of relief. However, he still couldn't fall asleep. So John got out of bed and decided that maybe he should read. However, at that moment, there was a knock on the door of his room. When he opened the door, he saw Maria on the threshold, holding a bottle of alcohol in her hands. She looked at him a little embarrassed, but not as embarrassed as before. She asked him if he wanted another drink. The hero thought to himself that he thought they had run out of alcohol, but then he realized that it was his wine, and Maria had stolen it from the table while they were sitting there. The girl realized that he had discovered her deception and apologized to him, saying that she had actually wanted to have a drink with him alone. When John heard this, a blush even appeared on his face. Maria assumed that he was against it, and all because she still seemed to him like an exemplary schoolgirl. After that, she smiled timidly and said that in fact, she was already a grown-up girl. After that, she asked him again if he wanted to have a drink with her. Then John opened the door to his room for her and invited her to chat over a drink. When morning came, John seemed very exhausted. Seeing the light coming from the window, he sat up and yawned widely. After this, he looked around his room and was surprised when he did not find Maria there. Then he remembered that she had gotten up earlier than him because she said she had things to do. He began to remember the events of the previous evening and first remembered that she offered him a drink. However, when he realized that he had been naked the whole time, he realized what had really happened that night. Now he hoped that everything was okay with the girl. The thing is that he hadn't had a relationship for a long time, so he couldn't restrain himself. John hadn't dated anyone while he was playing esports, but now he's suddenly crazy about Maria, even though he's always found her attractive. Her courage and strength of spirit admired him, but he always perceived her as a good comrade and a capable boss, but nothing more. However, now, when he remembered her smile, his heart felt warmer. The second day of the competition soon began. John thought about the team battles that would take place today, but it was still too early to go outside, so he decided to take a look at the forum. On the 13th floor, he had no opportunity to find out anything about the competition, so he decided to do it now. The arena was forbidden from using healing potions or wearing armor, and the guards were worried that something might get out of control during the fights, but John would have been more worried about them on the third day. He was thinking that nothing bad had happened yet, and at that moment, he received a message. It turned out that Harris had written to him and asked if he had a free minute, and then they met on the street. The boy was shouting John's name loudly, and then he asked him to stop shouting, since he could hear him perfectly well. After that, he greeted the rest of the players and said that he was glad to see that they were still alive. The rest of the players bowed to John as soon as they saw him. He noticed that Harris and everyone else were in a good mood, and the festive atmosphere of the competition did not bypass the hellish difficulty players. Harris then asked John to analyze their mistakes during the fights. The protagonist was very happy with such a request, and said that he saw that they were making progress on hellish difficulty, and this was just great. He thought to himself that in the future, one of them could be on his team. Then he decided to start with Harris, and said that he was staring all the time while dodging. The boy was surprised, saying that John himself told him to carefully watch the enemy's actions. However, he said that although he did recommend this, it is not easy because it is difficult to keep your eyes open and try to see everything around you at once. Paying attention to whether his eyes are open or not can result in him seeing less than if he simply closes and opens them in time, so he needs to try to keep his eyes on the target and control the situation. After that, he swung his fist at him, but didn't hit anywhere. He said that Harris shouldn't close his eyes when he gets hit, and although it's easy to do, he'll have to get used to it. This guy's main problem was obvious to John. The thing is that he was too cowardly. He took his opponents with speed and reaction, so he was not used to taking a blow. Because of this, his body would involuntarily tense up at any threat, thus causing him to become afraid before anything had even happened. He said that it wouldn't hurt for him to practice fighting, and then asked if he was really on the 4th floor right now. He then told Harris to let the goblins beat him up. Once he got a beating, he wouldn't be so afraid of it in the future, and would instead get used to keeping his eyes open. After this, he continued to give advice to other participants. When he approached a girl who was behaving extremely strangely, he asked her what she was doing there. Not including him and Harris, there were 6 people on hell difficulty, but none of them even passed the first test, or rather, they couldn't clear it. Since they received food and water at the beginning, they preferred to just survive the floor. John explained to them that the arrows on the 1st floor fly along the same trajectories, so the players simply don't need to make any unnecessary movements, and then they will definitely miss. They need to stay in position to be ready for the next attack. He said that they always need to be vigilant. There are places on the ground floor where it is impossible to predict the enemy's actions. They need to be prepared for an unexpected turn of events at any moment. While teaching others, John himself realized something. Everyone sees the process of passing floors differently. He tried to become stronger to cope with all the challenges. However, many were simply trying to survive, which is why the gap between their skills was so wide. Not everyone is ready to devote themselves entirely to improving their fighting skills. If a person only dodges the arrow, then sooner or later, it will still catch up with him. John didn't judge them. On the contrary, he was more of an exception to the rule, and they were normal people, because few people would want to risk their lives for an extra level. On hell difficulty, everyone loses hope sooner or later, so it might even be better for those people to focus on survival and stay at the same level. They can only hope that someone will solve their problems for them, and luckily, there are guards here. When John asked Harris if he would participate in the team stage, he said he would refuse because no one would want to take him on the team. Then John suggested that he go with the rest of the hellish players. Harris then whispered that he thought it was a bad idea since they didn't know how to do anything, but John replied that it would be a useful experience for them. He asked them to try to pass at least the qualifying stage. That would be enough for them to learn something new. However, the boy didn't even know what to answer to this. However, John insisted. He said that Harris would get a lot of good out of this. Besides, these guys would be useful on the 6th floor. The protagonist explained that after the 6th floor, everything would become much more difficult, but so difficult that he would lose all hope. He admitted that he himself had practically fallen into despair. This is why Harris needs to pull others along with him so that they can do the same as a team. He can't stay and hang around on the ground floor forever. Then Harris looked at him and promised to try to do it. John was pleased with this answer, and then they moved on. He soon came to the arena and apologized for being late. Meanwhile, the second day of the competition began. John was one of the team members. Also on his team were Carl and Maria. Besides them, there was Julia, also another guy named Chris. John heard about Chris, that he had been holding an important position in the organization for a long time, and that he was now on the 30th floor with Carl. After this, the main character turned his attention to Maria, who was standing not far from him. When the girl noticed him, she smiled softly at him. John smiled back too, as he was very happy to see the girl. At that moment, Carl asked him why they looked at each other so strangely. It seemed to him as if something had changed between the two. Soon the battle began, and all the spectators were impatient. A bright flash of light appeared on the stage again, from which an enemy appeared. It was a huge goblin with a huge head and many sharp teeth. John turned to Carl and asked what he should do with this monster. He said that he could deal with it. However, Carl told him to rest for now. He wanted to contain his power until the main stage, and they would deal with this monster themselves. The protagonist liked his enthusiasm and agreed with him. He then walked to the edge of the ring, while the rest of the team came out to meet their opponent. The 4 of them prepared to attack the goblin. As soon as the enemy noticed them, he began to growl loudly at the players. Then Maria pulled out her pistol and pointed it at the goblin. She loaded it with an unusual bullet and then fired. The shot hit the goblin right in the head, causing green blood to gush out of the wound. The shot made the goblin growl and start to fall backwards. At that moment, Julia entered the battlefield, holding her shield in her hands. She hit him with all her might in his unprotected stomach. After this, Carl and Chris joined the fight. They simultaneously struck him in the chest with their spears. The wounds on the goblin's body were so severe that he could barely stand on his feet. Meanwhile, John, who was watching everything that was happening, noted that it was incredibly boring. Meanwhile, his team continued to beat the goblin. However, suddenly the wounds on his body healed, and the blood seemed to evaporate. John understood that this was taking a long time because of the brute's accelerated regeneration, and he himself would like to recover that quickly. Then the monster suddenly swung in the direction where Carl was standing. And even though the guy managed to dodge, he felt as if he couldn't move. At that moment, the main character entered the battle and threw his weapon towards the monster. It tore a huge hole in the goblin's chest. After this, he fell to the ground, since the wound could not heal. John smiled and said he was glad he had arrived in time, even though he still had to intervene. The rest of the team looked at him in surprise. However, Carl was a little dissatisfied because John once again did not listen to him. The main character did not understand why his friend was behaving this way, because he had already apologized to him. He thought they were in danger, so he went into battle, but instead of gratitude, he received a 2-hour lecture. At this moment, guys from hellish difficulty entered the battlefield. Their skills weren't particularly impressive, but they were only on the 1st floor. It didn't look like they were going to attack this monster, and everyone was wondering how long it would last. However, John was confident that Harris would deal with the monster as soon as his comrades got a little tired, so they could gain experience in battle. Then suddenly Carl decided to change the subject and asked John what had happened with Maria, to which the main character replied that he had understood everything correctly. Carl was somewhat glad that he had managed to bring them together. John said that there was no longer any awkwardness between them. However, Carl warned him that they could not exchange such meaningful glances in front of strangers. John understood this. Guards do their best to hide their weaknesses from other people. It makes it easier to maintain order and achieve obedience. Everyone perceives Maria as a cold-blooded and powerful boss, so her softness is hidden from the eyes of others. Perhaps it would be better if John kept their relationship a secret. Then Carl said that in any case, he was happy for them. He said that everything was definitely getting better, but John didn't understand what he was talking about. He then noted that Carl was right. Maria was very young, and it was hard for her to cope with everything alone, so he was glad to see her smiling. However, Carl said that he was talking about John now. He explained that he saw him talking to other hellish players. When he noticed them, he couldn't believe his eyes, because John looked unusually pleased. The other boys also stopped being afraid of him. They showered him with questions. John also noticed that they were no longer afraid of him, and Carl said that John looked very scary, even when he stood silently and did nothing. His thoughtless face could easily be mistaken for anger, which is why everyone was afraid to approach him. Usually people go to those who are stronger for advice, but this was not the case with him. Everything was just like on the day of the Great Assembly. John thought that those were not the best times for him. He came there morally depressed, damaged the representatives' guild, and injured himself. However, comparing himself then and now, he realized that he had changed a lot. Chris also told him that his facial expressions hadn't become more varied since then, but he seemed more relaxed. John didn't understand when he had managed to change so much in appearance, although he really felt calmer than before. Carl said that even now he seemed like a more humane person. He still had concerns about his sanity, but he was clearly working on himself. John didn't even know how to react to these words. However, at that moment he noticed Maria, who was looking at him with a smile. When he saw her face, he began to smile too. Meanwhile, the second day came to an end. Now it won't be possible to stay on the sidelines. The most coordinated teams have made it to the finals. It was surprising, but the newcomers from the hellish difficulty level also passed the qualifiers. They tried until the very end, but in the end, they lost to the team of guys from the normal difficulty level. Nevertheless, Harris and his team were pleased with their results. John was glad that he was on their side and hoped that this would serve as an impetus for their development. He also noticed that the team of his friend named Larry also won. He is quite famous on normal difficulty. He had strong fighters in his team. Julia said that he was with the 6th Assault Squad of the Guards, that's why they were so strong, and she was sure that they had definitely learned a lot. Then suddenly Chris asked Carl why James hadn't come out yet, to which the guy said that they decided that he wouldn't participate. He had to be ready in case of an emergency. Carl said that he really wanted to participate, but nothing could be done about it. At this point, John noticed that a new team was entering the ring. When the guys looked down, they saw that James was in the ring, and behind him was his new team. Carl was shocked when he saw the man he had sent to keep order. Meanwhile, James stood on stage and waved to everyone. However, Carl did not understand why none of these guys kept their promises, because he made it clear to him why he should not participate. Maria asked what they should do now, but Carl didn't know. They could only pray that he wouldn't completely go crazy, and in the meantime, he would find a replacement for him. They watched their comrade and saw his smile, even from the farthest row. However, John still couldn't understand Carl, because everyone wants to have a little fun, and he was even glad of this competition. He knew that James would scare off the weaker competitors, and only teams confident enough would risk taking him on. Therefore, this spectacle promised to be interesting. Maria told him that the guys from his team are from a difficult level, and besides, they are all stormtroopers of the guards. At that moment, she looked towards Julia, silently asking her for information. The girl looked at the team members and began to describe their characteristics. She said one of them was from the 24th floor, the guy with the strong shield was from the 27th, and the other two were frontline workers like James. The black-haired boy was on level 19, but he was already quite strong, so the guards tried to show him support whenever possible. As it turned out, this boy was Lucas. Julia said that he preferred skills related to electricity. John was surprised that this girl remembered everything about all the guards and personalities associated with them. He realized that the more he listened, the more he understood why Carl was angry. They have assembled the strongest team in the world of training. The system soon announced that James's team had won for the 11th time in a row. All the spectators were delighted with this guy and his team. Then John told Carl that at least he could be sure that James was afraid of him. He had never looked in their direction the whole time. John noted to himself that mana and health were not restored in the ring, and skills or healing elixirs also had no effect, meaning that with each fight it would become increasingly difficult for them. And yet for now, they are holding up well. He also noted that everyone present was rooting for James, and he was like a gladiator in the center of the Coliseum arena. When the system announced that James's team members would be declared winners in 3 minutes, John thought it was time for them to go down as he wanted to get the prize. Then Carl said that, given the circumstances, there was no way they could allow James to become the winner. At this moment, James approached the edge of the arena and addressed the main character. He asked him with a smile how long he planned to sit it out. When John heard this, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Then, to a general shout of approval, he rose from his seat. Maria asked Carl to stop acting. She said that it would be an incredible disappointment if the competition ended on such a dismal note. John supported her, saying that these were very wise words. After that, he pressed the button so that their team could enter the arena. Meanwhile, James and his team were already waiting for them. When the main character looked at the stands, he realized that all this brought back memories of his days as a pro player. It was an unforgettable feeling, and he missed those times. Then Carl said that he would only get in their way, so it would be better for him to stay on the platform. Before leaving, he reminded John once again of what he had already told him. John thought that this guy thought that against players at a difficult level, the rest of the team wouldn't help. Maria approached him and said that they seemed to have persuaded him, and asked him if he thought they would succeed, but John was determined and said that they would succeed. After this, Maria turned around and said that in that case, he should win. The main character thought to himself that this girl was incredibly cute. Soon after, all of his team members left the arena, and the spectators were surprised, not believing that John was going to fight alone. When he was left alone in the arena, he looked at the group of his opponents. The thing is that Carl wants to hide his true power from everyone. But now he faces a team of 7 of the strongest players at a difficult level. Each of them is dangerous in their own way, and they work well as a team, so it won't be easy to win. He'll have to sweat a little. John couldn't underestimate the close-knit team of players who had a strong will to win. He had time to get a little bored because of how dull the previous battles had been. And now he was glad that he finally had worthy opponents in front of him. Before the fight began, James asked his comrade not to spare them. However, John said that it was he who should say these words, and added that he did not want an easy victory. Meanwhile, the rest of the protagonist's team watched everything from the side. Soon James summoned his sword to fight. A few seconds later, the system reported the start of the battle. It took John just a few moments to get his skills ready. After that, he rushed forward at great speed. As he ran, he turned his attention to his opponents. The guy standing in front of him had a one-handed sword and light armor, and Julia had told him about it. She said that this guy gets close to the enemy, and thanks to his speed, dodges attacks, and although he does not deal much damage, his attacks are able to distract the target's attention. However, the main character understood that he had no equal in speed, so he quickly rushed past the guy and dealt him a lightning blow. He then moved on to the next opponent, who held up a shield in front of him. John noticed that he was strengthening his shield with a skill, and it would be good to knock it out in one hit. Then he swung his foot at him, thinking he would break through his shield. However, when the dust cleared, he was extremely surprised. The guy was still standing on his feet, holding his shield in front of him. However, this situation only amused John. He realized that this skill not only gave this guy strength, but also made him resistant to physical impact, and the protagonist did not expect this. Then he saw James swing his sword to strike him. He wanted to deal him a crushing blow, but John managed to dodge. Then he found himself next to his opponent and grabbed him by the arm. He threw it towards the guy holding the shield, and they collided with each other. John knew he could ignore the two of them for now, but he needed to focus on one specific goal. The one he was most concerned about from this team right now was Lucas. His lightning bolts can hit targets from a distance, and just a couple of hits can knock him out, plus they inflict paralysis, making Lucas an even more dangerous opponent. As the protagonist approached him, the boy raised his hand, preparing to strike. Lightning began to swirl around him as the protagonist approached him. John realized that it would be difficult for him, since Lucas did not let him get close to him, but he could not retreat. He urgently had to get as close to him as possible. Then he put out his palm and touched the lightning that emanated from Lucas. The boy was surprised that John had so easily ignored his electric outpost. He asked Lucas if he thought John was joking when he advised him to build up resistance to all sorts of things as quickly as possible. He talked about resistance to pain, paralysis, and magic, and then asked him what he thought John's own resistance levels were. However, instead, the boy swung his free hand at him. However, it was no trouble for John to intercept his fist and throw the boy over himself. He threw it out of the ring without even looking back. When he realized that the most dangerous member of the team had been eliminated, he continued to fight with the other guys. In a real fight, he would have to kill Lucas, or at least hit him hard to make sure, but this was just a game, and the rest of the problems shouldn't arise. However, at that moment, he saw James charging an energy ball in his hand. The main character was even a little scared, because he realized that he had concentrated a huge amount of magic. He didn't understand what this skill was, and how to counter it. James then rushed at the protagonist, intending to hit him with an energy ball. The protagonist noted that this guy was too fast. He asked him if this was some kind of divine skill. However, before James could touch him, he noticed that John was no longer in front of him. The guy was confused, and at that moment, the main character was already standing behind him. The rest of the protagonist's team watched his actions in surprise. As it turned out, he summoned wings and moved behind his opponent. James didn't lose his composure and turned towards John to catch up with him. John noted that he changed course quite quickly and was already rushing towards him. He really was very fast, and besides, he knew John's fighting habits well. Then John decided he had no choice but to play his trump cards. He soared above the arena while the others watched him with excitement. The two fighters were soon to face each other. When this happened, everyone present froze in place. After that, John went to his room to rest. The competition ended yesterday evening, but after the fights themselves, there were still 3 free days to rest. After the team battles ended, Chris and Maria immediately went to their rooms. James also said that he had a lot of things to do, but John was sure that Carl would not let him go so easily. John stayed there until the very end, just as he promised. Then, lying on the bed, he decided to open his inventory. He took out a mysterious box from there, which he received for winning the singles category. Then the main character took out another box of the same kind that he received for the team category. Thus, having become the winner in both categories, he received 2 tiny boxes. He found the solo battles rather boring, but against the team he had a lot of fun. James, his teammates, and the spectators were just perfect. However, he thought that Carl did not like all this very much. Suddenly, he heard someone knocking at his door. Without waiting for permission, Maria opened the door to his room and looked at the main character in surprise. She seemed to be in a great hurry and asked him if he had been waiting for her for a long time. In fact, John thought he would die of boredom. 3 whole days had already passed since the team category, and they had not seen each other during this entire time. And the girl said that there was more work than she expected, so she apologized for being late and asked John if she had disturbed him. In response to this, John smiled and said that he was very glad to see her. When Maria heard this, a soft smile appeared on her face. Without thinking twice, she snuggled up to John and apologized for keeping him waiting. The main character didn't say anything to this and only hugged Maria tighter. After that, he pulled her into his room to spend even more time with her. After some time, he again set out to conquer his floors. He had to deal with the huge monsters that were waiting for him in the cave. However, it was not difficult for the main character to deal with them. Soon the system informed him that he had passed the 15th floor and received new awards. John noted that it took a very long time. After the competition, he immediately began to pass the 15th floor, which was a narrow abandoned mine, the condition for passing which was the extermination of all mutant moles. Although it didn't sound difficult, finding all the monsters in the dark tunnels was very difficult, but his perception skills improved a little. However, he did not want to repeat this experience again, and dreamed of quickly getting out into the fresh air to Kirikiri. When he came to the field, the girl greeted him with laughter because John was covered in mud. However, the main character himself didn't find it funny. He said he spent a lot of time in the mine, and afterward he was really covered in dust. He then asked Kirikiri if his appearance embarrassed her, but the girl couldn't stop laughing. Then the main character turned around and said that, in that case, he would have to eat the candy alone, and when the girl heard this, she immediately stopped laughing. As they sat down in the clearing, John asked her if she could give him a hint about the next floor, but the girl replied that she could not do this. John assumed that she wouldn't tell him anything. At some point she stopped supplying him with valuable information about the upcoming floors. She probably thought that he didn't need to be prompted since he was already coping. Then he thought about what else he wanted to know from her, and quickly came to the conclusion that most of the questions would be quite expensive. John then said that he wanted to change weapons and wanted Kirikiri to tell him how to choose the best options. The girl was surprised when she heard his question, but John said that he had been thinking about it for a long time. He bought his current sword on the 4th floor and hadn't changed it since then. He should have said that. Thanks to magic, there was no need for it. But lately, he began to feel that it was no longer suitable for his level. It was too light and brittle, even despite the magic. The only thing was that it was restored upon entering the waiting room. Otherwise, John would have thrown it away long ago. Then the girl said that in that case, it really was worth changing weapons and asked him to wait a little. She sat thoughtfully for a moment, then looked closely at John. She asked why he didn't open the boxes he received at the competition. The main character was surprised that she asked him such a thing. He still hadn't opened the 2 mystery boxes he received for winning the competition. He assumed that the boxes might contain weapons, but he was afraid that he might come across one he would not use. However, Kirikiri told him not to worry about it, since only the necessary things fall out of the boxes. She said that the reward depends on the user's needs, so there will definitely be something useful for him. Hearing this, John decided that he really should open those boxes. When he opened the first drawer, he was immediately illuminated by a bright light. After that, a small dark sphere appeared in his hand. The system informed him that he had received 1,000 Cantus weapons. The sphere fell into his hand, and then John realized that it was much heavier than it looked. This artifact once belonged to the Blade Master Cantus. It is made from a high-grade golden dragon, and is capable of taking on 1,000 different weapon forms. When John realized this, he realized that he now had 1,000 weapon options at once. The fact that it was made from a dragon was impressive in itself. Moreover, it had an interesting effect. John loved changing weapons, and for him, this was the perfect artifact, so he decided to test it immediately. He stood up and walked away from the picnic area to open the sphere. He was curious about how it worked and assumed he just needed to imagine the weapon he needed. He extended his hand forward and attempted to present the short sword, but nothing happened. Then he decided that maybe he should infuse some magic into the sphere. As soon as he did this, the sphere began to glow a bright purple color. The next moment, the very sword he had imagined appeared before him. John was surprised that everything happened so quickly. Moreover, now he can change weapons right during the fight. The sword was quite strong and felt good in his hand. He also noticed that the weight of this item was the same as the sphere, so even if he summoned a blade, it would still be massive, but perhaps that was for the best, as his physical strength allowed him to carry heavy weapons. Besides this, he was very pleased with his sensitivity to mana. Before, imbuing weapons with magic was much more difficult, but now the problem was solved. John felt that this was just the perfect reward. He thought about opening the second box right now, since it would be cool to get something equally useful. However, he doubted whether he should do it, but in the end he decided to open the second drawer. When the box opened, it again struck him with a bright light. The next moment, another sphere appeared in his hand again. John decided that he would turn the second sphere into a shield, and he would have a set, and he would not need to look for anything else. However, before doing so, he turned to Kirikiri. He asked her what she wanted most right now, and the girl immediately replied that she wanted cake and ice cream. After John created his weapon and bought the girl what she wanted, he went to the forum, but there was nothing new there. In any case, all useful information first went through the guards. Suddenly he noticed a discussion among the participants about who would be the first to complete the training in its entirety. John thought that people, apparently, had nothing at all to do. Until recently, the answer was obvious. That person was supposed to be Sean, but now he was stuck on the 91st floor, and it was unknown how long he would stay there. It was said that he had already failed the passage for the 6th time. However, he was determined, otherwise he would not have climbed so high, but now his haste is starting to have consequences. His skill level is not sufficient for further progress. That's why people started paying attention to another easy difficulty player named Peter. He managed to reach the 83rd floor without any outside help, which made him the strongest solo player, and people were already saying that Peter would soon become the new favorite of the guards. At this point, John was tired and wondered what Carl thought about this, and decided to ask him. However, then he thought that it would be better for him to turn to Maria with such questions. At that moment he received a message that the deity of adventure was watching him with visible satisfaction. He thought that every time he thought about Maria, that little bastard would appear, as if he was somehow preoccupied, and it was starting to piss him off. He didn't understand why this deity was so attached to him, and at some point he began to guess that it was watching the events of that night. He couldn't believe that most of the adventurers knew about what happened between him and Maria. At this point he received a message that most of the adventurers were in confusion. The story moves back to the future. A little dragon was sitting at a table and playing a board game. He pulled the wand out of the structure without it collapsing, and was glad he had succeeded. John trained the dragon's magical abilities through various games. At this time, one of his clones, using the same magic, tried to make his task more difficult. His double constantly increased the pressure between the parts, while at the same time changing their mass, so that the dragon had to constantly adjust. And although the clone prevented him from getting the block with spatial magic, the dragon also did not hesitate to use various spells from his modest arsenal. At that moment, something began to appear in front of John. He realized it was the bag Lucas had left for him, but he didn't know why he had done it. Before returning to reality, he handed over some of his belongings to him. You can only take a certain amount of things with you from the world of learning, and that's why many people sell all their accumulated goods before leaving. It happens that interesting items fly away for fabulous sums, even if they have no use anywhere except for those of easy complexity. When he opened the bag, he realized that his diary was inside, and now he was doubly confused as to why the guy had left his bag for him. The diary described in detail his development in the world of learning. Everything was written here to the point, without any details. For any connoisseur of electrical magic, this book would be a real treasure. Besides this, there were all sorts of little things inside, such as robes, a cloak, and everything was in excellent condition. John noted that even he did not have such good clothes. He decided to use the balls for experiments and save a couple of useful things for the dragon, and put everything else up for sale, and perhaps donate something to the Guardians. At that moment, he began to think about what Maria might be doing now, and when he wrote to her, she was ready to buy Lucas's things. However, she did not understand why he let him go so easily, to which John noted that he himself had persuaded him to leave here quickly. The deciding factor was his level. After he told her he had to, Lucas finally gave in, and it turned out the main character was level 351, and when Maria heard this, she was shocked. She didn't know there was anything after level 300, and the last time she asked John, he was at level 250. She didn't understand how he got so many experience points, since he was still on the 60th floor, to which the protagonist replied that he simply had his own methods. He said that Maria should have an idea of how the skill system is perceived. Most players, as they progress through floors, earn new skills, while simultaneously accumulating experience and improving their stats. However, upon returning to the real world, they will no longer be able to grow. However, for John, things were different. Unlike all those who perceive skills as some kind of superpower, he looks at the very concept of them a little differently. It was during a time when he was unsuccessfully trying to get past the 61st floor that he had the epiphany, and he hoped to find a fundamentally new skill that would allow him to make a breakthrough. In the end, he failed, but this prompted him to delve deeper into the study of magic. At some point he managed to unravel the essence of the skill system and understood the purpose and origin of every single skill. Thanks to this, John could now create and improve spells on his own. When abilities are so amazing that they can't be converted into experience, the system simply awards 50 levels at once. However, these levels are not grapes, because they are not the result of accumulating experience, but simply a reflection of strength. Even though Maria hadn't brought it up for a while, she decided to change the subject and talk to him about the events. People were saying that this time there would be a new neighboring location, but it would be shared with a server from another dimension. Then John asked her to check something for him. He asked her to find out if the privacy settings were working for players and other servers, and the girl promised to do it. After this, John said goodbye to her, and then looked at the bracelet that was on his hand. He decided he needed to be on the safe side, in case his magic got out of control again and someone got hurt. Then he realized that he had to go to the 61st floor again. Meanwhile, the story shifts back to the 16th floor waiting room. John has the sphere in his hand and is preparing to open it. The next moment, the sword he needed appeared in his hand. This item could become almost any kind of weapon, and one could change one form to another with just the power of thought. In reality, it also required minor magic, but it was still very convenient. So the main character prepared two different shields. One was small and round, and the other was wide and long. The pointed bottom could also be used for attacking. It was heavy enough to deliver a good blow by inertia. Apparently, the Canis was also human, but this artifact may have belonged to some higher race, and John was terribly curious to know about it, but such information would cost him too much. However, this information was not particularly important to him now, and he decided to focus on the subject itself. This time he summoned a weapon, and the next moment a sword appeared in his hands. The combination of counting and sword was the most effective. It suited him best, and he was already accustomed to working with it. John didn't know there were so many different types of short swords. He felt most comfortable with a sword about 70 centimeters long. Then he decided to summon a longer sword. After that, he also tried out the spear. And then came the halberd and blunt weapons. John spent some time practicing summoning different types of weapons, noting the most useful ones that were worth keeping on speed dial. Soon, a portal opened in front of him, ready to send him to the 16th floor. At that moment, John thought that he should send someone a message before leaving. He thought that Maria must be busy now, and at that moment the system informed him that the deity of adventure was looking at him with undisguised pleasure. The protagonist felt that he was already tired of this deity. It was as if it was looking straight into his thoughts. He then decided that the ideal option would be to send a letter to Harris. Then he decided that now it was definitely time for him to go to the new floor. When he walked in, the first thing he noticed was that it was incredibly dark. Suddenly, John felt the ground beneath his feet begin to shake. Then he suddenly rushed forward, and miraculously, he had enough speed to avoid the avalanche of rocks. When he turned around, he realized that the exit from the dungeon was blocked by stones. However, this was not the main thing now, because there was someone in front of him. He saw at least 5 figures. At that moment, the system informed him that he had successfully entered the 16th floor. When the protagonist looked closely at the strangers behind him, he realized that they were all looking at him too, and then the system informed him that he must defeat the double to open the exit from the dungeon. 10 years ago, an unexplored dungeon was discovered in the west of Arpan. Soon, treasure hunters from all over the continent were drawn to it, and 6 months later, every temple received some kind of divine message. It was a force that in the depths of that very mine, a treasure was hidden. Temple paladins, adventurers, merchants, knights, and even mages left the solitude of their towers to try their luck in the depths of the earth. And so, after a year of intensive searching, a secret passage leading to the heart of the dungeon was found. Of course, after this, all temporary alliances immediately fell apart. A war of all against all began in an attempt to seize the initiative, and in the end, it was decided to send the best of the best from each country into the depths of the dungeon. Unfortunately, during the frantic search for the yet-to-be-found treasure, no one bothered to explore the deeper levels, and as a result, the hapless seekers awakened the king of the dungeons, the Double. One of the squad members managed to temporarily drive the spawn into a trap, and after escaping, the Double reappeared in the shadows of the underground passages. The monster is so dangerous that its release would threaten the existence of humanity. And now the main character was faced with the task of defeating the Double and preventing him from escaping. Suddenly, the cave was illuminated by a bright light, which was the result of a spell cast by a magician who stood in front of him. When it became light in the cave, John saw 5 men standing in front of him, each of whom seemed to belong to a different class. John immediately realized that these people were not the same seekers. One of them, an old man, seemed glad that a newcomer had arrived. Then a relatively young man in armor said that they were walled in here. At that moment, the man with the skin on his shoulders shouted that the Double had disappeared and they had lost him. However, the old man said that he was still inside. The artifact showed that the demon was still nearby. The knight assumed that he was under an invisibility spell, and since the Double was of a demonic nature, then he could well possess magic. After this, the magician raised his staff up and used a spell called Detect Invisibility. The entire cave was suddenly illuminated by a bright light, and then the magician lowered his staff again. He said that there was no one here. There were only them. John watched all this in surprise, as he didn't know that there was an invisibility spell. Then the old man said that the artifact still showed that the demon was here. The knight said that the record said that the Double was able to copy the physical shell of the chosen victim, and it seemed that he had managed to finish off one of them and take his place. John noted that this was useful information and that only a few details remained to be clarified. It turned out that the Double was pretending to be one of the Seekers, but John was not part of this circle. The player's task on the 16th floor is to destroy the Double before a rescue team arrives, meaning he has a week. John noted that it was quite an interesting problem. The conditions say nothing about the other Seekers, meaning that after killing every single one of them, he can easily complete the floor. However, for now he did not want to resort to such measures. For the first time he met people from the world of learning. However, John was not sure that they belonged to the human race, but it seemed that way. He decided to ask the seekers about the culture, technology, and magical knowledge of their civilizations, and try to pass the floor through cooperation. At that moment, he noticed that the magician was looking at him strangely, but when John looked at him, he immediately looked away. At that moment, the system again informed him that the deity of adventure was watching him with curiosity. Apparently, it had somehow interpreted his exchange of glances with this magician differently. The man with the skin on his shoulders said that it would clearly be difficult for them, but decided to try to hold out until the rescuers arrived. The old man said that the main thing was not to let the double out. They needed to have time to solve this problem before they arrived. However, the knight did not understand how they would find out if one of them was a double, since he copies not only the appearance, but also the memory and character of the victim. John noted that this knight, apparently, was the most talkative here. The man replied that in that case they would have to come up with something. Then there was an awkward silence between them, and everyone looked at John intently. The protagonist said that maybe they should try to hurt the double. He said that if they pinned him down, the monster would surely take on its true form. The knight said that it might actually work. He would turn into a demon to escape the threat of death. His real body is stronger than his human shell, so it sounds quite logical. However, the magician said that this was a very crazy plan, but John interrupted him and said that he had an idea. They can take turns expressing their assumptions, then all together decide what to do and who to suspect first, and then they will try to attack the chosen person. Where he came from, this game is called Mafia. The man said it sounded absurd, and the hooded man standing next to him said it was obvious this guy didn't know anything about demons. Even the 5 of them would have a hard time dealing with the doppelganger. One wrong decision, and they were all doomed. However, John asked them not to worry, and said that he would deal with him himself. Seeing the surprise on the faces of the seekers, he said that he would indeed take care of everything himself. In fact, he hoped that they would let him deal with it alone, since that way he would get more experience points, but they didn't yet know how strong this double was. Considering the information received from the other seekers, one can expect that they are no less powerful than all of them combined. In theory, the player's task is to identify the double while avoiding unnecessary losses so that at least 3 seekers remain for the fight. However, John was not a completely ordinary player. There would be no particular problems with the double. Even if this creature joined forces with the seekers, he would still be stronger. The hooded man said that John was just nuts and started joking about how he might think he could handle the dragon alone. Then the main character said that it would be better to just show them this in practice. He used a skill called Bridle, which was leveled up to level 3. He pointed it at the searchers, and they froze in surprise. John said that if he turned out to be a double, they would already be dead, so there was no point in suspecting him. He told them not to try to attack him, otherwise he would simply kill them all. The old man then said that they were the best drivers and adventurers on the entire continent, and they were stronger than he thought. However, John said that he was just trying to help. He just needed to identify the double, and he would get rid of it on his own. The old man asked him if he just wanted them to tell him something about themselves. John said that it was true. Even if the double steals the identity of the victim, there is still a chance that he is wrong about something. Then the old man said that he agreed to share his story, but in return he wanted John to do the same. They were not very close, and they were seeing John for the first time. The protagonist thought that this old man was making things more complicated. He had hoped that he could easily extract the necessary information from them and quickly get past this floor, but in the end, he would have to deal with these guys for a long time. He didn't think that they would understand the story of a professional player from South Korea in the virtual world, and so he decided to make something up. He said that he came to the dungeon to find treasure, but he could not tell anything more, since they themselves knew how many ordinary people were scouring here in search of valuables, and he was one of those people. When the others heard this, they fell silent awkwardly. The mage noted that there was a contradiction in his words. The hooded man said that John was the one who opened the discussion first, and now he was the most suspicious among them. But at that moment, the old man said that a logical conclusion was coming to them. Then John realized that, apparently, everything had turned out completely differently than he had wanted. He realized that he was now the prime suspect. The hooded man said that John was the most suspicious of them all, and it was quite possible that the doppelganger was trying to get the information he needed out of them. The old man said that if they made a hasty decision and ended up releasing the double, something terrible could happen, but if they united against him, there was a chance that he would show them his true nature. The main character understood that now these guys were absolutely sure that he was the double. The man in the fur coat said that John tried well to convince them, but he hated sneaks who were good at juggling words. Then John raised his hands and asked to be given just 1 minute, as he wanted to say something else. The hooded man yelled at him in response and said that he was trying to fool them to the last, and they needed to attack him immediately. At that moment, his knife flew towards the main character. However, he easily deflected it with his fingers and said that there was no need to act rashly. After that, John threw the knife back towards the man, and he barely managed to dodge it. At that moment, a man in a fur coat ran up from behind and tried to strike with an axe. However, when he struck, John was no longer in front of him. With a deft movement, John jumped to the other side. He thought there was no point in attacking their tank, and first of all, he needed to deal with the mage. At that moment, the magician turned around, and the old man jumped up to him, holding a shield. John was impressed that the old paladin had guessed his actions. The old man got ready and was ready to throw a spear towards John, but he suddenly ran up to him. He struck his hand, knocking the spear from her palm. John then threw the old man back with his own shield, knocking him down along with the knight. The only fighter left was the mage. The mage tensed up a bit and then prepared to use the fireball. John noticed that a huge ball of fire was indeed flying. He understood that the magician could hit the paladin, but he fired anyway because the magician did not care about his comrades. John used his battle focus, knowing that if he used flicker, the mage would attack again, and it would be harder to dodge. He didn't want to reveal all his cards at once. He needed to deal with them one by one while they were in disarray. He used his wings to protect himself and others. Soon, the fireball touched the ground, and a powerful explosion thundered. When the smoke cleared, the magician carefully examined the traces of his spell. But before him stood John with wings behind his back, which saved him and the paladin. John thought to himself that it was getting very stuffy. Even with his heat resistance, the fireball was so hot that it would be unpleasant if he got caught in it. He quickly jumped up to the magician and kicked him with all his might. As the mage fell to the ground, John chuckled and asked if it had hurt too much. The magician lay face down on the ground, his hat having fallen from his head. When the magician lost consciousness, the light in the cave went out. John hoped that the magician simply passed out because he did not want to kill him, and apparently, the magician was not a double. The man in the fur coat swore because it had become dark and asked Birsa, the man in the hood, if he had a lantern. While Birsi was looking for a torch, John decided to take advantage of the moment. He used his conducting skills and keen eyesight. John noticed that this adventurer was strange. Suddenly, Birse pulled a rosary out of his pocket and tried to kick John. Then he turned sharply and threw the rosary in his direction. John shattered the rosary into pieces with one movement of his hand. When the beads cracked, John noticed something splashing on him and assumed it was poison. The man laughed and said that it really was poison, and now the demon would die from poisoning if he did not come out into the light. John felt uncomfortable because he became sticky, but his improved resistance to poisoning helped him. Bierce was horrified when he realized his poison had not worked. John walked up to him and punched him in the stomach with all his might. The blow was so powerful that Bierce fell to his knees and doubled over in pain. At that moment, a knight appeared, ready to join the battle. There was determination on his face, and he was ready to fight John. John noticed that this guy also used mana to imbue his weapons, but he wasn't doing it as well. The man rushed at John, shouting that he was doing it for the king. At this time, John took out the sphere that was given to him. She instantly transformed into a longsword. The knight ran up and was ready to strike. But when the knight lowered his sword, he collided with John's weapon. With a slight movement, John threw the knight aside. John didn't quite understand which king they were talking about, and didn't expect such words. However, his movements were interesting, and John had never seen such a fighting technique. It was more elegant than the utilitarian use of a spear, and every movement was fluid and graceful. John thought the man looked like a hero from a game. But this created confusion in his movements. After each impulse, he needed to catch his breath. The knight turned and prepared for a new attack. It seemed like he had borrowed techniques from martial arts, but they weren't very flexible. However, a warrior must be able to adapt to any circumstances. John rushed at the knight and punched him in the face. The blow was so strong that the knight was thrown to the other side of the cave. Meanwhile, John remained unharmed, as none of the seekers could harm him. The knight screamed and demanded that John show his true nature. John realized he needed to apply a little pressure to get them to listen to him. The knight rose to his feet and held out his glowing sword. John noticed that the skill didn't activate immediately, which seemed to be the best the knight could do, but John didn't understand who gave the enemy time to prepare before attacking. He thought that the knight lacked experience in real combat, and decided to wait for the skill to work, curious whether such an effect was worth anything. The knight said that this attack contained the full power of the great sword Alamas, bestowed upon him by the king himself, and no one had survived its crushing blow. John realized that the knight had told him everything himself, and there was no point in trying to repel the attack after such unambiguous words. However, it was worth admitting that the sword emanated a very strong energy, and John felt a high concentration of mana in the blade, as if it was about to start dripping. In this case, John decided that he should also resort to magic. Meanwhile, the knight had already rushed to attack him. John told him that it was not necessary to vocalize every action he took. After that, their weapons clashed. However, at the last moment the knight managed to parry his attack. John was very surprised that he had succeeded, and thought that this knight was not as simple as he thought. But then he put his other fist in front of him and thought about what he would say about this. The protagonist was surprised because he had only swung his sword, and the knight had already jumped away from him in horror. He jumped back so hard that his body hit the wall. Then John thought that all that was left for him to do now was to deal with the paladin and the mercenary. At that moment, the magician created a barrier, with the help of which he hid the mercenary and the paladin from attacks. He began to whisper something in an incomprehensible language. John was surprised that the guy was back in action. Apparently, the old paladin had managed to get him back on his feet. Moreover, he did not understand what kind of magical barrier this was, and whether it was really worthy of such bravado. At that moment he heard the knight's voice behind him, laughing. He said that the owner of the Tower of Magic, Martin, is famous for his offensive spells. He only needs to finish casting the spells while under the protection of the barrier, and John will not have a chance. He said that the magician was preparing his most powerful spell. It would take about an hour, but even the double would not survive after such a blow. John didn't feel any particular threat from this great spell yet. Moreover, no one even considered the possibility of the barrier collapsing. Then the protagonist turned to the knight and asked if this barrier had any weak points. Despite the fact that the other seekers asked the knight to be silent, he continued to give out all the information. Then the old man said that he would report his noble sacrifice to the higher authorities as soon as they got to the surface, if only he would shut up. Then the knight declared that he was already prepared for death, and the double would also die as soon as the magician finished reading his spell, since he now needed extreme concentration. When the main character heard about this, he became interested in the knight's words. He then directed the exploitation of souls towards the barrier. In literally one instant, the magician fell to the ground and the barrier collapsed. Then John said with a smile that he had only 2 enemies left. The mercenary and the paladin immediately rushed at him. However, they quickly realized that they could not defeat the main character. Eventually they gave in, and then John handed them the healing potions. Now that he had proven his superiority to them, they shouldn't have made much of a fuss. The paladin turned out to be much weaker than he expected, because he suddenly turned out to be a healer. If the old man had become a warrior, relying on divine power, it would have been much more difficult with him. The mercenary, as it turned out, was a tough nut to crack, and it was the hardest thing to neutralize him. He was strong, but stupid, and so punishment overtook him. Thus, John managed to defeat the entire gang, but he still did not find out which of them was the double and why the monster still hadn't come out. He thought it was unsafe for him to make himself known now, so he was sitting and waiting for the right moment, but John decided to try to get at least some information out of them. The mercenary still couldn't accept his defeat and thought that everything happened because of that thick-headed knight, but the paladin asked him to calm down, since it wasn't him who destroyed their barrier. John knew they had plenty of reasons to be angry with the knight for spilling the beans. He didn't understand why he did this. Perhaps the knight specifically told him how to transform the creation of the spell in order to save himself from death. Thus, it turned out that he was the double. John didn't understand who this guy was, but decided that, in any case, after what happened, the Seeker's suspicion fell on the knight. Now everyone is watching him, and he feels it. The mage was still knocked out. It seemed like his collected mana had detonated when he broke the spell, and John thought he would recover in a day or two. The adventurer was still rolling on the ground, clutching his stomach. John wasn't sure what exactly had been the decisive argument for them to start listening to him. He then turned to the searchers and asked why they didn't try again to identify the double. The men asked him what he had come up with this time and suggested that he wanted to make them play Mafia again. However, he said that it was more of a trick to lure information out of them that he was interested in, and in fact, there was no point in this game now. When the men heard this, they were surprised, but John continued. He asked them to just tell him everything they knew. He was interested in absolutely everything, from the place where they lived to the rules of etiquette, from their world. At this moment, the men did not know what to do. The old man thought that this guy really was a double. When the protagonist realized that they still did not obey him, he extended his hand forward and used the restraint. In an instant, all the men fell to the ground as if an invisible force had forced them into submission. After this, the main character clapped his hands and asked to pay attention to him. He said they should start right now, and he was sure they all had something to share. He said that if they continued to remain silent, he might get angry. After that, he asked with a smile on his face who wanted to be first. The knight decided to be the first. He said that his name was Cassius Arhan, a name given to him by his grandfather. He continued his story, but the others were unhappy that this knight was telling all the information so easily. However, the old man said that they had all seen the guy's strength, and even if he was a double, he had no need to listen to their stories. At that moment, John approached them and asked them to be quiet as he listened to the knight. Meanwhile, the man continued his story and seemed to not miss a single detail. The knight's story continued until the night. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad had already fallen asleep. This knight's story was very long, but detailed. The protagonist learned about the smallest details of the world in which the Seekers live. He even told him about the saucers that had been made with incomparable virtuosity by the palace potter. In fact, the protagonist was very interested in listening to the knight. It was as if he had been on a tour, although his stories were filled with many unnecessary details. He was telling something about a family tapestry, when suddenly he switched to another topic and began to tell the life story of his grandfather. The knight spoke for 5 hours without stopping. In the end, he had to interrupt it to send everyone to bed. When the protagonist looked at the watch he had borrowed from one of the searchers, he suddenly shouted that it was time for them to get up. The thing is, he couldn't sleep, and it wasn't just the lack of sleep. It was hard for him to relax, knowing that a demon was lurking nearby. But during the night, he kept his ears open, but didn't notice anything suspicious. Meanwhile, the second day of his stay in this cave had arrived. Today, the protagonist planned to continue extracting information from the seekers. At the moment, he had nothing but knowledge. It was especially important for him to find out from the knight about his technique. He also wanted to learn about the layout of the dungeon from the adventurer, and about religion and gods from the paladin. After some time, the paladin walked away from the rest of the group. At that moment, the main character approached him, and, apologizing for interrupting the prayer, said that he had had a serious conversation. He asked him to tell him about his deity, and the old man agreed. When John said that he would like to learn about all the religions of their continent if possible, the old man said that he believed in the goddess of balance. In general, polytheism reigns on Arpan. Unlike the clergy, ordinary people often worship several deities at the same time. They draw strength from their faith in their patrons to cast spells, and because humans prioritize a personal connection with their chosen deity, many clerics choose not to join religious organizations. Then John realized that they received divine power from faith, and the longer he listened to the old man, the more he realized how unusual this world was. The old man said that he could actually feel the energy coming from him, but John replied that he was not a cleric, but he had passed the test of an apostle and received a divine ability as a reward. When the old man heard this, he was shocked and asked if John was talking about a fragment of the deity's power. Then the knight said that if he really was an apostle of some god, then now it became clear why he was so strong. The old man then asked if he could find out which god John served. John thought for a while about what to say. He was simultaneously undergoing tests from the deities of slowness and adventure, but he could only name one. Logically, clerics serve only one deity, so an honest answer would only make the old man even more wary. He decided to think and choose who was worth naming. The deity of adventure was probably well known to local adventurers, and it would probably seem strange that he didn't know anything about his own patron, especially one so popular, so he decided to say that he served the deity of slowness. The old man said he had never heard of it before, and neither had the knight. John thought it was all well and good, as such an answer would not raise any unnecessary questions. He said that the followers of his deity wall themselves up in the mountains, so that they are not often seen by ordinary people. He himself knew little about the outside world, because his whole life was spent in solitude. He explained that he was here by the will of his deity, and that helping them was part of his test. John then reminded that he would like the knight to teach him that interesting technique he demonstrated with the glowing sword. However, the man changed and said that he could not reveal such information to an outsider, but when John threatened him, he agreed to teach him. The knight's swordsmanship lesson turned out to be more advanced than John expected. He turned out to be a master of his craft, and John learned several new moves and picked up a couple of interesting tricks from him. The knight explained everything in great detail, so it was easy to understand his explanation. John hadn't expected such common sense from him, given the events of the previous day. The man said that his technique was very economical in terms of mana absorption. He said that you need to concentrate the magic in the blade of the sword. That was the essence of this technique. You need to use mana as efficiently as possible, distributing it along the entire length of the blade. Then he decided to explain how the mana channel diagram worked to his allies, who didn't even know what it was. At that moment, John thought that this was definitely something new. He tried to do everything as the knight showed, and he got something similar. He noted that the mana consumption was indeed more modest than he expected, and there was no point in trying to pour in more than was necessary. After this, a mercenary approached him and said that this was a secret technique that was passed between members of the order and the close circle of the royal family. If anyone found out about it, their head would be cut off. Meanwhile, John realized that he now had a better understanding of how to control the flow of mana, but it seemed to him that it would be difficult to keep the sword in this state during the fight. It seemed to him that it would be more effective to disperse this mana instead of illuminating the sword with it. However, the knight said that his technique, on the contrary, was incredibly useful during battle. Once used, all opponents would fall to the ground at once. It was also easy to impress superiors if mastered to a sufficient level. Therefore, he does not even need any complex techniques, since this technique is quite stable and at the same time effective. Among knights, the position in the order depends on the level of mastery of it. In the end, John managed to learn a lot from the lesson, especially the understanding of how to redirect mana flows. Before this, he had only heard about natural channels and was not aware that they could be influenced. He also learned a thing or two about swordsmanship, his skill mostly practical, and aimed at survival at any cost, like Ida's, but the knight revealed to him an entire art with a rich history and interesting tradition. At that moment, the mercenary looked at his comrades and said that that guy was a real scumbag. He said that the magician was ready to put them all down with his spell. It seemed to him that he would have tried to do the same, even without a shield. John thought that this man was telling the truth. Yesterday, the magician was spraying fireballs left and right, not caring about the lives of his comrades, and if it weren't for John, the knight and the adventurer would have certainly become victims of his magic. Perhaps this magician was actually a double. However, he then noted that everyone here was suspicious in their own way. The knight was too talkative, the adventurer was simply a terrible person, and the friendly mercenary could not be ruled out either. After yesterday's battle, he tried to rename the bones with John to other members of the squad. The paladin is the least like his double. He is rational, selfless, and moderately suspicious. The protagonist understood that he had 6 days left. First, he needed to find out information about the outside world. That was a matter of primary importance, and eliminating the double would come later. Then he asked the paladin if the magician still had the keys and offered to give him some kind of elixir. However, when he looked down, he saw something incredibly strange. Now in front of him was not a man, but a girl, next to whom lay her magic hat. She lay motionless on her back and looked exactly the same as the male mage, but now she was a woman. Then John turned to the old man and asked him if he really knew about everything. The old man said that it seemed like she was hiding her true appearance with the help of an artifact. John realized that Paladin had tried to heal the mage without telling anyone that it was actually a girl, and so John began to suspect him too. Then he looked again at the girl who lay unconscious. He noted that she looked younger than himself, and then remembered the knight's words, that he said that she owned some tower. The man said that perhaps this girl was the apprentice of the real master and the mentor sent her in his place. He said that the owner of the magic tower was already quite old, so it would be difficult for him to appear in person, and under the disguise she did not look particularly old. The girl probably made a couple of changes to her appearance for credibility, but in reality, he was over 100 years old. The mercenary noted that the girl was actually quite beautiful, and jokingly said that the old man must have already had some fun with her. When the paladin heard this, he began to curse the mercenary in some incomprehensible language. John explained that when clerics have an overwhelming desire to insult the offender, they switch to a long-forgotten ancient language. When the mercenary realized that he had gone too far, he tried in every way to calm the old man down. Then the knight approached him and said that from now on, they had better interact with her as little as possible, as she could be dangerous. He had no doubt that Paladin's intentions were pure, but given what he knew about the doppelganger, being alone with her wasn't a good idea. When he realized that John didn't know anything, he said that he would explain everything to him in order. He asked him what he thought would happen if he entered into intimate contact with the double. The protagonist responded emotionlessly that in that case, a new life would begin. The man explained that it doesn't matter which parent the newborn takes after, it will inherit all of its double's abilities anyway. And since the child will be in human form right away, it will not have to paint someone's personality, so the creature will begin to reproduce at the first opportunity in order to survive and increase the demonic race. Therefore, it would seem that for the common good, it was better for no one to approach this girl. After some time, she finally opened her eyes. As soon as she did this, she immediately screamed, which attracted everyone's attention. The paladin immediately ran up to her and tried to help her, seeing that something was wrong with the girl. When she was finally able to sit up, she immediately looked at her hands. John noted that she immediately came to her senses due to the revelation of her true appearance. Then he turned to her and said that if she was already better, then she should answer why she pretended to be the owner of the magic tower. The girl looked at the main character with displeasure and was in no hurry to answer. At some point she started coughing, and the men didn't understand what was happening to her. After that, she handed him a piece of paper on which it was written that she had been pretending to be a boy since childhood, since she began to study magic. She was able to get into the dungeon because she had learned to hide her true appearance well enough. Then the knight said that although magic does not discriminate between genders, it is traditionally a male discipline, gradually weakening over the days, but some magicians still treat women with prejudice, which is why many of them hide their gender so that they are considered equal. Some people even find help in this from their own mentors, and it seems that was exactly the case with her. Unlike ordinary people, magicians do not feel the need for a family, children, or a significant other, so they do not find it a burden to live under a false identity. John said that in that case, they would have to organize a separate restroom and changing area. He looked at the girl, who still looked a little out of it. After some time, the knight again began to tell stories about how, during the coronation, Her Highness the Princess gave him a smile, and at that moment he devoted himself entirely to her. Some doubted that this was really so, but the knight assured them that it was true. While the boys were talking among themselves, the main character was watching the girl closely. He found it strange that she and this paladin were somehow too close. They had just met, so he didn't understand where they were so friendly, especially considering the fact that the double could be anyone. The first day she tried to activate the spell, even though the paladin was under attack, and even after that, the old man tried his best to heal her. He didn't understand what kind of smile was on her face, grateful or guilty. During the battle, Paladin fought with fury, not thinking about destroying the double, but now he was all complacency, and they still hadn't identified the double. Then he began to think that the old man was trying to divert suspicion from himself in this way, and his questions were not only for the Paladin. The magician is the second likely candidate for the title of double. He also had to consider the possibility that there might be multiple doubles when his gaze met the mage and the adventure deity reacted. At that moment, he looked down and saw a message that the adventure deity was rooting for him. Meanwhile, there were 4 days left before the rescue team arrived, and the protagonist decided to approach the girl, asking if she had rested. He said that if she was okay, she should teach him magic. The girl looked irritated, but did not react to this in any way. After that, she wrote him a note that teaching outsiders was forbidden, and the protagonist expected such an answer. He didn't understand why no one agreed when he politely asked someone for something. At that moment, a knight approached the girl and asked her to look at it differently. He said that the guy was going through the tests of a deity, and there was nothing wrong with helping him a little. Besides, he is strong enough to kill them all in an instant, and if she goes against his will, she will suffer greatly. Then he wrote her a note, saying that he was not very strong in magic, so the basics would be enough for him. After some time, the girl wrote a book for him and handed it into the hands of the main character. However, when he looked at the pages, he realized that he did not understand anything that was written there. The girl wrote to him that in order to be able to read this text, at least a year of study was required, but John understood that he only had 4 days left, and he did not have time to master a new language. The girl said that for now she would teach him the basic theory of elemental magic and how to perform mana spells. She wrote him a whole book about how it all works, and the main character was shocked. He asked her how long it usually took to master magic, to which the girl replied that it took her 6 months, but usually it takes at least 5 years. Then John asked her to show him what she was talking about, since he didn't really understand the explanation. He realized that he first needed to create a seal, and then read the spell that would affect the magic. You need to focus on the flow of mana, direct it to the heart, mouth, and hands, and when the magic reaches all 3 zones, you need to read the activating spell. When the protagonist did all this, he used the wind arrow skill. At that moment, a small spark did indeed appear in his palm, but it was not enough. He said that nothing was happening for him, perhaps because he lacked a theoretical base. He did not know how to properly manipulate mana, but weaving the elements into it would be even more difficult. When the girl heard this, she was horrified. She did not believe that he had never studied magic before, since even talented magicians reach this point after several years of practice, at least. The protagonist didn't believe that he had actually succeeded, and then she handed him the note again. She said that if he suddenly decided to seriously take up magic, then he should visit their tower. They would be glad to see him there. The protagonist thanked her for her help, but said that he was unlikely to be able to do it. Unlike her, he realized that he would not stay in this world for long. Meanwhile, the morning of the 5th day arrived. The boys started discussing the other seekers, who were walking towards the secret passage as if they were crazy when they finally found it. The knight was worried about his companions, as there had been a large collapse, but the paladin said that his comrades should be fine. He saw them retreating. John noted that their conversations were very interesting to listen to, as if he were reading dialogue from a fantasy novel. Sometimes they argued, and sometimes they were in solidarity with each other, but the seekers always stuck together. It was a classic team from an adventure book. It's quite possible that this was the intention of the tutorial creators. The backstories of the seekers were too detailed and deep to be a mere part of the scenery. The player spends only 7 days with these characters, and John wouldn't say that such a superficial acquaintance requires well-developed characters. However, he also understood that he would most likely never know the truth. Afterwards, he apologized for interrupting the boys, but asked them if they had relaxed too much. He reminded them that there was still a double hiding among them, so they had to remember the main task, to find him and destroy him. At this point, the rest of the team suddenly fell silent. Then John decided to clarify something. He said that if they did not identify the demon within the rest of the week, then he would simply kill everyone in this cave. He understood that the joy of friendship was good, but they urgently needed to get rid of this creature, and he did not want to resort to extreme measures. However, the mercenary said that there was a problem. They could not figure him out, and then asked John if he would like to offer to play that game again. The protagonist said that the game was needed to extract information from them, and then the old man asked him if there were no other ways, and decided that they could try to tell everything from the beginning. An hour later, they came to the conclusion that the mercenary was quite suspicious. The guys had a final fight, and each of them began to blame each other. The mercenary said that the most suspicious thing here was this girl, because of her witchcraft, they all almost died. The girl handed him a note, where she said that he was exaggerating. They were in the midst of a battle, and they could not blame the magician for using a spell. The knight explained to her that everyone suspected her because she was overreacting to other people's assumptions, and sometimes a blatant denial meant the opposite. But the paladin was also quite suspicious because he hadn't told the whole truth about himself right away. He also noted that the death he was facing had nothing to do with his suspicions of the girl. If the spell had worked, everyone would have died except the paladin, the mage, and the mercenary, and that would have been the perfect turn of events for the cache. At that moment, John realized that they were stuck. Maybe it would really be easier to beat them one by one and see who would crack. Even if he doesn't find the double, he'll still have to check all the searchers to make sure there's definitely not another one here. He still hasn't done it for one reason: he didn't want to. Meanwhile, a quarrel began to flare up between the guys. John knew they were getting increasingly heated and that his intervention was unlikely to help them, so he decided to just wait. In the meantime, he decided that he could practice a little magic. He went to a secluded place and began to practice the spell. Then he heard footsteps and assumed that the guys had already finished their showdown. When he looked up, the entire team was standing in front of him, and the old man noted that his concentration level was impressive. Then the main character turned to them and asked what they decided in the end. The knight said that after 2 hours of intense discussion, they came to an agreement on who was the most suspicious. The protagonist asked who they chose in the end. Then the knight suddenly declared that John was the most suspicious among them. When the protagonist heard their decision, genuine surprise appeared on his face. The boy seemed ashamed to say it, but it was true. The protagonist was angered by these words, and he scattered all the seekers to different sides of the cave. However, he suddenly saw that the girl was starting to cast some kind of spell. Apparently, it was that very barrier. As soon as the protagonist realized this, he rushed towards her and punched her barrier. At that moment, a huge hammer appeared in his hand. He used his flash skills and hit the barrier the girl was building with all his might. She recoiled from such a strong blow. The protagonist continued to try to destroy the barrier, but suddenly noticed something strange. As it turned out, his hammer was simply stuck in the barrier. He tried to pull it out, but it seemed to not give in. Then suddenly, there was a powerful explosion that threw the main character aside. After some time, he came to his senses, finding himself near the wall where he had been thrown. He looked ahead and realized that the barrier had exploded. He felt a strong pain in his body and realized that he had not felt anything like this for a long time, and yet he had to admit that he was in pretty good shape. The flash attack has its side effects. If the enemy withstands the attack, all damage is returned to them, so he decided to avoid attacks while using flash from now on. He realized that this was his lesson, and then he summoned his hammer again and asked the seekers who would be next. Then the knight suddenly shouted and asked him to wait, saying that he surrendered. The main character froze in place and did not know how to react. In the end, the whole team gave in, but he still beat up the adventurer, simply because he pissed him off. Then he turned to the boys again and said that he was waiting for an explanation from them. The knight said that the protagonist refused to answer any questions about his past, including how he ended up in the dungeon. John understood that it was because he was not from their world. The knight continued by saying that they thought that the doppelganger had stolen his body and was already starting to erase the vessel's personality little by little, so they assumed that he was starting to forget details of his past. Then John asked him if the double really needed time to take over someone else's body, and if the possessed person couldn't determine until the very end that he was the double. It followed that the demon could be dormant in his body without him even knowing, and if he didn't figure it out by the end of the term, he definitely wouldn't get past the floor. He would have to deal with it somehow. He looked at his hand and thought that this might actually be possible. He assumed that the demon might actually be inside him. However, the main character refused to believe until the very end that he was a double. The knight told him that before the dungeon ceiling collapsed, they had wandered for a long time looking for a way out, so they knew their way around well, but John's route was not entirely clear to them, and he kept asking strange questions and trying to learn more from them, so they thought he might have hidden intentions. However, he did not try to find out any information that could be potentially useful for the double, which spoke in favor of his innocence. For now, he was only interested in their battle stories and magic with combat techniques. However, this is not a decisive argument. The double could also take over the body of a person who had no idea about the world around him. Perhaps the main reason for suspicion is that he was not seen inside the dungeon before the collapse, and it was quite strange that no one even noticed him, including the guards at the entrance. So they suspected that John might be a double, and he was just sitting in this dungeon long before the treasure hunters discovered him. Then it became clear why he did not remember anything about the outside world. John came to the conclusion that it all sounded quite logical. However, he then suddenly remembered that they did not attack him right away. Although he was suspicious from the very beginning, the Seekers had never met a double before, so they decided to observe him first. Come to think of it, no one saw the doppelganger take over the victim's body, but everyone is sure that the demon was among them. Then John asked who first mentioned the existence of the double, and the knight said that it was him. As soon as John heard this, he pointed his hammer at him, but the knight stopped him and said that he was not a double. He confirmed that it was he who told everyone about the double, but he did so because he was the first to know about its presence. John lowered his sword and said that he expected something like this. The knight said that it happened almost as soon as he entered the dungeon. Then he saw a monster hiding in the shadows, then the trap slammed shut, and they all found themselves walled up in this cave. Then John said that his story was completely inconsistent with how they believed he became a victim of the double, since it had previously been stated that he attacked one of the Seekers and captured him. The man said that was fair, but in reality they just assumed that the double had attacked someone. But there was another option, in which the double had not stolen anyone's body after all, and could have simply been thinking about someone else long before the collapse happened. It was unlikely, but still a possibility. John knew that this didn't prove that he was a double, but they certainly had reason to suspect him. The knight said that the more he thought about it, the less he believed that John was a double. He said that everyone suspected him, that's why they decided to attack him on the first day, but in the end they failed, but John did not kill them. Overall, his actions and decisions in recent days contradict his theory. Then the main character assumed that the double had taken over his body, but had not yet taken over his mind. The knight said that when they appeared, the double got scared and jumped on the first person he came across, but did not have time to enslave the victim's mind. In this case, now inside John, his own consciousness coexists with the consciousness of his double. The demon is trying to erase his memory, which explains why he knows so little about the outside world, and why his memories are scant and fragmented. Paladin added that John is not an ordinary person, since he is God's chosen one, and he partially managed to resist the influence of demons, but the double still hides from them in his body. That's why they tried to drive him out by threatening him with death. If they were right, his body would remain relatively intact, and if they were wrong, there would be no serious consequences for him. They thought that this decision was beneficial for both parties. The protagonist thought it was very strange. This ridiculous theory was becoming more and more justified. If the double is really inside him, and he kills all the Seekers, then he will fail the mission. Having learned the truth at the last minute, he would definitely not have time to do anything. Even if he had managed to pull the double out of himself, he would have had to fight it alone. Judging by the stories of the Seekers, this demon was not one of the weak ones. The protagonist realized that he would never have thought of this on his own. Although it all sounds a bit far-fetched, the Seekers may indeed be right. The old man said that all the conclusions were based on the fact that John had no memories of the past, without which their theory made no sense. Then John said that he needed to compare the facts. The boys sat for a while and thought about their own things. After a small scuffle, the main character gave each of them a healing potion. After that, he turned to Carl and asked him to suggest something. He was interested in the monster called the Double. He wanted to know its attack, how it takes over the victim's body, what it does with it, and if Carl also found the statistics of the Double and ways to recognize it, it would be great. In particular, he wanted to know if the Double could steal a person's body unnoticed. Carl then said that he would find the information, but noted that this was the first time John had asked anything about the floor. He said that security guards assist members of the organization whenever possible, and provide information on how to proceed when they receive a request for any data, rather than forwarding it to people with a lower difficulty level. Users with an easy difficulty level pass through floors faster and easier, and it is easy to find out all the necessary information from them. John then decided to see what the guards would tell him, and decided that he could occasionally ask them for a favor, considering how much he had done for them. At this moment, the others watched him, not understanding what he was doing. The adventurers assumed that he was looking for signs of someone else's presence inside his mind. Even though John heard them say that they would kill him when the time was right, he decided not to do anything for now. Half an hour later, Carl finally brought the information. He said it wasn't easy to get, but it had everything John asked about. The double neutralizes the enemy with the help of long, thin tentacles. Having attached itself to the target, it begins to collect information by observing its brain activity. Having learned everything it needs, it destroys the alien soul in an unknown way. When the victim is completely neutralized, the double transfers its consciousness into her body. Since the demon settles in the human body and connects to its nervous system, it becomes vulnerable. Therefore, in order to defeat the double, it is necessary to either kill the host or cause him such pain that the demon cannot bear to stay in this body. John then asked, what about capturing a victim who was not completely depersonalized? And Carl said that was also possible. John found this interesting. Everything indicated that the carrier was indeed lodged inside him. However, he didn't understand how they got to this point without outside help. The plot turned out to be quite convoluted, and he thought that most players wouldn't be able to figure it out. He spent 5 days with these people. They laughed together, ate and drank, and taught each other. He didn't know what they were thinking, but he had a good time with them nonetheless. During this period, the searchers concluded that there was a double inside him, but they did not try to kill him right away. They realized that John had not lost his self-awareness, and thus arrived at this complex theory. The protagonist looked once again at everyone with whom he had spent these 5 days. The time spent with them would remain in his heart forever, and he knew it for sure. He has been training for about a year now, and his path has been filled with pain and suffering. Naturally, this led to growth, and thanks to everything that happened, he is who he is now. The protagonist couldn't put into words how difficult it was for him sometimes, and perhaps that's why such carefree days touched his soul so deeply. At that moment, he noticed the mercenary sitting in front of him. Then John thought that he had had a lot of fun, but perhaps the Seekers might not have liked it all that much. If so, he regretted it very much. He thought that their theory did not have a solid enough basis. However, this does not mean that it must necessarily be wrong, and I decided that it should be checked in any case. The message from Carl stated that the doppelganger was sensitive to pain, and that they would either kill the supposed host or cause it so much pain that the demon would have no choice but to crawl out. John realized that there was only one option that suited him. Then he used the system and summoned a chair. Everyone else was shocked and didn't understand how he did it. Then he took out a rope and asked the guys to tie him to a chair. He sat down, and the first thing he did was apologize for asking them to do such a thing. All the Seekers froze in horror, looking at the main character. Then he asked them if there were any among them who were well-versed in torture. The thing is, it was mentioned in Carl's message. In order for the double to come out, it must be caused unbearable suffering. So the protagonist decided that he had to torture himself to get the demon out of him. The boys thought they were hurting him a lot, but he asked them to try harder. He warned them that everything was fine, and he wouldn't try to fight back, so they didn't have to worry. And although the adventurer was extremely frightened, he still obeyed and continued. The rest of the team looked at him with suspicion and incomprehension. John told the adventurer that he was stopping too soon and that he didn't even have time to feel anything, so he decided that he would do everything himself. Seeing the discontent, the adventurer decided to try to torture him even more. He didn't understand how he could feel nothing at all and assumed that John had some kind of problem with his nervous system. John understood that any unpleasant sensations were blocked by resistance to various types of influence, but this did not mean that pain did not exist for him. Rather, resilience helps one feel it dispassionately, so he asked the man not to worry about anything and just continue. The adventurer warned him one last time not to complain. After that, he turned to the mage and asked her to use electrical magic on the wiring. When the girl heard this, horror appeared on her face. The man said that this was special wiring designed to interact with electrical magic, and the main character would not die from it. However, the girl wrote on a piece of paper that she refused to do this and found it crazy. However, John looked at her firmly and said that she would do it. At that moment, the girl froze in place and understood that she could not contradict him. Without thinking twice, she approached the chair where the main character was tied. She looked at him warily, realizing what she had to do. After that, she waved her staff and summoned a skill called Shock. She launched lightning bolts through the wires, and at that moment the main character even flinched. However, the pain was still not strong enough, so he suggested trying something else. However, at that moment he heard someone else's voice in his head asking him to stop. When the hero realized that the owner of the voice in his head was a double, he said that the effect of the lightning was noticeable, but asked the girl to make it even stronger. The girl obeyed and strengthened the spell. At that moment, the protagonist felt truly intense pain and also heard the demons screaming inside him. He asked John if he was going to kill them. Then the main character told him not to exaggerate, since he would not die from such a trifle. Then he turned to the girl again and asked her to try something stronger. These words angered the demon, and he asked what was wrong with John. He asked what kind of crazy god wanted to take him as an apostle, but the protagonist did not understand why he was trying to make him look crazy. Then the girl said that she would try to make the effect even stronger. The protagonist looked at her firmly and said that he was ready. After this, the girl began to read the spell, and lightning began to swirl around her. She recited a spell in an unknown language, pointing her staff upward. The demon turned to the paid hero again and asked him to think about it, because he wouldn't survive it either, and it wasn't too late to stop. He begged John to make them stop, but the protagonist did not listen to him. At that moment, the girl lowered her staff and pointed it at John. She summoned a huge bolt of lightning that struck the entire perimeter where John was located. The terrible pain made his eyes roll back, and he could hardly contain himself. The spell was so powerful that he fell face down from his chair. When he came to, he realized that he had passed out. It seemed that the attack was strong, since he lost consciousness despite his stability. However, he still survived, but anyone else in his place would have already been dead, so he hoped that the magician did not do it on purpose, and decided to discuss everything with her later. He then turned to the system and summoned a healing potion for himself. He drank it in one gulp and immediately felt better. He then summoned again the 2 spheres he had received as a prize. He decided it was time to take a look at this double. When he armed himself with a weapon, he saw in front of him a creature with huge limbs growing from its back. This creature had no face, no outlines of any kind. It vaguely resembled a human. Then the main character warned the boys to be careful and not fall for his tentacles. When he examined the double, he could not believe that it was a black thing and that it had recently been sitting inside him. The only reason he was still alive was because the demon seemed to be protecting his body. When the main character realized this, he even grinned. He then warned the others that the monster was about to attack. At the last moment, the paladin stood in front of the mage and covered her with his shield. Behind him was John, who summoned Talaria's wings. When the old man opened his eyes, he realized that he was being enveloped in someone else's magical energy. Then the doppelganger's tentacles landed right on his shield. The rest of the team looked up and saw someone's energy. they saw the smiling protagonist above them, who asked them how they were coping without him. The men were glad that he had finally woken up, and the mercenary said that another minute and they would all have died. However, the protagonist said that they needed to stop complaining. Meanwhile, the double jumped up to the mercenary and was about to attack him from above. At the last moment, the main character appeared with him and protected him from the tentacles with his shield. He chuckled and thanked the boys for hanging in there. After that, he smiled and said that from now on, he would take care of everything himself. Thus, they were left alone with the double. At that moment, a knight appeared behind the protagonist and said that John had woken up just in time. The doppelganger revealed his true form while he was unconscious. The paladin immediately cast a strong holy spell and dealt him serious damage, and then they fought him with all their might, but the paladin and the mage were already running out of mana and were barely holding on. John was surprised that the knights recounted even these events in detail. Then he turned his attention to the girl who was sitting almost exhausted. He thought to himself that this was the first time since Ida had been summoned that he was fighting with someone on the team, and just recently, he had asked Carl for help. Then he looked again at the double who stood in front of him. Meanwhile, the adventurers picked up their things and headed towards the exit of the cave, not wanting to participate in this battle. John noted that the doppelganger's tentacles looked soft, but they weren't. When he had to block one of them, it felt like something metal had hit the shield. However, the main character, without thinking, rushed straight towards his opponent. Then the double put its tentacles in front of itself and directed them towards John. Then the main character used the combat concentration skill. In an instant, he dealt several blows to the enemy's tentacles. After that, he stabbed him in the shoulder. However, the double did not give up and tried to break through his shield. However, John fought off all his attacks and rushed forward again. He dealt him a powerful blow to the face and then summoned a second sphere. This time he needed a small dagger. He threw it from afar towards the double. The dagger hit him straight in the stomach, and the blow was so strong that the double flew into the wall. He fell down, and green blood started to flow out of his body. He looked at the dagger that was sticking out of his stomach and causing him great pain. After this, the main character summoned another sphere. Soon a sword appeared in his hand, ready to strike. He decided that he would first imbue it with magic, as the knight had taught him. As he lit up his sword, the rest of the team watched the whole thing with surprise on their faces. The knight was the most worried, because he understood that this was his technique. Soon the protagonist's sword began to glow with a bright blue light. The ball would need a lot of mana to be noticeable, but with the knight's technique, the consumption is significantly reduced. The protagonist noted that it was amazing, and a man's heart could not help but be touched at the sight of the shining sword. He jokingly thought that he had now become a Jedi. The double noticed this too, and now he was truly scared. Then the main character raised his sword and jumped straight at the enemy. He knew he might look incredibly ridiculous right now, but he didn't want to stop. He shouted the words Excalibur loudly, and then cut off the double's head. The rest of the team looked at him in surprise, not understanding how long he was going to play with the sword instead of finishing off the demon. However, John told them that he was in no hurry, and first, he wanted to try to get some information out of him. He took the head in his hands, and the seekers' faces twisted in disgust. They could not believe that the head was still alive, despite the fact that John had cut it off. Then Paladin warned him again that this creature was dangerous, and he did not understand what John wanted to know from him. The protagonist said that he would just try to find out something from his forgotten past. When the old man heard this, he decided that it was a quite worthy answer. After this, John turned to the demon and asked if he wanted to tell him anything. The protagonist did not understand why the demon was silent, because he thought that he was sensitive to pain. He said that, apparently, this only applies to those moments when the double is in a human body, but upon returning to physical reality, the demon loses sensitivity and, as it were, enters combat mode. However, without a host body, it is less resistant to magic because it is not protected by the host's shell. For example, a demon is extremely vulnerable to soul magic. Of course, spells that directly affect the soul are the most effective, for example, holy magic. Then John thought that maybe soul exploitation would work. It was a universal skill, so it should count as a holy spell. Then he pointed his hand at the demon's head and used soul exploitation. At that moment, the demon felt real fear. He asked John if he was one of the minions of the death deity. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked what he was talking about. He didn't believe that this was a skill from the deity of death. At that moment, he heard someone's worried voice behind him. When he turned around, he saw that the magician had lost consciousness. He looked at the girl in surprise, not understanding what was happening. When she raised her head, everyone saw that blood was flowing from her mouth. The next moment, she fell face down on the ground and showed no further signs of life. John watched as she lost consciousness right before his eyes, while the paladin called out for the mage in panic, not knowing what to do. John also screamed, trying to understand what was going on and if everything was okay with her. At that moment, the double's head made a painful sound. Almost simultaneously, the girl mage also groaned in pain, which meant that they both experienced pain synchronously. Noticing this, the protagonist realized that he should under no circumstances tell others that the mage was also a double. A moment later, the knight turned to John, calling out loudly, and the hero confirmed that he heard. Then the young man used soul exploitation magic on the sorceress. The knight grabbed his head, not understanding what was happening, and the mercenary noted that he was not at all surprised that the mage also turned out to be a double. Hearing this, John agreed. She had been suspicious from the very beginning. She had used dangerous magic several times that almost killed the others. Moreover, she once used lightning, which caused the hero himself to lose consciousness, and then John wondered if he had been too careless. The knight looked at the sorceress's body, bit his lip, and began to think that perhaps there were two doubles. He wondered if they knew of each other's existence, and suddenly the mage's body began to transform. The creature took on its true double form and rose to its feet with a scream. Seeing this, John asked in confusion what it was all about. As the monster continued to scream, the knight asked the protagonist if this creature was still capable of fighting. One of the adventurers looked closely at the double and noticed that he was still wearing the magician's mask. Then the paladin wondered where the real magician was. The adventurer was surprised and thought that he was either joking or did not understand the obvious. He said that the real sorceress had most likely been killed a long time ago. At this point, John told the senior paladin to stay behind, as his mana had not yet recovered. After this, the hero called upon his spell, noting that it was usually not worth giving the enemy time to transform. Since victory is still his, he can allow the creature to completely transform and at the same time gain more combat experience. He then transformed his dark sword into a mana blade, and the weapon glowed brightly. Seeing this, the double magician was noticeably surprised. However, the next moment John felt something was wrong. The sword was too heavy and trembled in his hand, which hadn't happened last time. It felt like he was holding a bucket full of water. John understood that even one wrong move could lead to the leakage of all the mana. He had no choice but to stand still and attack. Gripping the hilt, he raised the blade and struck. At the moment of the attack, blood sprayed into the air. A bright flash of mana from the protagonist's sword spread in all directions. The doppelganger flew away, while John pressed his lips together and looked at his weapon, trying to comprehend what had happened. After some time, the young man sat against the wall with his head down and his eyes closed. Suddenly, a mercenary approached him and raised his hand, checking if he was conscious. John asked if it was time for the changing of the guard. The mercenary added that he felt awkward leaving the night watch to the one who worked the hardest. After that, he sighed, walked away, said that he was going to go to sleep, and wished John good luck. The hero calmly agreed, then stood up and took up his duty. The first thing he did was head to the box in which they had locked the double. John reflected that the paladin had used a holy spell on his sword that night and destroyed one of the doppelgangers. He killed the double that was in his body. Before getting rid of him, the paladin asked questions under the pretext of wanting to know more about his past. However, the creature was unable to respond. The protagonist understood why the double knew nothing about him after the 60th floor. The training system was to blame. However, the creature also could not tell anything about demons or the underworld, but John decided that he would deal with this issue later. As for the double who had taken the form of the magician, it was decided to keep him in the manor's box until further notice. They were supposed to deal with it later, when the paladin restored his mana, especially since such a box held more than John expected. Moreover, the group was unable to find a single clue about the fate of the real sorceress. Most likely, she died before the cave collapsed, and they could only accept this fact. Still looking at the box, John called out to the double inside. There was silence in response. Irritated, the hero demanded that the creature speak. He raised his voice in fear, and then John ordered him to be silent and listen carefully. He explained that his life or death would depend solely on his behavior. The double remained frightened and silent. Then John asked a question about demons and the underworld. The creature reacted with surprise, and the main character immediately did not like this. He declared that he would count this as his first failure and warned that if he disappointed him twice more, he would kill him without hesitation. The double immediately tried to justify himself. And then John suddenly held out his hand and ordered him to shut up. Then he took the double's head out of the box, squeezed it, raised it up, and stared furiously into the empty eyes. The hero demanded only one thing, the memories and knowledge of the magician. He did not need explanations, justifications, or unnecessary words. All that was required were answers and all the information about the magic that the creature possessed. He told the double to think carefully about his situation before making a decision. John's eyes flashed with anger, and he made it clear that refusal was not an option. After that, he began to beat the double. The creature screamed in panic, asking to wait. John shook him and swung again to strike. The double, drenched in sweat, begged him to stop, promising to tell absolutely everything if only the hero would stop beating him. John finally stopped hitting the double and angrily declared that this was already the second miss, which meant the creature had only one chance left. Then the double admitted that he was guilty. Then the main character, glancing at the group members sleeping nearby, asked if he could write. The creature was confused and asked again if he was really required to write. In response, the young man took out several books from his inventory. He laid them out on the ground and ordered his double to write down everything he knew about magic in these notebooks, giving him until the morning to do so. After this, the creature was silent for a moment. Then John added that if all the notebooks were filled with useful information, he would spare its life. The frightened double immediately opened them and began writing with both hands at an alarming speed. John watched him and noted that the creature still had enough power to transform, meaning it was dangerous to leave him unattended. After this, he turned away and warned the double not to dare repeat himself. He ordered him not to make his handwriting too large, not to skip lines, and to write neatly so that the text could be read without effort. John then added that if he noticed even one repetition, the double would be killed immediately. By 7 o'clock in the morning, the hero was still watching the process and noted that out of 15 books, 13 were completely filled. However, even this was not enough, meaning the mission had failed, and the double began to beg him, claiming that he did not have enough time. Without listening to his excuses, John grabbed the creature and shoved it back into the box. After this, the young man approached the others and told everyone to wake up and go eat. On the 6th day, at the 16th stage, the group managed to survive the threat of the double, and now they were simply waiting for rescue. With the demon defeated, the tension noticeably eased, and everyone became less cautious. Under the guidance of the paladin, they rested and prayed for the deceased mage girl. Later, the paladin approached John. The man, with his head down and a sad expression on his face, asked if he had time to listen to the old man's story. The hero remained silent in response. Then the paladin closed his eyes and admitted that when he saw the mage's face, he felt great confusion. The thing is, she was an exact copy of his daughter. However, his girl died 10 years ago. The paladin added that after that, he could no longer make cold-blooded decisions. Then he bowed his head and admitted that he still didn't know whether it was just a coincidence or a trap. Then the protagonist pointed to the double and suggested asking this creature directly, noting that under threat it could cooperate. However, the paladin replied that there was no need for that. He said that he almost died because of his own mistake and wanted to apologize for it. After these words, he admitted that, having heard the magician's spell, he immediately understood how dangerous it was, but still did not stop her. John scratched the back of his head and told him not to beat himself up too much, because in the end, they still managed to sort out the situation. The paladin repeated again that he was truly sorry. Meanwhile, the mercenary raised his hand and told John that if they managed to get out of here alive, he should look into their guild. He explained that they could use a witness to the battle with the doubles. In response, John closed his eyes and said that he would try, privately considering it an empty promise. Then the hero called out to the knight and asked him to tell him more about his kingdom. He perked up, turned to him happily, and began to explain, asking if John was planning to stay in the kingdom. The knight offered to at least go with him, and then the protagonist asked whether the story would be long. After this, the man spread his arms wide and suggested that everyone go to the pond, which was rumored to be inhabited by spirits. Then John inquired about the skill the knight had taught him to use to concentrate magic more effectively. The knight touched his chin thoughtfully and asked if he meant the Excalibur technique, but John immediately corrected him. After this, the hero continued, explaining that while concentrating the magic, the blade became too heavy to move. And when he tried to repeat the knight's movements and swung his sword, rays of light began to burst out of the blade into the distance. The knight closed his eyes and replied that, as he had said before, the skill he was using was incomplete. However, to be honest, he never thought that magic could burst out like this, or that its power could be so great. He then added that it wasn't just the sheer amount of magic that was at work, but that John was able to achieve it through subtle control. John smiled and noted that, in that case, the skill could have much greater potential. He then stood up and stated that the knight should teach him this skill, and the knight added that it was the imperial version of the technique that was being discussed. Then John remarked that, if he thought about it, staying in the kingdom would be a good idea, because then there would be no problems with the transfer of knowledge. The knight turned away and was silent for a moment, then admitted that he really shouldn't have taught him that. After several hours, a bright light spread throughout the cave. The knight said in amazement that this was incredible, because he could not even imagine that John would be able to master this in just one day. John summoned an aura blade, then froze in place, closed his eyes, and extended the flow of mana, concentrating on the magical contours. This way he can maintain a stable flow of magic through the sword, understanding that the key is precisely maintaining this state. The adventurer standing to the side could not hide his amazement and admitted that he did not believe his eyes. Meanwhile, the protagonist swung his sword and noted to himself that now the magic no longer leaked from the blade. He clearly felt that the weapon contained enough power to destroy even a double with one blow. Moreover, he found it incredibly cool to hold something so powerful in his hands. Then John tilted his head and wondered if such a sword could cut through magic itself. The knight confirmed that this was the case, adding that he could destroy equipment made of magical minerals and cut through magical barriers. The hero looked at the sword and smiled contentedly, noting that it was truly impressive. However, he was then surprised to find that the skill level had not increased, and he could not accurately determine whether his magic circuits had changed. He then wondered if this meant that he had been capable enough to create an aura blade before, but just didn't know how to use it. The next day, John destroyed the double. Even though the creature helped fill the notebooks, there was no point in leaving it alive. And finally, that very moment came. Suddenly, a voice came from far away, asking if there was anyone alive here. All members of the group turned at once in the direction from which it was coming. Then someone shouted that they had come to save them, and in the darkness of the dungeon, on the other side of the stone wall, a light appeared. The adventurer happily announced that it was a rescue team, but the mercenary, in turn, grumbled that they had already taken too long. The knight enthusiastically began to climb the stone wall. At that moment, John, who remained below, called out to him and asked him to come down. Hearing the knight's voice, someone outside shouted, asking if it was him and if he was okay. The knight happily replied that he was fine. Then they told him that they would bring a medical team, but the knight insisted that he first had to tell them something important. The knight lowered his head and sat down on the stones, looking depressed. Looking at him, the hero thought that this seemed to be how people always treated him. A little more time passed. It was still dark around. John closed his eyes. However, when the light finally spread, it revealed them again. All the rescuers had already arrived, laughing and talking with the rest of the group. While the others were happily discussing their rescue and sharing their experiences, John sat alone on a rock. Numerous system interfaces began to appear in front of him, informing him that he had completed the 60th floor of the tutorial on Hell difficulty. He received a large amount of points, all debuffs were completely removed, and several deities showed interest in him. The young man silently read all the messages without saying a word. Meanwhile, the others continued to chat, and the knight stood to the side with his eyes wet with tears, not understanding why no one wanted to listen to him. John closed his eyes and smiled softly, looking at them all. In the very next moment, I found myself transported to a real mountain world. He stood there with his eyes closed, feeling calm and joy. At that moment, Kirikiri noticed him and joyfully began calling his name, waving her hand. The girl jumped up and down with delight, and John laughed, calling out to her in response. He scratched the back of his head, smiling, and thinking about how long it had been since he had heard that familiar voice. As Kirikiri continued to jump happily, gradually moving away, John watched her and wondered how far she would go before she remembered him. Then he turned to the system panel and decided to take a closer look at it. Soon he took out a box with a cake from his inventory. Seeing this, Kirikiri appeared in front of him in an instant, jumping from a great distance, and immediately asked if she could do the same. John, amazed at how quickly she appeared, allowed it, noting that he had actually bought it specifically for her. Watching her delight, John thought she looked especially happy. Then he wondered if something good had happened to her. Continuing to smile and chew on the cake, Kirikiri confirmed that something pleasant had indeed happened. Then John turned away and wondered what exactly could have happened, and it occurred to him that perhaps Harris had visited her. Even though Harris was an assassin, he was having a hard time with the number of enemies, so John decided to send him a message later. Suddenly, Kirikiri hiccuped loudly, causing John to flinch. He glared at her and told her to eat more slowly. After this, the hero handed her a cup of Americano, and the girl licked the rim of the mug, tasting the drink. Then John gave her a sugar cube and suggested adding it to her coffee. The girl looked in surprise at the sticky white cube in her hand. However, instead of adding it to the drink, Kirikiri put the sugar directly into her mouth. After some time, the protagonist took out notebooks that were written in the dungeon based on the information from the double. Kirikiri looked at him and noted that reading all of this would take him a very long time, but John calmly replied that he could wait. Kirikiri began to flip through the pages and noted that the entries were quite detailed, although they contained too many runic terms. The main problem, she said, was that to learn the runic language, he would have to go beyond the 30th floor. John was surprised to ask if such a limitation even existed, since, as far as he knew, participants in other challenges had not mentioned anything like it. In the end, John decided to wait until he passed the 30th floor and began to fully study magic. Then the main character waved his hand and said that he had learned a new spell, Wind Arrow, although he hadn't been able to use it properly. The girl closed her eyes, nodded slightly and said to wait. She then pointed her finger and explained that she could not pass on information related to the competition. John thought he had forgotten that the second competition was about to begin. He was sure that the rebels had already managed to gather enough information. Then he said that it was not a problem, asking her to tell him anyway. Kirikiri agreed, warning that she would explain everything only once. The girl began to explain that he lacked an understanding of elemental forces. At his current level, he was fundamentally incapable of learning ordinary magic. She then spread her arms out to the sides and added that the situation with the wind element was different, as it was under the protection of the wind spirit. Hearing this, John thought about protecting the wind spirit, realizing that this skill increases his understanding of elemental forces. He opened the system panel. He noticed that the skill level had reached 5, and the third line of description finally appeared, saying that the spirit would cheer him on. John wondered what kind of effects he would get if the spirit actually started supporting him. After that, he thought that he still had the spirit affinity skill, which could help in using magic. John explained that he could use the wind spirit's protection to strengthen his affinity with the spirits and use it as a basis for understanding the elements. He smiled and thought that he could certainly learn something about the elements. He then asked the system how much time he had left. The interface showed that it was now day 24 of the 17th game session. The time was 9:30. The protagonist decided that there was too little time, as it was clearly not enough to reach the 17th floor. Kirikiri then said that she thought he should go to the next floor. John was surprised, wondering why she was giving advice without being asked, and then asked if there was anything good in it, but she remained silent. Then he asked again if she could at least explain the reason. However, the girl lowered her head and remained silent, and in the end she admitted that he had almost exhausted his quota. John said that it was no problem for him if she exhausted it completely, and asked for at least a hint, clarifying whether the reason was good or bad. Kirikiri replied that the reason was good, but he probably wouldn't like it. The hero thought that if he didn't like it, then there was a stage ahead that he didn't like. He noticed that Kirikiri's behavior seemed strange, so the hero began to wonder what could be on the 70th floor. In the end, he decided to find out for himself. Meanwhile, the girl began to hurry him, saying that it was time for him to move to the next floor. She noted once again that John would definitely not like him in any case. The protagonist still didn't know how to react to this. Soon the space in the clearing began to change, and after a few moments a portal opened in front of John. John turned around and announced that he was heading to the next stage, as she had advised. Kirikiri, looking worried and sad, waved her hand with a forced smile, indicating that everything was okay. The hero tilted his head as he looked at her, feeling that something was wrong, but he decided to deal with it later. Then he thought about what the stage of the 70th floor might be like, and stepped into the portal. The next moment, he found himself in a dark room. A system interface appeared in front of him, welcoming him to the 70th floor of the training stage on hellish difficulty. John looked around, clenched his jaw, and wondered what stage this was, since there were no traps or any signs of danger around. The system announced that the test was beginning. The hero turned his head, waiting for it to begin, but nothing happened. To his surprise, the system immediately displayed a message stating that he had passed the 70th floor of training on hellish difficulty. John was stunned and confused, not understanding what such an easy passage even meant. The young man couldn't believe how he had managed to pass the test right after it started, without doing absolutely anything. Clutching his head and pursing his lips, he decided he had no choice but to ask Kirikiri. Now that he had completed the stage, he had even more questions to ask her, so John entered the portal again. When he appeared, the girl was already standing there, looking extremely sad. She said she knew it wouldn't take long. The hero asked if she could explain what exactly had just happened. Kirikiri tilted her head slightly, but didn't answer, but John felt something wasn't right. Getting through the 70th floor couldn't be that easy, and her behavior seemed very strange. He had never seen her so depressed before. And then he realized that every time he asked about the fate of the people who died during training, she made exactly the same expression. Suddenly, John asked Kirikiri to give him some time to think. She nodded and said that she would wait. The hero tried to understand why the floor was passed instantly and why Kirikiri looked upset because he had achieved a new result. He remembered that after passing the 60th floor, she was unusually cheerful. However, as soon as he mentioned the 70th floor, she immediately became depressed. John briefly considered searching the community for answers, but quickly dismissed the idea, realizing it was pointless. In fact, he was simply afraid to hear the truth. Asking for help while simultaneously avoiding reality was stupid and contradictory. Then Kirikiri asked if he was ready, adding that she was sure he still wanted to hear it. John closed his eyes and said that he was ready. She began to explain that the theme of the 70th floor was duels, and upon hearing this, John, confused, asked if she meant a duel. Kirikiri explained that it was a one-on-one duel, but the main character had no opponent. The protagonist wondered if this test was similar to a competition, and the girl confirmed that there was indeed a similarity. John then asked if the stage had been automatically counted because he was the only participant on the 71st floor of the hellish difficulty. However, Kirikiri immediately made it clear that this was not the reason at all. She explained that the first player to reach the 70th floor could clear the test without a fight, as that was how the level was designed. Upon hearing this, the protagonist asked if this meant that the first participant received some kind of free pass. John asked what awaited the next person who reached this stage, but this time the girl fell silent. A moment later, she nevertheless announced that all subsequent players would be forced to fight the illusion of the first participant. The young man was shocked and tried to understand what exactly was meant by illusion. Kirikiri explained that whoever reaches the floor after the first one will encounter an illusion. It will be completely recreated based on the last player to complete the floor. This illusion will have absolutely the same characteristics and strength, level, knowledge, decision-making style, habits, and even objects. John realized that this meant one thing: any next participant would have to fight his own copy. Moreover, with the version of the hero in exactly the same state in which he had just passed the 70th floor. In fact, it was a duel between a new player and his illusion at the peak of his abilities. Kirikiri also added that players will not be informed that they are looking at an illusion. They will only be told that in order to pass the stage they need to defeat the enemy, whoever it may be. The hero asked whether the enemy's surrender was considered a defeat, but Kirikiri explained that victory meant killing. John's eyes widened, sweat broke out on his forehead, and he was silent for a long time. Realizing the full meaning of what he had heard, he mentally wondered whether the murder had really been inevitable. Kneeling down and bowing his head, the young man realized that his illusion would definitely kill another participant in the future. Lately, the hero has been trying to avoid unnecessary deaths, and even when there was a reason, he chose restraint. However, now, clenching his fists, he honestly admitted to himself that in a real fight, if necessary, he would go to the end and kill the enemy. Kirikiri looked at him with concern and asked if he was okay. John, covering his face with his palms, admitted that he felt dizzy. And then the thought struck him about the next player, who was soon to reach the 70th floor, about the one who was closest to it. With his face distorted with tension, the hero mentally pronounced Harris's name. He wondered if he could defeat the illusion of John having passed the 70th floor. Exhausted, the young man sank to the ground and sat there for a moment, biting his lip and sending a message to Harris. In response, he reported that he was there, and noted with surprise that if John was already on the 18th floor, then this was an incredibly fast passage. Hearing this, the hero only frowned and did not answer. Then Harris asked his brother to let him know if something was happening. John's hands shook as he tried to type a reply, but he couldn't do it. Harris then wrote that he would wait if he was busy, and asked him to contact him later. Seeing this, Kirikiri became even more concerned about the hero's condition. Meanwhile, it was the 17th game session, the 25th day, and the time was 6:10 a.m. Harris was the next player to reach the 17th floor, without a doubt. The rest of the hellish difficulty participants couldn't even get past the first floor. And although it was impossible to predict when they would overcome him, Harris advanced with astonishing speed. If he could pass the 6 floors test, he would reach the 17th floor without much trouble, and this was where the real problem began. The hero couldn't estimate how big the difference in power would be between his illusion and Harris's when he finally reached the required level. John assumed that by that time, Harris would already have at least 2 divine skills. John acquired 2 of these skills very early on, which allowed him to gain a significant lead over the rest of the competitors. Moreover, the difference in experience could not be ignored. The hero went through traps and tests blindly, without information, coping on his own. At the time, Harris was going through the same stages, already knowing the locations of the traps thanks to clues, which created a difference in skill between them. Harris, who knew about the 17th floor, and John's illusion, who knew nothing when he reached that floor, were completely different opponents. And yet, even taking this into account, the hero believed that his copy retained the advantage, and besides, he still did not know the limits of his own strength. With trembling palms clenched and sweat pouring down his face, John tried to remember the last time he had fought to the death. Although there were times when he took risks due to carelessness, there was never a single instance when he died due to the superiority of the enemy. The 13th floor tested his concentration and intuition, and even though he was one step away from death, he still didn't give it his all. If he hadn't been so greedy and hadn't tried to get to the end of the stage, limiting himself to the 15th room, he would have passed it without any problems. Kirikiri, who was sitting next to him, looked at him cautiously and suggested that he might be wrong in his conclusions. John tilted his head and listened to her thought about the future being full of endless possibilities. And instead of suffering over possible bad outcomes, it is better to prepare for what might actually happen. After silently considering her words, the hero admitted that the girl might be right. He must not assume in advance that Harris has no chance against his illusion. If he continues to think this way, he will only see the worst-case scenario. John decided that before Harris reached the 17th floor, he had to do everything he could to help him grow and overcome his illusion. The hero realized that he would have to carefully analyze his own strength and teach Harris how to defeat John himself. His illusion only knew Harris from the 4th floor, which meant that this gap in information could be taken advantage of. They had enough time. Since Harris was still only on the 4th floor, they couldn't predict how long it would take him. Closing his eyes, John caught himself thinking that he felt noticeably better. Then he turned his attention to Kirikiri, who was sitting opposite him and absent-mindedly touching a stick lying on the grass. Looking at the girl, he thought that she would not advise him to refuse to go through the 17th floor, because there was no point in suggesting that he wait indefinitely. After this, the hero asked what would happen after the player defeated his own illusion. Kirikiri, tilting her head, explained that then the 3rd participant would fight the illusion of the 2nd player. John realized that each subsequent fight would become increasingly difficult, which meant that the 17th floor could prove more difficult than even the higher levels. The young man wondered if this was a design error, but the girl immediately refuted this assumption. Clutching his head, the protagonist mentally wondered what kind of madman could have come up with such a level. Suddenly, 2 system windows appeared in front of him. The god of adventure agreed with his thoughts, and the god of slowness watched him. After reading the notices, John thought that even the god of adventure was on his side, and realized that this was their first time agreeing. With a heavy sigh, feeling irritated, he turned away. The hero then typed a message on the system keyboard and told Harris that they would need to talk later. Time passed, and after some time, the hero found himself on the threshold of the 60th floor. A message appeared in front of John, asking him if everything would really be okay. He replied that there was nothing to worry about, and added that he had been thinking for many years about how to get past the 17th floor. The player agreed to this, and then the protagonist asked him to carefully study the list of item usages that he had sent earlier. He also advised that if nervousness occurs, it is better to practice until the next session and only then go to the stage. John reminded him once again not to let his guard down, as even a brief moment of relaxation could cost him his life. He also warned him not to get nervous if the illusion began to provoke him, and not to succumb to psychological games. The player noted that, fortunately, he would be facing a version of John who had not yet mastered the 1,000 weapons, and therefore did not need to worry about them. In response, the hero advised not to pay too much attention to the spirits during the battle, since his illusion would probably only use them as a distraction. Then the player stated that he understood everything, and assured that he would pass the stage. Finally, John dryly asked him not to die there. After this, the main character turned his gaze to the book lying on the table and began to turn the pages. It contained Harris's notes prior to the 17th floor attempt, reports, activity logs, and strategies for combating the illusion. There were even results and analysis of simulations of Harris's fight against the illusion, but that's where the recordings ended. There was no data after the 17th floor, and it was this level that remained John's main source of anxiety for a long time. Gritting his teeth, the hero assured himself that they would definitely cope, because he had done everything possible to help. Now all that was left was to wait for the player to do his part. All John could do now was wait for the results. However, the condition for passing the 17th floor was to defeat the illusion of the previous player. This meant that the one who would encounter the past, John, would have to be Lucy. Neroy thought that Lucy should not die. He came to the conclusion that now everything depended on her. He had already done everything in his power. Meanwhile, John's clone stood outside the room in the bright light, gritting his teeth. He then asked what exactly the real John was doing inside, and upon hearing the voice, the hero bowed his head slightly. The clone warned him that if he lost his temper, he would also feel bad, and advised him to calm down, not understanding the reason for such nervousness. The young man mentally noted that he had intentionally broken the emotional connection because he wanted to be alone with himself. However, the clone replied that the connection had not disappeared completely, since he was still his copy. John closed his eyes and took a deep breath, chewing on the candy and realizing that even the sweets weren't helping him calm down. Meanwhile, the clone began to hum quietly, and the hero clearly heard this sound. The 17th floor had always been his main question. The very idea of battling the previous player was extremely interesting. The essence of this stage was to collect and analyze information about who came before you, left by the previous participant, in order to identify their weaknesses. Simply put, the preparation required far more effort than the fight itself. The outcome of the stage was largely determined by social skills. If the previous player provided false information, the next one would inevitably face serious problems. John understood that it was extremely difficult to convey information about himself, since this is possible only with the presence of trust and a willingness to cooperate. This stage could not be passed as easily as the others. It tested how effectively he could prepare with the help of others. The key factor here was the compatibility of each player's skills, whether they were melee combat or magic specialization. Using this information, it was possible to analyze the advantages of each specialization, thereby significantly simplifying the stage. That's exactly what the participants on the US server did. They discussed their skills, built the optimal sequence, and passed the 17th floor. The problem, oddly enough, was with the Korean server, and in many ways, it was John himself who was the cause. When he reached the 17th floor, he did not have a single disadvantageous match. In other words, he had no weak points at that point. Regardless of whether the battle was short or long, the hero coped equally well with any format of battle. When his back was against the wall, he stopped thinking about means and cared only about survival. Moreover, at such moments he was ready to go into a frontal attack, even realizing the possibility of his own death. If the next player told the illusion the truth, it would automatically decide that it was another double. John thought that, first of all, the system would never allow the illusion to be convinced by words. Attempts at dialogue would be futile, meaning that instead of searching for weaknesses, the only way to win was to rely on superiority in parameters. At that moment, the clone said that he was indeed right. The protagonist asked why the clone was talking about breaking the emotional connection if it had now clearly been restored. In response, the copy explained that it had simply temporarily reconnected out of curiosity, wanting to understand what was going on. John then asked what the clone himself would think if he had to face someone like Lucy on the 17th floor. The clone grimaced and admitted that the first thing he would do would be to start cursing the difficulty of the stage. In the overwhelming majority of cases, the outcome would be defeat. Out of 100 battles, 80 would end in defeat and 15 in a draw. Hearing this, John thought that they had essentially come to the same conclusion. The clones also added that Lucy was currently stronger than they were when they reached the 17th floor. No matter what they did, it was impossible to increase their chances of winning against Lucy. It was no longer a question of who was stronger or weaker. Despite this, the protagonist still felt anxious. But the clone advised him not to blame himself if something went wrong, and reminded him that he now had Draco to take care of. John wondered if the copy wasn't nervous at all. The clone just smiled and explained that no, since he had existed since the moment of his birth, although life was boring, he had Dracosia. He thought he had lived a good life, and would not even have been upset if he had never been allowed to go outside. After this, the copy closed its eyes and said that the time had come, since Dracosia was already waiting. The hero pouted, and then remembered that it was approaching dinner time, and that he had promised Dracosia to watch him use the polymorph spell. Considering that Dracosia was also looking forward to this day, John decided that dinner should end early. After that, he went to the door, opened the lock, and left the room. At that very moment, a bright beam of light fell on him and spread throughout the corridor. John and his clone stopped in the hall, watching Dracosia. Almost simultaneously, they mentally decided that it was time to start. Dracosia stood before them in the open capsule area. The polymorph spell was something he had been training for 2 whole months. All this time, they never saw the training process, since Dracosia did not want to show off a half-failed form. He hid the result with amazing meticulousness until he was sure of its perfect execution. Looking at him, the hero thought about adolescence and perfectionism, realizing that Dracosia would have shown everything if he had been asked. As Dracosia began casting the spell, green lightning-like balls of light began to swirl in the air. The next moment, smoke began to rise upward. The clone immediately noted that the smoke was added intentionally, since the normal polymorph did not have such an effect. The young man smiled, deciding that Dracosia was simply embarrassed to show her transformation. As the smoke filled the space, the Dracosia's body inside it began to change. The protagonist and his clone waited patiently until everything was ready. When the smoke cleared, both John and his clone were stunned to see a girl standing in front of them. The main character was in shock. He wondered for a moment if Dracosia had been a girl all along. Young Yan herself, apparently, was very pleased with what she had achieved. She stepped forward, took his hands and sat on his lap. John mentally noted that the fact that Yang was not a son was unexpected. The hero, looking at her carefully, came to the conclusion that she really did look like a girl. He froze for a moment, then activated his magic, but the girl immediately pushed it away and screamed. John thought that she had done everything correctly, and that this was exactly what should have been done if someone had tried to use magic against her. Yan bowed her head and said with a smile that she had done well. Then the hero gently placed his hand on her head and praised her for her excellent work. The clone cautiously asked if they should check everything secretly, but John decided it was better to forget about it. Besides, it was he who taught her that using magic on others without permission was extremely impolite, especially towards loved ones. As Yan continued playing, the clone watched her and thought that perhaps he should check everything later, asking her to return to her dragon form. In response, the protagonist made a strange expression and came to the conclusion that it was definitely not worth checking her gender like that. The clone asked why this was not possible, and then John explained that there were races that could not be tested in this way. After that, the copy walked up to Yan with a smile and gestured for her to stay put. Then he reached for her clothes and tried to lift them up to check everything while Yan was in human form. And at that moment, the girl was overcome with real horror. She screamed loudly that this couldn't be done, after which she threw the copy of John far away towards one of the columns. John himself was horrified by the force with which Yan threw the copy away. Then she walked up to John, smiled again, and asked if she had done well. The young man grabbed his head and thought that everything that was happening was a direct result of his own upbringing. He noted that according to the rules, she should have first refused and then attacked, but he still said that she did an excellent job. After that, he looked towards the clone who was lying on the ground and asked with concern if everything was okay with him. After all the checks, they eventually came to the conclusion that Young is a boy after all. A medical report confirmed this. John smiled with relief, thinking that he had no doubt that he could not have been so mistaken. The protagonist ignored the copy's outrage and then decided to watch the news to find out what was happening outside. Reading the reports, John learned that the SS James's awakened class contract with Singapore had expired and that he had no intention of renewing it. The Awakened, having completed their training and returned to the New World, most often signed contracts with either corporations or states. Those who collaborated with states typically signed lifelong or long-term contracts of up to 10 years. At the same time, Korean awakenings tended to limit themselves to short-term agreements. However, most governments did not like this situation, due to the fact that the Korean awakened people created their own organization. Although Korea had the strongest awakened, the number of those under government contract was minimal. The media has called Korea the largest supplier of mercenaries. The era of awakening is in their hands, and Korea is at the very center of it. After reading all this, John began to think that they were living in a time when the influence of the state was determined by the number of awakened people. As most of them went to work abroad, Korea itself began to lag behind. After this, John said that he was going to go to the 61st floor, since Lucy decided to postpone the attempt until the next round. Armed with a sword, shield, and additional equipment, the young man walked down the corridor. Suddenly a portal opened in front of him. The hero stood for a while and looked at him tensely. And then he noticed a magical glow behind the wall. John reacted to this instantly. Using magic, he discovered Yan Yan hiding there, and she flinched when he was exposed. John picked him up like a baby, noting to himself that she had managed to escape with magic, which was impressive in itself. However, his attention was drawn to the outfit, and Yan Yan's taste seemed quite funny to him, and John dropped it in surprise and hastily apologized. Yan Yan stood up and announced that she wanted to go with her father to the 61st floor. The clone turned away, saying that he tried to stop him. The hero looked at the copy with irritation. Then the hero tenderly lifted Yan Yan into his arms and said with a smile that it was too dangerous there and that he would take her with him when he grew up. Yan Yan, with tears in her eyes, tried to object that it was not dangerous, but John firmly insisted on his own. The clone came closer and noticed that Yang Yang seemed to really want to see the other floor, but John thought he didn't care. He gently placed Yan Yan on the ground, stroked her head sympathetically, and promised to take her with him next time. The clone waved his hand, hurrying John and declaring that he was in his way, but the hero only smiled, deciding that he was simply jealous. After that, he stepped towards the portal, saying that he would return soon. Once inside, he simultaneously worked with the system interface and soon found himself on the 61st floor. A powerful flash of light surrounded him, and he found himself in front of the huge blue gates of the castle. A cold, snowy wind blew fiercely into my face, and the massive doors swung open, releasing clouds of fog. John stood there, his lips pressed together, feeling the enormous pressure and the awareness that he was the center of attention. He wondered how he had ever lived under such pressure before, surmising that he had simply never known peace for long enough. Then darkness thickened around him, within which hundreds of eyes hovered. The hero mentally noted that everything that was happening looked crazy. The gate swung open even wider, and the hall was filled with blinding light. As he stepped inside, he was confronted by rows of giant statues of knights and soldiers lined up on either side of the path. There was another massive gate ahead, and when it opened, a bright light poured out. John stepped forward and found himself on a shining ice floor, surrounded by a blinding glow. An elf sat on the throne and greeted him as her king. The mysterious woman expressed surprise that he had come alone, wondering if he had decided to wait for the girl. John greeted the elderly woman and noted that it had been a while since they last met. She smiled and reminded him that she had asked to be called sister. John closed his eyes in irritation and admitted that she had indeed said that, but added that she should consider her real age. He also said that the cub would need more time, and he himself was calm enough to wait for Lucy. John explained that it wasn't a new friend, but a new family, and it was thanks to them that he was able to break through the stagnation in his own development. The woman winked meaningfully and remarked that if the previous king had found out about this, he would have certainly caused a huge scandal. In response, the hero calmly noted that since he had broken his promise, he was obliged to pay for it, especially since he had been warned of the possible consequences. The old woman just shrugged and said that it was his own decision, which meant they could not influence his choice in any way. Then she suggested changing the subject and added thoughtfully that it was her imagination, or that he had actually become stronger. The young man smiled and agreed with this observation. After this, the elderly elf expressed a desire to see what he was now capable of. Then the main character closed his eyes and concentrated. He deployed a powerful magical shield that spread through the air and covered the entire hall. The woman, clearly impressed by what she saw, immediately understood what exactly it was. John explained that there was a barrier in front of her that completely limited any external interference, including even holy energy. The interviewee admitted that this was truly impressive, and also added that it was now clear why they had not made a mistake in entrusting their fate to him. She then asked if this meant that no creature would be able to see inside her castle anymore. The hero confirmed that this was indeed the case, but noted that she should be prepared for the fact that this would enrage many people. He added that he was going to remove the barrier, and noted that, even so, there would still be a lot of people who would be angry about it. Meanwhile, Lucy sat in the dark room, listening to her own anxiety, and trying to understand whether it was connected with fear. After she got used to the training stage, stories about the 17th floor began to reach her. From that moment on, everything she did was aimed solely at passing it. The 17th floor wasn't the only major challenge on the way to the 60th, but it was directly linked to his traumatic past. Lucy understood that this was precisely why she kept imposing additional restrictions on herself, artificially complicating the stages. Any task John gave her, she tried to complete as carefully as possible, all for the sake of this one stage. She reminded herself to focus, remembering that he had already told her that she was stronger now than his past self. She couldn't help but agree with this, fully aware of how much he surpassed his previous level. When he reached the 17th floor, it was on his 17th round, and the community still described that time as the Stone Age. Back then, there was virtually no information about training mechanics, classes, skill trees, or ways to grow in power. In those days, the best strategy was to do everything possible to develop and hope for a reward, but now everything is different. Before, Lucy had thought his worries were excessive, but now she realized that he was right. In the truest sense of the word, he was a monster. She thought again about the 17th floor and the fact that he had reached it in the 17th round, meaning he had been going through one floor per round on hell difficulty, while she herself was only on the 6th floor in the 17th round. Lucy often wondered how much pain and effort he had endured, how much luck and talent it had taken. She couldn't even imagine the difference between herself and his illusion, but gradually she realized that this difference was his main fear. But Lucy reminded herself that even if all her stats surpassed his, it wouldn't matter if she let her guard down. Lucy sat in front of the fireplace and thought about how she needed to finish the medicines first, glad at least that they were all liquid. She thought the first step would be to take a pill that would absorb the desired effects and quickly remove all the byproducts from the body. After taking the pill, she moved on to the second stage, the 7 types of physical enhancement potions. To avoid making a mistake, she colored them in advance and planned to drink them strictly in the order of the colors of the rainbow. After drinking it all, she noted that it was too much, and the feeling of fullness was enhanced by the faint scent of strawberries. After sitting in silence for a while, the girl decided to just end it. Soon, there were empty bottles scattered around her, and she swallowed hard, deciding that she was finally finished. Then Lucy opened the system window and reminded herself that this was just the beginning. The next step was equipment. John told her to use a minimum amount of equipment until the stage itself, and only after she was confident of victory to get used to the full load. She removed her gloves, revealing a multitude of rings and bracelets. Closing her eyes, the girl released the same golden mana from her jewelry, enveloped her body in it, and activated her combat status. The golden energy burst out. Then Lucy knelt down, thinking that without accessories, her preparation was complete. The next step was the ritual. She cut her finger, letting the blood fall on the floor where a magic circle had already been drawn. Lucy felt the presence of spirits and thought with annoyance that they were too fond of rituals with blood and flesh. When the blood touched the circle, it glowed red. She breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that everything had worked out. Then the girl stood up and a portal opened in front of her. Taking a step forward, she told herself that the time had come. After passing through it, she found herself on the 17th floor. Opening her eyes, Lucy saw that John was already standing ahead, in the darkness. He turned and looked at her, and in that moment, they found themselves face to face as a system interface appeared between them. He would notify the girl that she had reached the 17th floor of training on hell difficulty, and then announce the start of the 17th floor test. However, almost immediately after this, John, without wasting a second, threw his thousands of weapons created from spheres into the air. At the same time, he summoned a sword and shield, clearly preparing for a fight with Lucy. The girl also stood up and, looking towards the main character, remained silent. It seemed strange to her to experience such sensations. John looked different than he had when she had watched him on television before entering training. Then the young man seemed collected, angular, and at the same time slightly eccentric, but now he looked wild and almost frightening. Lucy looked at the hero and thought that his illusion looked as if it was ready to pounce on her at any moment. If this is indeed the case, then the fight may not have gone quite as they expected. She remembered that John had said before that the illusion shouldn't immediately launch an attack, since he always liked talking to people. According to him, he initially took advantage of the opportunity to communicate, but, assessing his stance, the girl came to the conclusion that he was ready to attack immediately. She even wondered if the system was influencing his condition, causing rage. Nevertheless, Lucy began to summon her magical weapon, internally convincing herself to calm down and use this time to prepare. She then activated Scylla's phantom magic, spreading it across the ground around her, after which the girl picked up the magic bow. At that moment, John noticed a manifestation of magic. Lucy felt that he was interested in the magic circle, so she decided to enhance the effects of her skills, potions, and equipment. Using the enhancement spell, she cast a summoning spell and activated the magic. Lucy expected the wolf spirits to immediately attack the illusion, creating a distraction. At the same time, the water spirits will use magic to restrict her movements. Soon, another system message appeared, stating that there were 10 seconds left before the test began. Lucy regretted not having more time, thinking that it would be ideal if the illusion wasted at least 1 minute. However, she gripped her bow, reminding herself that this situation had been foreseen and that she had backup plans in case of failure. She then nocked an arrow and aimed the weapon towards John, preparing to attack. She was sure that one single shot would be enough to end it all. The illusion's defense wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of this arrow due to the effects of the skills. This one shot had the power of a full-fledged spell. Thanks to the additional effects of the bow and arrow, it should be able to deal continuous magic damage even after penetrating SS rank armor. Moreover, given his poor experience against magic, he simply shouldn't have had a chance to react. Meanwhile, Lucy continued to cast magic. At that very moment, the interface announced the start of the 17th floor test. The girl released a lightning arrow, and it rushed towards the main character with incredible speed. John noticed the approaching attack, and sweat broke out on his face. However, the very next moment he dodged the blow. Lucy herself was sure that her blow had hit the target, and now she would be able to leave the floor. But when the smoke cleared, she saw that the copy of John was safe and sound. Seeing this, Lucy couldn't understand how he managed to dodge it at all. John, filled with rage, rushed forward to attack. The girl also moved towards him, still wondering how he could calculate the trajectory at such a speed. It seemed impossible. At that moment, the wolf spirit jumped on the hero. However, he instantly swung his sword and cut it down. Watching this, Lucy realized that he had destroyed the spirit with one blow. But at the same time, she was sure that he would not be able to dodge the next attack. She activated the lightning arrow spell again. Lucy fired in his direction as the remaining spirits rushed to attack. At the same time, John dodged both the arrow and the spirits. Seeing what was happening, the girl realized that he had managed to avoid damage again. It was beyond all their calculations, and despite all their efforts, even the spirits could not buy her enough time. However, she activated combat concentration magic, assuming that the illusion was also in a similar state. From that moment on, every step could determine the outcome of the battle. Then she decided to try a different approach. Lucy cast the Wall of Fire spell, directing it towards the hero. The young man raised his shield and, taking advantage of the moment, jumped out of the fiery stream. Watching him, Lucy realized that even the flames couldn't stop him from attacking. On the contrary, John used it to close the distance. Then she activated Phantom Lark's magic. The girl appeared behind him in an instant, intending to return to her previous position and attack from a blind spot. Lucy was confident that this time he wouldn't be able to dodge. However, before she could do anything, John turned sharply and appeared right in front of her. The girl, amazed, could not believe that his reaction speed could be so high. She wondered how he had predicted her actions without having any knowledge of magic. The girl began to doubt whether this was really just an illusion of his abilities. At that moment, Lucy realized what the protagonist's true abilities really were. When he jumped towards her, Lucy barely managed to dodge. Immediately after that, she summoned another spirit. Golden lightning patterns appeared on her face, near her eyes. She jumped up, dodging another attack. Lucy then fired another lightning arrow, trying to stop the attack. At that very moment, a warning from the artifact reached her ears in the form of a golden discharge. She turned around and noticed the danger signal. Sweating even more, the girl activated the shimmering sphere. At this moment, John appeared behind her, and overcome with rage, struck her with his sword. Blood sprayed into the air, but it was the spirit's body that was cut, not Lucy herself. After that, she landed on the ground at a distance. She thought that if it weren't for the switch with the spirit, that blow would have been fatal for her. She couldn't believe that he had destroyed the water spirit so easily, and what's more, had managed to destroy the core hidden inside it with astonishing precision. At the moment the girl released the arrow, John, clutching the sword in his hands, dropped to one knee and looked forward with fury. However, when the projectile rushed towards him, the protagonist managed to dodge the attack in time. Seeing this, Lucy was surprised to think that she was now finally convinced of her theory. The illusion actually follows the arrow itself in order to dodge it. Then she fired another arrow. It flew over John, went forward, ended up behind him, and exploded, since the girl had programmed it with an explosive effect in advance. A huge lightning explosion erupted around the hero, the ground beneath him cracked, and John himself was thrown back with force by the shockwave. Watching this, Lucy allowed herself to smile, deciding that everything had worked out perfectly. However, suddenly the warning signal hit her ear again, and she immediately realized that the enemy was using the flash again. The explosion caused the illusion to lose its balance, and the girl assumed that it would try to dodge and then immediately close in for a counterattack. Lucy knew that, in that case, he would appear right in front of her, and the outcome of the fight would depend on whether she could keep the distance correctly. His sprints were supposed to be a key way to close the distance, and with a long recovery, he wouldn't waste them. She also made a mental note that with this stance, she should be wary of a high kick aimed at the head. And indeed, John kicked her in the side of the head. However, Lucy instantly raised her bow in front of her face and managed to block the attack, and the hero was clearly amazed that she was able to defend herself. Lucy decided that events were developing exactly as she expected. She realized that it was her turn to go on the offensive. The next moment, a powerful explosion of golden lightning erupted, and the protagonist was thrown away again. Lucy herself fell to the ground, screaming in pain, and immediately tried to get up and retreat, realizing that she, too, had been hit by the artifact's shockwave. She took damage in the process because, although she managed to block his blow, she was too focused on repelling the attack. The girl began to form a new cloud of magic and came to the conclusion that until her wrist was restored, she would not be able to use arrows. Therefore, she needed to gain at least 15 seconds by maintaining pressure with spells. Meanwhile, John stood behind, in the semi-darkness, and found what was happening strange. Smoke rose in the air, and the girl stretched out her hand forward and remained silent. The hero took a step forward, but his leg twisted and blood began to flow from the wound, and he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember anything. He turned to Lucy and tried to find out if she knew him. However, the girl did not answer. Then the young man remembered Kirikiri's words, who had once said that it would be good, but he would hardly like it. He wondered what exactly she meant, and whether this stage was the very test that he was supposed to dislike. He mentally returned to the 17th floor again, wondering what kind of stage this was, since upon entering he hadn't noticed any traps or anything unusual. The hero also remembered the moment when Lucy landed in front of him. The girl simply looked at him for a while, as he looked at her. Then he thought that he couldn't believe it, and that even for the hellish complexity, everything that was happening was too cruel. His leg was completely broken. He needed to drink the elixir, but his opponent didn't give him the slightest chance. He wondered again who she was. John then looked back at the destroyed area left by her magic arrow. Silently analyzing what he saw, he came to the conclusion that even a mortar could not have left such a crater. Moreover, the attack was not only incredibly powerful, but also had a damage over time effect, and a direct hit would mean death. Then John activated the magic of combat concentration. Lowering his gaze, he again remembered Kirikiri's words that the 17th floor would end quickly. This test turned out to be much more difficult than he expected, and was not even close to comparing to the monk from the 13th floor. He wondered why Kirikiri hadn't warned him about anything, and decided that if it was a simple mistake, he would definitely take revenge on her later. At the same time, he was sure that the girl opposite really knew him. She understood his fighting patterns, skills, and knew how fast and strong he was. Continuing to look towards Lucy, he came to the conclusion that she could be a special enemy who knew absolutely everything about him. In that case, what was happening made sense, or she had a broken authority skill that allowed her to see the future. However, he remembered the expression on her face before the fight began. At first she looked happy, then confused, and then quickly became sad. He realized that she not only had information about him, but probably knew him personally. At the same time, he could not understand how exactly and who she was. He also wondered if the girl might be some sort of administrator, watching over the players, like Kirikiri. Perhaps she appeared on the 17th floor as a boss. If she was indeed connected to the system, he couldn't understand why the system hadn't given him any information about her. John realized he needed more data. Then he decided that it would be best to hear the explanation directly from her. However, placing the sword on his shoulder, he admitted that it didn't matter now where she knew him from. They could figure it out after the fight. The main thing now is to buy time. He would have liked to talk to her, but he knew he had to get past this floor first. Gathering himself, he concentrated and pointed the sword in her direction. John clenched his jaw and began to think of a way out of the situation. She really was an insanely dangerous opponent. Her abilities were superior to his, and she also had knowledge of him, but that still didn't mean he couldn't defeat her. Looking at the girl with anger, he thought that even with superior characteristics, he still had a chance. He realized that he had not faced a real mortal threat for a long time and had never felt such tension before. He came to the conclusion that the best way to become stronger was to face real challenges. Now that he was face to face with death, his reflexes began to take over, and in such a short time he had grown noticeably. Instinctively, he understood the weaknesses of the summoned creatures and began to better understand how the girl thought. The odds began to lean in his favor. Realizing this, the hero smiled, deciding that the situation was turning out perfectly, especially since his opponent couldn't even use her hand properly right now. From the aftermath of the last explosion, he already understood that if he had not managed to turn his legs around, he would have lost them. The impact was so powerful. If he had taken it directly and the girl had immediately continued the attack, the fight would have already been over, but something was still missing in her. His honed reflexes and her lack of accuracy played a key role in this battle. She was strong, but she clearly had no control over her own power, which was common for those just mastering an unfamiliar power. John realized that this was his chance. At that moment he realized that he was about to say something, and he realized that she would find his silence strange. He spoke with disappointment, and the girl looked at him in surprise. Then Don himself thought about what exactly he had just said and whether it had any relation to what he had originally intended to say. Realizing he might have made a mistake, he sighed, and Lucy lowered her head with a sad look. But then she looked at him silently. John noticed her reaction and wondered if she was confused or if his words were actually having an effect. Deciding to continue in the same spirit, he wondered if this was all she was capable of with such power. However, Lucy remained silent. The hero smiled, noticing that she was starting to tremble, glad that he had finally decided to speak. He also noted that there were only 3 wolf spirits left around, but even they couldn't keep up with their speed. His legs were in terrible condition, and he knew that he would have to continue fighting using practically only one leg. Lucy continued to look at him silently. The protagonist felt like she was considering her answer, but he decided he had no reason to listen. When the girl started speaking, he did not let her continue. Using flash magic, John leaped forward and swung his flash-enhanced sword with fury. Lucy barely managed to dodge, stepping back. Her bracelet formed a flaming magical shield, pushing John away from her. The young man became angry, not understanding how she managed to block it. He began to wonder what that little shield on her wrist was anyway. Realizing that he couldn't let this opportunity pass, he decided to continue the offensive, using the flash again. In an instant, he turned the sword into a dagger. John squeezed it hard and tried to hit the girl in the stomach. However, the same shield appeared in front of her body again and stopped the attack again. This made him even more angry. He realized that she had blocked the blow again. The next moment, Lucy spun around in the air and kicked his arm. She was able to cause him serious damage, knocking the dagger out of his hand. John immediately realized that his right arm was broken and his left leg no longer obeyed. He realized that the situation had deteriorated sharply, and the balance of power had changed too quickly. Now it was obvious that the girl had a higher strength indicator than he did, and he realized that his opponent had not yet noticed his condition. She didn't counterattack and continued to keep her distance, which meant he couldn't let this fight drag on. At that moment, the wolf spirits rushed towards him. However, the hero turned the dagger back into a sword and dropped to one knee. Immediately after that, he activated Talaria's wings. He soared into the air just before the spirits reached him, leaving them to attack an empty space. While floating in the air, John used soul exploitation magic. The hero unleashed a powerful lightning blast near Lucy. However, the girl activated a lightning magic defense, covering both herself and the spirits, causing his spell to disappear without a trace. John realized that the effect of his attack had been completely neutralized. Then I came to the conclusion that she had again chosen defense instead of attack, which indicated that she had specific problems with tactics. Having transformed the blade into a sword, the hero smiled, deciding that it was perfect. If his aura blade comes into contact with the magically enhanced shield, an explosion will occur. Using this plan, he raised his sword and jumped straight towards her. John immediately struck, causing a powerful lightning explosion. After that, John jumped back and landed on the ground. He was drenched in sweat, realizing that his body could not take it anymore. Smoke from the previous explosions drifted around him, and he tried to figure out where Lucy had disappeared to. Meanwhile, inside the cloud of smoke, the girl was also in serious condition. At the same time, blood was flowing from John's badly damaged leg. He activated the golden lightning spell, realizing that this was his first time using such magic and he didn't know if it would work. John believed he had a pretty good understanding of how it worked, based on Lucy's magic and the monster cores he had used previously. When he activated the spell, Lucy was on her knees, surrounded by mana. John raised the mana sword and noticed that she moved her hand, as if trying to block the attack with the bracelet again. Then he used a wind arrow and fired it towards her. Lucy watched the projectile approach her with horror on her face. She then raised her hand as her bracelet began to glow. At the last moment, Lucy managed to form a protective barrier. A moment later, a powerful lightning explosion was heard. At that very blinding moment, when her hand was already raised, John rushed past her at high speed. He slashed his sword at her arm, cutting it off. The severed limb flew to the side, and Lucy screamed in pain as blood gushed from her cut shoulder. The severed arm fell to the ground with a dull thud, while the hero landed behind her. John looked at her with intense anger on his face. After that, he stood up and stood behind the girl, who was sitting on the ground, groaning in pain. Lucy looked at him with fear on her face, not knowing what to expect from him next. Then John looked at her, and then kicked her hard, noting with irritation that each kick felt like he was hitting a steel box. Lucy, in a critical condition and completely covered in blood, raised her hand and asked him to stop. She said she would take off all her equipment as he asked, begging him to stop hitting her. In response, the protagonist silently held the bottle with the potion. Meanwhile, the girl, with great difficulty, using her mouth, began to remove all the bracelets hidden in her sleeves. One by one they fell to the floor. The hero then said that she might have other items, and that she should take off everything completely. Lucy remained silent again, feverishly thinking about how to get out of this situation. Without waiting for an answer, John raised his leg again, preparing to kick, and demanded to see how much more she had hidden. Then she screamed at him to wait and said that if he hit her again, she would really die. In response, the young man narrowed his eyes and said that he was not sure how serious she was saying this. After this, the main character took care of the inventory. He stepped aside and said that if Lucy tried to do anything, he would immediately attack. She remained silent and thought that deep down she had expected this development of events. However, she still could not believe in his strength, involuntarily wondering whether he was even human. After her arm was cut off, the fight became one-sided, and the illusion not only lost one arm, but could no longer use one leg. Realizing that it was impossible to create distance between them, she decided that it would be wiser to gradually sacrifice her advantage. Now she had no choice but to switch to the backup plan, mentally designating it as Plan B. At that moment, the young man threw a bottle in her direction and said that she should drink the potion. She caught the bottle, and he smiled, deciding that she must be in a lot of pain right now. After looking at the contents, Lucy came to the conclusion that it was a painkiller that dulled the senses, although it did not eliminate the pain completely. She said she was fine, but when the hero raised his leg, insisting that she drink the potion, she fearfully agreed. She began to drink and almost immediately felt the effects of the potion. In addition to the pain-relieving effect, it also had paralyzing properties. After this, John said that he had many questions and that from now on he wanted to receive answers to them. He clenched his jaw and demanded consent in obvious rage. Lucy looked at him and thought that, as she had suspected, he was going to keep her alive to extract information. She said she had a condition, but the hero immediately pointed out that she was in no position to demand anything. He called her auntie, and Lucy was first surprised, then furious, clutching the empty bottle so tightly that it cracked in her hand. She lowered her head and said that she had two of them. The first condition was the return of her hand. The hero turned and looked at the severed limb lying behind him. Then he turned his gaze back to the girl and said that he was already being overly generous by simply leaving her alive. Lucy replied that she was well aware of the value of the information she had, and that fulfilling her conditions would still be beneficial to him. Lucy thought that the illusion considered the only condition for passing the floor to be the destruction of the enemy, and that the option of her survival was not considered. She was also sure that he still suspected her of being a creature connected to the educational system. The hero then said he would think about it after hearing both conditions, and Lucy said she wanted him to help her get through the stage. She hoped that the illusion would decide that her conditions of passage were different from his, and that she had information that he did not possess. However, John admitted that he knew nothing about this stage, and then Lucy said that she was ready to explain everything. She talked about the floor's setting and the role she was forced to play, noting that she was prepared for such situations and had learned everything in advance. The hero scratched his head, closed his eyes, and said that he understood her explanation, and, if this was the case, he could really help. Then he looked at her carefully and said that he wanted to ask one question first. Clenching his fist, he asked if she knew anything about the education system. Lucy immediately realized that this was the key word the real John had spoken of. She decided that her reaction would be crucial, and she needed to play her part perfectly. She needed to make him believe that her destiny was to be forever locked inside the system. John, in turn, stated that he felt sorry for the beings in training, and that was why they had developed this plan. He then said that they should forget about this conversation. Lucy mentally noted that everything was working out perfectly. He had fallen for her bait. After some time, the hero asked what exactly he needed to do to help her. She replied that she needed her hand back. Then he asked why she needed it. Lucy explained that if she treated it with magic, she could sew it back on later. John considered her offer for a moment. In the end, he admitted that he would very much like to know more about this magic. She replied that she would definitely show him, but first she would like to receive his hand. In response, the hero remained silent again. Then Lucy asked if he wasn't curious how she knew about his skills. The young man clenched his jaw and again said nothing. Lucy thought that if the illusion really wanted to know the answer, it would have only to keep talking about the 17th floor. However, the system clearly imposed limitations. The person in front of it was nothing more than a fake, but he himself could not realize this. Eventually, John lifted her hand and held it out to her, indicating that she could take it, and Lucy took the severed limb and thanked him. She thought that touching her own severed hand, even if it wasn't the first time, was still a strange sensation. However, it looked as if he really believed her, and at that moment she even decided that she should have become an actress instead of an archer. Then she placed her hand on the ground and began to chant a spell. The hero asked if she had started, and Lucy confirmed it, asking him to move away. John took a step back, and Lucy noted to herself that, as he had said, the illusion had been careless, since it had considered the outcome already decided. But despite the riskiness of this adventure, so far everything has gone as well as possible. As she continued the spell, she thought it should have been obvious that this wasn't healing magic at all. But since John was far from magic, he was unable to record it. Using part of her own body as a sacrifice, she summoned the Spirit King. As her severed arm became enveloped in magic and began to rise into the air, Lucy made a gesture with her free hand. She called upon the Spirit King to answer her call, and at that moment, her severed hand was enveloped in magical lightning. At that moment, John suddenly realized what exactly she was doing, and was shocked. He instantly summoned his sword and rushed towards her to stop her. Meanwhile, Lucy moved her hand slightly, revealing that she still had the magic bracelet hidden in her sleeve. At that moment, John suddenly slowed down and felt a strange sensation in his body. Lucy thought that, even if the effect didn't last long, she had managed to paralyze his senses and perception of the aura. The next step was supposed to be healing. She directed magic to the severed arm and her own body, deciding that everything was going perfectly. However, John was already approaching, ready to attack, and Lucy looked at him in surprise. She couldn't understand how he was able to determine her location, despite the fact that all his senses were supposed to be blocked. The protagonist swung his sword, attacking, but the girl jumped back sharply, managing to dodge the blow. At that moment, she thought that he must have somehow remembered her position. Clenching her fist and thinking about what a monster he could be, she decided this was her chance and extended her arm, preparing to strike. However, before she could attack, the young man got ahead of her and hit her in the face with such force that the girl almost lost consciousness. Lucy wondered in amazement how he had managed to predict the direction of her dodge and subsequent attack. For an enemy whose senses she had calculated should be paralyzed, this seemed impossible. Stepping back and dropping to one knee, she came to the conclusion that close combat with him would be tantamount to suicide. Meanwhile, John moved confidently forward, and the girl, wounded and with blood flowing from her mouth, watched his approach. Lucy wondered again how he managed to guess her actions every time. She understood that she needed to buy time for the Spirit King to manifest. Since the connection was already open, she decided to borrow mana from him. The girl extended her hand, summoned her spirits, and directed them towards the enemy. A whole pack of spiritual wolves rushed towards the main character. They immediately bit into his hands, preventing the young man from moving. Standing behind, Lucy thought that he would hardly be able to cope with so many creatures at once. However, the hero, overcome with anger, began to furiously swing his sword, cutting down the wolves one after another. Seeing this, the girl pulled the bowstring and thought that the effect of paralysis was gradually weakening, which meant she needed a little more time. She convinced herself that the perfume was obliged to buy her these precious seconds. Suddenly, the spell above Lucy's head began to come together, forming a pattern. And it was at that moment, thanks to the previously cast magic, that the King of Spirits manifested in physical form. John noticed him in front of him and sighed in both surprise and fatigue. The girl was surrounded by spirit animals, and the King of Spirits himself hovered next to her. Then John rushed forward. But the creatures themselves rushed towards him. He swung his sword, cutting down the spirit wolves, and then jumped into the air. Then Lucy fired a lightning arrow to slow John down somehow. The arrow struck his hand and caused a wound. After that, they froze for a moment, looking at each other and preparing for the next phase of the battle. John was already ready to attack and rushed straight towards Lucy. In response, another spiritual wolf immediately jumped into the attack. However, the hero managed to swing his sword in time and cut off his head, after which he continued to destroy the remaining spirits one by one. Having finished with them, John moved towards the girl. However, before he could do anything else, the Spirit King intervened in the fight. But this did not stop John. With a furious cry, he rushed straight forward. Protecting his summoner, the Spirit King extended his hand. The young man tried to attack the girl by jumping towards her. But before he reached his goal, the King of Spirits released lightning from his palm. At that moment, Lucy froze, waiting to see what would happen next. The protagonist's body exploded from the electric magic, and blood along with fragments of his body scattered into the air. Soon all that was left of John's copy was dust, but it too soon settled to the ground. Lucy finally breathed a sigh of relief. She felt that she was finally alone on this floor. She no longer felt threatened. John's body, completely covered in blood, lay on the floor not far from her. However, Lucy only silently watched this picture. At that moment, a system window appeared in front of her, informing her about passing the 17th floor. She sweated from the strain of reading the interface, then sighed with relief and thought that she had passed the stage literally on the edge. The girl noted to herself that everything that happened frightened her greatly, although she really was close to death. However, she still had a lot of items left. She only used full healing once and didn't even resort to resurrection. And although things didn't go exactly according to plan, she decided that since everything worked out, the rest didn't matter. Then she noticed the Spirit King floating in the air and turning towards her. She asked what he wanted to tell her, which he kept silent about. Then Lucy asked him again why he didn't disappear, since the battle was already over. After that, he mentioned John and said that he wanted to remember this man's last moments. Addressing Lucy as his summoner, the Spirit King warned her. He asked her not to become attached to this man under any circumstances. Lucy pursed her lips and remained silent, but the worry was clearly visible on her face. She then teleported to the area where Kirikiri lived and called out to her. Hearing a familiar voice, Kirikiri turned around. Then the girl happily hugged her from behind. Kirikiri tried to free herself and said that she was having difficulty breathing. But Lucy was in no hurry to let go, noting that it felt as calming as holding a small puppy or even a rabbit. She soon looked away and said that she had not yet contacted John. Kirikiri said that she had something important to tell them before that, and at that moment, 2 system windows appeared in front of them. It said they had 2,207 votes in favor and 196 votes against, and Kirikiri closed her eyes and said she voted against. After further clarification, Kirikiri explained that the gods were about to make a special request, and that she should listen to the end. Lucy was surprised, and Kirikiri freed herself from the hug and said that it would be better this way. She then explained that the gods would first grant her a new authority skill and provide as much information as she desired. After these words, Kirikiri turned away, closed her eyes, and fell silent. When Lucy approached her again, Kirikiri informed her that the gods were interested in information about the residential area on the 60th floor of Hell difficulty. Lucy asked if they were talking about the same 60th floor where John was. Kirikiri admitted that information about him was deliberately hidden. Previously, it did not matter since the gods were counting on cooperating with him. However, something strange happened recently on the 60th floor, and it was then that the gods turned their attention to him again. Lucy wondered what exactly had happened there. Kirikiri explained that the connection to the 60th hell difficulty floor was severed, and it looked like he was trying to escape from the training. Lucy tried to process her words, and Kirikiri added that she didn't think he had actually succeeded in doing so. Then Lucy said that if the connection was broken, then she needed to find out what happened to the message she sent before entering the 17th floor. Kirikiri said that it was not worth sending any messages yet, and insisted that she listen to her first and only then make a decision. Kirikiri continued, explaining that he had been looking for ways to escape from the 60th floor for a long time, and that she was sure he had tried many options. However, this time, when he tried to do it again, he managed to influence the system itself. Moreover, in an effort to escape not just from the 60th floor, but from the training as a whole, he actually occupied that floor. Sweat broke out on Lucy's face, and she pressed her lips together, trying to comprehend what exactly this meant. In response, Kirikiri explained what this meant. Technically, the 60th floor of hellish difficulty no longer exists within the tutorial. Meanwhile, we return to the past when the main character had just passed the 17th floor. At that moment, he remembered how Kirikiri had asked him earlier if he was going to leave yet, and how he had explained that he needed to think things through. Remembering all this, John teleported into an empty white hall where only columns stood, exhausted. He lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. After some time, he woke up and sat up, realizing that he had slept all day. Initially, he just wanted to rest a little, but then decided that it didn't matter since he wouldn't have time to get to the 19th floor anyway. He didn't feel like training, and he never thought that such a condition could happen to him. Covering himself with a blanket, the young man reminded himself that he still had time before Harris reached the 17th floor. He believed that it was enough for him to prepare for this moment, believing that even if there was a difference in skills, it could be compensated for with time. The hero was confident that Harris would cope, albeit at the cost of serious effort. That was the price for choosing hellish difficulty, or perhaps it was simply a matter of luck. John also noted that he didn't feel like doing anything that day, and decided to take his mind off things with sweets. After that, he took out chocolate bars from his inventory and started eating them. After a while, it got dark in the hall. However, John still hadn't started on the new floor, still lying on the bed with his eyes open. Realizing that it was already morning, he was surprised, not understanding when exactly he fell asleep, and thought that this was the first time he slept so soundly. After getting more chocolate, he started eating again, but despite this, John continued to feel a complete lack of motivation to do anything. Despite the fact that he had already eaten a lot of sweets, the hero decided that he wanted to sleep some more. He silently complained that the waiting room was in a closed space. He wanted to feel the sunlight and cool breeze. He then thought that he should have spent more time with Kirikiri before he ended up here. After some time, he lay down again and continued working with the system panel. Noticing that the date had changed, he thought about checking the community forums. But then, he immediately decided that he didn't have the slightest desire for this. Immediately after this, John fell asleep until suddenly his eyes widened in shock. He noticed that the date had changed again, and began to wonder when exactly he fell asleep and why the date changed every time he closed his eyes. Turning onto his side, the hero thought that even if he had allowed himself to relax more than usual, this was still too atypical for him. Holding his head in his hands and lying on his stomach, he thought about the reasons for what was happening. No matter how much he slept, he still wanted to sleep more. He was glad that his mind remained clear, but he wondered if this was some form of mental disorder. He remembered that it was at that moment, when he realized that Harris would have to fight his copy, that his body began to act strangely. When he felt confused, his thoughts, on the contrary, gradually became clearer, and after a while he decided to explain what was happening to Harris. It was then that Kirikiri wrote something on the ground, and after he saw it, his consciousness began to clear. John wondered if it was a spell, if Kirikiri was involved in it. He didn't believe it could have any negative consequences. She constantly warned him about excessive stress, but he ignored her words, and she could magically make him rest. The first effect of such an intervention would probably be forced rest, and a craving for sweets and fresh air could be a side effect. Even though it was just a theory, it sounded exactly like what Kirikiri would do, and he decided he would definitely check with her later. Then the hero wondered what the deputy captain and the others were doing now, and decided to write to Carl. However, there was no response. Stretching, John decided to wait a little longer. Several days of sleep in a row made him feel strangely calm. There was a bag of sweets on the bed next to him as he tried to sleep again. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of his face, speaking to him very insistently, and John woke up with a start and apologized. The sender turned out to be Carl, who asked why he hadn't responded earlier and what they should do if he disappeared at such a moment. Carl complained that he already had too much work, and John, meanwhile, decided to take a nap, causing him to worry. Soon, another message from Carl appeared, asking if he was ready for the next competition. John realized that he had again forgotten that the time had come. The discussion was about the second competition, which, like the first, was to take place in the same Colosseum. Typing on the control panel, the protagonist noted that he did not require any special preparation and that all that remained was to wait for it to begin. The young man thought that the others were currently busy preparing for the event and decided that he would share information about Kirikiri with them later. Soon, another message came from Carl, asking him to stay in touch in case of need and to stick to his sleep schedule. After that, John sat down on the bed and noted to himself that it was time to start moving. The conversation with Carl finally brought him to his senses. Closing his eyes, he realized that he no longer felt sluggish and that he needed to stretch a little, his first goal being to train his magic. Although he could already use the aura blade on the 16th floor, magic was still beyond his capabilities, and it wasn't just because he didn't understand magic. To master magic, he first needed to understand the elements, and to do this, he needed to learn to sense and distinguish the presence of wind spirits. It was said that the wind spirits were always near him, and the hero wondered if he had just gotten used to it or if there was something wrong with his perception. Sitting down and fully concentrating, the young man began to meditate. He caused golden energy to rise up around him and spread throughout the hall. He concentrated with all his might, deciding that he would not stop until he felt the presence of at least one wind spirit. Soon a faint green light began to swirl around him, and he thought that perhaps this was what he was looking for. Although the sensation was subtle, he still felt something and wondered if it was an elemental force. His eyes opened slightly and glowed faintly. After some time, the magic and aura dissipated, and everything around returned to its normal state. John decided that was enough for today. Even if it was elemental energy, he still couldn't do anything with it. He needed to reach the 30th floor and obtain the magic book on the runic language in order to understand the knowledge of magic left by the doppelganger. After that, the hero decided to spend the remaining time training his aura blade. A bright light filled the room as he swung his sword. At the same time, John was thinking about the upcoming second competition. Meanwhile, a man stood outside the Colosseum Hall and wondered how strong the participants from other countries were. The other man chuckled, held out his hand, and admitted he didn't know or particularly care. Meanwhile, the opening day of the second competition was approaching, and people began to be teleported through portals. John thought that this competition would be the second one. Unlike the previous one, people from other servers could participate in it. That's why the rebels began placing scouts near the summoning portals immediately after the zone opened. John, looking around, thought that there was too much work to do, and suddenly noticed the portals, realizing that the participants were already starting to arrive. At that moment, a man with a sinister smile on his face appeared from one of the portals, and there were several more people behind him. Meanwhile, a crowd had already gathered around the portals. The protagonist noticed everyone, and noted that among those who had arrived were Western participants. On the other side, portals opened, from which Asian players emerged. From their equipment, he assumed they were Japanese. Judging by the information, knowledge about the world before Babylon was distributed freely, so there should have been no problems with understanding speech. Despite the fact that representatives from 3 servers were gathered there, the speech heard around was mainly Korean. Western participants, meanwhile, continued to point the finger at Asians. They loudly discussed what they were doing, whether they were surrounding them, and what they were planning, while shouting racist insults. However, a girl came to the defense of the players from the Asian server. Maria, with a weapon in her hands, stood next to the Asians. The players themselves also bared their weapons. Clenching their blades, the Western participants rushed forward, shouting that if they wanted to fight, they would not refuse them. At the same time, other Asians emerging from the portals were asking each other in bewilderment what was going on and why such a commotion had started. Initially, the training system did not take into account the strength, age, or gender of the participants, so in the beginning, the elderly and children received special protection. However, over time, the situation changed when methods for completing the stages appeared even for older people. The situation was similar with children. When they received strength enhancements, their small bodies, on the contrary, became an advantage. Thanks to these compensatory effects, the differences between men and women have virtually disappeared. Despite the fact that these facts had long been known, the majority of guards were still men between the ages of 20 and 30. Even if systemic enhancements smoothed out the differences, it was impossible to ignore the fact that everyone started from different starting conditions. John noticed that the Japanese drew their weapons regardless of age or gender, although there was still a difference between their weapons. Among the Western participants, only young and agile people had weapons. This uneven development caused John serious concern. Scratching the back of his head, he thought that no matter how you look at it, it was extremely difficult to interpret this in a positive light. John then looked at the leader of the Western participants and was sure that he was the cause of this imbalance in power. The effect of cordoning off the portals turned out to be much more significant than the hero had expected. In such situations, leaders were easy to identify. Neither side was clearly in a friendly mood, and there was no one among the guards who objected to it. Then the young man opened his eyes and, looking towards Maria, thought that the problem could be the moment when the girl shoots. In such a case, the opposing leader will likely react extremely aggressively. At that very moment, Maria turned her gaze to the aggressive leader of the Western group. There she noticed two little girls standing behind the Western fighters, who looked remarkably like she and Amanda as children. John closed his eyes again, feeling a sense of foreboding, and wondered irritably what Carl was doing and why he wasn't here yet. After this, the hero took a step forward, stood in front of Maria, and gestured that he was taking control of the situation. The girl said that everything was fine, but John still took her hand and led her aside, asking her to calm down and let James sort everything out. Maria continued to look at the two girls, and they, in turn, did not take their eyes off her. The young man clenched his teeth and mentally asked her not to do this now. The girl, clearly irritated, tensed her jaw but remained silent. Then the hero suggested talking to the Japanese first, reasoning that this would give them a better chance of getting through to them. Maria turned to them and silently looked at them. John stayed behind and asked if he needed to intervene, but the girl said that everything was under control. The young man smiled slightly, feeling relieved that she had regained control of herself. Returning to the situation, he wondered why all the opponents were using katanas, since a full squad of swordsmen was extremely ineffective. Taking a closer look, he noticed that the enemies were holding on in small detachments. These were probably their formed groups. Although the people looked tense, they gradually moved closer to each other, and their level of equipment was high. Soon John's gaze stopped on the man. He decided that this was the man in the center of the whole group. He looked to be about 30 years old. Despite the lack of an entourage, no one seemed to object to his leadership. He could be a kind of moral support for the others. Furthermore, John was alarmed that, despite the differences in rank, almost everyone used similar equipment. And then John came to the conclusion that it was most likely a matter of fashion. On Korean servers, popular gear changed regularly, as everyone followed the advice of high-ranking players. It was likely this man who set this trend on his server, and his influence clearly went beyond the ordinary. Watching him closely, the hero noted that outwardly he did not look anything special, except that he gave the impression of being a harsh person. However, John was sure that people were drawn to him by something else, perhaps skill or charisma. For now, he decided to simply continue observing. Meanwhile, Maria stopped in front of this man. She closed her eyes and politely indicated her intention to start a conversation. He frowned in response, expressing his displeasure at what he perceived as her intrusion without apology, and wondered who she thought she was. John couldn't help but smile, noting that the translation was working quite correctly. After that, he focused on Maria again. Maria, however, said she wanted to get straight to the point, and explained that any form of crime was prohibited during the competition. She also pointed out that intentional killing of opponents is prohibited. The man remained silent at first, and then asked what the consequences would be if he refused to obey these rules. John, analyzing the situation, thought that, taking into account all factors, the most dangerous and influential person on their server remains Maria. The hero believed that it was all for the best. Then Maria clearly said that in case of refusal to comply with the rules, the offender would be immediately executed. The man did not answer immediately, and the hero watched with interest to see how he would react. He understood that such a statement actually meant establishing control over them. John was almost certain that they would not accept this state of affairs calmly, and would sooner or later try to fight back. Finally, the man collected his thoughts and calmed down a little. He asked a clarifying question about what specific criteria would be used to determine the crime. Maria replied that they are guided by generally accepted laws and basic moral standards. He then smiled thoughtfully and expressed his agreement with the prohibition of crimes, noting that they accepted these conditions. However, he added that they have their own ways of punishing violators and expressed confidence that the girl would not object. He then asked what to do if the offender turned out to be one of her people, suggesting the idea of sharing responsibility. Maria, after hearing this, agreed with the right to punishment, but refused to accept the idea of separate jurisdictions. The man responded by stating that this rule also applies in reverse. They too would not turn a blind eye to abuse of authority. He pointed out that the rules he had voiced also applied to her side, and Maria closed her eyes and expressed her agreement. John, watching this, thought that it seemed she was allowing them enough freedom of action. After this, the girl turned around and stated that the introduction could be postponed, since now they needed to talk to other groups. John had left the Western group in James's care and was now wondering if he was handling the situation properly. On the other side of the court, James and one of the Western fighters were pushing each other furiously, pressing their foreheads together and shouting loudly. Watching this scene, John, with a look of disgust on his face, later thought that it all resembled a childish quarrel. The Western fighter responded by spreading his arms wide, sticking out his tongue, and mockingly saying that he had heard that James was on the easy difficulty level. He stated that they had a hell difficulty player named Dave. After this, a man stepped forward. Seeing him, James, with obvious tension, asked from which floor of hellish complexity he came. Dave responded by saying that he would tell the other person if he was truly curious. He explained that he was from the 6th floor of hell and was the only one who survived there. Hearing this, John noted to himself that the 6th floor was truly impressive, while James was momentarily speechless. James then loudly demanded to be shown where John was and asked what floor the hero himself was on. Jonah thought with annoyance that he absolutely should not have been dragged into such a squabble, but he decided that he would deal with the situation himself. While James and the Western fighters stood aside and talked among themselves, John came closer and listened to the conversation. He nodded thoughtfully, holding his chin in his hand. The protagonist quickly realized that the Western side was clearly divided into two sharply different groups. One contained members of the Western gang, and the other contained everyone else. This, in his opinion, was where the problem lay. He asked James to talk, but he chose an aggressive line of behavior. When comparing their overall combat power, the advantage was on his allies' side, as they included high-difficulty players. Now, looking more closely, John realized that they had not acted without reason, or for the sake of empty bravado. At the same time, Western fighters acted in a disorganized manner and did not have enough people to hold their positions. Therefore, all they could do was to act defiantly with the forces they had, and the effect was amplified by the loudest ones, namely, the bandits. The hero stepped forward, stood next to James, and called out to him. He turned around and immediately asked what floor he was on. The next moment, John suddenly kicked James in the back and said with irritation that he was behaving inappropriately. Then he asked if he had spoken to them at all. James replied that he had explained everything and had obtained their consent, even though they did not like it. The protagonist pointed out that such behavior was more like outright harassment. James explained that he did not consider these people to be common criminals and believed that their self-confidence stemmed from the fact that they were stronger than others. In a learning environment where there were no laws or authorities, such people behaved as they wanted. Therefore, in his opinion, it was necessary to teach them a lesson and break their confidence so that they would not bother others in the future. John thought James was treating them like bandits, but thanks to the system, these same criminals had almost become superhumans. In response, James pointed to the people standing behind the bandits, noting that they had now noticeably relaxed, since the aggressive ones had been suppressed. The hero said that he now understood the situation, but still asked why James needed to drag him into this. John noted to himself that they probably wouldn't be causing any problems anytime soon. After that, he turned his gaze to Dave. He thought about the fact that the hellish difficulty player from the 6th floor was also involved in the conflict. Since they were both of the hellish complexity type, the hero decided it would be appropriate to show some politeness. The man only looked with contempt at the approaching player. John raised his hand, smiled, and greeted Dave, wishing him luck in the competition. He said that upon hearing that John was also of hellish complexity, he asked if he was really that nigga, hoping that the translation was working correctly. At that moment, Dave's expression changed dramatically, and James wondered why John had phrased his words that way. The next second, Dave, enraged, rushed forward, intending to hit John. However, the hero raised his hand without any effort and blocked the attack. Almost immediately after that, he counterattacked, sending Dave spinning through the air and flying away. As he fell to the ground, his comrades shouted his name in shock. Dave sat up with difficulty, breathing heavily and sweating profusely. Meanwhile, John turned to him and calmly asked if he was okay. He was silent for a while, saliva flowing from his mouth. Then he tilted his head and asked how he could be so strong if he was also from hell difficulty and which floor he came from. In response, John suggested that he try to guess. The leader of the Western group realized with shock what had happened, noting to himself that Dave had been knocked back with just one blow. John reminded Dave that he should understand this anyway, but during the competition any crimes are prohibited. Dave replied that he knew about it. However, the hero thought that he clearly didn't like his attitude and decided to make sure that he understood what was said. He pointed at Dave and, looking at him angrily, told him that he should behave properly. He must understand that any crimes will be prohibited and they will be the ones to punish them. All that is required of him is to obey. Hearing this, the leader of the Western fighters gritted his teeth in anger. After this, John decided that what had been said was more than enough. The Western fighters clenched their teeth in restrained but clearly irritated expressions. Looking at them, the hero noted to himself that it was the curly-haired man who, apparently, was their real leader. After some time, players from all three servers gathered together, and Maria announced the rules. Carl noted that he could still understand the presence of Korea and Japan, but he had no idea what Australia had to do with it. Carl asked why the hero needed this candy, and the young man explained that he used it as a source of energy. Hearing this, Carl wondered why John was eating sweets and not jerky, considering that he usually couldn't stand such things. In response, the hero explained that it was not a matter of wanting to eat sweets, but rather that the administrator had cast a spell on him. As Maria's speech continued, one of the men in the crowd angrily declared that he did not understand what she was talking about and told her to shut up. Another person next to him supported him, saying that the girl was frankly irritating him. Hearing this conversation, John angrily stretched out his hand and used suppression magic, attacking both men. They flew off in a very pitiful state, and Carl noted with relief that he was glad that John was not his enemy. After this, the hero, still holding the candy, noticed that from Maria's speech it was clear how differently the servers reacted. People on their side were generally understanding, as they were probably already accustomed to the guard's influence. The Japanese server, for its part, seemed pleased that someone had found someone willing to curb crime. Carl added that the main problem was the Australian server, and John agreed. Carl noticed that the people in power there were clearly controlling the behavior of others, while many were opposed to Mary's speech. John reminded them that they didn't have an organization like the guards, but there was one group among them that caught his attention. It was a team with a player of hellish difficulty, and it was this team that the hero decided to watch especially closely. It looked the strongest. The Japanese server was in a similar situation, but they were organized into small groups and exchanged opinions with a bearded man. Carl then asked why they were all using katanas, noting that such weapons were probably extremely difficult to use. John replied that it was indeed extremely heavy, and he would not recommend the katana to beginners. He then added that, if he was not mistaken, all this was done solely for the sake of appearance. John explained that if you look closely, they don't put their katanas in their inventory, but wear them on their belts, which seems more like a trend. However, Carl soon turned around and said that the speech was almost finished and it was time for him to get back to work. John responded by waving his hand and wishing him luck. After this, the main character looked at Maria, who was still standing on the stage. He thought about the fact that now any crime is officially prohibited. He believed that it would be extremely difficult to control, but at the same time, he understood the need for such measures. Meanwhile, a fight was taking place in the Colosseum. This time there was a battle between humans and orcs. John punched one of the orcs, sending him flying, then knocked down all of his opponents with just one punch. Immediately after this, the announcement was made that John had passed the first round of preliminary fights in the individual competition. The spectators in the stands were stunned by what they saw, talking among themselves, noting his strength, and wondering if he was even human. Dave, who was watching what was happening, was speechless. At the same time, the leader of the Japanese server smiled contentedly. When John returned to his seat, James congratulated him on passing the qualifying round, and the hero responded in kind. James thanked him, after which John asked how the others were doing, and heard in response that so far, only he had passed. John then asked James what he thought of Japan and Australia, and James honestly admitted that he thought they were all pretty weak. Watching the ongoing battles in the arena, John noted that he himself had expected something similar, even before the competition began. James pointed out that many participants failed to even pass the preliminary stages. He added that on the Korean server, the lower and upper levels cooperated closely with each other, and high-ranking players shared information. Since the guards acted as a link between them, the overall number of accidents and conflicts was significantly reduced. John noted that if this continued, they would be the only ones left on stage, and James wondered how such a huge difference could arise. In response, the hero said that Koreans have always been famous for being strong in games. John suggested that his own experience playing games since childhood allowed him to adapt so quickly to the learning system. He also noted that the abundance of diverse talent among the players on the Korean server could be another reason for their success. Upon hearing this, James was surprised at first. However, he then smiled and asked if John would continue to participate. The hero said without hesitation that of course he would. Then James loudly clarified whether he only participated in individual and team battles. John explained that he would not be participating in the ground event as compensation. He then added with a smile that this was a new set of rules introduced into the competition, and he himself was interested to see how it would all work. The individual competitions on the first and second days, as the name suggested, were one-on-one duels. The team event, scheduled for days 3 and 4, allowed for teams of up to 13 people to form. And on the 5th day, a general event was supposed to take place, in which everyone could participate. This category was called Faction War. There were essentially no limits on the number of participants. Anyone associated with a faction could join the battles. Moreover, if desired, it was even possible to lure fighters from other factions and invite them to join your own. The protagonist found the rules quite interesting, as there were already more than 100 people in the arena. At this time, James explained that the organizers had taken care of such scenarios in advance. Either they will continue to strengthen the connections within their own server, or they will start interacting with other servers and looking for new players. James then added that, if things go well, he would like to win all 3 awards. John did point out that there was a prize for overall victory, as well as a reward for the group stages, so James might be pleased with that. However, the young man angrily objected, insisting that no one had said that he would lose to John in the individual stages. Meanwhile, John was thinking about how the overall winner of the event would be determined by the number of winning participants per server. As a result, the server with the highest number of winners will become the absolute leader of the tournament, and the entire team will receive a reward. According to the administrator, this reward was supposed to be a special boost that could increase any stat by 5 points at once. As John watched the fight, he noted to himself that everyone around him seemed to be genuinely enjoying themselves. James agreed, adding that points were awarded for each challenge completed, so almost everyone was eager to participate. Suddenly, John's eyes widened in surprise. He noticed Harris running across the arena with goblins hot on his heels, while he dodged all the attacks with astonishing ease. James, watching what was happening, assumed that Harris was using the moment to practice, since he had nothing else to do right now anyway. John mentally agreed and decided that he would most likely continue in the same spirit until he ran out of time. As he watched Harris dodge the orc's attacks, the hero remembered how he had once been worried when he had to tell Harris about the 17th floor. While it did bother him at the time, James admitted that the sight made him feel a little calmer. Then John told James that if he ever had to meet this fighter, he should teach him a proper lesson. However, the protagonist himself thought that he really had something to learn, and he would best learn the lessons through practice. After that, John smiled and mentally wished Harris good luck. Suddenly, James looked away in surprise, causing John to wonder what was going on. The boy stared at the young man standing in front of a group of girls who were clearly fascinated by him and didn't understand what he was even doing there. John noticed that this young man seemed to belong to their people and was in the company of a female player from the Japanese server. The hero thought with a slight smile how nice it was to see that not only the players from the Korean server were getting the hang of things, but also the participants from Japan. When he opened his eyes again, he noticed a group of people from the Australian server. They stood on the balcony and watched the fighting closely. James, however, expressed hope that nothing would happen during the matches. John agreed with this, although he noted to himself that he could already sense their irritation due to the fact that they were constantly being watched by members of the security forces. James still looked unhappy and said that they would have to be dealt with soon. John took this into account silently, continuing to watch the Australians. After a while, he entered the arena and people around him started chanting that John had finally appeared. Even though it was only the second stage of the preliminary fights, the protagonist dropped to one knee, preparing for battle. When his opponent teleported into the arena, John immediately recognized that he was facing an opponent for the second stage of the qualifying round. He folded his palms, bowed his head in prayer, and despairingly thought about why he was so unlucky and why fate had brought him together with this demon from hell. Hearing such words, John felt irritated and wondered what exactly the enemy meant. His opponent was Cruz, a high-difficulty player and one of the early participants who entered the tutorial in the first round. He was known for his activity in community chats, his friendly nature, and for not being at all afraid of John. Harris himself said that John should just let him lose now and try his luck next time. John reflected that while it might seem like Cruz had already given up, that was hardly the case. After all, his opponent was a high-difficulty player and was considered one of the strongest among all the participants. The young man understood perfectly well that if he allowed himself to be overconfident, he could very well lose. Realizing this, the hero prepared for battle and decided that it was time to begin. Then he rushed towards Cruz at high speed, intending to attack. At that moment, Cruz, noticing the enemy approaching, sharply raised his hand. Then he immediately lowered it down and launched a short sword towards John. Seeing the weapon almost at his face, John stopped abruptly. At that very moment, Cruz was already holding a second short sword in his hand, and in the place where the hero had just been, a smoke explosion occurred. Both of Cruz's short swords hung in the air, which clearly indicated that John had managed to dodge. The protagonist held one of the swords between his fingers and stopped the other with his palm. After that, he suddenly jumped towards the enemy and threw the captured blade back. At the same time, he swung his second short sword, and blood sprayed into the air. Cruz was shocked by what he saw, but managed to disappear at the last moment. Noticing that his opponent had disappeared, John wondered where he could have gone. The next second, Cruz appeared behind him and jumped in to attack from above. The hero tilted his head slightly, looking at the enemy approaching from behind. He realized that the short sword had been fired straight at his back. Seeing the flying weapon, John momentarily considered whether to catch it or dodge it. Finally, as the sword flew past, he grabbed it and squeezed it tightly. Feeling the captured blade begin to vibrate, the young man froze in shock. John became intrigued, wondering what this skill was. Then he threw the short sword aside. Almost immediately after that, Cruz appeared behind him again and jumped into the attack again. Watching as Cruz teleported from one place to another, John realized that he was using a short sword to move towards him. The hero turned around, realizing that this was no longer an ordinary skill, he was now dealing with a divine skill. After this, Cruz, shrouded in a dark aura, approached from behind, preparing to strike. When the blade was right in front of the protagonist's face, he raised his hand to block the blow. The sword clanged against his forearm, but John's arm remained whole and unharmed. Seeing this, Cruz was shocked and thought in disbelief that the sound of the blow actually came from the opponent's body. He jumped back sharply, his foot scraping along the ground. Meanwhile, people in the stands began to shout words of support, and the entire Colosseum was filled with a booming echo. Then Cruz stood up, sweat pouring down his face, and he smiled in disbelief as John blocked the short sword attack with his bare hand. He wondered if this was also some kind of divine skill. John thought that this was not the case. Instead, he used invulnerability magic to heal his hand at the moment of impact. Then he remembered James and noted to himself that players with divine skills were starting to appear more and more often. Cruz's skill, however, involved teleportation through a short sword, which was the same weapon Naruto's father used. Cruz, sitting there, asked if John could just give him the win since he was using his power. In response, the protagonist noted that he could complain only after the defeat. Then the enemy asked if John could show him leniency, at least out of kindness. John just smiled, thinking that Cruz was too worried about how others perceived him. One of the reasons he climbed the tower was to attract attention. The more people supported him, the stronger he became. John decided that this was not a bad deal for himself either, since he might not get another chance to fight such a strong fighter as Cruz. He remembered that he was one of the few who believed in him at the very beginning, so, albeit belatedly, he decided to repay this debt. In response, Cruz expressed his gratitude to him, and John, smiling, thought that they should continue the fight. He even decided to impose a limitation on himself and try to fight using only one hand. However, before he could do so, lightning flashed around him and Cruz disappeared. In an instant, he appeared behind John, surrounded by a dark aura and with a confident smile, preparing to attack. But before the blow was struck, John bowed his head. He kicked the ground with such force that the entire ring around them cracked and exploded. The blast wave threw Cruz far back, and he could not hide his shock at what had happened. The hero looked at his leg and thought that he just wanted to test what it was capable of, and the result turned out to be quite effective. He then prepared his next move and swung to hit his opponent. This time, Cruz, frightened, quickly dodged the blow and began to retreat rapidly. Seeing this, his supporters froze in alarm, fearing an imminent defeat. However, the crowd soon began chanting slogans again, praising Cruz. John tilted his head and smiled, thinking that the tension in the fight was rising just as it should, since he was the one who was causing it. The hero then jumped towards Cruz again and began kicking him, causing him to freeze in fear for a moment. Cruz swung his short sword, attempting to counterattack. He then quickly retreated, avoiding the protagonist's onslaught. However, at that very moment, John jumped high into the air. The next moment, he landed back down with a terrifying force, the ground beneath them shaking, exploding, and cracking. The rock fragments fell on Cruz with such force that he barely had time to defend himself. Seeing this, Cruz's supporters continued to shout slogans, sweating from the tension. When John landed, Cruz was sitting on the cracked ground, breathing heavily and looking at his opponent. However, his face remained impassive. At that moment, Cruz stood up again and threw a short sword towards John. The hero, without looking away, moved to the side and easily dodged the attack. However, Cruz's short sword returned to its owner, and the young man managed to dodge, falling sharply to the ground. The next moment, he was overcome with real horror. John suddenly appeared behind him and kicked him hard in the back with both feet. The blow was so powerful that Cruz was thrown back, and the protagonist regretfully thought that he had hoped for a more spectacular ending. Cruz himself raised his head, smiled weakly, gave a thumbs up, and thanked the hero, calling him the king of hell. However, it was John who won the first fight of the second stage of the preliminary matches. He found it interesting to fight while constantly keeping the audience's reaction in mind, even though the matchup wasn't particularly difficult. His second opponent was Julia, a girl who, visibly trembling, entered the arena with a shield in her hands and greeted John. The protagonist was surprised to realize that the girl was still afraid of him, so she explained that she was going to give up and try her hand another time. John agreed without objection, and it was soon announced that the victory in the second match had given John 2 current victories. The hero thought that after his third victory, he would pass the qualifying stages, and sincerely hoped that his next opponent would be more interesting. He then placed his palms together and spoke loudly to the gods, mentally asking them to give him an opponent with whom he could have fun. However, at that moment, a system interface appeared with an emergency notification for all members of the security guards. The message stated that a strike force was urgently needed in arena number 14, second row, first seat. Preference was given to players of high difficulty and above, and in their absence, to those who were as close as possible in level. Meanwhile, in one of the arenas, a player with a sword stood over his opponent, who was kneeling. The wounded participant cried, sweated profusely, looked at the stump of his arm and screamed in pain. The attacker turned to him with a smile and said he was sorry, adding that he had never intended to cut off his hand. The victim cried out in despair that he could no longer fight and was surrendering. However, before he could finish, the player attacked him again, hitting him in the chest. He then punched him in the face and continued to beat him brutally. Seeing this, the spectators began to feel sympathy for the seriously wounded soldier, and someone thought out loud that what was happening had clearly gone too far. At this time, John approached James, calling out to him. He was already standing in the stands and watching the fight. James reported that the player had already won 3 victories. The hero replied that he was waiting for his last fight, but added that now there were more important things to do. Meanwhile, the beating in the arena continued. John noted that the attacker did not even give his opponent a chance to surrender. James added that the blows land on the face and stomach, and the difference in level between them is colossal. He then clarified that it appeared both participants were from an Australian server. Soon the victim finally collapsed on the floor, blood flowing from his mouth, nose, and ears, and he wheezed painfully. The attacker sat down in front of him with a sword in his hands and said that he should have stopped as soon as he realized that he didn't have a single chance. He added that all this happened because the opponent did not realize that he was doomed from the start. After that, looking him straight in the eyes, he said that no one would protect him here. In a terrible state, the victim barely managed to squeeze out the words that he was surrendering. In response, the attacker proudly raised his sword, as if he had already won completely. Seeing this, James asked what exactly he said last. John replied that everything was obvious, and there was no point in asking about it. John thought that this player was acting despite the guard's warnings, and wondered what might have happened if they had not been there. After this, James turned around and said that he would deal with the situation himself, asking John to wait for his fight. The protagonist calmly agreed. James added that it looks like Lucas will be fighting in the next ring, and it would be interesting if they were paired together. John pressed his lips together and thought of this guy, noting to himself that this was exactly the opponent he wanted to meet. He considered him a skilled but underrated fighter, and was sure that if he had entered the game in the first round, his rating would have been much higher. At that moment, the system interface activated again, indicating that John had been assigned a new opponent. The hero immediately teleported to the arena, and upon seeing him, the spectators began to shout loudly, declaring that they had been waiting for him for a long time. The young man bowed his head slightly and smiled. He found himself face to face with the very same player who had previously beaten up his opponent. He frowned at John, clearly wondering who was standing in front of him. The protagonist smiled and closed his eyes for a moment, mentally marveling at his own luck. He then asked the opponent's name, and the player, with an irritated expression on his face, threw his sword over his shoulder and said that his name was Thomas. Thomas stuck out his tongue, saying he didn't understand why John needed his name at all. In response, John winked and said that he was being punished by the guards due to excessive cruelty. Upon hearing this, Thomas angrily stated that everything that happened was an accident and that such incidents should not matter. He then looked at John and added that he himself had probably experienced moments when emotions got the better of him in battle. John calmly noted that this meant that he and Ivan were acquainted, after which he added that he did not even have the opportunity to defend himself. In response, Thomas smiled maliciously and loudly expressed the opinion that John must be stupid since he never forbade the enemy to surrender. Thomas also added that John had no evidence that he had acted intentionally and said he needed to be more specific. After hearing all this, John thought about the issue of evidence. He understood that Thomas considered himself completely right and was shifting the blame onto the victim. From a logical point of view, there really was no clear evidence, since what was happening could be interpreted subjectively. John thought that if someone thought the guards had punished an innocent person, the trust of other servers might be shaken. But then he remembered Maria and James, and realized that in such matters, they never gave importance to such concerns. Thomas laughed and stated that everything that happened was just a misunderstanding. He said that before using force, they should have talked, and wondered what rights the other person had over him. At this time, John mentally wondered why Thomas suddenly started talking about rights, and ironically wondered if he considered him a policeman. Then Thomas started raising his hands, as if mocking the main character. However, the very next second, John punched him in the face. He attacked him with such force that blood spurted from his opponent's mouth. Seeing this, the crowd immediately exploded with shouts of support for John. The hero noted to himself that Thomas was surprisingly able to react and put up a defense, which spoke of his combat experience. However, such a blow could not be blocked by reaction alone, and Thomas understood that he could now feel his entire body shaking. At that moment, Thomas fell, and the hero decided that the fight was over. Then John kicked him hard, sending him flying across the ground. Thomas was seriously injured and became enraged and began to lash out, thinking that John was trying to kill him and that it had gone too far. John ignored these words. He put his foot on Thomas's leg and pressed hard, causing him to cry out in pain. While Thomas screamed in pain, John reflected on the fact that no one had promised to strive for peaceful coexistence with everyone. They also never called themselves peacekeepers. On the contrary, their job was to punish people like Thomas. Then John extended his hand, surrounded by golden lightning. He pointed it towards Thomas's face and crouched down in front of him, saying that he was going to use him as an example, which made Thomas scream in pain. After this, the hero admitted that he was already starting to get irritated by how boring this fight was. In desperation, Thomas declared again and again that he was giving up, but his condition only worsened. Meanwhile, John stood up straight, and the crowd continued to loudly chant his name, and soon the announcement was made that he had won his third victory. Sometime later, in the corridor of the Colosseum, Thomas, still showering everyone with curses, tried to get to his room. However, he soon encountered James and his men. James noted with regret that they had to meet under such circumstances and stated that he had come to detain him. Almost simultaneously, Thomas's men arrived, armed and ready to confront James and his detachment. However, he asked who they were and ordered them not to interfere. He stated that the man had broken the rules and was subject to punishment by the security guards. Hearing this, one of Thomas's comrades chuckled and thought with disbelief about what exactly the gray-haired man had just said about punishment. The man chuckled and reminded him that Thomas had done nothing wrong, and he, with a smug grin, confirmed that he was not guilty of anything. At this time, John, hiding behind the wall, heard their entire conversation, but only closed his eyes and remained in the shadows. James then gave Thomas a final warning and demanded that he retreat. However, Thomas and his men just smiled and said that they had no intention of obeying. While both sides stared at each other, John still stood behind the wall with his eyes closed. Then James and his men drew their weapons and rushed to attack. Thomas and his men were horrified, cold sweat pouring down their faces, and Thomas himself screamed in shock. James and his squad brutally beat their opponents, blood flying in the air and screams of pain echoing down the hallway. One of Thomas's comrades shouted out in confusion that something was wrong with these people, and then tried to urge the others to fight back. The screams continued for a long time while John listened silently from his hiding place. Eventually, Thomas and his men, badly wounded, lost consciousness and lay on the floor. Thomas himself, covered in blood, slid limply down the wall while the wound on his chest bled. James stood before him with a sword in his hand and announced that it was all over and that it was now time to inform the others that the situation was completely settled. As James and his squad walked further down the corridor, John thought about how in the real world, criminals were sent to prison to be given a chance. However, in a world where there was a lack of knowledge, people, or time to rehabilitate criminals, the guards chose a different path. This is the decision they came to after the events that took place on the first day of the Great Conference in the Representatives Guild. After the first day of the Great Conference, the case of the Representatives Guild was finally closed with the execution of its members. In the following sessions, nothing remarkable happened for some time, and over time the tension gradually subsided. However, just when everyone was starting to let their guard down, these people showed up again and started causing problems again. The protagonist reflected that due to the lack of information at that moment, they probably decided that there would be no second day of the Great Conference. However, as soon as the next day of the conference was officially announced, their actions immediately attracted everyone's attention. Messages asking for help began to arrive at the guards, and the rebels themselves were shocked by the number of crimes. As soon as the second day of the conference arrived, the guards developed a unified approach to dealing with criminals and began carrying out executions. Even those who were not harmed by the perpetrators' actions agreed with such measures, noting that the day felt like a real hell on earth. And although the problem of the Representatives Guild was solved, new difficulties began to arise everywhere, and this situation became one of them. Soon people appeared who, seeing the wounded bodies, were horrified. They were saying in fear that people were dying here and that the guards had gone too far, which was why they were really scared. The hero, having heard all this, still remained in hiding behind the wall and remained silent. Meanwhile, the battle continued in the arena. The hero stood in the box, watching the fight. It seemed to him that the entire arena had frozen. He noted that players from the Korean server appeared indifferent, while the Australians and Japanese were still trying to process what had happened. Soon a Japanese representative approached John and stood next to him. He cautiously asked if this was the punishment James had spoken of earlier. The protagonist immediately realized that a complaint would follow, and perhaps even a protest. The man added that the measures were excessive and mentioned that he had heard that James had attacked not only the suspect, but other people as well. The hero replied that it was done to protect the victim, and added to himself that this was exactly how the guards resolved such issues. That was their motive. The Japanese, however, insisted that this was still too cruel, and cautiously asked if John understood what exactly he was afraid of. He explained that he feared a situation in which James's blade might one day be turned against the innocent. But John replied that there was no need to worry about it, although deep down he admitted that it was difficult to believe. The Japanese man looked at him angrily and declared that if something like this were to happen, he would not simply stand by and watch. In response, the hero only chuckled, thinking that he could do as he saw fit. This concluded the second round of qualifying battles and the first day. John was assigned to guard the area around the arena, and he felt like a security guard at a football stadium. While patrolling it, he thought that he was essentially keeping order in an empty place, and deciding that everyone had already left, he was about to return. However, as he walked down the alley, the young man stretched and caught up with Carl, calling out to him and politely asking when Maria would appear. The deputy captain turned around and replied that he had seen her recently, but she looked very busy and apparently would be working all night. He added that she distributes tasks to the security guards and also maintains all the documentation, so she has almost no free time. Carl then noticed the katana on John's belt and curiously asked if he was trying to imitate Japanese players. John replied that it wasn't that. Visible weapons made things easier because people treated him differently when they saw him armed. Then he pulled his sword out of its sheath and said that he wanted to show me something. He swung his weapon and turned it into a shield. Seeing this, Carl asked with admiration if this was the reward the hero had received in the previous competition. John confirmed this and suggested that he try it himself, advising him to imagine different forms and experiment. At that moment, Maria came up behind them and took John by the hand. Turning around and seeing her, the hero was surprised because he thought she was busy. He thought that she probably came to greet him. She smiled and confirmed that this was exactly why she had come. Meanwhile, Carl trained with the 1,000 weapons, creating various types of weapons. He formed a spear shrouded in flames. He enthusiastically noted that the weapon was incredible, calling it downright over the top and wondering why he hadn't been told about it before. Carl raised the flaming spear up, a fiery aura spreading from it, after which he noted with obvious pleasure that this was very cool. The protagonist wondered if Carl had also received an award for the competition, and he confirmed this. Then John offered to take a look at it. Carl pointed to the spear, emitting a green aura, explaining that this was his reward. It looked ordinary, but when mana was infused into it, it began to glow and released a bluish lightning aura. Seeing this, John realized that this was not just a magical shell. He thought that, although he himself was capable of reproducing such effects, for those who were not capable of doing so, such a weapon would be extremely useful. It would be ideal for a melee fighter, and the hero even wondered if this skill was beyond his sphere. John then looked at Carl, who was already kneeling in front of the spheres, having turned them into a mortar. The hero was stunned, wondering what this guy had managed to create and, most importantly, what would happen to the ammunition now. John looked at the mortar and thought about how he hadn't expected the sphere to be able to change shape like that. He thought that Carl would have to get his own ammunition, and that the weapon would require even more parts to function properly. At that moment, Maria approached them and cautiously asked if he would mind if she looked at the weapon. The hero allowed her to do this, noting to himself that since Maria was a shooter, she probably understood weapons better than anyone else. The girl took the mortar in her hands and began to set it up, explaining that it was installed by moving apart the elements that formed the support. She assumed that since mana was required to fire the shot, the power would be higher than it seemed at first glance. Maria pointed out the serial number of the ammunition and added that by showing it to the administrator, she could easily purchase suitable shells. John felt a little embarrassed and found himself thinking that her confidence and awareness made her especially attractive. He then noted that, despite the weapon's effectiveness, he was unlikely to use it because it was too difficult to handle. Maria, continuing to work with the weapon, closed her eyes and said that she understood his position. After that, she formed a gun and asked his opinion. Seeing this, the main character grabbed his head and thought that a pistol could really be useful for self-defense. Maria, slightly sweating, responded calmly and continued working. About 10 minutes passed, and the girl was still working. John and Carl noted with surprise that they did not expect such seriousness from her. Carl rubbed his neck and wondered how much longer she was going to work like this, suggesting that they hurry up and go rest. In response, Maria said that she just needed a little more time, since she was almost finished. The hero thought that he shouldn't have answered so directly, because she was only trying to help him, and he again forgot how stubborn she could be. He knew she could be strict when managing the guards, but he didn't expect her to be so persistent over such a small matter. Then John took 3 chairs out of his inventory. Carl sat down, relaxed, and deciding that she wouldn't change her mind anyway. The hero himself also sat down, thinking that perhaps this was even a good sign. While he was always amazed at how calm and collected she remained in any situation, it also worried him. Now he noticed that she had noticeably softened. He remembered many stories from the community about how Maria had become more human. And even now, watching her, he could clearly see how much she had changed compared to the past. This stubborn side of her was part of this change. She would never have spent so much time on such things before. The hero was sure that this soft but persistent trait was her true character. He smiled slightly, thinking that at such moments she looked surprisingly cute. Even just watching her was interesting. Meanwhile, Carl sat to the side, irritated and cursing loudly. After some time, Maria formed something like a barbecue skewer and showed it to them, asking their opinion. Carl noted in bewilderment that she had managed to make a skewer, while John just looked at him silently. Maria, demonstrating the weapon, explained how magical energy flows through it. The protagonist enthusiastically noted that it looked like a stun gun and would be ideal for self-defense. Hearing this, Carl was surprised and wondered in what situations John might need a weapon for self-defense. Maria sighed with a slight sadness, admitting that he might be right. John, holding the weapon, agreed that Carl was indeed not mistaken. Maria then suggested that he could use this device to train his resistance to electricity. Later that night, John lay on his bed, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Maria sat nearby and worked with the system interface, holding a short sword in her hand. It even seemed to him that there was a rather sinister smile on her face, as if she was planning something evil. The hero looked at her in surprise and mentally called out her name, wondering why she was still awake. She told him he should go back to sleep, explaining that she was just studying his field. The girl then turned the sword back into a sphere and asked if he could lend her one until the end of the competition. John said he didn't care, but wondered if she was going to stay up all night, but Maria said she would go to bed a little later. The hero winked back, giving her permission to continue. Immediately after this, the girl continued working with the interface and the sphere. In the morning, the second day of the competition began, the day the individual stage began. Unlike the random preliminary fights, the main stage was held according to the tournament bracket. John managed to win 2 victories early in the morning. Perhaps because enough time had passed since yesterday's events, the atmosphere among the spectators began to gradually return to normal. People who usually stayed in waiting rooms or on stages now came out more often. Against this backdrop, an important battle began. It involved a 4th-floor player, Harris. He was pitted against an Australian 6th-floor player of the same level named Dave. It was a confrontation between 2 fighters of hellish difficulty, with the spectators shouting slogans in support of those they were rooting for. Carl, sitting next to John, noted that a fight between 2 players of such a level should be especially interesting. Carl added that a guy named Dave was from the 6th floor, and then wondered who John thought had a better chance of winning. The protagonist replied that he wasn't sure. He reasoned that if Dave had only recently reached the 6th floor, then he had essentially only gone as far as the 5th. However, if he managed to advance beyond the middle of the 6th floor, then his level would already be completely different. Perhaps because of what happened to Thomas, the fighters now tried to avoid any attacks that could be fatal. Carl noted that such caution was unnecessary, since no one had explained what specific crime would lead to punishment. John replied that this was precisely why everything needed to be clearly stated, but Carl objected, because there was no evidence, and only a few people knew about what happened. In response to this, the hero remained silent. Then Carl lowered his head and noted that, apparently, the fight was about to begin. In the arena, both participants stood opposite each other, fully prepared for battle. When the system interface appeared and the battle was declared to have begun, Dave rushed forward at high speed towards Harris. However, he already held the weapon in both hands and was on guard. Dave jumped right in front of him, and Harris's body shook slightly, after which he spun his weapon in the air. Seeing this, Dave chuckled. Carl noticed that they seemed to be testing each other, and John smiled faintly and thought that they were both acting with extreme caution. The crowd chanted slogans, supporting either Harris or Dave. Carl said that this was, without a doubt, the main fight of the day, and the hero said that he understood this perfectly well. Both fighters continued to look at each other, and sweat had already appeared on their faces. But after 10 minutes, they were still standing in their places. After 20, nothing had changed. Even after an hour, they remained in the same position. Watching this, both John and Carl felt tired. The protagonist thought that this was starting to get annoyingly boring. The spectators also began to whisper and complain of boredom, thinking about going out for food. Seeing this, Carl said the public was clearly losing interest and added that a technical victory for Harris could have been a fair outcome. The problem, however, was that both fighters had similar styles, relying on speed and evasion, which is why the fight dragged on. The hero thought that without such styles, it would be simply impossible to survive on hellish difficulty. Carl noted that John himself did not fight like that, to which he replied that it would be cruel to compare them to him. It had already become a matter of pride. Then John narrowed his eyes, took out the sphere, and admitted that he couldn't stand it anymore. He turned the sphere into an electric rod. He squeezed it in his hand, and waves of searing lightning flared around the weapon. The main character began to burn his own hand with an electric rod. Seeing this, everyone around, except the hero himself, was shocked. Carl and the others looked at him with horror, covered in sweat and at a loss for words. John calmly noted that it was he who was in pain, and therefore he did not understand why Carl was screaming. The hero continued to burn his hand, explaining that he wanted to test whether he could increase his resistance to electricity before the end of the competition. After some time, John took out a bottle of potion and began to drink it. Carl asked if he was finished, and the hero, swallowing the potion, noted that the next fight would soon begin. The hero added that preparing for a fight in advance is just common sense. However, he then wondered in surprise where all the people had gone. Carl thought with irritation at how many people would be willing to tolerate someone who burns himself with an electric rod. He wondered if John realized how much he was making life difficult for those responsible for tracking the location of everyone involved. He looked at the remaining people and noted that thanks to John, even those who had previously been worried began to calm down. Then John, holding the staff and sweating profusely, wondered if it really looked that scary, and Carl confirmed that it was. He said that sometimes it seemed as if John got satisfaction from hurting himself for the sake of power, and the very thought gave him goosebumps. The hero himself wondered why he couldn't understand this, and decided that perhaps he had simply lost his sense of normality, or was originally strange. He looked towards the arena and remembered hearing that Julia was also afraid of him. Carl replied that it was because she was in the ranks of the guards. Then John closed his eyes and thought that this explanation did not suit him. After forming the guards, he avoided the spotlight because they had the ability to control crime. And it was better for John that they acted openly, while he himself remained in the shadows. While he was away from the public eye, the hero was dealing with internal conflicts and was sometimes forced to deal with one of the sides. Looking at his hand, the young man thought that perhaps his actions had indeed served as a deterrent. However, the realization that those around him were afraid of him caused an unpleasant feeling. Then he turned to Carl and carefully asked if he was afraid of him too, but the guy remained silent in response. John reflected on the fact that Carl was well versed in human relationships and understood that it was important for a hero to have close people nearby. Their connection arose not simply out of closeness, but perhaps because Carl deliberately maintained it for mutual benefit. The hero then wondered what it meant if Carl was not really a friend, but a man skilled enough to tame monsters. After that, he asked how long, in John's opinion, they had known each other. The main character remained silent. Then Carl closed his eyes and noted that he had been watching John for the past year, and although he had been very worried at first, he had gotten used to it over time. The hero asked if this was true, and Carl looked at him with a slight smile, as if asking if he was nervous. However, John only closed his eyes, smiled weakly, and said nothing. The protagonist then admitted that, although he was focused on his own development, this did not mean that he was indifferent to everything else. Now that he had a little time to catch his breath, he began to think about many things. Now he was already on the 18th floor. The hero thought that after passing the 100th floor, he would return to the outside world, fight monsters, and save the world for the sake of his friends and family. However, at the same time, he realized that within this place, he was often perceived as a monster. When this realization came to him, he felt fear. He began to wonder how he looked in the eyes of people from the real world. Meanwhile, the fight in the arena continued, and John, looking in that direction, wondered whether he would be able to adapt to life outside at all. Even his goal of defeating monsters and saving the world began to seem blurred over time. Moreover, he had a feeling that he would like to continue fighting, become stronger, and live here for the rest of his life. John continued to think about how he wanted a life full of constant growth and victories, which is why he chose the profession of an esports athlete. He thought that even if he wanted to live like this for the rest of his life, the tutorial's limitation would still hinder him, since the maximum was 100 floors. He wondered if he could stay living in residential areas, simply because he didn't want to go outside. However, he understood perfectly well that this was impossible. As a person who hated stagnation in life, he would still eventually leave this place. After listening to all this, Carl was silent at first, and then closed his eyes and remembered that once, back in high school, he read a certain fairy tale. He remembered the story of a rabbit and a lion who became friends. But over time, both began to doubt each other. The rabbit suspected that the lion saw him as nothing more than insignificant prey for one bite. The lion, in turn, doubted that the rabbit was staying close only out of fear and for the sake of profit, taking advantage of his status and strength. The hero wondered how this story ended. Carl remembered that, in the end, the lion ate the rabbit, and John found this quite realistic. However, Carl then added that no one ever really knew what they really thought about each other because they didn't express their feelings. Carl admitted that he had the same fears as the lion, worrying that those around him might actually be afraid of John. In response, John silently pressed his lips together. Carl added that he could not guarantee how people in the outside world would react, but he had confidence in those inside the training. He smiled and thought that over time, he would be able to become closer to other players, as happened with Maria and James. Hearing this, the hero narrowed one eye. Carl continued, noting that John was mistaken about something, because they were also superhumans. Some fear they could be hauled off to laboratories or turned into tourist attractions, and that something similar could happen to everyone here. Then he smiled widely and thought that, by then, the difference in skills between him and the others would become even more interesting. Carl thought that after leaving here, a new wall would arise between superhumans and ordinary people, and they might begin to be discriminated against. He felt that at such a moment, John's strength would become the proof that would protect them all. He added that the main character would definitely enjoy such an activity. John was silent for a moment, then scratched the back of his head and thought that Carl hadn't changed at all. Carl noted that time was of the essence, because no matter how he spoke now, John would still not be able to truly feel it. The hero agreed, thinking that this would most likely be the case, and expressed gratitude to his friend for his support. After some time, it was time for the third fight of the final. John entered the arena, while his opponent stood opposite with his head down. The hero looked at his opponent and noted that he was Asian, and since he did not recognize him, it occurred to him that he might be Japanese. Considering that this fighter managed to reach the third round of the final, John decided that his skills must be truly outstanding. Many thoughts arose in the hero's head, and in the end he decided that this time he would not use his right leg. Fighting on one leg will change his center of gravity, so he will have to be especially careful. The hero, feeling his irritation growing, rushed towards his opponent at high speed, intending to attack. However, noticing his approach, he shouted in panic that he surrendered. The young man was stunned by what he heard, but at that very moment the enemy disappeared right before his eyes. John wondered with disbelief if they were making fun of him, then closed his eyes and decided that he couldn't influence it anyway. In the fourth battle in a row, the next participant, even before the battle began, in exactly the same way, with fear, announced his surrender. The main character remained standing and thought that everything was as Carl said. All the people here have already become superhumans and will continue to grow until one day they truly turn into lions. Carl claimed that his relationships with the other players would be like those between lions, but John felt a little sorry. He felt he couldn't agree with this. By the time they become lions, he will probably no longer be one of them, he will become something more. Meanwhile, the semi-finals, unlike the previous matches, were to be held one at a time in the very center of the arena. Thanks to voice amplification and magnifying magic, every action of the participants was clearly visible and audible to all spectators. John teleported to the arena and stepped onto the ground with his eyes closed. When he opened them and saw in front of him the head of the Japanese server, who was supposed to become his opponent, the hero raised his hand and smiled slightly, thinking that this opponent, at least, would not give up right away. The head of the Japanese server, angrily closing his eyes, said that he was not going to back down. John smiled again and clenched his hand into a fist. His opponent reflected that a stage watched by so many people was not a place to give up lightly. He had already seen and heard about John's suppressive abilities, but he still wanted to experience them for himself. He drew his sword from its sheath and decided to give it his all, then loudly declared that he was going to show him what Japanese honor was. John wondered what kind of honor he was talking about, but it wasn't that important right now. He just smiled calmly, mentally thanking his opponent for his dedication. He bowed his head with his eyes closed, and it seemed to John that his opponent was greeting him in this way before the fight. Then the hero briefly thought that perhaps it would be a good idea to make such a greeting obligatory before every battle. After this, the Japanese straightened his shoulders again and fixed his gaze on the hero. Watching his opponent, John noted that his movements looked pretty good. He, in turn, wondered if John was going to take out his weapon, and the hero simply nodded in response. Everyone in the Colosseum watched the fight. Meanwhile, the Japanese fighter raised his sword and stepped forward, and John also prepared for the fight. The protagonist assessed his opponent's stance and wondered if he really wielded a sword. Out of pure curiosity, he asked if he had been a swordsman before he came here. The opponent reacted with surprise, fell silent for a moment, then frowned and replied that before that he had only held a kitchen knife in his hands. John then noted that with such good moves, one would think he had learned from another player. He admitted that he always liked original manga. He simply copied the techniques he saw in cartoons and practiced them until they looked more natural. John was shocked to think that this man was cosplaying characters and, despite his appearance, remained quite dreamy. The opponent then explained that, having found himself there, he was confused for a long time and could not come to his senses. He added that he had no choice but to accept reality, since he was already here. Frowning angrily, he explained that instead of sinking into despair, he had set himself a new goal. He decided to become like his favorite character, realizing that the dream of becoming a superhuman was entirely achievable here. John ran his hand over his head and thought that he had seen a lot of strange cases, but never like this. However, he then realized that he partly understood this man, because as a child, he himself dreamed of casting Kamehameha. He admitted that the motivation was strange, but it was most likely what helped his opponent reach the semi-finals. Looking at the Japanese man, the hero thought that, although it looked childish for his age, there was a certain romance and unique appeal to it. However, the system panel then appeared again and the match began. The opponent swung his sword, attacking the main character. However, John, watching the approaching blade, did not even move. He noted to himself that there was too much excess in his movements. The young man shifted easily from side to side, dodging the continuous blows. After that, he jumped back, thinking that he had not noticed it while his opponent was standing still. Now, as he swung his sword, John could clearly see the gaps in his defenses and realized that he clearly had not had proper fencing training. The opponent's movements were spectacular, but useless, ineffective, and suitable only for show and not for a real fight. However, it was he who made sword art popular on Japanese servers, proving that even crude techniques could look fascinating. And yet, when the enemy rushed forward at high speed and raised his sword to strike, John instantly found himself behind him. He punched him hard in the back, then moved forward again. The hero thought that this man was not even close to being at a level where he could pose a threat to him. However, he decided that it was worth letting him save face, since he represented the Japanese server and even agreed to cooperate with the guards. John noted that, although he was the only Japanese player in the semi-finals, his skill level was still noticeably inferior to the others. Breathing heavily, the Japanese admitted that the difference in their strength was much greater than he expected. John thought he was trying to sound as positive as possible, but ended up being too honest. The Japanese then asked John to show him his full strength at least once. The protagonist thought calmly, and said that it could be dangerous. However, the enemy immediately responded that he was ready to accept any risk. Then John smiled slightly, took out a sword-shaped weapon, and decided to show him his full power. In response, the opponent, drenched in sweat, also smiled. After this, the man gave his name, stating that his name was Nakajima Shinpei. In response, John also told him his full name. Then both raised their swords, preparing to begin the fight. The next moment, John rushed forward towards Nakajima and struck, cutting his blade so that the blade fragment began to spin in the air. As Nakajima stepped forward, intending to attack, he was shocked to see that his sword had already been cut. At that moment, John appeared behind him and smiled calmly. He then activated flare magic, and lightning-like discharges spread through the air. His eyes lit up and he looked at his opponent, asking if everything was okay with him. Nakajima, clutching his hand from which blood was flowing, asked what the name of the technique used just now was. John noted to himself that he usually didn't give names to his techniques. He wondered for a moment whether he was even one of those people who came up with names for every piece of equipment and shouted them out with pathos. After some hesitation, he decided to name the move Death Slash. Hearing this, Nakajima closed his eyes and admitted that the technique was excellent, after which he declared his defeat. The hero smiled, and soon the announcement was made that he had advanced to the finals, and the audience began chanting slogans in his support. Sometime later, outside the Colosseum, Carl called out to him loudly, mockingly calling John a flash of death. John smiled broadly and asked him to stop. Meanwhile, James stood nearby, laughing and asking Carl not to tease him, adding that this nickname was even cool in its own way. At the same time, they jokingly said the name of the technique that the main character came up with. They laughed out loud, saying they felt like they were watching a boyish manga, but the hero simply ignored them. John was already looking towards the arena, where the next fight was taking place, and wondering which of the fighters would reach the final. He noticed that the Australian player of hellish difficulty had been defeated, and wondered who his next opponent would be. Meanwhile, Dave rushed into the attack. His opponent, Lucas, extended his hand, using lightning wave magic. He unleashed electric shocks on Dave, causing him to scream in pain, but Lucas continued his attack, preventing him from moving or counterattacking. Dave's screams continued unabated, and waves of lightning shot into the sky. John watched this and thought that Lucas was completely overwhelming his opponent. The audience was noisy, and some wondered among themselves whether Lucas was really that strong. While the crowd continued to cheer, calling it a performance by a rising star, John remained silent. Meanwhile, the entire arena was filled with Lucas's electrical waves. Lucas was attacking Dave with a storm of lightning without stopping. Lucas attacked Dave with a storm of lightning without stopping. Watching this, John thought that he was just playing with a hellish player and was perhaps already on the same level as James. He remembered that when he gave him the item, Lucas had not yet reached that level, and the speed of his growth was truly astonishing. James scratched his neck and winked, saying he wanted to talk about Lucas. John realized he was being asked if he should be pinned down at least once, and he confirmed it. The hero thought that perhaps this was really necessary. Looking at Lucas, he noted to himself that a man intoxicated by his own power would inevitably fall sooner or later. He wondered about his mental stability, but James assured him not to worry. He was not the type to get depressed after a defeat. Then John decided that in this case everything would be fine. Seeing how James cared about him, he was sure that Lucas would go far. He smiled, thinking that he liked it, because if Lucas was that strong, then he was definitely one of the top 5 most skilled people here. Clenching his fist, John decided that he would be able to give it his all in a fight with him. Meanwhile, in the arena, Lucas's magical waves had already spread everywhere. Dave was kneeling on the shattered ground, surrounded by lightning, screaming in pain. Then an announcement was made confirming Lucas's progress to the final. Spectators began to apologize for having underestimated him earlier and said that they were looking forward to the final fight. Meanwhile, John sat in place and a system panel appeared in front of him, asking if he was ready to move to the arena. Carl stood behind him and asked him not to go too far, no matter what James said. John replied that he would be back soon, and the options of yes and no appeared before him. Then he chose the first option and teleported to the arena. All the screens on the walls showed a live broadcast of the moment. John landed in front of Lucas as the crowd cheered, wishing them both good luck. At that moment, Lucas smiled, adjusted his glove and said that the moment of their meeting had finally come. John decided that he thought he understood the feeling. Lucas hinted that if he had known he would have to wait so long, he would have preferred to meet him in the preliminary rounds. He added that fights with weaker opponents were real torture for him, and that John probably understands this feeling. The protagonist wondered if this was the same Lucas he knew before. His current abilities possessed such destructive power and speed that no one would dare to underestimate them. The ranged fighters were suppressed, and the close combat fighters could not even get close to him. However, John thought that for him, such opponents would not even be able to arouse real excitement. Lucas, however, stated that he had finally gotten a decent fight and said that less competent players should not even be allowed into the arena. John stood up and thought that, although he could see Lucas clearly, he was not yet mature. The world of learning was not a game, but a world where everyone wielded weapons with unexpected abilities and could get into trouble without warning. The guards used terminology from the games to help newcomers adapt, but for a ranker like him, this was a problem. Lucas then said that he was looking forward to meeting a player on Hell difficulty in the semifinals. John closed his eyes and wondered if Lucas realized that everyone in the stadium could hear him, or if he simply didn't care. But in any case, John decided to teach him good manners. At that moment, he activated his weapon, turning it into a dark sword. Lucas was clearly surprised when he saw the sword. John looked up as a system interface window appeared in front of him, informing him that the match would start in 13 seconds. He thought that James was right. Lucas had overestimated his powers. Taking advantage of the moment and achieving victory would be the best solution. And to do this, he first needed to act on James's advice. John grabbed the sword by the hilt and waved it in the air, trying to get Lucas's attention. As Lucas focused on the sword, the interface window appeared again, informing him that the match had begun. John pointed the dark sword straight at him, and the boy, seeing the sword, quickly ducked down to dodge the blow. The sword passed over his head and John grabbed it again, pressing it to Lucas's shoulder and continuing the attack. At the same time, he pulled out his weapon from his inventory and raised it to block the blow. When their swords clashed, there was even a small flash in the middle of the arena. The player tried his best to hold back the onslaught of the protagonist. At that moment, John thought it was all over for Lucas. Then he moved forward at high speed, hitting him forehead to forehead. Lucas flew back, hitting the ground with a loud thud, blood gushing from his forehead. Then John grabbed him by the collar. The hero hit him so hard that he let out a painful cry. Then suddenly Lucas put his middle and index fingers together and cast a lightning spell, directing it towards John. The hero stepped back and dodged the attack. At that moment, Lucas stood up. John slipped behind him, and when Lucas turned around, before he could do anything, he punched him in the face. Lucas, overcome with pain, fell to the ground, clutched his stomach, and groaned. John stood in front of him and asked if he was going to give up. However, Lucas remained silent. Then the hero John clenched his fist and closed one eye, expressing dissatisfaction that, apparently, the beatings were not enough. At that moment, a scream spread throughout the arena, and then silence reigned. The spectators stood with their mouths open in surprise. John picked Lucas up by the collar. He looked terrible. His head and mouth were covered in blood. He was in bad shape. The lightning waves emanating from Lucas continued to torment him. Meanwhile, John activated Talaria's wings. Meanwhile, the unfortunate player continued to scream, his cries being heard throughout the arena. Lightning shot into the air until Lucas's magic ran out, leaving behind dark smoke that soon disappeared as well. Soon John released Lucas, who collapsed to the ground, declaring that he had given up and admitted defeat. Meanwhile, a message appeared on the system interface congratulating John and informing him of the thousands of points he had received. John noticed that even more gods were showing interest in him, and wondered who exactly the god of devotion had taken pity on again. Meanwhile, the spectators at the stadium were shouting slogans. However, the protagonist's comrades sat in silence. Nakajima closed his eyes silently, and Dave and the others didn't react either. Then John turned to Lucas. He crouched down in front of him, telling him that he still had a long way to go. Lucas, breathing heavily and badly hurt, replied that he understood. John said that in a real fight, Lucas would have died if he had started with a headbutt like that. After all, anyone could have done such a stupid thing, even himself, when he had only just passed the first floor. Skill power is not the only thing that decides the outcome of a battle, and being inattentive is the best way to give your opponent a chance. He asked if Lucas understood him, and he nodded, gritting his teeth. Then the hero stood up and said that he must be more careful and work harder because he should not die without meaning. In response, Lucas gritted his teeth and said that he understood. John smiled, thinking that should be enough to reassure him. Meanwhile, he noticed his comrades standing on the podium. James shouted loudly that John had gone too far, and Carl, covering his face, cursed and called him an idiot. John looked at them, but remained silent. Meanwhile, in the office, Julia poured Maria coffee while she was working with the system interfaces. Suddenly, a message appeared from Carl, asking how things were going. She replied that she would raise the issue soon, and asked how things were going with him. Carl closed his eyes and replied that nothing important, except that her boyfriend beat Lucas like a dog. Maria remained silent at first. She then asked him if he could stop John, but Carl replied that it was too late and he didn't think the Japanese would complain. Even while he was being beaten, John gave him a lot of good advice, so they'll probably just think he's crazy. Then Carl added that Harris wanted to help her. Maria was surprised, asking why a hell difficulty player would offer help. Carl said that it looks like he's scheduled to train with John starting tomorrow, and he probably wants to avoid it because he's scared. However, Maria told him to tell him that his help was not needed. Then she apologized, adding that they needed to return to the main issue. The man sitting in front of her lowered his head. He continued his story, but his voice trembled violently. He said that since the start of the first tournament, the Australian server has been behaving strangely. At that time, one player on the hard difficulty level attacked other participants alone. Not only did he refuse to let the others surrender, but on the second day, he began to terrorize people outside the arena in a restless manner. He continued that on the last day, the remaining players, including himself, went to the waiting room and waited for the competition to end. He didn't know what those who didn't return to the waiting room were doing. However, he was sure that they were looking for an opportunity to do something at the tournament. There was even a community post before the tournament saying that people should expect something unusual. Maria said she understood, but she heard that these people were now behaving normally. The man clenched his fists and raised his voice, declaring that they were not just a gang, but that they were on a different level from the thugs from Korea. He stated that they were definitely planning something, that something would definitely happen, and there was no doubt about it. However, Maria only remained silent in response. Meanwhile, in the dark room, Dave sat on a box with his legs dangling. He asked the people standing before him whether they had kept their promise not to tell any of their friends about their arrival here. In front of him stood a group of bandits, among whom was Cruz. He said that, of course, they didn't tell anyone. Lucas also stood next to him, smiling and releasing a lightning aura from his hand. Players from different countries gathered in the hall, and Dave invited them to sit down. Nakajima was with them, sitting with his eyes closed and not saying a word. Cruz told Lucas that he didn't expect to see him here. Lucas replied that he had also received a humiliating blow yesterday and couldn't miss the chance to take revenge. He looked around and noticed that quite a lot of people had gathered. Cruz replied that almost all the rankers from the hard difficulty level were here, except for those who were directly subordinate to James. He added that now that everyone was present, they could begin, but Dave told them to wait a bit, because one more person had not arrived. Dave waved his hand and added that a new guy had recently joined, and it wasn't because they were short of members. But if they're going to do it, they better be fully prepared. At this time, a new person entered the room. Cruz and Lucas turned to look at him. Dave, turning to the man, expressed his gratitude for him joining their side and introduced him as the most successful player in Korea. That man turned out to be none other than Sean. Soon, the third day of the tournament arrived. It was 11:30 in the morning. In the Coliseum lobby, Harris lay on the arena floor, drooling, sweating profusely, and breathing heavily. John stood in front of him with an angry expression and asked irritably if he was tired. Harris, breathing heavily, replied that he was not just tired, but felt like he was dying. John reacted with surprise, and Harris said he couldn't breathe, his eyes were spinning, he felt dizzy, and his ears were ringing. John gritted his teeth and said that this was his condition after only 3 hours of fighting, and asked if he had been skipping training. Harris replied that he had been training, adding that it was not an easy training, but John said that he simply lacked determination. He said that he first needed to develop his ability to endure pain, numbness, and fainting, and that now he should buy poisonous potions. Upon hearing this, Harris asked how he would survive after this, but John replied that he would control it so that he would not die. Although he admitted that if he subjected himself to these tests for too long, he would indeed die. John turned away and wondered why Harris was crying again. He himself did not want to do this, but one day he would have to challenge the 17th floor. No matter how hard it was, he had to focus on growing, trying different things, believing that all that effort would pay off one day. Suddenly John turned around and looked at Carl. He asked why he wasn't working when Maria worked all day. Carl was surprised, sweating, and replied that he was also working and that he was texting. John asked again if this was true. The man replied that it was true, adding that he was contacting all the leaders to tell them something important. John asked what he was going to tell them, and Carl replied that John would get the message too and should wait. He added that he and Maria thought it would be worth waiting, but if necessary, they were considering gathering all the players in the room. But if they resist, there will be no choice but to simply capture them. John just remained silent upon hearing this. Then he turned to look at the arena, at the large screens on the walls showing the fight. John, observing the battle, said that players from the hellish difficulty level from the Korean server were participating in a team battle. The protagonist thought that after Harris's elimination, victory could become extremely difficult, but the players still did not intend to give up. It reminded John of the very first competition, when the number of Korean players on hell difficulty was constantly dwindling. In the end, only 6 people remained with him, while the rest of the participants were never able to leave the first floor. The hero closed his eyes and thought about how he could help them move forward. He understood that hasty advice could only do harm, and so he wondered if there was another way, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Meanwhile, in the arena, one of the players swung a huge axe at his opponent. He dodged, and then James appeared behind him, raised his sword, and simultaneously forming a ball of lightning, signaled to his comrades to gather. The young man rested his sword on his shoulder and threw a lightning ball towards the enemies, signaling the back row to act in sync. His team responded and moved forward. James was the first to attack, and the enemy tried to defend himself with an axe, but it was instantly destroyed by a magical blow. After this, James and his group rushed forward and attacked together. Watching this, John noted to himself that this was excellent teamwork. He thought that high-difficulty players in any country maintain a high level, since they gained combat experience even from lower levels. When the Korean player knocked back his opponent with a powerful blow, the protagonist assumed that the leaders of each server had also exited the hard difficulty. On the fourth day, the final day of team battles, James's team predictably won. Soon the fifth day of the competition arrived, namely the day of the factional war. While eating, Carl, with his mouth full, remarked that he found it strange that there were no players from other countries in the Korean faction. He explained that the war allows you to choose a side, Korea or Japan, and all participants of the winning faction receive the Union Tournament reward. Since Korea had already secured victory by dominating the fighting, foreigners could simply join in and win without doing anything. He stressed that even an Australian player could have done so, but no foreigner had done so. James guessed that they probably didn't trust the guards, as they had eliminated a lot of people for murder in the last 5 days. Furthermore, some may not have even known about the possibility of changing sides, and those who did may not have understood how to do it in practice. Carl looked at John and hinted that they had him on top of everything else. Then Maria suggested checking the lists again before the start of the match and ending the discussion there. But James said that for now it was time to relax and eat in peace, and John, taking advantage of the moment, asked to pass him the soy sauce. After some time, still at the table, Carl announced that he had important news. Everyone looked at him, waiting for him to continue, and then he announced that he was going to get married. Hearing this, John could not hide his surprise. He asked again if he was really going to marry and inquired who exactly. He couldn't believe that the man who constantly praised the paradise of singles and hell for couples was saying such things seriously. Carl explained that her name was Molly, and that he had met her on the day of the negotiations. John remembered that moment and confirmed that he had indeed seen her. Carl added that they decided to live on the 30th floor and sometimes help with the security guards' work. The protagonist was surprised why James was so silent because he expected a violent reaction from him, but he explained that he knew about it in advance. When asked about the ceremony, Carl winked and said that there would be no lavish wedding. He explained that there was no need to attract unnecessary attention. He added that everyone is struggling to survive now, and flaunting one's happiness seems inappropriate. The guy added that he would introduce everyone sooner or later anyway, but now he just decided to warn them. When the meal was over, James and Carl headed for the exit. Carl clarified whether everything was still in effect, and John confirmed it. However, Maria remained seated and turned to John. He looked at her and asked what she wanted. Then the girl extended her hand to him, and the hero responded in kind. Then she placed a 4-finger ring in his palm, and looking at it, John asked if it was made from the 1,000 weapons he had given her. Maria, smiling shyly, said that it was a ring, but he objected that it was more like brass knuckles, to which she stubbornly insisted that it was a ring. Then she asked to make the same for her, so that they would have matching items. But John shook his head and explained that he couldn't do that, because the 1,000 weapons were extremely rare artifacts, and he was lucky to have at least 2. Hearing this, Maria's eyes lit up, and James and Carl, who were standing nearby, looked at each other in surprise. Meanwhile, a factional war was beginning, and the stands were buzzing with shouts. John stood with his team before the Korea versus Australia match. The Korean team took one side. Meanwhile, the Australian stood opposite. Carl noticed that the enemy had about 60 men, much more than they expected. John noted that they only had about 20 fighters themselves, but Carl explained that the guards were not involved for security reasons. Maria added that, among other things, there were 19 Korean users on the Australian side. John immediately recognized many of his opponents, including Cruz. Sean stood not far from him, his head down. He also noticed Nakajima among their ranks. The audience also paid attention to them and noticed with surprise that Lucas also found himself on the other side of the barricades. At the same time, the Australian team members laughed and mocked the Korean side, asking if this was all they could do. They pointed at John and his companions, ridiculing them for their voluntary participation and declaring that no one had been forced to join. Maria noted that it appeared that the Australians were secretly intimidating other Korean players into refusing to participate. One of the Australian fighters addressed the remaining players, saying that they still had a chance to make the right decision, even if it was late. He pointed out the difference in strength and added that they would kill the annoying guy on hellish difficulty first. Everything had already been decided for him. Hearing this, John's team members began to whisper anxiously. And then the protagonist noticed Nakajima among the enemy group and asked about the Japanese who were on their side. Maria replied that they could not be touched since they were forced to join by force. The Australian server leader laughed, extended his hand, and offered one of the Koreans the chance to join them, promising control of the server and a reward. John asked what the reward was, and Maria explained that it would be items taken from the dead, as well as the opportunity to use women. She added that those rankers who went over to their side did not accept the guards' rules and likely had built up serious sexual tension. John couldn't believe that 19 people had simply given in to lust. The girl then turned to her team and said that everyone understood that safety in this factional war was not guaranteed. Therefore, if someone wants to leave right now and return to the stands, no one will stop them. However, the soldiers, drenched in sweat and filled with fear, remained silent. Several people then apologized and announced that they were leaving the match. Then another participant voluntarily refused to fight, and one of them asked if they could handle it. He noted that although John was on their side, the Australians had a clear numerical advantage. Maria replied that it might indeed be difficult, but they had no right to drag others into senseless danger. John closed his eyes and thought hard as the system interface showed 60 seconds left until the match started. The hero then told Maria that she had better leave the fight, since she couldn't do anything anyway. At first the girl was silent, not knowing what to do. But then she closed her eyes and admitted that she hated to admit it, but she couldn't argue, and then agreed to leave. Then the hero decided to check who was still left, and behind him he saw Carl and a few other stubborn guys. Maria added that among the opponents there are people who were forced to participate under threats, and suggested looking at the list. The hero asked what to do with those whose names were listed in it. Maria raised her hand, giving him permission to act without hesitation. In response, John closed his eyes and briefly agreed. After this, the main character stepped forward in the arena. He stood facing 19 Korean players and Australian bandits. Although the difficulty level for each person on the list was different, he saw no reason to doubt. The hero stepped forward with a smile, thinking that he could just destroy them all. The idea that killing them was acceptable finally took hold in his mind. At that moment, Cruz, holding a short sword, took a step forward. Dave and his friends stared at him in surprise. However, Carl then plunged Cruz's short sword into the sand. The next moment, waves of dark aura emanated from the blade. The next moment, from these dark streams, Cruz, Lucas, and other players from their side teleported straight to John. Seeing this, the hero noted that they had done an excellent job, and the Australian participants in the battle were stunned. Meanwhile, Cruz, holding Lucas by the shoulder and raising his short sword, joyfully declared that he believed in John. Carl stood up and noticed that no matter how many times he saw it, the skill still felt like cheating. Then John smiled, thanked them for their help, and gave Lucas a special shout-out for his excellent work. He just nodded silently, and Cruz explained that all of this was possible because he usually kept his distance from the guards. Then he looked at the huge crowd of opponents and doubted whether they could win this fight with such a difference in strength. The protagonist closed his eyes and calmly declared that everything would be fine and that he would win, even if all these people stood against him. Cruz noted that John was speaking too boldly, adding that it was difficult to win such a fight, but he emphasized that he had no intention of dying. In response, John closed his eyes again and thought that this reaction was exactly what he expected from Cruz. Then, when he and his whole team stood on one side, their enemies stood in front of them with sinister smiles. Suddenly, the head of the Australian server laughed and said that it didn't matter how many traitors there were among them, since they would all die soon. At that moment, John activated the 1,000 weapons, transforming the sphere into a dark sword. At the same time, he cast fortitude magic and summoned Talaria's wings. After that, he used coercion and soul exploitation, and then attacked his opponents. The Australian server leader let out a shocked exclamation, and Dave, sweating, decided it must be some kind of weakening effect. John noted to himself that this was the first time he had used this skill in front of others, and noticed that everyone except the top rankers were panicked. John stared at his opponents, and the next moment disappeared right before their eyes. Almost immediately, he appeared behind the head of the Australian server, who was still continuing to insult the hero, not realizing that he was behind him. Dave was the first to realize what had happened and tried to warn his leader. However, John instantly moved behind his back. The protagonist cut the man's body in two with one swing of his sword. Blood sprayed into the air and covered the hero's face. Seeing this, Dave's comrades ran away in panic, shouting that he was dead. After killing Dave, John stepped forward and found himself right in front of the server leader. He fell to the ground, stretched out his hand in rage, and continued to insult the hero, but did not have time to do anything more. John swung his sword again and cut his body in two in the same way. Seeing this, the other fighters screamed in horror. Even the high-difficulty participants realized that the situation had gotten out of control. The hero noted that their numbers did not matter. With the soul exploitation technique, even 1,000 opponents would not pose a threat. He was sure that none of those who chose him as their enemy would be able to escape. While the survivors were running around in panic, screaming, calling for help, and not understanding what was happening, John looked at them with contempt. He considered them to be just a disparate crowd. Suddenly, the hero turned his head sharply. He noticed that the remaining enemies had closed in around him, clutching their weapons. John stood in the center and realized that now only Korean high-difficulty players were left in front of him. There were 15 people here in total, capable of forming 2 or 3 full-fledged groups. At the center of this group was Sean. There was a discussion on the forums once about how big the difference was between the skills of top rankers and John. Everyone was wondering if it would shrink as the number of divine skill holders increased. Most of the players sincerely believed that by working as a group, they could defeat John. At that moment, one of the enemies fired an arrow. She suddenly pierced the hero's hand. However, the attack did not cause him any harm. John only noted that the tip was poisoned. Then the opponents with shields, swords, and bows closed ranks. Suddenly, one of them shouted an order to block his path. The hero realized that the tank was trying to hold him back. As the two men charged, John's rage intensified. Without even giving them a chance, he cut them both down with one swing of his sword in less than a second. The others, seeing this, gritted their teeth in fear. Then the main character picked up the sword and transformed it into a mana blade. He swung it, releasing a storm of lightning filled with mana. A powerful wave of energy headed straight towards his opponents. The next moment, a brilliant explosion occurred in the arena. A few seconds later, when the storm dissipated, the group of enemies lay dead on the ground. The remaining ones rushed into the attack with shouts, showering the hero with curses and trying to kill him. However, John stood absolutely calmly, methodically swinging his sword and cutting them down one by one. The arena quickly became covered in blood and mangled bodies, and the hero himself stood frozen in the center, surrounded by a dark aura. Sean, a player on the Korean server, was long considered the person who would be the fastest to complete the training and return to the real world. However, his meteoric rise to the top was cut short on the 89th floor, the place where the player's skills are truly tested. Focused solely on reuniting with his family as quickly as possible, the young man had not developed enough skills to overcome this milestone. He received support from guards and others, received better items, and probably relied too much on ready-made information. There was no denying his tenacity, focus, and intelligence as he progressed through the floors, but all of that proved useless on level 89. While Sean was stuck there for several cycles, those who came later had already reached the 84th floor. As a result, the public's attention gradually shifted to the newcomers, and they began to forget about him. Meanwhile, in the arena, John continued to destroy the remaining opponents. Swinging his sword, he killed them one by one. As he did so, he thought that he understood perfectly well how Sean was feeling, since he himself had gone through something similar on the 6th floor. Day after day of hopelessness, the feeling of an insurmountable wall, loneliness, and complete helplessness, all this was familiar to him. Therefore, the hero believed that such an event should have become a powerful temptation for Sean. It was a chance worth risking everything for. Meanwhile, Sean stood opposite the main character, holding a sword in each hand. It seemed like he was already prepared to become his next victim. John rose into the air and rushed at him. Sean gritted his teeth, bracing himself for the blow. This man once shone brighter than anyone else, was unafraid of the new world, and inspired others with his determination, becoming a symbol of hope for many. All users concerned about their families saw Sean as a role model and readily followed him. However, now that John hit the ground with a bang, Sean collapsed and screamed. The hero stopped the blade right in front of his head and did not deliver the fatal blow. He was breathing heavily while Sean was shaking and begging for his life. John continued to look at him, then looked away. He looked at the arena, strewn with bodies, where only Sean remained of the enemy. At that moment, a system interface appeared in front of the hero, informing him that the god of death was rejoicing. John realized with surprise that this was his first time killing people. Sean, sobbing, admitted his mistake, claiming that he didn't know where it would lead. He explained that he only wanted to participate in the gang war. He stated that he had no intention of going against his beliefs, and that he was indifferent to everything else, and John knew this very well. The hero listened to him in silence. He then transformed the sword back into 1,000 weapons, put it away in his inventory, closed his eyes tightly, and said nothing. He thought that Sean's condition might one day become a reflection of his own, the result of reaching the limit. Realizing this, John turned away, deciding he needed time to calm down. So for him, and for everyone else, the gang war ended. Riots also broke out outside the arena during the match. Maria stated that it was necessary to punish violators caught red-handed as quickly as possible, and thereby send a stern warning to others. Carl questioned whether one warning would be enough, recalling that similar cases had happened before. However, the girl replied that there was almost no time left and the situation needed to be ended, along with the war. She then noted that she did not see John, adding that she had asked him to wait until the end of the case. Carl confirmed that he had not seen him either. At this time, John sat alone outside the Colosseum and thought about the fact that it was already the 6th day and he could return to the waiting room. He wanted to end the last day on a brighter note, wondering when he would be able to see people again if he went back now. Soon a system interface appeared in front of him, asking him whether he wanted to return to the waiting room and giving him answer options. The protagonist thought for a moment, then remembered the moment when he destroyed all the enemies in the arena and imagined the bodies scattered across the ground. After that, he extended his hand and chose the return option. Soon after, a portal opened in front of him. Once in the waiting room, the young man immediately took off his coat. He lay down on the bed in the dark to recover a little. The hero covered his eyes with his hand and clenched his teeth. He convinced himself that he had finally returned to his world. The main character tried to prove to himself that everything that happened was just a special event. Then he remembered James, Carl, and Maria, and wondered if he should summon them. Without making a decision, he simply continued to lie on the bed. However, he clearly understood that the second competition was over. Meanwhile, in the future, Lucy finally landed softly on the ground. This was exactly after she passed that ill-fated 17th floor. The girl was glad that she had returned alive and was going to tell John about passing the 17th floor. However, she fell silent, remembering Kirikiri and John because the 60th floor of hellish difficulty no longer existed within the framework of this training. She finally wrote to him to tell him that she had returned safely. In response, the protagonist congratulated her on passing and mentioned that the next floor would be the 18th. After reading the message, Lucy thought that Uncle John must have asked about her conversation with Kirikiri. In response, he explained that she should not tell about this, since people might be unhappy and even punish her for such revelations. Then Lucy asked what he was doing now. However, John only responded that she should prepare for the 18th floor, noting that it could be the most dangerous. Hearing this, the girl pursed her lips and thought that he was just trying to change the subject. Meanwhile, in the present, John stood in the waiting room. He summoned the 1,000 guns and turned them into weapons. However, something was wrong, and the hero sighed deeply. He wondered if he should eat. He took drinks and sandwiches out of his inventory and began to eat, feeling strangely nauseous. At the same time, he opened the system panel and thought that the community was probably currently actively discussing recent events. While pondering the factional war, the hero continued to eat and drink, simultaneously regretting that he had ever opened the chat. Even in the past, when he was a professional gamer, reading such discussions only brought him stress. Although he was not being directly insulted now, he still felt the anxiety and tension of the people, as if another invisible wall had appeared between them. Soon a message appeared asking what he was doing. John immediately realized it was Maria. The girl regretted that they did not have time to spend more time together before he left. The protagonist closed his eyes, realizing that he wanted the same thing. Later, while corresponding with Maria, he inquired about the possibility of using the 1,000 weapons in the form of a staff. John called for a weapon and thought that the form should be given more precisely. Then Maria replied that she had already written everything down. She attached an image, warning that such magic would be weaker than normal, but understanding elemental power could help. As a result, the hero formed a staff from one ball and unexpectedly released a powerful lightning bolt, the force of which turned out to be more than sufficient. Then John stood up and realized that he no longer had to worry about magic resistance. The girl added that she wanted to tell and show him this last night. When the hero sincerely thanked her, Maria said that if he was truly grateful, he should fulfill one of her wishes. John was confused, as the request came so suddenly, and he was not sure if he even had anything that she might want. However, Maria insisted that he promise to listen to her wish and addressed him as her beloved. John remained silent until he suddenly received a flood of messages with apologies and explanations that it was Julia's prank, not Maria's. The hero thought with a smile that only someone very close, someone who acts as a mentor, could write from someone else's account. Then he remembered that they had agreed to have drinks on the last day of the competition, and apparently the party was already in full swing. John never found out what her wish was, but he promised to fulfill it, asking her to convey his gratitude to Julia. Having finished the correspondence, the hero closed the system. Then he noticed a portal open behind him. When he walked inside, he found himself on the 18th floor. He was on the island of Aoe, known as the best resort on the Arpan continent, famous for its beaches. It was here that the Great Paramal Festival, which takes place once every 10 years, began. However, before enjoying the holiday, John had one more task to complete. He was tasked with finding and eliminating a specific individual who was currently enjoying the festival. To complete the task and pass the mission, the protagonist had to locate and kill the target within 30 days. The target was reported to be wearing a dark blue outerwear and black pants and had a very ordinary face, but his height and weight were unknown. When John received this data, he felt shock, wondering if the system seriously considered such vague information acceptable for the mission. He was sure that he could not be expected to find a person in such a crowd based only on the color of his clothes. At that moment, a notification appeared that the god of adventure was disappointed, and John wondered what exactly could have bothered him so much. He recalled that he was so traumatized by his experience on the 17th floor that he barely listened to Kirikiri's explanation about the 18th floor. Then the hero closed his eyes and decided that first he should just try to find the target. While everyone around him was enjoying the holiday, he sat down on a step to the side and caught himself thinking that he was starting to go crazy. There were too many people, his head was spinning, and he couldn't help but compare what was happening to the Christmas rush at Disneyland. The hero continued to look around and doubted whether he would even be able to find the right person in such a sea of people. The scorching sun and deafening noise only increased his discomfort, bringing his condition almost to the limit. He didn't understand what the others found in this fun, because as soon as one person started dancing, the whole street would join in. As soon as one group finished dancing, the next one would immediately begin, and this process seemed to have no end. People were laughing and looked genuinely happy. However, the hero realized that he could not share their mood at all, and this drove him crazy. At some point, he approached the dancing girl and carefully took her by the wrist. The hero politely asked when the festival ended. The girl was surprised, but smiled, guessing that he was probably a visitor, after which she explained that the festival lasted a whole month. Hearing this, the protagonist was deeply shocked. He realized that he had exactly 30 days to clear the 18th floor, and the party would continue all that time. The girl, noticing his confusion, said with a smile that she could teach him how to have fun at this festival. John remained silent, and then she handed him the glass, telling him that he should take a sip first. The hero took the glass and, looking at it, wondered what kind of drink it was, noticing a faint bluish glow. Looking around, he realized that almost everyone had the same glass in their hands. The girl, with a slight blush, said that she would be happy to show him around if he had a drink. Although deep down the hero understood that she could give him some kind of clue, he could not shake the feeling that she was simply seducing him. In the end, the young man politely apologized and said that he already had his own plans. After some time, the celebration continued, and John was sitting on the roof of the house, dangling his legs down. He reflected that, despite his loneliness, being drawn into such a reckless atmosphere was not at all to his liking. The hero reminded himself that this was a learning world, and no matter how safe the place seemed, trouble could arise at any moment. He watched the people having fun and tried to understand the true meaning of this festival and why everyone was dancing from morning until night. Finding no answer, he decided that the island's open space meant he should remain calm. He must continue his search and under no circumstances let down his guard. However, day quickly turned to night, and the festival never stopped. On the second day, at 7 a.m., the hero soared into the air from the roof, spreading his Teleria wings, and flew around the entire island. He had already circled around last night, but now he was finally convinced that the island was much larger than it had seemed at first. Everywhere he looked there were people, and they all continued to have fun, as if they didn't need sleep at all. He wondered if they were actually enjoying themselves, or if he was just being too suspicious. Everyone looked happy, friendly, and surprisingly sincere. If someone fell, those around them immediately helped them up and supported them with warm words. The hero closed his eyes and admitted that the sight was touching, but at the same time it seemed abnormal. The island looked too peaceful, and the people too pure and honest. He doubted that something like this was even possible in the real world, since people couldn't be so perfect. This feeling of falsehood began to irritate him, increasing the feeling of alienation. As the evening wore on, John began to observe the premises and realized that even inside the buildings, people were still celebrating. He was struck by the fact that he now had to check the houses as well, of which there were a lot here, and the thought of this again drove him to despair. Gritting his teeth, the hero considered his next steps and decided that surveillance remained his best option. By evening, he had settled in on the second floor of the cafe, from where he could see both the street and the customers inside. There were no drinks on the menu, so he ordered bread. The waitress didn't say anything about drinks. Looking around, John noticed that all the customers had the same bluish drink. Then the waitress asked if he was a visitor. The hero was surprised by this question and wondered why she decided so. Smiling, the girl handed him the same glass. She said that he should take a sip first, and then everything would become clear. The protagonist looked at the glass of drink standing on the table and wondered what it was. At this point, the waitress explained that it was a drink called Paramal, supposedly created to achieve world peace. John stared at the glass and noted that the name matched the name of the festival and assumed it was a local specialty drink. Looking at the soft bluish glow, the hero doubted whether it was safe to drink and involuntarily allowed the thought that there might be poison in it. However, he then noted that literally everyone drinks this drink, which made the situation even more suspicious. Then the young man wondered if Paramal was some kind of drug or magic potion. In the end, he came to the conclusion that there was only one way to find out the truth: try it yourself. He was immune to poisons and magical effects, so he decided that a few sips would do no harm. Taking his first sip, John noted that the taste was sweet and pleasant, reminiscent of melted ice cream. Then he drank a little more and was finally convinced that it was not poison. Having finished his glass, the hero wiped his lips and listened to his sensations, but did not feel anything bad, except for a strange feeling of lightness. Then he decided to just observe himself, and in the end, that day he drank 3 sips of Paramal. On the 4th day, a waitress named Hyang happily brought him a glass of drink and greeted him, calling him Joe. John found it strange that almost everyone on the island had short, monosyllabic names, and even visitors introduced themselves in the same way. This made him wonder if these were not a kind of pseudonym, like masks at a masquerade ball. That day, the hero again watched the streets, but did not find a target, but he unexpectedly realized that he began to enjoy looking at people. At one point, John wondered if his name was too unusual, but Hyang, who often sat with him, replied that she thought it was rare and beautiful. The hero himself noted that during this time he had almost completely drained an entire glass of Paramal. On the 5th day, the streets became noticeably quieter. Instead of boisterous dancing, people began to talk more to each other, spending time with those with whom they had become close. Everyone met people, made new friends, and through them met even more people. A man named Gon, whom the hero met during his search, invited him to his home and treated him to dinner. His family turned out to be very friendly, and the food was delicious. John realized that he had only met this man because he had accidentally knocked on his door, not knowing that it was someone else's house. Gon's daughter even invited him on a date, but John was forced to politely refuse her. Then he noted with surprise that he had become much more sociable than he had expected of himself. That day he had already drunk 3 glasses of Paramal. The next day, the hero walked down the alley with a smile on his face. The festival continued. Soon one of the guys approached him and said that they were going to the pool, asking if he wanted to join them. However, the hero said with a slight smile that he had to refuse, as he was going to have breakfast. Then John went into a cafe. A group of guys happily invited him to join them, offering to treat him to breakfast. However, the hero, passing by, apologized and said that he preferred the seats upstairs, after which he waved his hand and thanked him for his kindness. Myung laughed and said that they should definitely eat together sometime. At that moment, John realized that he felt overwhelmed with joy, a feeling that was gradually filling the void in his heart. Meanwhile, Hyang approached him with a glass of Paramal and greeted him. The hero smiled back, thinking that he was experiencing all these emotions precisely because of the wonderful drink. He had been drinking it for several days now, but still did not understand its true nature. However, he was sure that it was not a drug or a hallucinogenic substance. It was a drink that connected people, allowing them to share feelings and spirits with the kind and sincere inhabitants of the island. Looking at the glass, the hero thought about how he had spent his entire life building walls between himself and those around him, not only his friends, but even his family. However, here, among these people, he managed to break down these barriers and found himself overwhelmed by a wave of warm emotions. It seemed to him that they were those rare friends that you meet only once in a lifetime, and that family that you can rely on. All that was left was to bathe in this happiness, enjoy the holiday, and drink Paramal. Thinking about this, the hero turned to Hyang and asked if she could spare him some time, and the girl happily agreed. Then John said he wanted to ask questions about Paramala. In response, the girl smiled a little shyly. Sitting down on a stool opposite him, she asked if he was already familiar with this drink, but the hero replied that he would like to know more. John noted that day by day the effect of Paramal became stronger, and he even began to vaguely sense the thoughts of those around him. Hyang didn't ask why he needed all this, since she already felt his desire for the truth. She admitted that she had only heard this story from others, and the hero looked at her carefully, waiting for her to continue. Then the girl said that a long time ago, a temple of an ancient cult was found on this uninhabited island. Legends and recipes for the mysterious drink have been preserved there. When the royal family managed to recreate it, the drink was named Paramal and used to create the utopia of their dreams. Noticing the hero's interest in the word utopia, Hyang explained that due to the complexity of production, the royal family limited the distribution of the drink. It can only be obtained on this island, and only for 1 month a year. Although the production problem was partially resolved, the delivery period remained the same. John came to the conclusion that during the Great Paramala Festival, Aoe Island really did turn into a true paradise on Earth. Walking down the alley with a glass of Paramal in his hand, the hero began to think about what was bothering him. People in power could use this drink in different ways. It could easily be turned into a tool for exploiting people. The hero began to wonder if cults could use Paramal to create followers, or even use it during torture and interrogation. He concluded that, given the drink's effects, it was more of a tactical weapon than the key to creating a utopia. John doubted that powerful people would use Paramal solely to make others happy. Then he wondered how it happened that the island was inhabited exclusively by kind people, and suggested that it was no coincidence. The protagonist then decided that the island's secrets were directly connected to Paramal, and, perhaps, even to his goal. As he moved forward, he noticed how smiling residents approached him, offering to have a drink together. However, John no longer answered, and walked past with a serious expression on his face, which surprised people. Moving on, the hero realized that because of Paramal, he had forgotten his true goal, and that he had something important that he had to do. At that moment, the glass with the drink slipped out of his hands and smashed on the ground. Those around him encouraged him with joyful smiles, noting that if he was thinking about work even during the festival, it meant it was really important. John continued on his way, thanking everyone for their kindness, for their open hearts, and for accepting him, promising himself not to forget them. One of the boys joyfully raised his glass of Paramal and proposed a toast to the future of their dear traveler named Joe. People surrounded the hero, and someone said that in case of any problems, he should not suffer alone and can turn to them for help. The hero thought that they were all amazingly good people, and he felt ashamed of his doubts. He decided that the world was not strange, but he himself was strange. Suddenly, it seemed to him that he had to do something, but he could not remember what exactly. That day he drank too much Paramal, and didn't even know how many glasses he had drained in total. When the 18th game session arrived, on day 13, John was sitting on the wall and suddenly remembered that this was still a learning phase. Someone from the crowd called out to him, inviting him to join the dance, and the hero turned around and agreed. As he looked at his glass of drink, he thought about how after this round was over, he would have to go to the waiting room. Looking at the dancing people, he realized that he wanted to spend the rest of his life on this island, and wondered if this was possible without going through the stage. At that moment, Hyang approached him and asked what he was thinking so deeply about. The hero looked at her, and was a little confused at first. However, he asked himself what he was thinking about now. The girl smiled, and suggested that he was thinking about a bet. John clarified what kind of bet he was talking about. Hyang asked if he hadn't heard of him. When she heard that he didn't know anything, she laughed. She asked if he hadn't noticed that he was being hunted. These words surprised the hero. He wondered what she meant, and whether someone on the island was hunting him. Hyang sat down next to her and explained that many people had asked her about him. John still didn't understand what they were talking about, and the girl was surprised by his ignorance, explaining that the bet was about who could seduce him faster. These words shocked John greatly. He clearly expected to hear something different. At that moment, Hyang stood up and admitted that she had also bet a considerable amount, asking him not to give up at least for her sake. When the hero asked who exactly she had bet on, the girl turned away. She blushed and said with a smile that she had bet on herself. Hearing this, John was stunned and even blushed a little, but did not say anything in response. That day he did indeed drink a lot of caramel, but after that, all that remained in his memory was darkness and emptiness. Soon, the 17th day of the 18th gaming session arrived. The hero lay in a tent, and empty caramel glasses lay around him. He thought he had overindulged in drink the night before. He couldn't remember the last time he had gotten so drunk he passed out and slept for so long. Then he remembered the previous night spent with his friends and smiled, wondering why he had agreed to the drinking competition in the first place. Hyang's words about betting on herself also came back to him, leaving him speechless. The hero thought that caramel really does make people more open, and these thoughts made him close his eyes. He realized that he was already happy with every moment spent here, and he only wanted to have fun with the others. Pulling back the curtain, he looked outside and noted that every day on this island was filled with joy. However, he had a strange feeling that something was wrong, and he didn't understand why. Then his gaze fell on the empty glasses, and he realized that he had not drunk caramel for some time, and the effect of the drink might be waning. Suddenly, John grabbed his face, realizing that he had absolutely no idea what he was doing. He was in the training phase, and suddenly realized that he had forgotten his mission. The hero realized that if things continued in the same spirit, he would become a complete drunk and ultimately fail the mission. Then he decided that he needed to find a way out. He made the decision to avoid people as much as possible, so as not to drink caramel again. After this, he adjusted his cloak and decided to go out after nightfall, when the effect of caramel would finally weaken. Then he lay down, closed his eyes and told himself that he should sleep a little more, because rest is also important. He thought that he couldn't even imagine that he would sleep so peacefully while trying to get through the stage. He couldn't even dream of something like this before. All this became possible thanks to the island and caramel. Now his previous insomnia seemed unreal and distant. After some time, John opened his eyes and realized that no matter how much he thought about it, it seemed impossible to get past the 18th floor. The thought caused alarm and the hero grabbed his head. Then he sat up, deciding that at least he didn't want to fail this round. He realized that he was reluctant to go through the stage right now, not because of weakness, but because he did not want to throw away the happiness he felt. The protagonist understood that one day he would have to leave this place anyway, but he wanted to sort out his feelings here. He didn't consider it a sign of affection, as he was confident that he could leave when he was ready. There was no need to rush. Then the young man thought that perhaps he would never be able to leave this place forever, and for some reason this thought did not seem bad to him. After that, he closed his eyes. Waking up, John stretched, climbed out of the tent and noted to himself that he had slept almost the entire day. He looked at the people with glasses and reminded himself that he thought about this drink too often, but he had to focus on the investigation. Sitting on the wall, he prepared to take off and activated Talaria's wings. The first place he decided to go was the island's government building. He intended to rise as high as possible to at least slightly weaken the effect of the exchange of emotions. Soon, John landed in a dark alley. There the hero noticed a man who had clearly drunk too much caramel and was sitting with his head down on the table. Suddenly he opened his eyes, sensing someone's presence. He saw John in front of him, smiling and waving his hand in greeting. The man was surprised how Ho got here so late. In response, the hero explained that he wanted to look at some documents, at which point John suddenly felt something strange. Looking at Byun, he realized that his emotions had flooded into his consciousness. He caught the man's curiosity and joy at the unexpected visit. Then the hero wondered if Paramal was still working. He noted Byun's genuine interest, once again becoming convinced that the island's inhabitants were truly pure and open people. Byun soon readily found the necessary documents, but what struck John most was the number of immigrants. More than 90% of the outsiders who came to the festival ended up settling on the island, studying the records. The hero could not understand how this was possible. In that case, the population grew exponentially every year. If this year's growth was the same, the island would not be able to withstand such a load. John then wondered why no one was worried about such a sharp increase in population, but soon began to doubt whether he was worrying in vain. Ben turned to the shelf and, continuing his search, asked if John was okay. He confirmed that everything was fine and then carefully asked whether the arrival of so many people had caused any problems, such as crime. After thinking about it, Byun replied that he had heard about the security being deployed even before the festival started. When asked about the reasons, he explained that the relatives of some guests had filed complaints, believing that their loved ones had been kidnapped. There were no actual incidents, but security measures were still put in place. Families were probably just worried if they couldn't contact their loved ones. Later, the hero reached the ruins of an ancient temple. There he noticed tourists and remembered that it was here that the sanctuary of an ancient religion was located. It was here that, according to rumors, the formula for creating Paramal was found. Now this place looked like an ordinary landmark. Suddenly John looked around and noticed something strange. The hero saw a man nearby. The hero immediately realized that he was not mistaken. The stranger was wearing a dark blue top and black pants. His clothes looked exactly like the target's description. Then John realized that in front of him was the very person who needed to be eliminated to complete the stage. He wondered why this man stood out so much and how he was able to recognize him from afar. He soon realized the reason for all this. The thing is that he didn't drink Paramal and didn't participate in the exchange of emotions. The hero began to wonder who he could be, a priest of an ancient religion, an alchemist who created a drink, or an envoy of the royal family. However, he admitted that he might not have any relation to Paramal. He thought about killing the target right now and ending the stage. However, John realized that he would never be able to return here again. Remembering all the happy moments spent on the island, he closed his eyes. Having opened them again, the hero asked himself what he should do. He could either pass the stage or stay here forever. He clearly understood that killing the target would allow him to complete the 18th floor, and yet he continued to hesitate, not taking his eyes off the man. John sighed, not understanding why he still didn't want to leave this island. Ultimately, he decided that he would eliminate the target only after he had finally made the decision to leave. Today it was enough to simply find out what he was doing. He only needed to know his identity and intentions. Since there were too many witnesses around, the hero decided it would be easier to force the man to come closer himself. Then he used the magic of coercion and soul exploitation. The target turned sharply, and John instantly took cover behind the wall, glad that the plan had worked. The next moment he ran out from behind the wall and ran in the right direction. He thought that the man would notice him now, and then decided to use the soul cries to perfectly lure him. However, the man suddenly turned around, took out a red stone, concentrated, closed his eyes, and picked it up. John noticed this and looked at the stranger in surprise. Then he heard him shouting magic words in the runic language. The next moment, a powerful magical blow threw the hero back. He did not understand what it was and what power the runic language carried. Suddenly, the people around began to turn around. They fixed their gaze on the hero, twisting their necks. Foam came out of their mouths, their eyes widened and turned red, glowing the same color as the stone, and they all gathered behind the man. John was shocked to see this. Then, without thinking, he soared into the air, using lightning magic, trying to understand what was happening. He looked at the people with scarlet eyes and realized that the feeling he had experienced earlier was a thirst for blood. The hero then wondered why everyone had suddenly become hostile towards him. He assumed that the same person was behind this. Rising higher and higher, the protagonist continued to watch the man and the maddened crowd, preparing for further action. The man picked up the red stone and aimed an attack at John, just as the hero was struck by the enemy's magic. He cried out in pain and wondered if it was due to Paramal's emotional exchange effect. Rage, contempt, disgust, and a host of other negative emotions rushed into his consciousness. Then the young man activated Talaria's wings and, deciding that he had to get out of here immediately, soared into the air. He landed at the side of the square, breathing heavily. John deactivated his wings and turned around to look at the bright light. He realized something was wrong, as the Paramal effect had not worn off. He grabbed his head, wondering why the impact was so strong, since those people could not create such power. However, the pain intensified, and John screamed, feeling as if his head was about to split. He clenched his jaw in fists, wondering if what was happening was his fault, and if death would have made everything much easier. At this time, he began to foam at the mouth, and the cries of pain did not stop. Then the hero grabbed his throat, already preparing to ease his suffering. However, at the last moment, he realized that this was not a solution and activated fortification magic. A red lightning aura enveloped him, and his body rose into the air. He knew that fortification strengthened him in proportion to the strength of his opponents, their number, and the difference in strength. He then wondered if this technique could block the intrusion of negative emotions. Breathing heavily and clutching his head, he came to the conclusion that such a violent emotional outpouring could not be caused by ordinary residents. Now the whole island was against him. From afar, the hero looked at the island, bursting into tears. He recalled the time spent with these kind and sincere people. And now, he didn't understand how he had suddenly become their enemy. Tears streamed down his face as he clenched his teeth. At that moment, he heard a loud voice ordering everyone to kill him. As the voice grew louder, John grabbed his head, trying to understand what this entity was and whether it was controlling people. The hero couldn't believe how powerful this influence was, despite his active fortitude and resistance skills. A whole day had passed since he had drunk Paramol, but the others were still under its influence. John cried even harder, his tears falling to the ground. He remembered that it was on this island that for the first time in a long time he was able to laugh sincerely. Soon, a dark aura, like an arrow, pierced his head. Over time, the negative emotions intruded more and more aggressively, and although magic helped him hold on, he was not sure how much longer he could endure. He sat on the edge of the cliff, holding his head and crying, realizing that if events were to develop this way, he would inevitably die. Even after some time, he was still in the same position, shaking with sobs. Wiping away his tears, the hero remembered all the wonderful moments he spent with the island's inhabitants. However, he then saw how the islanders began to turn into monsters and fell completely under the control of that man. They stood on the ground and looked up at John, floating in the air and watching them. Then the hero realized that he had to put an end to this. He realized that he had been too complacent. His reluctance to leave the island had led to the worst mistake of all. He failed to make the right decision, and now innocent people suffered because of him. John landed on the ground and activated the 1,000-gun spell. Looking around the crowd in front of him, he realized that the man had disappeared without a trace, and the hero had no other choice to find him. He believed that this was the only way he could ease the suffering of people. To do this, he would have to destroy them until he got to the culprit. With tears in his eyes, the hero swung his sword, realizing that he had to kill everyone on this island. Inside, he felt remorse towards everyone. The hero sincerely regretted what happened. He then activated the dark sword and shield, already standing in front of the maddened people. Foam was pouring from their mouths. These people now looked absolutely insane. John felt their pain, despair, and fear so acutely, as if his own head was exploding. Meanwhile, the opponent he was supposed to defeat extended his hand and activated a flaming magic ball, casting a spell. Then the island's inhabitants did the same. They also began to summon flaming magical spheres. Clenching his jaw, the hero felt as if someone was trying to tell him something. Meanwhile, fireballs were falling straight at him from the sky. He realized with amazement that ordinary people use magic. The balls fell and exploded near him. However, John reactivated Talaria's wings and left the danger zone at great speed. After this, he wondered how the inhabitants were even capable of performing magic. Among them, the hero noticed a woman who looked extremely ill. At that moment, John froze, realizing the terrible truth. His eyes filled with tears as he realized that these people were sacrificing their own life force to use magic. He couldn't understand how things had come to this. All these people were kind and innocent. Looking up at the falling fireballs, the hero wondered why this island, which looked like paradise, had turned into hell. Where he had stood before, flaming spheres crashed and exploded, but John raised Talaria's wings and shield, blocking the blows. When the explosions died down, he saw dismembered bodies of people. They fell to the ground, and the protagonist saw smoke rising from their bodies. He looked at the dead bodies and thought that he had to stop this. However, the entire island was engulfed in magic. Ashes of fire fell from the sky, and the inhabitants continued to attack in a scattered manner. As smoke rose from the sites of the explosions, they summoned the flaming balls again and again. Then John decided to act differently. He used soul exploitation magic and then soul cries. The people were thrown violently into the air, and blood gushed from their mouths. Meanwhile, another flaming ball from the sky flew towards John, but the hero managed to put Talaria's wing in front of him in time and dodge. Then he turned around and noticed that same man among the crowd. Then the protagonist realized that he had finally found his target and realized that this very man was the enemy. The young man jumped up and, soaring into the air, rushed towards him, flying over the people. He moved with fury and great speed. Meanwhile, the man in the cloak watched him approach. John was sure he was going to kill him. At the same time, people stretched out their hands to the hero. Noticing this, the hero looked down. And then he suddenly saw a familiar girl among these people. He remembered how they once spent time together. Moments spent with this woman and other inhabitants of the island came back to him. John clenched his jaw in disgust and realized he didn't want to kill her, but he had to fly past her to get to his target. When the girl extended her hand, the hero swung his sword and cut off her hand, and then continued swinging the blade, cutting off the hands of other people as well. After that, he closed his eyes. However, people continued to be drawn to him. With his eyes closed, John swung his sword again and again, cutting them. But despite all his efforts, more and more islanders flocked to him. Then the hero raised his shield, continuing to defend himself and strike at the same time. However, he soon noticed that he had lost his target. When John turned around, he realized that the man was trying to escape. Then the hero rushed forward with fury and caught up with him, cutting him down with his dark sword. After this, John breathed heavily and wondered why the purge message had not appeared. A crowd of people had already gathered around, shouting his name. They all looked like spineless zombies who were only eager to kill him. With tears in his eyes, he looked at them and remembered the 17 days he spent on this island. Then he looked at the glass of Paramal lying on the ground and thought that he had not drunk a single drop that day. When the 19th day of the 18th game session arrived, John finally caught up with his target. He grabbed the man by the neck and began to squeeze it. The enemy made a hoarse sound of pain and desperately tried to free himself, but to no avail. The hero killed him, threw the body aside and glared at it. At that moment, a message appeared notifying him of the passage of the 18th floor. Then many more windows appeared with messages about thousands of points received, as well as about the gods who were impressed and pleased with him. John sat down on the step and scratched the back of his head, thinking that it was finally all over. He then looked at the enemy's corpse and noted that there were 6 identical targets. He assumed that they could be clones. However, he was no longer interested in this. He picked up the map and realized that the real problem was the route map that the target was carrying. According to it, these people had to gather in the same place several times a month. The hero realized with bitterness that if he had been more careful while spying, he would not have found himself in this situation. With tears in his eyes, he looked at the bodies of the island's inhabitants. John lowered his head, clenched his jaw, and continued to cry, cursing himself. He thought that if he had not foolishly shown his presence and destroyed the target from afar, all of this could have been avoided. After some time, a portal appeared in front of John. However, the hero just continued to sit in place. A glass of Paramal lay in front of him. The hero looked at him through tears. The next morning, he was sitting on a stool in a dark room, having already drunk a lot of Paramal and holding another glass in his hands. He drained it in one gulp. As he sipped the drink, he couldn't get the horrible images of what the island looked like out of his head. He recalled Hyang and the other people he had killed and noted that the drink was sweet. He spent the whole day drinking, never being able to forget the image of all those corpses. The next day, uninvited guests appeared on the island, those who created Paramal and tried to manipulate people with its help. Their voices echoed across the island, commanding people to obey like targets. John attacked them indiscriminately, without regard for their purpose or hidden abilities. After this, the hero again drank a huge amount of Paramal. Empty glasses lay around him in the dark room. At some point, he realized that he could no longer drink and felt nothing, and decided it was time to leave the island. Soul gathering turned out to be a new skill bestowed by the god of death, specifically on him, a player who had recently attracted his attention in particular. This was a new ability gained after clearing the 18th floor. John realized that it was difficult to judge the mechanics of this power from the description, since most similar skills were equally abstract. He wondered how exactly the soul collection would work, and then looked up to see the souls of the island's inhabitants rising into the sky. Realizing that these were their souls, he froze in place. The hero could not fully believe that these were the souls of all these people that he killed on the island. He remembered Hyang when she approached him with glasses of Paramal, inviting him to drink together. Then he remembered the moment when he cut her body into pieces. These memories overwhelmed him, his eyes filled with tears, and he continued to look at the rising souls. Soon the night turned to day, and the hero found himself in the world of Kirikiri. Seeing him, the girl with tear-stained eyes ran up, hugged him and pushed him, causing them both to fall on the grass. John was surprised by her appearance and wondered what she was doing there. She explained that she felt ashamed because she had not explained the specifics of the 18th floor to him properly. The hero replied that he was fine, and the girl asked him not to blame himself, emphasizing that it was not his fault. He noted to himself that she was heavy, asked her to let him go. When she refused, he promised to give her cake if she got off, and she agreed. Afterwards, John reached out and said he was grateful for her concern, and in the end, this stage turned out to be very valuable in many ways. He thought that during this time he had learned an important lesson. He had truly learned to be sincerely grateful to other people. Kirikiri looked at him with her lips pressed together, remained silent for a moment, and then spoke sadly. She reflected that from the very beginning, the young man had been extremely open and honest about his feelings. At the same time, it seemed to her that it didn't matter at all to him whether the gods or she herself were looking into his thoughts and emotions, because the hero was confident in himself. The protagonist wondered what had suddenly happened to the girl, but she continued to remark again and again that he had beautiful fingers. Then she closed her eyes in embarrassment, turned away, and suddenly caught herself thinking. Thinking about John's name, the girl smiled broadly, saying that it was very interesting. Hearing this, John also smiled and decided that he understood everything, which meant that she would not get any cake this time. After some time, already on the 60th floor, John teleported to a place where he was calmly reading a newspaper. The title asked whether Lucy had been able to break through the 17th floor of hell and whether she would surpass John and become the strongest. The protagonist clutched the newspaper tightly and noted that, as expected, it had become the hottest topic of discussion. At the same time, his clone was sitting opposite him at the table with food and asked if he was listening to him. The clone asked John again how things were going with his plan. Closing his eyes, the hero put the newspaper back into his inventory. Then he thought that perhaps he had a chance. His thoughts moved to the interfloor spatial passage. The hero reasoned that if he could drill a path from here straight to 90 or 9099, he could instantly complete his training. The clone noted that if there was such a passage, there would be no need to clear the intermediate floors. John agreed, but immediately realized that this was impossible. From one floor, you can only get to the next. The only way to move was through portals opened by the system. Even a god cannot create such a portal. It would require several gods, or the participation of a being who specializes in dimensions. However, the hero admitted that with his current strength, drilling an interfloor passage would still be extremely difficult. The clone waved his hand, asking what next, but John closed his eyes and admitted that he didn't know. The protagonist honestly admitted that he hadn't thought through his next step at all. He had no ideas, and he was desperately trying to figure out what to do next. While Yan Yan was looking with delight at the magic ball hovering in front of him, the clone took a deep breath and lowered his head. John took out the newspaper again, and thought that he needed an unconventional method, something that was not limited by the framework of ordinary common sense. The newspaper said that Carl had come into conflict with the South Korean government. John was puzzled as to what was going on, and soon Maria wrote to him that the government had contacted them and asked them to behave more discreetly. The hero wondered what the authorities thought they could control within the system. Maria then asked if he knew how the deputy leader, upon returning to the real world, founded his own clan. South Korea has produced the largest number of top awakened people in the world, but only a few of them have worked for the state. At the same time, Carl even attracted awakened people from abroad. Maria explained that the influence of such people in the real world cannot be overestimated. They were not just super strong individuals. They were a strategic resource, capable of influencing finances, land, the real estate market, and even the country's defense capability. John thought that this guy was already unhappy with the government, and Maria suggested that he had, in fact, already contacted business circles. She then asked how Lucy was doing, and mentioned that she had heard that she had gone up to the 17th floor. John was silent for a moment, and then thought with a smile that the girl was doing great, since she had already passed the 18th floor. The hero wrote that he had already given her all the necessary information, and hoped that she would not slow down. However, when thinking about the 18th floor, the hero felt a strange sensation. The scene with the island and all the people he had killed there flashed through his mind, and then the hero fell silent again. He looked at the clone, and realized that he shouldn't think about it. Even though their mental connection was weakened, he could still feel the double's thoughts. This clone was his alter ego, formed on the basis of him after he got here. The memories of the 18th floor would be shocking for him. Maria asked how much more time he thought it would take Lucy to reach the 60th floor. John thought about it and admitted that he didn't know. He figured that with her characteristics, she would have gotten here very quickly. However, Lucy moved slowly out of caution, so he could not say when exactly she would appear. The main thing was that she did not die on the way. The protagonist reflected on the fact that after that stage he and Lucy hardly communicated. Then he wondered what exactly Kirikiri could have told the girl about him, and whether the gods were hinting at something unnecessary. John decided that Kirikiri had probably kept her promise, but it was playing with fire because she clearly realized that he was trying to get out of here. Looking at the situation from Lucy's perspective, it looked alarming. If she got past the 60th floor, she would be left completely alone. At this point, John's clone stated that he needed to say something. The young man looked silently at his double and noticed that he was behaving strangely. Then the hero wondered what was happening to him. Suddenly, the clone turned away and said that he also wanted to have a name. The main character was surprised by such a sudden request. The alter ego then looked down and explained that he was tired of being just a clone, and that he didn't want Yan Yan to continue calling him Uncle Clone. The hero admitted that the double really did need a name, and then asked which option he would like to choose. The clone enthusiastically suggested the name Huchi Nedval and asked if it sounded good, but John immediately refused. Then the main character suggested the name Huchi, since it was clearly better than his option, and asked if it didn't sound decent. Hearing this, the clone agreed, and his eyes lit up. Meanwhile, Yan Yan laughed out loud, saying that she found the name funny. The girl immediately stated that she would like to come up with a name herself, but the clone found this idea irritating. After this, the alter ego stood up and walked away. The hero called out to him and wondered if he was really offended or just acting like a child. But John dismissed the thought, deciding that the clone had simply gone to the 61st floor, perhaps for inspiration, or to ask the old woman for advice. However, the double did not return for 3 whole weeks. In the present time, the main character was sitting by the column in the waiting room. He squinted one eye as he saw the system's message that he was entering the 19th floor. The 19th floor conductor asked him if he had ever gotten lost in a dark forest recently. He mentioned creepy rumors about a place called the Grey Forest. It was said that a crying ghost appeared there, eating human livers. In the very depths of this forest, there was a child who needed help. The first condition for passing was to get the child out of the forest. The second condition was not to let him die. Meanwhile, the child himself was sitting under a tree, not far from the place where John landed. The hero bowed his head silently, and thought that the conditions looked surprisingly simple. Then he looked towards the tree behind which the child was hiding, and remembered that, according to the description, a cannibal ghost really did live in the forest. He watched as the child, hiding behind the tree, clenched his jaw, and sweat ran down his face. Then John himself tensed up and lowered his head, lamenting that he had to play the role of a nanny, although he was completely unprepared for this. He had never cared for children, and this little one was too scared to even come out of hiding. The hero wondered if it was worth continuing at all. He ended up posting on the message board, hoping to reach Carl, but he replied that he was busy. Then John called him a cold-blooded idiot, and scratching his head, regretted that he had not immediately turned to Maria. After some time, the main character prepared meat kebabs. He began to eat them, noting to himself that they were really tasty and completely worth the price. While he was eating, the child was still hiding behind the tree. Now, however, he watched the food closely, openly drooling. The hero smiled, deciding that everything was going exactly as Maria had said. Nothing was more enticing than food. Leaving one skewer, John wondered what to do with it, since he was already full, and with some regret he decided to save it for later. He then opened one eye and activated his detection skill, waiting for the child to come closer. Succumbing to the smell of food, the baby came closer. Then the hero noticed his ears and tail, and assumed that he was a beastman. The child was clearly no more than a meter tall. He was very tiny. Then John stuck the skewer into the ground, deciding that there was no point in waiting any longer. He then stepped aside and pretended to suddenly remember something to do, hoping that someone would eat the remaining food in his absence. This trick worked. The child behind the tree was visibly happy. As he walked further and further away, John thought that he was, to put it mildly, a mediocre actor. Soon he moved far enough away that the boy could now fully enjoy the aroma of the food. The kid immediately ran to the skewer, while the hero hid behind a tree. John closed his eyes, deciding that everything was going according to plan. Watching the child eat, the protagonist noted that he ate with a huge appetite. And only now he noticed how bad the baby looked. He was thin, covered in wounds. Then he saw the child running away, and wondered if he had eaten everything. When the baby disappeared from sight, the hero returned to the fire and froze in surprise. He saw that half of the skewer was hanging neatly over the fire and was being cooked. He sat down and wondered if it was the child who had put the branches there. Then he realized that he had not eaten all the meat, despite his hunger. Looking around, John noticed that one piece of meat and one bell pepper were missing. It looks like the child left the rest as payment for what he ate. The hero could not understand how such an exhausted creature could limit itself to a small part, and even leave compensation. He grabbed his head, realizing that the child was not only frightened, but also kind. A strange association with the snail bride flashed through his mind. John remembered the baby drooling, and couldn't understand why he was so persistent in his hunger. Usually, people driven to despair are ready to steal anything just to eat. These thoughts made the hero think hard. And then suddenly, he took off his cloak, wrapped himself in it, and made himself a bed on the floor, deciding that it was time to sleep. The hero said loudly that he still hoped that someone would finish the remaining food. As John was about to lie down, the child hiding behind the tree began to slowly approach. It was obvious how scared he was, but he still didn't stop moving forward. The baby carefully climbed out from behind the trees and began to climb down the rocks. The hero closed his eyes and thought that he understood how cowardly he was, but this was too much. At this speed, it will take him a whole hour to reach the fire. Then the main character thought about the soul collection skill, which he received from the god of death after passing the 18th floor. He understood that the summoning of the dead, the exploitation of souls, and the collection of souls were gifts from the deity of death. At this rate, the hero began to seriously suspect that he might one day become an apostle of this god. Previously, John thought he was more like the god of adventure than the god of slowness, repeating the same process over and over again. The hero felt that the god of adventure was closer to him in spirit because he always pushed forward, despite difficulties and trials, for the sake of his goal. However, in reality, he only wanted one thing: victory. He strove to constantly win and receive rewards, just like in games. But if we consider victory not only as a result, but as the process itself, then he became much closer to the god of slowness. The protagonist looked at the system interface that appeared in front of him and thought that he was no longer the same person he used to be. In the past, he did not care about the people around him and his enemies, but now he tried to care about others and made an effort to understand them. At the same time, John felt that he was becoming more and more like the god of adventure, and he, as if confirming this thought, smiled brightly. However, the hero was still not sure which of them was closer to him, and did not believe that these two deities could not coexist. A leaf fell from a tree and, spinning slowly, fell straight onto John's head. Meanwhile, the child was carefully approaching the skewer, and the hero thought that he had finally made up his mind. Watching the baby look at the meat, John encouraged him to eat and not suffer hunger any longer. And suddenly the child froze. The hero waited patiently for him to take the food. However, suddenly the baby jumped over the skewer and headed straight towards him. John tensed and wondered what was going on and why the child was going to him and not the meat. He immediately activated magic, deciding that the situation was too strange. It was a hellish level of difficulty, which means it's better to be prepared for anything. The child ran towards him at high speed, as if he was going to attack him. Another second, and he was ready to grab hold of it. And then he suddenly stopped abruptly, his foot creaking on the ground. John noticed the way the baby looked at him. To his surprise, the boy carefully removed the leaf from his head. Immediately after this, he immediately ran back into the forest. The hero was stunned and thought that it couldn't be that the child had come to him just for this reason. He tried to understand why he did it. When the baby jumped over the bushes, he turned around and looked at me with a completely innocent look. John smiled and closed his eyes, thinking it was incredibly sweet. The next morning, waking up and sitting up, the main character decided to find the baby first thing. Turning his head to the side, he noticed a child sleeping near a tree in the bushes. He looked at him and grinned, calling him a wonderful child. The hero couldn't believe that he had spent the whole night clearing leaves from his head. He hoped that the child had at least eaten on the way, but it turned out that he had not even touched the food. John slowly walked up to him and saw that the child was sleeping, sweating profusely, and blushing. Then the hero realized that he had completely passed out, and his condition was much worse than it had seemed the night before. He wondered if the baby had caught a cold. Having picked up the child, the protagonist noted that he had previously been scared to death, but now he didn't even wake up. His body was hot, like a fireball. He had a clear fever. John wondered if he should have grabbed him by force and fed him earlier. But then he realized that in that case, the child would hate him, and the hero himself realized that he was afraid of a negative reaction from other people. Then he remembered how, after passing the 18th floor, Kirikiri taught him how to take care of a child with a cold, but he didn't understand why he needed it. However, now that everything fell into place, the hero pitched a tent. Then he laid the baby down on the bed inside. He took out water and a potion from his inventory and gave the child to drink. John was glad that he voluntarily drank water, and his complexion improved slightly. He thought that now the only thing missing was a cold potion. He then removed the child's sweat-soaked clothes, wondering whether these rags could even be called clothes. He noted that the boy was younger than his nephew. After changing his clothes, the hero put the baby under the blanket. He decided that everything had been done correctly. The tent was warmed by hot stones, and all that remained was to wipe the sweat from his body from time to time. The next step was food. The main character lit a fire and put a pot on it. Soon he prepared a vegetable tomato porridge soup with pieces of fruit and a little minced meat. Since the baby resembled a fox, the hero did not know what he liked. Although foxes are considered omnivores, John still had doubts. When the 19th floor was first mentioned, he found the level infuriating, finding it difficult to take care of himself, and the idea of babysitting someone else seemed absurd. Now, however, he was cooking, making a list of possible cold complications, and reading advice from experienced parenting users. He felt sorry for the child, but at the same time he felt a strange warmth inside. This feeling turned out to be unexpectedly pleasant. While the hero was smiling at his thoughts, the child woke up. John realized that the baby had come to his senses. The child was very scared when he saw him. Then he abruptly lay back down and hid under the blanket. The hero watched this, saying that he had nothing to fear here, although such a reaction still touched him. The child's ears twitched, his body trembled, and he clutched his head, thinking that John would get angry and hit him. The hero gritted his teeth and remained silent again. He saw scars all over the baby's body and realized that he had been abused, which is why the child believed that no one could be trusted. The protagonist stood up, realizing that during the day of observations, he understood that this child was kind. But at the same time, he was mortally scared. Then the hero came closer, gently placed his hand on his head, and said that he had no reason to hurt him. The child, hearing this, was noticeably surprised and began to tremble, not believing what he heard. The protagonist noted that he was not lying at all. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, John extended his hand and said that he would leave now since he did not want to trust him. The boy, trembling, waited until the hero moved away from him to a safe distance. Then the baby turned his head in his direction, still sweating nervously. Meanwhile, the hero transferred the food into a bowl. He showed it to the child, wondering if he would want to eat. The baby's mouth immediately started to water at the sight of food. However, the next moment he thought that the food might be poisoned. John irritably noted to himself that this was not the case. He then tasted the food himself, thus proving that there was no poison in it. And yet the child remained silent from fear, even though he wanted to eat. Then the young man gently pulled him towards himself. He sat the boy on his lap, telling him that he just needed to open his mouth. The little boy, his eyes full of tears, reacted shyly, still very afraid of being poisoned. The hero brought the spoon to the child's mouth, and he, seeing the appetizing food, first pursed his lips. However, he then decided to try it. After swallowing the first spoonful, he lowered his head. John wondered if he liked it. Then the child, blushing with joy, cried out that it was very tasty. The protagonist felt relieved and noted that everything was going well. He continued feeding the baby, making sure that he ate slowly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, strange spirits appeared, resembling skeletons in strange clothes. After some time, when the child had finished eating everything, John asked if the baby wanted more, but the child shook his head, refusing. Then he looked innocently at the hero, and John decided that he didn't seem so scary to him anymore. The hero then checked the child's forehead and noted that the fever had still not gone down, so he needed to sleep in the tent. The kid came inside, sat down on the bed and looked at John. Seeing this, the main character reminded him that he should sleep. Soon night fell, ashes from the fire swirled in the air, and the child slept peacefully. Meanwhile, John sat outside by the fire and looked towards the tent. Then he thought again about the scars covering the boy's body. These wounds were clearly not left by animals. They were traces of blows, cuts, and burns from hot metal. The hero could not understand what this child had to go through. To complete the level, he had to get the baby out of the forest, and given his obedience, it shouldn't have been too difficult. John decided to let him get a good night's sleep, and then leave in the morning. However, then he thought about something else. Does this child know the way? Suddenly, a terrible scream echoed through the forest. Almost immediately, waves of lightning magic flashed through the air. The next moment, flying spiritual entities began to appear near their tent. The protagonist stood up, instantly composing himself, and remembered how he fought similar creatures on the 10th floor. The spirits watched him and made faces, sticking out their tongues. Meanwhile, John activated the 1000-gun skill, deciding that the way to deal with them was extremely simple. He strengthened his blade with aura and rushed forward, beginning to cut through the spirits. The hero noted to himself that the aura blade skill was indeed cheating. Continuing the attack, the hero thought that now it was time to try out a new ability, collecting souls. He extended his hand, intending to absorb the spirits. However, the system told him that there were no souls available to collect. John was surprised and wondered if he was using the skill incorrectly. Then he remembered Kirakiri's explanation that by collecting souls, one could subjugate the souls of opponents and use them for a month. The power of summoned spirits depended on their abilities in life, as well as the characteristics and compatibility of the summoner. She even gave him a note describing the skill, and remembering this, John couldn't help but be surprised that she could write in Korean, albeit terribly. With these thoughts in mind, the hero rushed into battle again, deciding that he would now definitely be able to collect souls. Moreover, the skill used the divine power of the death god and did not consume his own mana. He cut through another spirit, wondering if it would work this time. However, the system again notified him that there was nothing to collect here. Irritated, John continued his attacks. Then I decided to try to activate the collection of souls at the same time as the strike. This time the system reported that one soul had been successfully collected. The hero landed on the ground and noted that this is exactly how it works. The skill must be activated immediately after the kill. He looked ahead, where more and more spirits were appearing in the sky. John decided that they were too weak and boring, but now it was more important to test the ability. Then he thought about wanting to try to control the collected souls. At that moment, silence reigned all around. The hero realized that he didn't yet know how to control them, and decided to take his time, simply continuing to collect. Looking up, he prepared to fight the next wave of spirits. The next morning, John sank to the ground, realizing he had been awake all night. He noted that he had collected 17 souls. The spirits had been attacking in waves all night, so this was the maximum rest he could hope for. The hero sat down on a wooden box, deciding to close his eyes at least for a little while, since even that was already a rest. At that moment, the child's ears twitched, and he began to move under the blanket. The hero thought that the baby had woken up. The child opened his eyes suddenly, as if frightened, and stared at John. The protagonist felt a slight irritation rising within him again, but he did not react. The kid slowly crawled out of the tent and headed towards the bushes. Even with his eyes closed, John tracked him with his skills and wondered what he was going to do. Since he could track him with detect, he decided to just wait. Hiding behind the bushes, the child was clearly busy with something. And then the hero realized that the matter was urgent. It was impossible to go against the call of nature. Soon the baby returned to the tent. And then he suddenly stopped in front of John with a puzzled expression on his face. The hero could not see what he wanted to do, but continued to pretend that he was asleep and did not hear anything. Then the boy carefully took his hand, did something, and immediately ran back to the tent. When John opened his eyes, he looked at the child and then at his hand. There was a ring with a small yellow flower on his finger. The main character looked at the ring in surprise. Then he turned his gaze to the child, who was hiding at the entrance to the tent and looking in his direction with caution. John couldn't help but laugh, after which he asked the baby's name. The child said that his name was Myung. The hero remarked that it was a cute name and thought that it was somewhat reminiscent of the name Kirakiri, perhaps because the boy was also a beastman. The little companion turned, bowed slightly, and explained that the hero had called the name sweet, but in his language it meant salvation. John checked to see if this was really the case, then introduced himself, and upon hearing this, the boy looked at him for a long time, and then, sweating, carefully repeated his name. The hero lowered his head, wondering why the beastman always said his name that way. Myung laughed quietly, noting that the name was good, and repeated it again. John thought irritably that he didn't understand why his name seemed so funny, but the child immediately apologized. The hero wondered if there was a word in the language of this tribe similar to his name, and what it could mean. The boy, still laughing, said that there was a meaning. Then he suddenly turned around and ran forward. Seeing this, John was left in shock for a moment. Then the child apologized again. The hero remained silent, suddenly catching himself thinking that this baby was too cute and he wanted to hug him tightly. Meanwhile, Myung sat down with his head down, just like a naughty puppy, and then John realized that this was the right moment. He said that since the kid had made a mistake, he would have to pay for it, but he would forgive him this time if he did him one favor. The boy, his eyes full of tears, admitted his guilt, asked not to be angry and promised to fulfill any request, if only he would be forgiven. The hero immediately thought that he felt like the last scoundrel because he was manipulating such a kind child. A wave of shame washed over him because he was doing such a terrible thing to such a sweet little baby. However, he ordered himself to be patient because it was necessary to complete the level. Then John asked if the kid knew the way out of the forest. Myung answered in the affirmative, and then the hero admitted that he himself had already forgotten where the exit was. He stood in front of the child, winked, and hinted that since he was going outside anyway, could he take him out too? The boy was silent for a moment, lowered his head, and then agreed to help. To complete the stage, John needed to leave the forest with Myung, a move that seemed natural and did not arouse suspicion. The child, blushing sweetly, admitted that he was glad to have the opportunity to help in some way. He then promised to lead the hero out of the forest and called him uncle, but John quickly corrected him that he was not an uncle at all. He asked to just call him Joe, otherwise it would sound weird. The boy immediately agreed and smiled, promising to show him the way out. Hearing this, the main character smiled contentedly. On the third day, after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Myung was preparing food, and the hero stood behind him, holding metal rods and watching. John noted that the child's cold seemed to have completely passed, and he was even surprised that he decided to make him breakfast himself. Myung's tribe was famous for their ability to take care of others and became gardeners, servants, or butlers, so he entrusted him with this task. The hero thought that this child was so good that just one look at him was enough to lift his spirits. It was then that he realized that the way the baby brushed leaves from his head at night, despite his fear, was a manifestation of a tribal characteristic. However, thoughts of the scars on the boy's body made him angry again. John decided that if he met whoever did this, he would definitely crush him. At that moment, Myung approached him with a tray. John asked if he was finished and was surprised to see the food looking delicious. The boy brought the spoon to the hero's mouth, inviting him to open his mouth. John tasted the food and said that perhaps he had gone too far, since he was not a child after all. However, he noted that the boy did an excellent job. His dish tasted even better than Ida's, and the cook himself looked very nice this time. Having finished eating, the hero announced that it was time to move out. Myung, holding his finger, agreed and reminded him that he would lead him out of the forest. John thanked him, and the child laughed merrily. Then the hero looked at him with a smile, thinking again how cute he was. As they walked through the forest, the boy suddenly warned the hero with concern to be more careful when he almost touched a branch. After 2 hours, Myung hung his head tiredly, breathing heavily. John asked if everything was okay and offered to carry him, but the child refused. The hero realized that this was not stubbornness, but a sense of responsibility. The child wanted to honestly complete his task and lead him out of the forest. Suddenly, Myung screamed in fear. Turning his head to the side, the hero noticed wild wolves there. Then the boy quickly ran up to John and with tears in his eyes said that he was afraid of them. However, he was surprised to see that the hero was not at all scared. John didn't lose his composure and immediately used suppression magic. The next second, the wolves, frightened, howled loudly. The animals immediately ran back into the forest, realizing that there was nothing to catch there. The child thought with admiration that this was incredible. Then the hero lifted him into his arms like a baby. Myung asked to be lowered, but John explained that the wolves might still be nearby. He reminded that the boy's job was to show the way, and his own responsibility was to protect him along the way. As the hero walked forward, Myung carefully asked if he was heavy. But John replied that it was not at all, and even noted that it made him feel calmer. At that moment, green lightning creatures appeared in the air ahead, making strange sounds. The hero thought that spirits were bothering him again. The boy then asked if he should go down, but John refused. Then he summoned the magic stones. The hero thought that thanks to a better understanding of magical circuits and aura, he was now able to fill even ordinary objects with aura. Combining this with his throwing skills, he hurled stones that pierced the spirits' bodies and destroyed them. Myung froze with his mouth open. He was extremely surprised by the strength of the main character. Once the spirits were destroyed, a system interface appeared in front of the protagonist, informing him of a level increase. John was happy about this, but almost immediately another window appeared, indicating that there was no reward for leveling up. Sometime later, already at night, John and Myung were busy with their own affairs, sitting outside the tent. The young man worked with the system panel, while the child washed the dishes and quietly hummed a song. The hero checked his parameters again and made sure that everything remained the same. The level had increased, but the characteristics had not changed. He didn't receive any new skill, or improvement to an existing one, or even any item. This was the first time something like this had happened to him. John was starting to get annoyed that the rewards for completing stages were getting worse, and now even the rewards for leveling up had disappeared. The hero decided that immediately after leaving this stage, he would definitely ask Kirikiri about this. He just happened to have a decent amount of unused quota left. At this point, John noticed that Myung Myung continued to hum, clearly enjoying washing the dishes. He noted that the baby sang well, and he laughed and doubted whether it was true. The hero thought that 10 days had already passed since they met, but they had already become noticeably closer. The child was delighted with every praise, loved to hold hands, and, most of all, adored hugs, so he was almost always nearby. Soon a message appeared in front of him stating that 183 souls had been collected, and the hero realized that he had finally figured out how to use the ability. As he extended his hand, a dark green magical aura appeared in his palm. Suddenly, a spirit burst out from there, making strange sounds. Looking at it, John thought that the key factors here were magical power and will. The god of death provided the necessary magic and divine energy, and all that was required of him was to start the process and summon the spirit. The spirit's characteristics depended on the soul's parameters and its attachment to its owner, but at the moment, this was the limit of the hero's capabilities. There was no attachment at all, there were almost no skills, and the only thing the spirit was capable of was to roar, frightening opponents. True, the sound he made John wonder whether it was a roar at all, or more like a plaintive meow, but the main thing is that Myung Myung is happy. He noticed that the spirits only responded to the command to disappear, and did not obey other commands. The souls he controlled had their own will, judgment, and even tastes, and most of them clearly sympathized with Myung Myung. After a while, John asked if the child wanted to go into the tent and sleep. Myung Myung shook his head, then quickly walked up to him, his eyes shining with tears. The boy lay down on the hero's lap like a baby. John smiled and thought that he really did enjoy being together more than sleeping alone in the tent. Less than a couple of minutes had passed, and the child was already fast asleep. Suddenly, piercing cries of spirits were heard, and John became wary. He took a blanket out of his inventory, stood up, and picked up Myung Myung in his arms, wrapping him up. The hero estimated the number of approaching creatures at about 30. Soon the spirits appeared, surrounding them. After examining his opponents, John realized that they were different from those he had encountered before. They had legs, sharp teeth, and claw-like hands, and their shape hinted at their ability to use physical attacks. The previous ghosts were only vulnerable to magic, had weak defense, and were easily detected by the detection skill. These creatures were completely different, and a suspicion arose that they were not spirits at all. The hero took out his dark sword. He noted that he had never seen such opponents before, but at the same time he did not consider them dangerous. Besides, he didn't want Myung Myung to wake up and see the fight, so he decided not to lower him. He was at least glad that his opponents did not emit deafening screams. At that moment, one of the creatures jumped from the branches and landed right in front of the main character. The spirit approached him closely, making strange sounds, but the hero did not hesitate. Instead, he swung his sword sharply, cutting the spirit in half. Then John went on the attack, cutting down the creatures one by one with his dark blade. The remaining enemies surrounded him and rushed to attack. The hero, swinging his sword, jumped up, turned in the air, and cut through their bodies. In the process, he thought that perhaps there really wouldn't be any more rewards for leveling up. Remembering the knight's words about the basis of sword fighting being defense, he also recalled the instructions on parrying attacks and disrupting the opponent's rhythm. Once you've thrown your opponent off balance, you can switch to dodging, blocking, or counterattacking. Following this advice, John dodged the blow. Immediately after this, he counterattacked and cut down another enemy. He decided to stick to the technique he had learned, viewing the fight as training rather than mindless sword swinging. Instead of mindlessly attacking, he was going to practice proper movements. Immediately after this, John used a parry, after which he used the following maneuver. The difference in their skills was so obvious that he could destroy all his opponents simply by parrying their attacks. Soon the last creatures were cut down. Their dead bodies fell down while the hero hung in the air, swinging his blade. When it was all over, John found himself in the center of the battlefield and exhaled deeply. Almost immediately, a system notification appeared in front of him about an increase in the level of swordsmanship skill. The hero noted with satisfaction that he had become stronger. At that moment, Myung Myung woke up, and John worriedly thought that he might have woken up because of the shaking. However, the child sleepily said that this was not the reason at all. He simply heard John's heart beating hard. The protagonist realized that the child was fine and told him that there was nothing to worry about and that he could go back to sleep peacefully. Myung Myung fell asleep again, agreeing with him. While he slept, John looked at him with a warm smile, experiencing a strange but pleasant feeling. Meanwhile, spirits began to appear around the hero, and soon there were a lot of them. The young man noted to himself that this was even for the better, because he had already begun to worry that he would not be able to move forward. He decided that from now on he would train, focusing specifically on sword skills. John promised himself to become stronger than he was now. After some time, the hero was already carrying Myung in his arms, flying with the help of Talaria's wings. The child kept his eyes closed, clearly afraid of the speed and height. He clung to John's cloak and cried loudly in fear. The hero asked him if he was scared, and heard in response that he was not afraid and simply trusted him. Hearing this, John confidently confirmed that this was how it should be and asked them to continue to trust him. Turning back, the hero noticed that the spirits were not lagging behind and was surprised to realize that they too could fly. A huge crowd of creatures was pursuing them, and Myung, looking at this, noted with concern that there were too many spirits. In response, the protagonist explained that he decided to fly precisely because the enemies had completely blocked the path. He knew that fighting thousands of opponents was nothing new to him, but doing it while protecting a child would be too difficult. Fortunately, it was easy to dodge them in the air. He clearly outpaced his opponents in flight speed. Lost in thought, John didn't immediately notice the spirit that appeared right in front of him. The creature opened its mouth, clearly intending to kill them both. But the hero reacted instantly and activated soul exploitation magic, attacking the enemies. As he watched the creature die, he realized that it didn't matter how many spirits came for them. The thing is, his ability worked over a wide area, regardless of the number of targets. Continuing to fly forward, he informed Myung that they had managed to break out of the encirclement. Hearing this, the child breathed a sigh of relief. The hero then asked if he knew where the exit from the forest was. Myung pointed forward, and John thanked him. After that, he warned that he was going to speed up, but Myung said that he even liked the cool wind. In response, John laughed, delighted by this, and asked him to hold on tighter. He increased his speed and continued flying. 2 hours later, the hero asked again if they were close to the exit, and the boy excitedly replied that they were just a little bit away. Hearing this, he fell silent, realizing that their journey together would soon end, and for some reason feeling a slight regret. Then he suggested going down and continuing the journey on foot. Myung agreed, and in response asked if John was tired. He admitted that he was a little tired. After this, the hero landed in the forest. The child apologized, believing that because of him, John had a hard time, and offered to eat and rest. The protagonist understood that he was almost not physically tired, but his conscience weighed on him again. Having looked around and not noticed any ghosts nearby, he decided that he could allow himself to walk slowly, one last time. While John was working with the system, Myung spread out a mat and invited him to sit down and rest, promising to prepare everything himself. The hero thanked him and watched with a smile as he fussed over the pot. He really enjoyed watching it. However, the thought that their journey was coming to an end left an unpleasant feeling. For a moment, he thought that he would like to stay here. However, he then immediately remembered the time he spent on the island and the people he killed. Then he reminded himself of what his greed had led him to on the 18th floor, and he decided that he would immediately complete the stage after eating. He sat with his arms folded and thought, knowing that he couldn't be sure that such a nightmare wouldn't happen again, and he didn't want to experience it again. While he was lost in thought, Myung came up from behind. He carefully asked John if he was tired and if everything was okay. In response, John bowed his head and confidently said that he was fine. Then the child began to massage his shoulders, wanting to help. However, the hero gently stopped him, taking his small hand. He quietly said that he shouldn't worry about him so much. At that moment, he firmly decided that no matter what happened, he had to protect this child. No matter what happens, he won't let anyone hurt this little one. After some time, Myung was washing the dishes and humming again. John noted that the food was very tasty. At the same time, he thought that, no matter how much he wanted to stay close to this little one, for his own safety, it would be better to finish the floor. Suddenly, the roar of monstrous spirits echoed throughout the area. The pressure was so strong that both the hero and the child shuddered. John wondered if these were the same monsters again, and Myung was very scared. Looking up, the protagonist realized that the enemies had caught up with them too quickly, and he was struck by the colossal energy emanating from them. Using lightning magic, John jumped into the air to survey the situation. What he saw above shocked him to the depths of his soul. As it turned out, the ghosts had united into one whole. The hero then wondered what this was all about. Instantly returning to Myung, he called out his name, and he, in fear, called out to his hero. The hero immediately took a tent out of his inventory and told the child to hide inside. Myung, trembling and barely holding back tears, asked if he would have to be left alone, and said that he did not want John to leave him. The protagonist explained that up until this point he was confident that he could protect him, but now something truly dangerous was approaching. Then he stretched out his hand and called upon all the spirits. They gathered around, and John ordered them to appear. He ordered them to protect this place, obeying his will and protecting Myung. Hearing this, the child noticeably calmed down. The hero placed his hand warmly on his head, telling him not to worry and to just wait. Eventually, Myung entered the tent, and the spirits surrounded the area, creating protection for him. After this, John spread Talaria's wings and headed towards the terrifying enemy. The hero noted that the creature was the size of a mountain. He didn't know how high its defense was, but he was sure that aura attacks should work. Perhaps due to the monster's gigantic size, its core was clearly visible, and if it was destroyed, the monster would disappear. However, John realized that a normal-sized weapon would hardly be able to cope with such a task, so the hero took out a long sword. He waved it, frowned, and decided it was time to begin. The young man hovered in the air, assessing his opponent. At this time, the giant made deafening sounds. The monster extended its huge hand, trying to attack, but the hero easily dodged it. As he flew, he thought that it was not at all difficult to dodge his attacks, probably because of the enemy's size. The problem was that one or two sword strikes would clearly not be enough to reach the core in the center of this body. So John came to the conclusion that he would have to methodically bite into the monster's flesh, destroying it piece by piece, and only after that will he be able to pull out the core and completely destroy the enemy. Raising his sword, the hero rushed into attack according to the plan he had already developed. Quite quickly, he took up a position in which the central core of the monster was clearly visible. The hero smiled, deciding that the fight would be simple but protracted and would require endurance. By morning, everything had ended exactly as he had planned. John landed on the ground, drenched in sweat, closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. He felt like he was literally exhausted after a night of non-stop flying and endless sword swings. He had used too much magic and could barely stand on his feet. It had been a long time since he had had to exert himself so completely. At that moment, a system window appeared in front of him, informing him that the number of souls collected had exceeded 200,000. After reading this, the hero realized that the huge monster was the result of the fusion of many ghosts. He closed one eye, turned his head and looked towards the tent guarded by the spirits, worrying if everything was okay with Myung. Then John stood up and commanded the spirits to move away, and at his will, they rose up and disappeared. After this, the hero sat down at the entrance to the tent. There he saw Myung, who, frightened, was sitting inside with his back to the exit and crying. Sensing his presence, the child turned around and called out to him. The protagonist responded, asking how long he had been waiting. Without saying a word, Myung ran out to him and hugged him tightly, sobbing and saying that all this time he was afraid that John would die. The hero closed one eye and thought that Myung should either cry or talk. However, he smiled and hugged him back, understanding what he wanted to say and thanked him. The boy still continued to cry, but now that everything was okay, he gradually calmed down. Sometime later, John stood with the child at the stream at the entrance to the village. Then he wondered if they had really arrived yet. After examining the houses, which looked like ordinary human houses, he asked whether this was Myung's village. He, lowering his head, confirmed this. The hero stepped forward, wondering if everything had gone too easy. Considering that it was a hellish level of difficulty, he felt that he couldn't relax for fear of a hidden trap. He could not let his guard down under any circumstances and had to remain focused until the very end. At that moment, several system windows appeared in front of him. They reported that the 19th floor had been passed and the deity's approval had been received. Seeing this, John gritted his teeth, puzzled because the stage ended too abruptly. Then he noticed the portal that appeared and was convinced that everything was really over. The hero turned around and looked at Myung. The boy was already looking at him with a frightened expression on his face. Then John decided that he should still take him to the village. However, as soon as they took a step forward, the entrance gate slammed shut. Both John and the boy were stunned. The hero wondered what was happening and why the door suddenly closed. He glanced at Myung, wondering if the villagers might be wary of the stranger's presence. However, something was clearly wrong with this situation. The hero also noticed that the child looked scared and tense. Then John gently placed his hand on his head, trying to understand what had happened. In response, Myung did not say a word and suddenly ran back into the forest. The hero called his name loudly, wondering if he had started crying again. At that moment, John noticed that someone was watching them from behind the village wall. As it turned out, it was another beast woman, a girl with red hair and ears of the same color. Keeping his cool, he decided it was probably someone local, but right now, Myung was more important. The hero rushed after him at full speed, realizing that he could not have gone far. He couldn't shake the feeling of déjà vu. Strange things had also happened on the island after the 18th floor, but back then, everything had developed gradually. Now the situation was different. He remembered that, according to the terms of the stage, he had already led the child out of the forest, which meant that everything had to end. However, something new happened, something he had never seen or heard of before, even at other difficulty levels. Soon John found Myung in the forest. He sat with his back pressed against a tree, trembling and crying in the darkness. The hero called out to him with concern. In response, the child slowly raised his head. At that moment, John realized he had made a promise to him. He extended his hand and called upon the souls, and they all appeared immediately. The hero ordered them to guard Myung until he returned. John was determined that no matter what happened, he would protect this child until the very end. With tears in his eyes, the child looked at the spirits that illuminated the surroundings. John then asked Myung to wait there, explaining that the souls would guard him. He bowed his head and agreed, although tears still glistened in his eyes. John remembered the closed door of the village and the marks of beatings on the child's body and came to the conclusion that there was definitely a connection between these things. He promised that he would return and turned around, heading back, and although the hero tried to remain calm, anger was growing inside him. When he approached the village, the entrance gate was already open. Taking a step forward, he saw the woman who had previously been watching them from behind the wall. John realized that this was the same beast woman he had noticed when the gates closed, and he immediately took out the sphere, preparing for a possible fight. But suddenly the hero stopped and opened his eyes wide in surprise. He noticed that this woman was also crying. She stood with her head down and looked very depressed. John wondered if she was really crying, and he wondered in his mind if she might not be hostile. He then took a deep breath and walked forward, after which the woman noted that he was the one who brought Myung. Then she asked if it was he who destroyed the giant ghost in the forest, and the protagonist answered in the affirmative. The woman then asked where the child was now. John reported that Myung was now crying in the forest. Hearing this, the beast woman lowered her head again and said that she understood him. She then added that the conversation could drag on, so she suggested going inside, and the hero agreed. However, once he was in the village with her, he looked around and noted that the settlement was neatly organized and looked well kept. However, there were too few people here, which seemed strange to him, given the size of the village. Soon, his gaze caught on something that was nearby. It was a dark hill that emanated an absurd amount of magic. The hero looked in that direction for a long time, and then finally followed the woman into her house. When they entered the house, the hostess invited him to sit down. John sat down on a chair, and literally a second later, two maids appeared, standing on either side of him. They quickly adjusted his position and placed tea and buns in front of him. Then they bowed and left the room, and the protagonist was surprised, noting to himself that they moved too quickly and almost silently. When the maids left, the woman apologized for her rudeness, introduced herself as Lyra, and explained that she was responsible for managing the village. First of all, the girl thanked him for protecting Myung, and then asked if he knew anything about their tribe. The hero replied that he himself had learned very little from the child. Then he moved on to the main question and asked why she had closed the gate. Lyra was silent for a moment before explaining that the ghosts attacked the villagers whenever Myung was inside the village. John noted to himself that, according to her, ghosts appeared near the child and began to attack everyone around. Lyra confirmed this, clarifying that spirits did indeed appear near Myung and attack those around him. Hearing this, the hero realized that the ghosts in the forest did not appear by chance. He realized that they were pursuing him, and not Myung. Moreover, if you remember the past, the boy was not at all afraid of the white ghost and said that he got used to it because he saw it often. Lyra explained that it was all the fault of a curse, a punishment for those who harmed the child. She added that they themselves did not know the whole story. Apparently, while Myung was working outside the village, someone cruelly bullied him, and the curse was directed at that person. Then John asked to tell him more about it. In response, Lyra explained that the tribe's residents often go to work in other places and earn money by helping others. At the beginning of their journey, they faced oppression from other races, so they eventually turned to their patron goddess for help. Hearing this, the hero remembered the powerful magic near the hill and understood what it was connected with. Lyra continued, explaining that their patron goddess of these lands had placed a curse on those who harmed her people. It was this curse that caused the appearance of ghosts. When John inquired about the fate of the one who attacked Myung, Lyra replied that the man had most likely already died at the hands of the spirits. The hero thought that he would be happy to deal with him himself, especially considering that no one in the village had harmed the child. He then smiled and noted that it was quite easy to remove the curse, and in his opinion, it was quite possible. However, he was confused by the fact that the ghosts continued to appear after the death of the culprit. Lyra explained that the curse was cast through the corpse. John didn't understand what she was getting at, since Myung was alive, and she clarified that, according to their theory, the spell manifested itself even despite the death of the host. After his supposed death, the boy miraculously survived and returned to the village, but something like this had never happened before, so they themselves are not sure. The hero asked if this meant that Myung would live with the curse until his death. Lyra replied that this was not entirely true, since there was one way. To do this, you need to wake up the sleeping goddess and ask her to remove the curse. She said that it all depends on the depth of sleep. Although they carry out a ritual of awakening, it can take from a few days to several years. John thought that they were essentially asking him to wait, without giving any time frame. Then Lyra explained that this was precisely why she had a big request of him, to take care of Myung until the goddess woke up. The hero closed one eye and replied that since she said so, he agreed. Hearing this, Lyra smiled and thanked him. To sum it up, John realized that the child had been cursed for a long time, which could only be removed with the help of the guardian goddess. He immediately decided that he was not going to sit here for years and just wait. Moreover, he came to the conclusion that he would have to awaken the goddess on his own. He understood that she was stronger than him. But in any case, John was determined to help this unfortunate boy. Besides, if Myung-Myung's curse had been removed, his task on this floor would have long since been considered complete. Meanwhile, Lara Lira announced that she was going to prepare food for Myung-Myung and wanted John to be the one to deliver it to him. But the hero waved his hand and noted that there were many other ways to help the child without shifting everything onto him. After these words, Lara Lira fell silent and then explained that their tribe always strived to help others and, without exaggeration, lived for this. However, the downside was that they were not too keen on accepting help from outsiders, and Myung-Myung himself left because he did not want to burden them. It was all about their origins and pride. Their tribe believed they should help others without causing problems for anyone. Hearing this, the protagonist wondered what kind of tribe this was, and in his thoughts, he compared them to the overly loyal house elves. Then Lara Lira took the bag from the maid and added that if they did receive great help from someone, they never forgot it. She said that Myung-Myung would also like to serve John for the rest of his days and, embarrassed, admitted that she herself would like to do the same. Hearing this, the hero objected, explaining that he was only asked to pass food and talk of lifelong loyalty was too much. Lara Lira blushed even more and hastened to clarify that he had misunderstood her. As the head of the village, she was obliged to take care of Myung-Myung. John, surprised by her reaction, replied that she could do as she saw fit, since he would be leaving soon anyway. After this, Lara Lira stood at the door and remarked that if Myung-Myung found out that the village had helped him, he might feel burdened. The hero took the box, stopped in front of her, and said that he would slightly embellish the truth. Upon hearing this, the girl thanked him. When John left the house, Lara Lira stayed behind with the maids and added that Myung-Myung still didn't know what exactly happened to him. The protagonist, waving goodbye, replied that he would explain everything to him in general terms. However, then she suddenly called out to him and said that she had not even asked his name yet. She asked if he could tell her his name. John turned around and asked him not to do it, noting that it was too much, but in the end, he still gave his name. Lara Lira repeated his name, then suddenly blushed. Immediately after this, she quickly ran inside the house, slamming the door with force, and the maids laughed loudly. The hero thought that his name might sound strange to the beastmen, but now they were clearly just making fun of him. Then John left the village and headed into the forest, to where Myung-Myung was. Meanwhile, the boy was still under the protection of the spirits and sat with his head down. When he looked up and saw the hero, he immediately apologized. The protagonist approached him and gently told him that he had nothing to apologize for. He added that, if it came to that, it was Myung-Myung who had helped him out of the forest, so he should be the one to thank. After this, the boy burst into tears, sobbing and calling John by name. The young man just looked warmly at the innocent boy. Then the hero stepped aside and said that he had decided to stay here for a while. Upon hearing this, Myung-Myung asked him again in surprise. John confirmed this, then smiled and asked if the boy would agree to stay with him until then, if he didn't mind. Myung-Myung asked if this meant that they would be together, and when he received an affirmative answer, he happily agreed, saying that he would like that. After this, John said that he had already heard about him in the village. He explained that when the guardian goddess woke up, the ghosts would stop appearing around him, and then he would be able to return to the village. Myung-Myung asked incredulously if this was really possible. John confidently replied that it was true, although no one knew when exactly she would wake up. Hearing this, the boy covered his face with his hands. Then he suddenly burst into tears and began to thank the goddess again and again. The protagonist smiled, hugged him, and said that he would be okay. Later that night, Myung-Myung was already sleeping in the tent after eating the food he had brought. At the same time, the spirits continued to guard the area. John stood outside and asked the boy to wait a little longer. Finding himself in the village, the hero entered a dark cave. There he began to descend down the dark stairs. Inside he discovered a surprising creature. He saw a huge sleeping fox and immediately realized that this was the guardian goddess. He called her a sleepyhead, capable of sleeping through even the loudest alarm clock. And then John remembered the saying that if you spare the rod, you can spoil the child. Then he took out the sphere, transformed it into a dark sword, and decided to hit her on the back to wake her up. However, at that very moment, the goddess, surrounded by a powerful aura, awakened and ordered the man with the interesting name to put away the sword. She said that she was no longer asleep and let out a loud roar. John, looking at her magic, wondered if it was really the power of a guardian goddess. He felt the incredible power and purity of the energy emanating from her, which literally took his breath away. The hero suddenly realized that her magic and the magic in his body resonated. He was surprised by this, because under normal conditions, someone else's magic quickly dissipated. Then it dawned on him that the goddess could no longer hold all the power within herself and was forced to contain the excess so that it would not dissipate. The goddess looked at him again and repeated the order to put away the weapon. John pressed his lips together and thought that he wanted to understand this not only because of the amount of magic, but also because of the completely different way it was used. He then decided that since he was curious, he would figure it out. He raised his sword, intending to find out what other techniques the goddess was hiding. She again demanded that the weapon be removed. She admitted that she had recognized him ever since he had appeared in her visions, noting that he was, as expected, an unusual person. John assumed that he was hearing not her voice, but the vibrations of magic. The ritual was supposed to wake her up, so it was unclear why she woke up. The goddess explained that this is usually the case, but this time everything changed because of the shockwaves from the destruction of the giant ghost. It was his doing. Then John, without looking away, asked the main question, why, if she had already awakened, the curse on Myung Myung had not been lifted. The guardian goddess responded by asking what the hero was talking about and explained that she had already lifted the spell cast on her child. Hearing this, John was genuinely surprised. Then the goddess added that nothing was haunting this boy anymore. The protagonist lowered his head in thought, realizing that after the destruction of the giant ghost, not a single spirit had appeared again. The keeper said that his misunderstanding must now be cleared up, and again ordered the man to put away his sword. However, the hero did not answer. Dark smoke began to spread around him, and his eyes flashed with light. Then the goddess irritably noted that she had already asked him to stop 3 times, and asked what grudge he held against her. She advised him not to get excited and asked him directly if he seriously thought he could defeat her. John agreed with her. The gap between them was truly monstrous, yet he continued to grip the hilt of his sword. Seeing this, the goddess asked what motivated him, arrogance or confidence, and in a more gentle tone she asked him to stop and promised him treasure as a reward. Then the hero asked a logical question. Why was she even trying to avoid a fight if one blow was enough for her to knock him out? The goddess, closing one eye, made a displeased sound. John silently raised his sword. He understood that the difference in size alone made her an overwhelming opponent. Therefore, in order to somehow seize the initiative, he needs to get as close as possible. He felt that this moment had finally arrived. It had been a very long time since he had met a worthy opponent. He had found himself in dangerous situations more than once, but never before had he been so close to death. No one except the goddess had surpassed him so greatly. At this point, the goddess again asked him to wait and explained that he was now undergoing a test to become an apostle of the deity of devotion. John wondered to himself what kind of deity this was, the one who seemed to constantly pity him. Then the goddess added that this should be obvious to him. Because she felt traces of other gods in him, she asked for understanding. But the hero responded by noting that, frankly speaking, he didn't feel a bit sorry, and that the whole topic didn't interest him at all. Then the fox raised her voice and said that if something happened to her, her children would suffer. John remained silent. Then he lowered his head and thought that she had chosen a rather cheap way of putting pressure on him. The guardian replied that she was telling the truth, and then the hero suggested a compromise, to fight a little, just enough so that no one would get hurt. John immediately demanded to see how exactly she used magic, and she responded by asking if he couldn't be satisfied with the elixir. After some time, the magic around the goddess dissipated, and the cave was covered in darkness. A small bag appeared in John's hand. The guardian said that she would tell the children and Myung Myung himself that the curse had been lifted, and the hero thanked her for this. The goddess's eyes flashed with light, and she said goodbye to the man with the funny name, adding that he should never return. John tilted his head slightly and thought that sounded a little offensive, although in fact, he really had no reason to come back here. When he came out of the cave, the moon was shining brightly in the sky. The young man noticed that the villagers had already met Myung Myung. The boy cried, hugging Laraliru. The hero stopped to the side and realized that the goddess had already informed them about the lifting of the curse. Everything really ended well for the boy, and the hero was very happy for him. Then John sat down on the ground, deciding that there was no point in interfering now. Everything was finished, and all he had to do was leave. He looked up at the moon and smiled, thinking about the nature of this world. The characters on the 19th floor and Myung Myung himself had their own pasts and their own reasons. Their tribe had traditions and culture, and the goddess knew of its existence through visions. He wondered if this whole vast world had been created just to test him. Most likely, it was just a personal theory. In fact, before him was the real world, the existing time, and real events in which living people were drawn, and what he sees now is only a recreation of this. And it is the player who decides how it all ends, whether to take Myung Myung out of the forest or leave him to cry with happiness, as he is now. It was a story that once existed, but was essentially just a fake. Then the hero closed his eyes, thinking that it would be easier to consider all this as not real. The hero wondered what would happen to Myung Myung now. Will it all end happily when he disappears from here, or will the world return to the beginning and repeat itself with each new player? He wondered if the time he spent with the boy would disappear, and if he would become just another stepping stone in this world. Standing up, John told himself that he had enough. This problem could not be solved by thinking alone. He decided to move on, and wished Myung Myung happiness and health. Meanwhile, Myung Myung stood in his village and looked towards the hill where John was. Now there were only piles of stones lying on its slope. On one of them there remained a memory that John had been there, that very ring with a small yellow flower. When John returned, Kirikiri raised her hand joyfully, greeting the hero. Laughing, she noticed that he was a man with a funny name. John waved back and smiled, greeting her and adding that he was going to eat the whole cake himself, without leaving a single piece for her. Hearing this, Kirikiri collapsed to the ground, indignantly complaining about his cruelty, while the hero stood nearby and laughed. After some time, when the sun was already high in the sky, John turned to her and asked what his name really meant. Kirikiri replied that it was personal information and therefore she could not tell him, which sounded absurd to the hero, since it was his name. Kirikiri, chuckling, noted that he was generally right, but despite this, the girl still refused to reveal the meaning of his name. John thought about it. It seemed to him that such information was worth too much, and he began to doubt whether it was worth continuing the inquiries at all. Then the hero looked at Kirikiri with an empty, darkened gaze and started talking about the 19th floor. Without waiting for an answer, John took a candy out of his inventory. He put it in Kirikiri's mouth, simultaneously managing to catch the plate that had slipped from her hands. After that, he twirled the plate on his index finger and said that, if she did not listen to him, he would take her away too. Kirikiri asked why he was even talking about the 19th floor, since it would be more logical to be interested in the 20th. The girl noticed that he was doing this because some kind of incident had occurred after the floor had been cleared. John admitted that he had indeed completed the floor and wondered why the story had not yet ended. Kirikiri explained that this was done in order to observe what decisions, choices, and actions players make. She also clarified that they still did not receive any additional rewards for the round they had already completed. Beyond the actual cleansing, it was important for the gods to understand whether the player's personality matched their expectations, so they observed him without conditions or prompts. Other players saw the ghost after they reached the village, but John destroyed it so quickly that the ghost's appearance accelerated. After the cleanup, she said, the goal was to protect Myung, risking her own life and without promise of reward. The hero thought for a moment and noted that perhaps the order of events had simply gotten mixed up for him, making everything seem too easy. Kirikiri explained that this feeling arose because it was extremely difficult for him on the 18th floor, while he got through the 17th floor almost without effort. The young man agreed with her. Then he started talking about the 19th floor and Myung, but suddenly fell silent. He realized that although he had been planning to ask a question, he now didn't even know how to formulate it. Kirikiri asked what happened, but the hero replied that everything was fine. The girl immediately noticed that he simply wanted to continue the conversation about the 19th floor. Standing up, John admitted that she was right. Closing his eyes, he remembered Lyra and Myung crying. Maybe it didn't matter now, but he wanted to know more about them. Kirikiri later explained that in order to summon the souls collected through soul gathering, one cannot give orders, but rather must ask. The hero asked if this meant he should get a pig's head and perform the ritual. Kirikiri remarked that the idea wasn't so bad. The girl then added that there was another way to resolve the grievances of the souls themselves, but the hero declared that he would simply give up control over them. After that, he asked another question regarding the level-up rewards, wondering why they had suddenly disappeared. Kirikiri explained that the awards haven't gone away, but that its development has simply caught up with the promotion system. At this stage, he has already received everything possible, and until he reaches level 51, his condition will remain the same. Kirikiri replied that she didn't know the details herself, but after exceeding level 50, if growth didn't reach the next limit, the reward would appear. The hero lowered his head and asked what the limit was, assuming that the only floor that would be further was floor 101. After that, he asked one last question, saying that he needed advice about the 20th floor. Kirikiri noted that, in her opinion, this floor would be difficult even for him. John blushed and reacted to her words with extreme interest. When the girl described in detail the features of the 20th floor, the hero was delighted and sincerely happy. Kirikiri admitted that she had expected a completely different reaction, but John, clenching his fists, said that he was looking forward to the challenge. In the end, she advised to be careful with attacks from behind and added that the rest of the floor was not too difficult. The hero thanked her one last time and stepped into the portal. In the waiting room on the 20th floor, 3 miracle drugs lay in front of John. Looking at them, he remembered Kirikiri's words that it was time to use them. These are the elixirs he received throughout his time here, the medicine from the High Monk, the second as a reward for a competition, and the last from the fox. The hero wondered whether he should accept them right now, or first evaluate the upcoming raid. Covering one eye, he decided to postpone the appointment, thinking that perhaps he could manage without them. At that moment, a message appeared in front of him asking if he was alive. Looking at it, John realized that Carl was writing. He replied that, of course, he was alive, and noted to himself that a lot of time had passed. In response, Carl said that he had something to tell, and then added that one player had entered the 89th floor this time. John decided that he meant the easy difficulty mode, the very floor that had once made Sean despair and never managed to pass it. The hero thought that all that was left now was to hope for the best and wish him fortitude. Then Carl said that he would contact him later. After this, the main character stood up and decided that it was time for him to go too. The 20th floor was supposed to show how much he had grown. He wondered if this test would be as tough as the 6th floor, or if it would be easy and stress-free. Just the thought of it made his heart beat faster. Then he remembered Kirikiri's words about how the 20th floor would be difficult even for him, and how excited he had reacted then. The girl explained that this floor was designed for team play of up to 6 people. John knew he was about to go through a stage that required a group for the first time since the 11th floor, and this realization only fueled his excitement. However, a panel soon appeared asking for group members, and there was only one name on the list, John. The rest of the slots remained empty. Standing in front of the portal, the young man noticed that there was no one around, and it seemed to him as if the system was deliberately teasing him. As soon as the hero stepped into the portal, a blindingly bright light spread around him. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he realized that the transfer was complete, and the system greeted him at the 20th stage. John found himself on a huge roof. Looking around and taking a few steps forward, he wondered what kind of place this was. The space was colossal, and the thought occurred to him that he was on the top of a mountain fortress. Since he was called directly to the fortress walls, the goal of the stage was clearly not to capture the fortress itself. At that moment, information appeared before him. The Red Mountains have long served as the home of the Great Dragon, which has no owner. All that remains is a legacy that the dwarves look after. It was also reported that the Trilogy Alliance was targeting this territory, seeking to seize the legacy of the ancient dragon. The protagonist was ordered to help the dwarves and protect the legacy of the ancient dragon. The Alliance's attack was to begin on the second day. To complete the stage, it was necessary, firstly, to hold off the Alliance attacks for 11 days, and secondly, to prevent the capture of the legacy. The stage seemed quite simple to John, and he liked this simplicity. He even thought that this is exactly how a training level should look. John scanned the area with magic. There wasn't a single enemy nearby, at least not a dangerous one. Standing on the wall, he thought about the dwarves who this time would have to fight shoulder to shoulder with him as allies. And suddenly, he noticed a group of representatives of another race below. Looking at them more closely, the hero realized that they were not at all what he had imagined. Moreover, they looked strange. He soon realized what had alarmed him. They were all exactly the same. At that moment, one of the dwarves uttered only one letter. John noticed this, then the same gnome added a second one, then another, slowly spelling out the word, hello. The young man touched his ear in confusion, realizing he was being greeted, but he couldn't understand why the speech sounded so slow. Then the dwarf asked who he was. John closed his eyes, thinking that it wasn't just the way they spoke. Their appearance was also strange. They matched in more ways than just their faces. The build and even the magical background of all of them were identical. The hero wondered if they were copies. This thought frankly worried him. He didn't know if they were doppelgangers or robots, but they were all absolutely identical, and at the same time they guarded the legacy of the ancient dragon. One of them demanded that John explain his attitude towards the Trilogy Alliance. The hero, crossing his arms, remained standing on the wall and wondered whether he should also speak slowly, like his interlocutor. He ended up deliberately drawing out his words and saying that he was an enemy of the trilogy, but the dwarf insisted that John speak faster. Scratching the back of his head, he noted to himself how ironic it sounded to be asked to speed up by someone who himself spoke in letters. In the end, he clearly stated that he had no connection with the Trilogy Alliance, and moreover, was their enemy. With these words, he jumped down from the wall. Then the dwarf asked if he needed anything else, and John wondered for a moment if they were also suffering from hearing problems. He added that he really has nothing to do with the Alliance, and intends to stop their attacks and protect the legacy of the ancient dragon. The dwarf began to pronounce the word trilogy, and upon hearing this, the hero felt irritation growing inside. He noted that the fortress itself offered excellent tactical advantages, but he still did not understand who exactly he would be facing. The people standing before him clearly did not look like warriors, so the hero decided that he could not count on them in battle. John realized that they were apparently trying to say that any enemy of the Trilogy Alliance was automatically considered their ally. He then looked at the dwarves and noted that, fortunately, they had no problems with movement, which meant they could be useful in rear support. He himself intended to fight on the front lines, since even simply throwing stones from the fortress walls could serve as a good defense. However, he did not fully understand why these creatures so quickly gained trust in him just because he called himself their ally. Perhaps this was a feature of the system, specifically designed to encourage the player to develop friendly relations with the locals. After some time, the dwarves brought him a map of the surrounding area and a detailed plan for siege operations. It showed the location of the Trilogy camp, the dwarves' combat installations, the structure of the fortress, and how to use defensive structures. The plan was so well designed that it largely compensated for their communication problems. The first thing the hero had to do was memorize the map and the plan, and then think about what questions he should ask the dwarves before dinner. In addition, he needed to take the potions beforehand. They will take time to be fully absorbed, so it is better to take them as soon as possible. However, he then summoned souls into the room and asked them to guard the premises. In response, only strange sounds filled the space, but no reaction followed. The protagonist looked up and thought that everything had turned out exactly as he had expected. The souls were not going to listen to him. He even briefly wondered if they were looking for someone of their own, and bitterly noted to himself that they were not destined to meet again. He reminded himself that stat-enhancing drugs weren't ordinary supplements, they required high concentrations to be absorbed. John had hoped that he would be able to remain alert while taking potions, but in practice, this proved impossible. Still looking at the disobedient spirits, he thought with irritation how cruel they were. The gnomes themselves, of course, did not attack him, but even their appearance in the room with questions about his well-being disrupted his concentration. The potions were an extremely valuable resource, hard-won, and he had to ensure that they were kept as safe as possible. In the end, John decided that, no matter what, he had no other choice, and he activated the system panel. He then extended his hands, using the summoning of the deceased. A black cloak appeared in the room, and a figure emerged from a clot of dark magic in front of him. Seeing her, the hero smiled, thinking that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting. Ida responded with the same smile, agreeing with this. Then the lizard woman noticed that she had not seen her husband for a long time and asked if it was safe here. Ida's eyes lit up, and she decided that since he had called her into such a close and cozy space, it meant he was finally ready to accept her feelings. She glanced at the bed and noted that it was quite large, and wondered if he wanted a son or a daughter. In response, the hero summoned his weapon, formed a dark sword, placed it on the lizard's shoulder, and told her to calm down. John said that they were in a dwarven fortress and that tomorrow an organization called the Trilogy Alliance would attack here. Their goal is the legacy of an ancient dragon. For 11 days they must repel attacks and prevent enemies from taking possession of the relic. The hero then asked if she knew anything about these creatures, since he was alarmed by literally everything, their appearance, magic, and strange speech. Ida nodded and informed him that the dwarves he was talking about were most likely the offspring of a dragon. This was not at all the answer John was expecting, so she then explained that although they call themselves that, but in reality, they were all created by the same creator and are essentially creatures that only want to be the offspring of the dragon. Their purpose is to care for the dragon, and they can be treated in much the same way as washing machines and cleaning machines. Realizing that he shouldn't place much hope in them, John took the potions out of his inventory and admitted that, as expected, he would still have to take them. He then asked Ida to guard the room while the drugs were being absorbed, and she agreed without hesitation. Then the lizard woman asked why, having the potions with him, he had not taken them in advance in a safer place before arriving here. The hero replied that he had nothing to say about it, and Ida noticed that he had become too relaxed. John looked at the potions in his hand and agreed with her. Closing his eyes, he admitted that the lizard woman was right. He had indeed become more careless and slower in making decisions lately. Then the main character threw all the potions into his mouth and swallowed them all at once. Almost immediately, a powerful wave of pressure rolled through his body, his jaw clenched, and sweat broke out on his forehead. John wondered with bewilderment what this sensation was. When silence fell around, Ida asked if he was finished. John, sitting on the bed in complete concentration, reported that the potions had been absorbed. However, his body had not yet had time to adapt to them. He assumed that the process would take all night, but would be completed before the start of tomorrow's battle. The lizard woman expressed hope that this would be the case. The hero replied that everything was fine, and smiled, thinking that in moments of approaching danger, his characteristics usually grew on their own. In response, Ida sighed quietly and closed her eyes. At that moment, a dwarf entered the room without knocking. Seeing this, John thought with irritation that he had no manners at all. The gnome looked at Ida and began to pronounce the word lizard, but stopped in the middle. The protagonist closed one eye in displeasure, realizing that it was starting again. Ida confirmed that she was a lizard woman and explained that she had not been hiding secretly, but had been summoned by John himself. He frowned, but remained silent. Meanwhile, the dwarf finally finished speaking, and then, to the hero's surprise, Ida enthusiastically declared that she was glad to meet the relative of the great dragon. John was puzzled by what exactly she was doing, and why she was talking as if to herself. Ida explained that she was not talking into the void at all. His interpretive skills were poor at handling dwarven speech, as the meaning of their messages was usually contained in the first 1 or 2 syllables. Ida explained that because of their manner of speech, everything that follows the first syllables carries virtually no semantic load. The hero thought that he was still able to grasp the general meaning, then he wondered why Ida understood them so well. She then explained that as a lizardman, she was familiar with the basics of the dragon language, and John decided that given their species relationship, this was quite natural. After some time, food was served on the table, and all the dwarves ate, exchanging short, fragmentary words consisting of random syllables. The hero ate in silence, listening to this stream of incoherent sounds, and was surprised that now, when everyone was talking at once, he did not understand anything at all. Ida turned to John and said that after dinner, they would show them the dragon's legacy, and then John realized that this was exactly what they had been talking about. After some time, the gnomes, Ida and John, came out into the yard together. One of the gnomes said a few short words. But Ida said that the captain's sullen expression should not be paid attention to, since he always frowned when he ate. The lizard woman noticed that he was finally beginning to understand why he had summoned her in the first place, and the hero noted that there was nothing wrong with that. However, Ida, without opening her eyes, said that, despite his greatness, he was completely unable to sense the situation. John walked behind her, wondering if he had said something wrong or if he hadn't supported her well enough. Soon they arrived at a place where a magical necklace was hovering in the air above a stone platform. John looked at it and decided that this was the dragon's legacy. He noted that the decoration was clearly held in the air by magic. Ida explained that the dwarves do not know all the details associated with this artifact. The hero replied that it didn't matter, since his task was only to protect the relic. He then announced that during the battle, he would fight outside, and that Ida should guard the necklace. The lizard woman noted that it would be more logical for her to participate in the fight, but John reminded her that he had received information about a possible threat from the rear. Therefore, he asked Ida to convey this information to the dwarves, and offered to strengthen their security with their own forces. In the end, the lizard woman agreed. As the fortress sank into silence under the moonlight, John lay on his bed and exhaled heavily. Ida approached him and said that he had done well, and the hero replied that she had done well too, adding that the fortress's defense looked reliable. Since Ida could communicate with the dwarves, he believed there shouldn't be any problems. However, John wondered why the dwarves did not feel suspicious of them. It seemed strange to him that they trusted strangers so easily. Ida admitted that she herself did not know the reason, and also knew almost nothing about the Trilogy Alliance. The hero decided that they could only find out the truth in battle. The lizard woman agreed, noting that much would become clear once the battle began the next day. In the end, John admitted that she was right. Meanwhile, outside the walls of the fortress, in the darkness of the night, several figures landed on the ground with a heavy, dull sound. This is how the siege of the castle began. By this point, John had told Ida everything that had happened to him up to that point. Ida learned of a strange drink called Paramal and the Beastman child, noting that he had indeed been through a lot. John replied that this was how training was done. Then he noticed a window through which the weather outside could be seen, and noted that the sun had already risen. The hero added that he and Ida were similar in one thing: both could not sleep normally until they were sure of their own safety. At that moment, a dwarf entered the room without knocking. John immediately noticed him and greeted him, wishing him good morning. The dwarf said only one word: trilogy, after which he fell silent. John did not know what to say to him in response. Then Ida explained to John that the dwarf meant that the trilogy was already visible from the castle walls, and they had better go outside. However, when they came out, it turned out that dwarves with short swords were already scattered all over the roof. John and Ida went up there too. The hero knelt down by the wall and looked around. He wondered why no one was visible outside. He assumed that the enemies might be hiding. But the lizard woman told him not to look along the walls of the castle, but to pay attention in a certain direction. At first, John thought it was just land, but upon closer inspection, he realized that the surface was slowly moving towards them. John straightened up against the wall and figured that, at this speed, the enemies would take a very long time to walk and would definitely not get there in an hour or two. He then asked if Ida had asked the dwarves how many enemies were approaching, and the lizard woman replied that they didn't know either. The hero admitted that this was logical. Their army was so huge that it could easily be mistaken for a landscape, so it was easier to assume that there were an infinite number of enemies. And then John suddenly burst out laughing, declaring that it was simply wonderful. His reaction greatly surprised the dwarves, and Ida asked him not to laugh like that. The hero said that the most important thing now was to understand what kind of enemies they were dealing with, but he couldn't get a good look at the opponents. Then Ida handed him the telescope, explaining that the dwarves had borrowed it and offered to let him use it. John looked through the telescope and noted that it was truly amazing, after which he decided to take a closer look at the trilogy soldiers. However, when he saw them, he felt sweat running down his face. The enemy's appearance turned out to be downright ugly. Ida also admitted that she felt sick and almost threw up her breakfast. Then the hero asked if they were chimeras. The lizard woman replied that she believed that was true, and added that she now understood the meaning of the title trilogy. Ida explained that we are talking about the black, red, and blue moons, symbols of the most evil dark magicians. She added that the 3 moons represent the 3 great demons who once taught them magic. The protagonist asked if this meant that they were facing an elite squad of dark magicians. Suddenly, one of the gnomes stepped forward, objected briefly, and fell silent again. Then Ida explained that the dark magicians were destroyed by the Empire more than 100 years ago, and these creatures are just a group of monsters created by them and left after their death. John wondered if there weren't too many of these creatures for creations of a century ago, but Ida replied that chimeras were capable of reproduction. Ida said she believed these creatures were not gender-specific and likely even possessed fully functioning reproductive organs. Then John thought that this meant the presence of intelligence and suggested that this was why they came for the legacy of the ancient dragon. The lizard woman admitted that the situation was disgusting and that she felt physically ill from the realization that she had even seen such vile creatures. John agreed, figuring that most people would feel the same way, and he was no exception. These chimeras were truly disgusting. Meanwhile, one of the dwarves muttered the word dirty, saying it in fragments. John closed his eyes and realized that even the dwarves perceived them that way. Then he opened his eyes and decided that at least one should not belittle enemies just because of their appearance. Their bodies were covered with scars, many were missing arms or legs. The hero thought that he himself was not so different from them. If it weren't for the elixirs and treatment in the waiting room, he himself might look unrecognizable. Moreover, the identical-looking gnomes suddenly seemed no less unpleasant to him. Meanwhile, the enemies were already running towards the fortress. John looked at them through the telescope. Then he decided it was time to start. He threw the pipe aside and one of the dwarves tried to catch it, and Ida asked if he was leaving already. The hero confirmed that yes, intending to play a little down below and first reduce their numbers. According to the plan, Ida reminded that she would guard the rear. John agreed, and said that he would see her after the battle. Finally, the lizard woman asked him to be careful. Then John activated Talaria's wings and flew off the wall towards the hills from where the enemies were advancing. Having reached them, he sent the first opponent flying with one blow. Then the hero began to methodically beat and destroy enemies. He used the 1,000 weapons, and having formed them into a huge hammer, John began to crush his opponents, holding the weapon in both hands. At that moment, a system panel appeared in front of him, informing him of a level increase. John was surprised, as he was sure he had leveled up before, and wondered if it was because he had killed too many enemies. He found this to be quite convenient, deciding that such opponents were ideal for farming experience. Then the hero smiled, realizing that all extraneous thoughts had disappeared, and inside there remained only pure, growing excitement. To get the level rewards, he needed to level up as quickly as possible, and the current situation was perfect. Before he could complete this stage, he was going to reach level 51, and John decided that if that was the case, it was time to have some real fun. John rushed towards his opponents, holding an axe and a sword in his hands, and immediately entered the fight. There were too many enemies, and looking at them, the protagonist realized that the medication he had taken had finally begun to work. One potion boosted strength, another boosted agility, and 2 more were nutritional tonics. The young man chuckled, noting that the overall increase in characteristics was not that great. He only became a little faster and stronger. Yet it was precisely this small difference that allowed him to believe that he would strike before he was struck. This way he will be able to dodge before the enemies can even hit him. Then he retreated a short distance, noting to himself that the opponents had stopped launching a frontal attack. It seemed to him that the easy hunt was over. The enemies began to keep their distance and gradually surround him, without any intention of retreating. They probably wanted to eliminate him before attacking the fortress, and the hero found this convenient since there was no longer a need to distract them. At that moment, a terrible monster jumped out from the crowd of opponents. It landed right in front of John with a loud thud. The werewolf-like monster growled loudly. He wondered what the man was doing here. John looked closely at the creature and noted that it spoke quite well, suggesting that it might be a commander. The monster asked if he was an Imperial Knight, but immediately doubted it, deciding that he could not have arrived so quickly. The hero dropped to one knee and calmly admitted that the creature was right. He was not from the Empire and had been drawn into this fight by accident. Then the commander asked what his purpose was if everything happened by accident. John frowned, thinking that this monster turned out to be much softer than he expected, spoke more clearly than the dwarves, and was even polite. After this, the hero announced that he was temporarily protecting the legacy of the ancient dragon. The creature asked how long he was going to do this. John replied that he intended to guard him for the next 10 days. The commander then stated that this was bad, since by that time the Imperial Knights would burst in, and suggested that John simply let them in. The hero was surprised that they were even capable of having such a calm conversation, and then he asked why they needed this legacy so much. The creature, in turn, asked whether he would give up the artifact if he found out the reason. However, John honestly answered that he would not give it up. Hearing this, the commander flared up and asked why ask the question at all. John simply calmly explained that he was simply curious. The monster clenched its teeth and remained silent for a while. However, it then admitted that they needed the legacy to restore their human form. John was genuinely stunned and thought it sounded like a joke. However, the creature continued, explaining that they were once human. The commander said that he lived with his family in a village near a beautiful lake and worked as a lumberjack. He led a quiet and happy life until the magicians invaded. The creature said that the mages experimented on them and used them as weapons in the war, but they never wanted to become like that. His eyes lit up when it admitted that more than anything in the world it wanted to go home at least once. However, he couldn't do it while he looked like this. Hearing this, John was speechless for a moment, and the commander explained that only a small part of them realized who they really were. However, most of them mindlessly followed orders, multiplying uncontrollably due to the curse imposed by the magicians. He added that, having seen new life being born in the form of monsters, he decided to stop this tragedy at all costs. With a roar, he declared that they would regain their humanity at any cost, and clenched his fist, emphasizing that to do this, they needed the legacy of the ancient dragon. John thought it was quite a touching story. He decided that the creature had probably prepared itself many times to tell it to someone who was not a chimera. John wondered if the commander was seeking consolation or simply justifying himself, but he realized that it was impossible to know. The hero then asked why he didn't just commit suicide, clarifying that he meant why he didn't kill the chimeras who had completely lost their self-control. In his opinion, this way it was possible to preserve the remnants of humanity and, perhaps, find peace. In response, the commander exploded with rage, declaring that they, the victims, demanded to know why they had to die at all if they were innocent. John also noted that death could be a peaceful rest for those who lived in cruelty. By taking one's own life, a creature could retain dignity. Now it has gone too far and has finally become a monster. The commander is fixated on one goal: to continue living at any cost. He hoped to return to humanity with the help of the dragon's legacy, although in reality there is no return. Even if the artifact restores their appearance, it will not be able to restore their lost human nature. John calmly added that his attempts to change fate were pointless. They were monsters created by dark magicians solely as weapons of war. No matter how tragic their stories, they cannot erase the deeds committed or restore the humanity lost. Trembling, the commander asked if this meant they would never get their old lives back. Then he shouted, demanding that they not humiliate him and tell him his name. In response, John stood up, holding a hammer in his hands, and introduced himself. Hearing his name, the creature swore not to forget this man, promising to kill him and restore its humanity. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Ida sat with a spear in her hands. She guarded the pedestal above which the necklace hovered. Meanwhile, the commander still intended to kill the protagonist and regain his humanity. Although John was a little frightened by such pressure, he did not respond to these threats. The commander's roar echoed across the battlefield. Immediately, the other monsters began to howl too. Then they began to surround John from all sides. The hero stood in the center, transforming his axe into a dark sphere, and realizing that this cry was not simple, it clearly strengthened the opponents. A red lightning aura enveloped the commander, and he gave the order to attack John. The next moment, all the trilogy soldiers rushed at him at the same time. John turned the dark sphere into a sword and swung it, cutting through the body of the enemy who jumped at him first. The hero then created a shield, clutching it tightly, and the weapon, he used soul exploitation magic, releasing a wave of it towards the enemies. Immediately after that, he used fortitude compulsion magic and attacked again. His actions noticeably surprised the commander. The protagonist continued to swing his sword, mercilessly cutting down his opponents, and then he suddenly noticed one detail. After the first line went into attack, the second line, which had been waiting for its turn, began to move. Then John realized that the enemies were attacking one after another, changing ranks to gradually wear down his stamina. Having cut down another enemy, John noted to himself that this tactic was not bad. He continued to behead his enemies, their dismembered bodies and blood covering the ground. The hero thought that by exploiting souls, his stamina and vitality would be constantly restored. This meant that the risk of becoming completely exhausted was practically non-existent, especially with so many opponents. Then he opened his eyes and decided that was enough. John noted their well-coordinated formation and realized that they looked more like a trained army. At such moments, he considered it necessary to establish a clear boundary, a death zone, within which enemies would be destroyed. He was sure that they realized this after the first attack, but they still continued to advance forward. When one of the enemies rushed towards him, John stepped aside in time. Eventually, the creature collapsed to the ground, howling in pain. Looking at it, the hero realized that it was bait. If he finished it off, the rest of the chimeras would rush to attack. As he watched the next group, he became completely convinced that these were not just monsters, but soldiers created for war. John decided that he had to assess each enemy individually, their character and intentions, while simultaneously anticipating the movements of the others. As another enemy leaped at him, raising his hand with sharp claws, John wondered whether he should stop him, dodge, or kill him. At that moment, he realized that this fight was like an exam, where he had to constantly give correct answers, with no room for error. Focusing on preserving his magic and strength, he acted as efficiently as possible. In the end, John still managed to cut down his enemy with one blow. Looking around at the others, he remembered that he had fought alone against many enemies more than once. There were times when he could neither break through nor repel attacks, and sometimes he was even forced to retreat, completely exhausted. However, he had never been defeated, and the very fact that he was standing here now was proof of that. When another enemy's blow missed him, the hero immediately turned around and attacked another enemy who was attacking from the right. Holding his sword and shield tightly, he continued to slaughter his enemies without stopping until the ground was completely littered with bodies. Seeing this, the commander of the chimeras wondered with disbelief how such a thing was even possible. Piles of corpses began to accumulate, forming a kind of barricade around John. The commander then shouted that they would not be able to approach and attack, and suggested retreating to reorganize their formation. At that moment, John used soul cry magic, unleashing another attack on the enemies. The commander, watching this, howled in pain and demanded to know why the formation of his troops was collapsing. As he screamed, John's eyes lit up. Suddenly, darkness spread around him, filling the air with a swirl of magical particles. Wounded and breathing heavily, the hero took the potion out of his inventory and drank it. The field around was strewn with the corpses of fallen enemies, and looking at the aftermath of the battle, he realized that the fight had been much more dangerous than he had expected. Then he remembered that during the battle, he had been on the brink of death several times, especially when an experienced fighter appeared among the weak monsters. Now that the enemy had assessed his strength, John was confident that they would come up with a more thoughtful plan the next day. He had no doubt that the enemy still had soldiers, which meant that the coming battle would be even more dangerous, but this only sharpened his instincts further. Closing his eyes, the hero decided to return to the fortress. After a while, he jumped and landed on the roof. A gnome ran towards him, out of breath, with difficulty separating the word problem into 2 syllables. Shaking, he began to utter words about the lizard woman. Hearing this, John felt uneasy and wondered if something had happened. At the same time, in the courtyard, in the place where Ida should have been, it was now empty. The beast woman sat on the ground, leaning her back against the wall, wounded, coughing, foaming at the mouth. The hero, without thinking, used acceleration magic. He jumped off the roof and rushed towards her, thinking only about her being alive and well. Ida sat up, breathing heavily, and asked in a weak voice if the captain had returned. John was instantly there, calling her name anxiously and asking what had happened. The hero knelt down in front of her and persistently asked if she was wounded, deciding to examine her himself. Using magic, he examined Ida's wound, and the lizard woman admitted that she had hurt her own leg. Then, breathing heavily, she added that if she were to look for an excuse, then it was all due to extraneous thoughts and the disgusting appearance of the chimeras. She also mentioned that she had a very difficult time handling an unusual weapon, and John asked what kind of weapon she was talking about. Ida explained that the bodies of enemies could be seen nearby, and despite the strange structure of the chimera's limbs, their weapons were largely similar. John began to think that the creatures that had ambushed him in this place were much more dangerous and posed a real threat. Ida then reported that the chimeras mentioned a certain necklace that could allow them to cease to exist as monsters. They said they used to be human. Although Ida wasn't sure if that was true, she added that while she was listening to them, her movements began to slow down. Suddenly, the lizard woman began to cough and spit out blood, and John, overcome with panic, called her name. Ida responded weakly, admitting that she had acted foolishly and explaining that she had inadvertently injured herself with her own divine skill. The protagonist said that he would first apply a bandage, but it urgently needed to be treated. When he began to treat the wound, the lizard woman screamed in pain. The young man took a potion out of his inventory, trying to calm down and at the same time thinking about what to do next. At that moment, Ida quietly called out to him, addressing him as captain. Then she asked him if the medicine he was using was too expensive and asked him not to waste it. John looked at her with deep concern. He remembered the first time he met her in the boss's room on the 5th floor. There she fought with all her might and then became his ally. Since then, they have gone through many trials together, climbed many floors, and grown significantly stronger. That's why the hero was confident that they could handle the 20th floor as well. Ida possessed 2 divine skills. The first, evasion, she used during their first fight, and the second, an offensive ability that spread dark death energy. Once this energy touched an enemy, it did not disappear until he died. The evasion skill was almost invulnerable despite its limitations, and the attacker was guaranteed to kill the enemy, even if it took time. For this reason, John believed that he could rely on her at higher levels as well. However, he was always worried that the dark energy of death could be dangerous to her as well, as it was difficult to control. After examining the wounds again, the hero realized that they were deep and fatal, even without the influence of this energy. He realized that in her current state, she had no chance of survival. Full of anxiety, John asked if she was in pain, but Ida replied that he shouldn't worry, explaining that it was only the cut that hurt. Ida said she had many more wounds and nearly died several times. The rest of the damage could be healed, but she still wouldn't be able to help him in tomorrow's fight. John called her name over and over again, trying to calm her down and telling her not to worry because he could call her again. But suddenly Ida sharply lashed him in the face with her tail. She demanded that he pull himself together. Ida reminded them that they had both turned a blind eye to a truth that could not be changed for too long. Then she said that she was already dead and asked if he realized it. John, touching his cheek with a trembling hand, could not find the words to answer Ida. Then the lizard woman explained that in her tribe there was a saying that everyone has one life and one soul. The hero asked what this meant for him, since he had one soul, but many lives. Ida recalled that she had already asked him not to feel sorry for her, emphasizing that he had not killed her and that she had died long before this moment, although she herself did not know when. Continuing to speak with difficulty, she sighed heavily and said that it seemed she should not say anything more. John looked at her silently. Then Ida said that it was time for her to leave, and added that she knew that he perceived the creatures at every stage as living, and not as soulless dolls. This is why the connections he makes bring him both joy and suffering, especially when he has to fight them. She explained that after the stage is restarted, they all return to their original state and do not actually exist for real. So she asked John to accept reality, explaining that it was just someone's creation, it was artificial, and while she may be one of a kind to him, there are many others like her on the 5th floor that players kill. With each word her voice grew weaker. John called her, but she only groaned painfully, saying that she considered herself happy. She explained that thanks to him, she realized her situation, was able to truly live this life, and was sincerely grateful to him. Ida placed her palm on John's cheek and quietly admitted that she really liked him. She added that she was sure he felt the same. Even though they are different species, John at least views her as a friend and comrade. At first, the main character didn't know what to answer her. Then he, crying and squeezing her hand, said that he considered her his family. Ida smiled weakly, replying that it was wonderful, and then asked for a favor. The hero asked what she wanted, and then the lizard woman said that she did not want him to call her again. Crying, John clarified what she meant. She explained that she wanted him to call her only when all restrictions were lifted and she could live as herself. She admitted that this was a ridiculous request, since the effectiveness of summoning the dead depended on the conditions of its use. However, John promised to fulfill her request and asked her not to worry. Through the pain, Ida said that she was not worried because she believed that he would keep his word. She then added that there was something he needed to do now. But when the hero asked what it meant, she only said that it was nonsense, but John insisted that she finish her thought. Ida noticed that she thought they had almost no time left, but it seemed like they had a little more, even despite the slowing pulse. John asked her not to overexert herself, then Ida asked if he had calmed down, and he admitted that at least a little. They sat next to each other in silence, and Ida quietly said that he was very unusual. Then John offered to talk some more if she had time. He asked her to choose any topic, and Ida agreed because it could not be otherwise. After this, silence reigned between them. Ida died without having time to suggest a topic for conversation. John sat motionless, as if turned to stone, and tears streamed down his face. Then he looked at her and, sobbing, called her name. His gaze dropped to the blood flowing from her body. Then he remembered her words about when she would be able to live the way she really wanted, and about whether he would be able to call her again. John understood what she meant. He should call her when she was free from all the restrictions of the training system. After all, even if the hero leaves this place, Ida is still on the 5th floor of hellish difficulty, continuing to fight with the players. He didn't know how it all worked, and realized that he still understood too little about the educational system itself. Then the protagonist clenched his fist, thinking that he needed to figure this out and try to understand how it worked. At that moment, a dwarf approached the young man. John noticed him and asked what he wanted. He answered in broken syllables, naming Ida's name. In the end, he recounted everything that the lizard woman had managed to tell him before her death. Her wounds were too serious, and if the captain could not get there in time, he had to do her this favor. She also said that the hero needed to grow further, while for now, he was in stagnation. She advised him not to compare his growth rate with others, and to consider whether he was truly maximizing his potential. He needed to pull himself together and listen, because the only person he had the right to compare himself to was himself. After listening to all this, John was silent for a while. He thought that last night he had already told everything about his height. His development was so fast that the system couldn't keep up, making comparisons with other players simply impossible. If even after this Ida felt that it was not enough, then that was how it was, and he could only accept it. Then the hero grinned, realizing that he was now completely confident in the path he must take. He unclenched his fist and raised his hand. One of his eyes became empty, and a bluish aura spread around his body. He was wearing the necklace that Ida protected. He kicked the ground with such force that the magical pressure burst out, scattering all the creatures around and slamming them into the ground. The ground cracked and crumbled under the pressure of his magic, and the creatures screamed in terror. Meanwhile, John, kneeling down, was trembling with anger. A system interface appeared before him, the gods of the White Temple watching what was happening. The hero looked at the scattering monsters and thought that Edie had demanded more from him, specifically from his current self. If nothing had happened, he probably would have walked through this floor without any problems. Its current performance had long since exceeded system standards, and it would have continued clearing floors without any problems. He thought that, in order to meet Ida, he would need to become a being that transcended the system itself, which was impossible for his current self. Then he smiled, realizing that she really did know him too well. Meanwhile, the monsters rushed at him with a roar. However, the hero raised his mana sword, swung it, and cut through the group of enemies. He furiously destroyed his opponents, thinking that this test was much more exciting than a simple training cleanup. More and more creatures surrounded him, and John continued to fight, feeling as if he had been reborn in this place. The learning intoxicated him, even though he literally drank to the point of exhaustion. It was both a misfortune and a blessing. He was grateful for this stage, and deep down he wished that it would last forever. However, the gods sought to make him their apostle without his consent, and his own will was not taken into account in this. Meanwhile, the monsters continued to attack. John looked at them and threw lightning at the wall. Then, using his resilience, invulnerability, enhanced senses, combat concentration, and magic, he cut through all the enemies in an instant and landed. After that, he clutched the sword, realizing that until now he did not know the limits of his strength because he had never met a worthy opponent. However, there was another way to test these limits. He stood among the dead bodies, deciding to abandon his previous fighting style. He then released mana pressure into the ground, sending the remaining creatures flying far away. Raising his sword, he decided to no longer keep his distance or fight in cold blood, but to go head-on, putting in all his magic and stamina without reserve. Surrounded by waves of dark mana, John summoned a storm of lightning to erupt from the ground, destroying creatures and sending them flying. His defensive abilities were sufficient, so he focused on destroying enemies, which allowed him to recover faster. He swung his sword as the lightning storm raged around him, killing the remaining opponents. The last creatures rushed at him with a roar, and the hero, raising his sword, accepted the challenge without hesitation. The next day, the system informed him that he had completed the 20th floor of the training on hellish difficulty. John stood in the open air on the ruined land, surrounded by the corpses of monsters and in serious condition himself. The news of his achievement instantly became the main topic of discussion. Immediately after this, the main character cleared the 21st, 22nd, 23rd, and 24th floors one after another. The scale of its growth was something no one could have predicted, and after some time, John found himself on the 60th floor of hellish difficulty. Now we are moving exactly there. Yon sat quietly, writing something in her notebook and humming a song, enjoying the moment. John sat down nearby, listening to the little dragon's song. He suddenly noted that he didn't remember singing this song in front of Yon. It was the same melody that Myung often hummed while they were on the floor. Closing his eyes, John allowed the thought that his clone could have done this. The hero then took a newspaper out of his inventory, thinking about what was happening in the outside world. He started reading and saw the news about the completion of the rank assessment of Lucas, the first awakened G rank. John noted that the results were finally in, given that quite a while had passed since its release, and reflected on the resonance it had caused in the chat. People in the chat were perplexed, with many writing that the information appeared fabricated as the SSS rank had previously always been considered the highest. The rank of the awakened was usually determined by level, and in the early stages, also by the difficulty the person had passed. However, over time, the gap between the top of normal difficulty and the bottom of hard difficulty became too small. The ranking system was then revised, placing emphasis not on difficulty, but on the individual abilities of the awakened. Typically, rank A with an average level of 40 to 50 was achieved by those who completed normal or high difficulty. The SS rank was most often awarded at levels between about 51 and 90, and these people usually managed to stand out even on high difficulties. The SSS rank started after level 101, and these were those who found a hidden blessing, received a divine gift, or were born with talent. It was the highest rank, reserved only for the chosen few, and even among the SSS awakened, there was not a single person above level 110. That's why the thought of Lucas's level reaching 201 seemed truly shocking to the hero. Upon seeing these numbers, the chat participants reacted with disbelief, asking if this was even possible and whether he was actually human. Looking through the messages, the young man realized that the reactions were entirely expected, since a high-complexity group always resembled a closed club. However, he was soon surprised by another question. Someone asked what level John himself had. People in the chat started writing that, in their opinion, his level allegedly exceeded 200 several years ago. The protagonist silently read these messages, after which he finally replied that his current level was 351, which caused shock in the chat. John remembered telling them about level 251 and thought that Lucas had made that number his goal, thinking he was already high enough. After this, the young man decided to simply continue reading the newspaper. Another article stated that Lucas had joined Carl's clan, and the hero concluded that this news would drive the Korean government crazy. He did not expect Carl to interfere in political games at all, but even if the situation went beyond expectations, he would be able to cope on his own. Ultimately, no matter how events unfolded in the outside world, all John could do was watch and wait. Meanwhile, Yan approached the hero and began to look at him attentively. The young man noticed this and asked what had happened. The girl made a tearful face and said that she wanted to know when her uncle would return. The hero suddenly remembered the moment when his clone left, without explaining where he was going. He then replied that there had been no news since then, but that Yan shouldn't worry too much, because he would definitely return soon. Suddenly, the entire hall shook from a powerful magical pressure. John looked up in surprise and wondered if this meant someone was trying to force their way into the 60th floor. He began to consider the possible options, but realized that Lucy was not even close to that level, and most gods were barred from training. Finally, he figured out who exactly it could be, stood up, and said that it looked like his uncle had already arrived. Yan excitedly asked if it was true. The hero winked at her and suggested that they go see. And indeed, soon a clone of John emerged from the portal. Yon Yan joyfully raised her hands and rushed towards him, calling him uncle, while the main character himself silently watched what was happening. He noted to himself that this guy was clearly doing something unthinkable, since divine power was literally emanating from him. This alarmed the hero, because usually the clone was not so crazy, which meant that now anything could be expected from him. Yon Yan, slightly tense, turned to her uncle again. In response, he saluted and wished them a safe journey to the sunset, with the sunshine ringing in their ears. Hearing this, John covered his face with his hand and lowered his head, cursing at the fact that this psycho was using a parting phrase. After that, he narrowed one eye, looked at the clone, and wished for him to return with a smile, just as he left, and finally find peace. Then he asked him directly why he had been wandering around somewhere all this time, and why so much divine power had accumulated around him. The clone explained that as soon as he appeared on the 61st floor, he was immediately noticed, and the hero was surprised, because he was not a participant in the test. John asked if the clone was now a participant in the training, and he admitted that he had asked the same question, but found out that this was not the case. The clone also said that the deities were friendly to him, and added that he eventually gained divine skills. The hero clarified what exactly he meant, and the clone then explained that he had to behave decently for some time before receiving them. When asked about the number, he calmly replied that there were 1263 of them. Hearing this, John was shocked and asked again if this meant that he had deceived more than 1,000 gods. The clone confirmed and added that in exchange they wanted to make him their apostle, but John immediately stated that he would never agree to such a thing. The clone agreed with this and said that, of course, he also refused, after which he asked if he had done well. The protagonist closed his eyes and acknowledged that the clone had done an excellent job, but the latter immediately became indignant and demanded that the praise be louder. John, feeling irritated inside but still smiling, turned to the clone named Hoochie and again noted that he had done a good job. In response, the double fell silent and then irritably asked if he dared call him that again. The hero, without showing much interest, decided that this was enough and suggested moving on, while the clone remained standing behind. Meanwhile, the hero was thinking that a divine skill was not just a useful ability, but part of the process of becoming a deity. It was this that became their essence, it defined their personality, and was the core of divinity. By this point, the hero had reached a level where he could create new spells. However, he was still unable to create a divine skill. When his clone had over 1,000 skills, he reached a point where he needed a new idea, or new material. At the same time, he managed to mutate his divine skills, so he was confident that he could advance even further. John was determined to create his own divine skill. Meanwhile, in the present tense, day had come and the guards blew their horns. Warriors with red banners and raised swords began to prepare for battle. 5 stages after the 20th level, a group floor appeared again. The condition for passing it was the victory of one of 2 equal armies. This required not only martial skill, but also the ability to have sufficient judgment to lead an entire army. Sitting on the cliff, the protagonist honestly admitted that he did not possess such qualities. Looking down at the troops, he noted to himself that the 2 armies would clash anyway. For now, he has chosen the Red Army. Meanwhile, the trumpeter continued to sound signals. Watching this, John wondered if this meant the start of a fight and decided that it was too early for him to intervene. At that moment, a message appeared in front of him, which caught his attention. The sender turned out to be Carl, who greeted him and said that he had some funny news. The hero became interested in what they were talking about, and then Carl explained that one of the newcomers who arrived this round brought some information. In China, stages of training were allegedly cleared, and, according to rumors, this was done by 3 people at once. John listened to the message in silence, then wondered what floor Lucas was on and learned that he had reached level 90. Carl then added that there is no confirmed evidence of training for these 3 Chinese. It became clear to the hero that the Chinese government was using this for propaganda purposes, which meant recognition by the state. Previously, he was sure that such people would have been sent to laboratories, but Carl explained that the world was already filled with monsters, and there were 3 such people at once. Moreover, since they appeared in China, they probably had something that convinced the government. John suggested that these 3 might not have been the first at all. It was quite possible that other countries already had people who had completed the training. Carl closed his eyes and agreed, noting that the dissemination of information about the educational system was no longer dependent on them. Although everyone knew that other countries had their own servers, most believed that Korea would be the first to complete their studies. Their results in the competition were overwhelming, and the stable system allowed the participants to develop quickly. Carl added that they were actively supporting Sean, who was at the top of the ladder at the time, slowing down the progress of the others. However, his collapse disrupted all plans and threw them back more than 10 floors. Now Carl considered it more reasonable to wait for Lucas. Hearing this, the protagonist only noted that Carl could do what he thought was right, and he replied that that was exactly what he was going to do. He then asked John himself when he planned to complete the 25th floor, and the hero calmly replied that he would do it today. Meanwhile, below, the battle between the red and blue armies continued. John watched what was happening from the cliff. He activated soul exploitation magic and directed it towards the enemy, forcing the soldiers to retreat. In an instant, the soldiers froze, as if they didn't know what to do. The Red Army immediately went on the offensive and began to destroy the enemies. Observing this, the hero noted that the battle would most likely turn out in favor of the Reds. He then used Talaria's wings, summoned his sword, and rushed towards the ground, watching as a red aura enveloped the bodies of the Red Army soldiers. John noted that this increased the effect of buffs that increased the combat stats of allies and further undermined the enemy's morale. With the battlefield being so large, he didn't have to worry about wasting his magic, and as he expected, the enemy's line began to crumble. The Red Army commander, sitting on horseback, moved forward and ordered the rear detachments to support the attack, declaring that victory was already near. The hero, hovering in the air, noticed that the commander had also begun to act, which meant that the next stage would soon reveal itself. After that, he fell silent, remembering Kirikiri's words about how he would most likely no longer be able to receive rewards for leveling up. Then John didn't understand why she said that, because before her words sounded different. Kirikiri explained that the hero was leveling up too quickly, and if he continued at the same pace, there would be no more rewards for leveling up. Simply put, if the protagonist wanted to become stronger than he was now, he should focus on honing his endurance skills. John then thought that he would like to learn more about magic, but the girl firmly stated that he needed to at least cross the 30th floor. That's why he trained his swordsmanship diligently. He also realized that until now, he had almost always relied on his physical characteristics. At the same time, he never felt a clear superiority in fights with enemies who wielded weapons with the correct technique. He wondered what exactly he should improve if his style had no clearly defined form. That's why he began to relearn the knightly fencing he learned on the 16th floor, which was a passive style that focused on defense. However, 3 techniques known as lethal techniques proved to be quite useful, thanks to which the hero learned to control the aura. John thought he had missed too much by not listening carefully to the explanations, and he realized he could not comprehend the verbal descriptions. At that moment, the ground suddenly opened up, and from it emerged a huge knight, completely covered in a magical aura. He rose up quickly and slammed his palm down on the ground with force. The Red Army soldiers were thrown to the sides by such a strong blow. Seeing the giant knight of the blue side, the Red Army soldiers felt fear. Meanwhile, the main character rushed towards the enemy at high speed, rushed past him, swung his sword and landed on the ground. The knight didn't even understand what had happened. At that very moment, the shattered helmet of his gigantic armor fell to the ground with a dull sound. John dropped to one knee, thinking that fortunately the talkative knight was giving detailed explanations that he had not listened to at the time. Only now did he realize that many of the techniques he had learned were merely different interpretations created by the rearguard swordsman. The knight's severed head fell to the ground with such force that the Red Army soldiers raised their spears and went on the offensive. The helmet rolled forward, and the hero, looking at it, thought that everything was fine, because he continued to improve even now. The Red Army lined up, raising its banners, and the conquest of the 25th floor on Hell difficulty was so swift that even the gods fell silent. Soon, a multitude of system windows appeared in front of the protagonist, informing him that he had completed his training on the 25th floor. John was interested in the fusion of the new skill with combat concentration, as the name seemed strange to him. Taking note of temporal restraint and its level, he decided that it was highly likely a divine skill. The description suggested that a certain god, who wished to remain anonymous, had granted him this skill. The system also warned that if he did not recognize the giver, she might become very angry. John immediately realized that this was the power of the goddess of slowness. He remembered that she was already experiencing anxiety due to the attention of other gods. Almost immediately, 2 more notifications appeared, one saying that the goddess of slowness was satisfied, and the other that the god of adventure was grumbling. After reading them, the hero noted to himself that everything was happening exactly as he expected. Clenching his fists in joy, John exclaimed that he had acquired another skill and noted that the goddess of slowness was perfect for such tricks. He then confidently walked towards the portal leading to the 26th floor and entered it as a bright light spread around him. However, when he stepped into the clearing, he realized that Kirikiri was angry, pouting, and turning away from him. Then he called her worriedly, and she, without looking at him, asked what he wanted. He was interested in the reason for her anger and thought that she was acting too harshly because, as it seemed to him, she had already calmed down earlier. Before the 25th floor, Kirikiri told him that it would take 5 days to complete, but now he thought that he had completed it in just 1 day. The hero asked Kirikiri how much she thought the next floor would take up, and suggested that she try to guess more accurately this time. The girl pouted angrily and declared that the next stage would be difficult even for him, and would last more than a month, namely 33 days. John then asked if this meant that if he exceeded 30 days, he would fail. Kirikiri explained that starting from the 26th floor, he would not fail stages due to time, and after completing the round, he would be returned to the waiting room. The next round will start from the same point where it left off in the previous one. The protagonist reasoned that since he would have experience of going through this raid, everything would become safer and more comfortable for him. However, if he accidentally exceeds his limit, hitting a wall with no way to reset, he may end up in an eternal cycle from which there is no escape. Sean was proof of just how dangerous such a situation could be. The young man then asked if a team was needed for this floor, and Kirikiri explained that at least 25 people were needed. She then added that under any circumstances, he would not be able to get through the floor in 33 days, and that next time, she would be the one eating the cake. Hearing this, the hero was surprised and wondered if he would really have to return in more than a month. Then he decided that in this case the girl would not see the cake all this time. Hearing such words, Kirikiri seemed to turn to stone. Meanwhile, in the waiting room on the 26th floor, John teleported inside. There he decided to check the description of the new divine skill. The maximum level of temporary confinement temporarily froze the flow of time, at which point only the caster's mind moved. The protagonist concluded that, in essence, it was the ability to stop time, while he himself could not move, but only think. The speed of thoughts depended on the level of development, but if one was not concentrating sufficiently, there was a risk of not noticing that time had stopped. He then used the 1,000 weapons, deciding to test the ability in practice. By throwing the ball up, the hero activated a time stop. At that moment, a dark aura surrounded him and spread throughout the entire hall. The young man closed his eyes and stood frozen in the darkness as the ball began to glow and emit dark energy. Even with his eyes closed, he could clearly see the entire hall enveloped in his magic. In his mind he began to count, naming the numbers 10,832, 10,833, 10,834. Then he clenched his fist, the ball darkened again, stopped glowing, and everything around returned from darkness to normal lighting. The ball returned to his hand, and the hero noted that the ability's time limit was approximately 3 hours. At the same time, he noticed that even the object thrown into the air was not completely fixed, but still dropped down slightly. However, the uncontrolled flow of thoughts in a world where everything stopped was real torture, and without mental strength, a person could go crazy. Then John turned the dark ball into a sword, and decided that for ordinary people this would be a difficult test, but for him, a huge advantage. Then he realized that this skill was not only useful in combat, but was also ideal for training. Closing his eyes and raising the sword to his face, the young man realized that he had already reached a level where he could hone his skills with just his thoughts. But time passed, and soon a portal to the next floor opened before the hero. John stepped through the portal, and the 26th floor raid began. He appeared in the spacious hall, kneeling. In front of him sat an elderly king on the throne, surrounded by other nobles and guards. The courtiers began to wonder why only one person was called. At the same time, the hero tried to understand where he was. Meanwhile, one of the noblemen asked whether the call of heroes had failed, and the ruler sitting on the throne worriedly clarified what was happening. John quickly realized that this was a hero's call, and smiled, guessing the nature of the floor. He realized that the story of the 26th floor was about a hero summoned to another world. The conditions for passing were obtaining the holy sword with the seal removed and destroying the demon king. The action took place on the continent of Heog, and 35 years had already passed since the beginning of the war between half-demons and humans. Both sides suffered colossal losses, and eventually the half-demons devised a plan for victory. They decided to summon the ruler of Hell, a forgotten demon king worshipped by their ancient ancestors. In response, the people called upon heroes from another world to resist his descent. The hero had to awaken the holy sword sealed in the royal castle and, together with his comrades, defeat the demon king. The only way to prove his destiny and remove the seal from the sword was to confirm his status as a true hero. However, the actual condition for clearing the floor remained obtaining the unsealed holy sword and destroying the demon king. While the courtiers whispered in amazement, John looked away and was finally convinced that everything was exactly like that. The 26th floor turned out to be a classic story about a hero being summoned to another world, a banal plot where the hero is asked to defeat the demon king. The hero then realized that the requirement for a group of 25 people was just part of a scenario in which 25 heroes were to be summoned. Then the emperor addressed him as a hero and asked whether he had really been called alone and what had happened to his comrades. John scratched his head with a confused look, said that he was the only one, and then wondered about the whereabouts of the holy sword. After all, obtaining the holy sword was one of the mandatory conditions for passing the quest. Without it, it was impossible to destroy the demon king. The hero came to the conclusion that it was most likely impossible to pass this stage without the holy sword, and therefore decided that the weapon was not in the royal palace. John thought about spreading magic and finding the holy sword. At that moment, a man standing nearby called out to him and asked him not to move, explaining that using magic would only lead to trouble. When the young man tilted his head and wondered who it was, he explained that he was one of the heroes summoned from another world. He added that he himself was not sure whether John was really a hero, but 5 squads of heroes had gathered there, including his own. The man then emphasized that it was unwise to create senseless chaos, since a magical rune was inscribed in the hall that suppressed magic. Despite this, John still activated the magic, and a powerful magical storm erupted from the place where the hero was sitting and instantly engulfed the entire hall. A powerful storm of lightning magic threw everyone present back. And then suddenly one of the girls among the knights was the first to notice it. John's magic also manifested the rune inscribed on the floor, and it continued to expand for some time. The hero realized that he could sense powerful magic deep in the castle's dungeons, as well as something akin to divine energy. When he stopped the spell, the young man opened his eyes and looked around in surprise. He didn't understand what had happened, or why the atmosphere had changed so abruptly, as the rune was destroyed, throwing everyone present away. Then the hero remembered what exactly the man had said earlier, but frightened by John's strength, he insisted that he had said nothing at all. The main character, completely confused, did not understand why he was behaving so strangely. As silence fell over the hall, John thought about the destroyed rune and came to the conclusion that he was probably the one who caused it. The emperor was speechless, and the nobleman standing next to him silently stroked his beard. Finally, the emperor cleared his throat and turned to John, thanking him for his response to the empire's call and formally greeting him on its behalf. He explained that the original plan was to summon a group of 25 heroes, but because only one was summoned, a misunderstanding arose. The protagonist bowed to the emperor and said that he understood everything. He thanked him for the reception and apologized for destroying the magic rune. The emperor, bowing his head before John, quickly objected, insisting that the magic rune could not possibly be faulty. Then he stood up abruptly, extended his hand forward, and loudly announced that the 5 squads of heroes had finally been summoned to Cronubus. Introducing himself as the emperor and sole ruler of the continent, he greeted them again, declaring that the great gods had heard their prayers. Listening to all this, John tiredly covered his mouth with his hand and wondered why he was so unbearably bored. While the emperor continued to talk about how the will of the empire coincided with the will of God, the hero opened the system, deciding to write to Maria. He asked what she was doing and was told that she was currently on a raid. The protagonist then decided that she was probably fighting and did not wait for an immediate answer. At this moment, Maria was on the 47th floor, and considering that she spent most of her time at work, her speed was quite high. Meanwhile, the emperor continued his endless speech, touching on everything from the heavenly islands to the dry deserts beyond the Black Sea. John, sweating and listening to all this, thought that even the principal's school moralizing was not so boring. At that moment, all he could think about was that he wanted to get his hands on this sword as soon as possible. When the endless speech finally ended, the proclamation ceremony followed, and then the award ceremony. During it, John stood in a suit and looked at the elder, who loudly announced that he was naming John their hero. After this, the emperor began to speak again, waving his hand and raising his voice, again addressing the heroes and talking about the Demon King. Then in the evening, there was a banquet. After him, John returned to the room. He sat down on the bed, exhausted, and thought that he was finally alone, but then he became afraid that a similar routine might await him tomorrow. At that moment there was a knock on the door. A woman in armor entered the room. She apologized and, placing her hand on her chest, greeted him, introducing herself as Seregia Cromwell, captain of the Order of the Knights of Cannon. In response, John lowered his legs, sat up straight on the bed, stated his name, and expressed his pleasure at meeting her. Seregia explained that from now on, the Order would be responsible for his protection and would also remain by his side until the mission was completed. Hearing this, John thought that the girl was going to watch over him as a warden, and said that he would like to know the schedule. In response, Seregia noted that, as a hero, he did not at all need to observe formalities in communicating with her. The girl explained that over the next 4 days, he would have to attend an important event at the castle. John was surprised to hear this. Seregia immediately explained that upon their completion, he would officially begin carrying out the mission. The representative of the group that shows the best results in 10 tasks will receive priority right to take the Holy Sword trial. She referred to a legend that only a chosen one can draw the Holy Sword. After this, John again asked what tasks needed to be completed, and Seregia suggested that the missions might be related to half-demons. Then John wondered if the kingdom was going to make the most of the summoned heroes now that they were here. He glanced at Seregia and decided that this 26th floor probably concealed much more than it seemed at first glance. Catching his gaze, the girl also looked at him and asked if everything was okay. John replied that everything was fine, and then thought with a touch of irritation that this stage looked like it was going to be much more tedious than he had expected. However, the hero soon clarified whether all this meant that it was the knightly order under the command of Seregia that would be responsible for his protection. In response, the girl said that she was not sure how it would sound to him, but at the moment, there was only one person in the order, and that was herself. Hearing this, John wondered in bewilderment whether such an entity could even be called an order. Seregia said with complete confidence that it was possible, but the hero chose to remain silent in response. The girl then reported that after the death of the previous captain, new members were not accepted into the order. John was quick to point out that this meant that there were only 2 members of the order before the captain's death. He looked at Seregia and noted that this girl was both the only member and the captain of the knightly order. After that, he asked what happened to the previous captain, and Seregia calmly replied that he died of old age. Still, the hero sulked, thinking about how strange it all was and why almost every knight he met seemed a little out of his mind. After that, he asked what duties she usually performed and whether an order consisting of one person could do anything at all. Seregia answered without hesitation that, of course not. John was surprised by her confidence, but deep down, he preferred this option. Then Seregia explained that usually a knightly order should have at least 30 people, but she was called alone. She also added that this was her first mission since joining the order, and it was all thanks to him. Hearing this, John asked if this meant that she had been in the order for 4 years. Having received an affirmative answer, he came to the conclusion that she had, in fact, been unemployed all these years. Then Seregia said that starting from the 4th day, they would begin to carry out the mission. Each squad of heroes was assigned 10 tasks. John noted that their schedule would be the same as today, and the girl confirmed this, adding that the schedule also included meetings with nobles. After this, the hero fell silent, covering half his face with his hand, and thought gloomily that he would not be able to keep up with such a schedule. Then he asked if she had a map. Seregia replied that the map was in the operating room and offered to show her the way. After some time, they found themselves in a dark room. Seregia, turning her back to John, pointed in the direction and said that she would need a moment to light the candle. However, the hero said that it was not a problem and used fire magic, snapping his fingers and lighting the candle from a distance. Seeing this, the girl noted that it was impressive, but John, smiling, modestly noted that there was nothing special about it. Seregia admitted that she didn't know he was a magical swordsman, adding that she had heard that it required a lot of effort and talent. John asked her how she knew he owned a sword, and she replied that she had seen him in the royal palace. The hero immediately remembered the moment of teleportation and assumed that she had figured it out right then. Seregia clarified that, to be precise, she drew conclusions from his movements. The girl added that by his palms, the position of his hands, and the distance he maintained, she could tell that he was right-handed and used a long sword. She was finally convinced of this when she noticed 3 characteristic distances that he unconsciously maintained. John was momentarily speechless after hearing all this, and then Seregia continued to explain. Back in the palace, when another hero approached him too closely, he immediately reacted by stepping back, and that was the first distance. The girl then explained that the second distance roughly corresponds to the distance between her and him now. After hearing this, the protagonist noted how amazing it was to be able to recognize such things, relying only on observation. Then the hero looked at her and noticed something. He wondered if that was why, from the moment they entered the dorm, she had always kept half a step behind him, staying out of his reach. Then John wondered if this was what they called true genius. The hero asked what the third distance was, and Seregia replied that she felt it when he released the magic. She admitted that she was not skilled enough to pinpoint its boundaries. However, she clearly felt that this zone easily encompassed even the throne on which the emperor sat. Hearing this, John thought that Seregia was not at all a simple burdensome companion. He would rather call her a very competent ballast. After some time, the girl pointed to one of the sections of the map and said that the Demon King's summoning ceremony was taking place at the top of the mountain. John asked how long it would take to get from here, and she replied that even on horseback the journey would take at least 3 days. Then Seregia added that if he received the Holy Sword, he would be able to use the teleportation magic circle. John closed his eyes and thought about how confusing and cumbersome everything was. It seemed to him that there were too many formalities here. He remembered Kirikiri's words about not being able to clear the floor in a month, and realized he had no choice but to skip part of the plot. Looking at the map, the hero thought that instead of following the script, it would be much wiser to go and defeat the Demon King on his own. The conditions for passing were reduced to 2 points, obtaining the Holy Sword and defeating the Demon King. If these were met, the rest did not matter. After this, John spoke, and Seregia, who had her back to him, said that he could call her simply by her first name, Seri. However, the hero still called her Lady Seregia, and noted that he did not consider any events to be truly necessary in the next 3 days. The girl replied that she thought the same. Then John looked at her and explained that this was why he was considering going to the fort. Seregia was silent for a while, then closed her eyes and said that she understood his decision and would prepare a teleportation magic circle. Hearing this, the hero asked in surprise if she was going to stop him. In response, the girl said that she tried her best to dissuade him, but failed, and that is exactly how she would report it. John found this quite acceptable. Sometime later, already at night, John landed on the ground. He saw a large hall ahead, guarded by a guard. The hero darted through the room with such speed that the guard didn't even notice. Then he stepped forward down the corridor. The main character got to the right place quite quickly. He looked at the sword resting on the platform and realized that this was the holy sword he was looking for. He even chuckled, noting to himself that the weapon really was worthy of this name. An overwhelming magical power emanated from him. The air around him trembled, and then John gripped the hilt and pulled the sword towards himself with all his strength. After much effort, he managed to pull it out. Then John, looking at the blade in his hand, declared that the goal had been achieved. And then suddenly, the sword spoke, addressing him as a hero. Hearing this, John looked at the weapon in surprise. The sword repeated the call and asked if he could hear it. The hero was stunned and thought that the voice was actually coming from the sword. The weapon again insistently asked for an answer, and then John confirmed that he heard it. Hearing this, the sword thanked him. Then he asked why the hero did not answer immediately. John noted to himself that the blade was unusually talkative, and wondered if it was one of the so-called ego swords. After this, the hero asked if it was really a holy sword in front of him. The weapon confirmed that it was a holy sword, a magical blade containing the spirit of the Aubak sword, blessed by the great god of the blue sky. Sword added enthusiastically that he was incredibly pleased to be able to speak again after such a long silence. Then John asked the name of the sword spirit, and he said that his name was Aubak. He added that he deeply respects the hero, and even loves him. Hearing this, John thought that while the sword's compliance was pleasing, hearing a grown man declare his love gave him goosebumps. He then asked if sword spirits usually had female voices, and the blade apologized and explained that it had been a man in life. The sword then suggested making the voice cuter, but John immediately threatened to stick it back in if that happened. After this, the sword asked the hero's name, and John answered his name. Hearing this, the holy sword declared that John was the chosen hero and promised to tell him about the power they could use together. He said that by teaming up with the hero, he is able to crush any evil energy. Usually, hidden powers are revealed gradually. John thought that obtaining the sword was a necessary step to passing the floor, but the process itself turned out to be surprisingly simple. He looked at the blade and thought that he had actually skipped all the intermediate stages and gone straight to the final. And then he wondered if these missions weren't actually much more difficult than anything he had encountered so far. Then the main character wondered what would happen if he tried to pull it out without the proper qualifications. In response, the sword explained that an unsuitable person simply would not be able to draw it. John questioned whether this was really the case, and then wondered how this very suitability was determined. The sword explained that basic skills, recognition by the gods, and a certain level of magic and swordsmanship were required. Theoretically, 1 in 25 could wield the blade, but John doubted that 25 people could reach the 26th floor of the Hell level at the same time. The next player will also go here alone, but if he doesn't know how to use a sword, then he will have to train a lot. John even thought that Lee Harris, who as a captain mainly used a dagger, should start training with a longsword. Meanwhile, the sword turned to the hero again, but John asked to wait, deciding to think everything over. He felt that this weapon possessed colossal power and, if fully mastered, was capable of demonstrating overwhelming might. However, on the other hand, the Demon King on the 26th floor was so powerful that it had previously taken over 100 people to destroy him. Suddenly John grinned, deciding that this was all starting to look pretty interesting. The sword turned to him again, calling him a hero. After this, he arbitrarily returned to the same place from where he had been previously removed. John turned around and noted that taking the sword now would be stealing, so he would first defeat the Demon King and then return for the blade. John smiled, thinking that he had finally met an opponent worthy of testing his own strength. He decided not to borrow the power of the Holy Sword and to test everything he had learned on his own. After this, the hero moved forward, ignoring the cries of the sword, and soon left this place. The sword really wanted John to take it with him, but alas. The next day at the castle, John followed Seregia across the courtyard, then stopped. He asked if it was really a teleportation magic circle in front of him, and if it could be used to directly get to the front fortress. The girl confirmed that this was true, adding that she had already received permission, after which she handed him an envelope and told him to take it with him. She explained that when using the circle, the senses and balance are disturbed, which can cause dizziness and even vomiting. As they approached the circle together, Seregia warned that during the movement they should not resist the process under any circumstances. The protagonist replied that he remembered it, and then light spread from the huge golden circle. John felt the pressure, but still did not resist as Seregia asked. In the end, they both teleported. The hero found himself in a spacious courtyard. Then he looked around and noted that it seemed like there was still fighting going on outside the city walls. John wondered where Seregia was. However, he almost immediately decided that there was no need to worry about her. After that, John took off and landed on the roof. He began to watch the thousands of soldiers below, among whom particles of magic swirled in the air. He realized that this was where the front line of the war between humans and demons lay. On the ground, armies of golems and half-demons stood opposite each other. Both Seregia and the hero were on the roof of the watchtower. The girl stepped forward and gestured for him to sit down, but John replied that he was comfortable as is. Then she looked down and noticed that this tower was a very convenient place to observe what was happening. The hero agreed, and then asked if she was feeling well now. Seregia did not immediately understand the question. But then she remembered the moment when she felt sick, and said that she was fine now, apologizing for her previous state. Meanwhile, John silently looked at the battlefield where the golems continued to fight the demons, and thought that the battle looked quite intense. He then wondered if they should intervene, but Seredzija replied that there was no need. The thing is that the soldiers are golems summoned by the magician, and their destruction does not result in real losses. After that, she spread out a blanket and said that she often came here to watch battles, so she was well acquainted with the situation. The girl added that thanks to this habit, she was able to enter here without suspicion, since the soldiers were unlikely to know about the existence of the order. Then Seredzia sat down on the blanket and offered the main character a snack, but John refused. After this, he looked at the battlefield again and came to the conclusion that, overall, the situation was developing quite favorably. Even if the golems appear to be being pushed back, there are no actual losses as their destruction does not incur casualties. This line of defense was created by humans specifically to contain the half-demons. Suddenly, John noticed that the golems were being knocked down by powerful magical attacks. Seredzia, who was standing nearby, explained that, apparently, the half-demon tribe mages, who had been waiting in the rear until now, had finally taken action. Golems are particularly vulnerable to wide-area magic, and if dispelling spells are constantly cast from a distance, they can be easily destroyed. Hearing this, the hero nodded, deciding that if he could eliminate the mages in the rear, he could achieve a turning point in the battle. He knew he had little understanding of military affairs, but then he asked Lady Seredzia to explain once again where exactly the Demon King was. The girl continued to chew the cookie and look at the map, after which she said that he should wait a little. After a minute, she explained that the target was in the mountains to the east, and John then looked at the distant massive mountain and decided that this was what she was talking about. The hero noted to himself that the distance was quite large, however, although he did not immediately notice it. A weak but ominous energy could already be felt from there. The girl then clarified that there were strategic points of the half-demons in the vicinity, and that they had also founded several new villages. She explained that half-demons reproduced extremely quickly, and the soldiers stationed here were most likely born in these settlements. After this, Seredzia asked if this information was useful. In response, John said that the information turned out to be more than useful. At the same time, he suddenly felt awkward and some regret towards her. Then the girl noted that she had not come here just to observe what was happening, and again offered him snacks. However, John refused, apologized, and asked her to wait here. When the girl asked where he was going, the hero turned around and declared that he intended to go and kill the Demon King. Hearing this, Seredzia was suddenly surprised, and the cookie fell out of her hand, while she could not understand what he was doing. Meanwhile, John jumped onto the wall, and the girl thought that he was acting recklessly, while the hero himself was convinced of the opposite. Then he jumped down from the wall, and seeing this, Seredzia called out to him. In response, the young man activated Talaria's wings and rushed forward. Watching this, the girl realized in amazement that he was really flying. She couldn't believe that the hero was capable of even this. John ran at high speed, thinking about how he had originally planned to use Soul Cry to attract all nearby enemies. However, in the current situation, people who were unaware of its presence could also fall under the skill's effect. The effects of Soul Cry, Soul Exploitation, and Talaria's wings affect all of his opponents, as well as those who consider him an enemy. If used incorrectly, the commander could even give the order to attack him, since no one in the fortress knew who he was or why he was there. Then the hero decided that the solution was extremely simple. Suddenly he noticed a half-demon mage hiding among the enemy ranks. The mage cast a spell that made a piercing sound, and John rushed forward, attacking the demons. He decided that it was enough to eliminate the enemy mages for them to recognize him as an ally. He rushed through the line of the half-demon's army, attacking the sorcerers. As he rose higher, one of the mages pointed at him and fired an attack spell. The hero realized that he had been noticed. The thing is, the mages started screaming and unleashing a barrage of spells on him, combining them into a firestorm. John dodged the attack at great speed. As he approached, the frightened magicians began to use new spells in panic. The hero noticed one of them, who stretched out his hand and tried to stop him with a barrier. The magician smiled contentedly, thinking that he had managed to restrain this man. However, the next moment, John's hand burst out of the flame and grabbed the magician by the neck. The hero threw him away, after which the hero rushed towards the rest of the screaming sorcerers. Then he took to the air again and decided that this was enough. After the commotion that had been raised, both sides should have already realized who he was. Now at least the human commander would no longer consider him an enemy, and the enemy's rear was sufficiently disorganized. Then the hero jumped and landed on the ground, noting that the preparation was complete. At that moment, demonic magicians rushed at him from all sides. Then John activated Soul Cry and attacked them simultaneously. He decided that it was time to act in his own way, because his main goal was to destroy the Demon King. He stared at the half-demons standing before him. He noted that everyone who stands in his way will become part of this goal. After some time, all the half-demons were dead, and their bodies lay all over the battlefield. John sat on the step with a slight smile. Suddenly, Seredzia ran up to him, breathing heavily. The hero noticed her and was surprised that she did not stay in the fortress. He asked her why she followed him in the first place. The girl dropped to her knees and with difficulty said that he should wait until she caught her breath. John looked at her and thought that he still did not understand her motives. Perhaps she followed him out of a sense of responsibility. However, he was sure that an ordinary person would have turned back after seeing so much death. The hero decided that he would ask her this question later, when she had recovered a little, because the journey here had been difficult even on horseback. She continued to breathe heavily, and John still wondered why she didn't stay in the fortress. Finally, Seregia took a deep breath and regretfully admitted that she herself doubted her decision. She explained that when she saw him fly away, she was afraid that he might get lost, so she followed him. Besides, she was sure that he would return quickly, since it seemed impossible to cope with such a huge army alone. The girl felt that she had to warn him of the danger, and so she ran with all her might, but she was unable to catch up with him. The terrain became increasingly uneven, bodies were scattered around, there was a terrible stench, and sometimes she was even attacked by half-demon soldiers. And then suddenly Seregia touched her hair with a slight smile and admitted that she had lied, and that in fact, nothing like that had happened. After this, the girl sadly apologized and explained that exaggeration had long become a habit for her. The protagonist wondered how such a trait could have formed, and then she explained that her order was not popular with others. Only the lower-ranking soldiers listened to her, and they simply agreed with everything she said. Eventually, over time, the tendency to exaggerate became natural for her. John was silent for a moment, then looked at her and said that it must have been very difficult for her. He knew what it was like to be isolated from others, and he understood how difficult it was. Seregia added that she was not used to ordinary conversations, that she had no family or friends. The hero accepted this silently and thought for a while again. The girl stood nearby, and then John wondered if she had exaggerated in the story about his sword. In response, she admitted that the exaggeration was only partial, as he had indeed been summoned to wield the holy sword. At the same time, she emphasized that everything that concerned the distance was not a lie. The hero said that he had understood this long ago, since she had proven her words by constantly maintaining a precise distance. He added that Lady Seregia has an outstanding talent, and emphasized that he says this completely sincerely. John added that she shouldn't worry, because she really is incredible. Seregia looked at him silently for a while. Then she suddenly looked away and thanked John. After this, the girl carefully noted that she did not know how he would perceive her words, but she considered him the strongest person of all. The hero, with his eyes closed, calmly noted that this was most likely the case. Seregia continued, saying that this was why his words about her being incredible felt like a reward for all her past suffering, and now she was genuinely happy and touched. John wondered why she was acting so strangely, and decided that perhaps she was just overexcited after such an intense workout. However, the girl said that this was not true, and John added that there was nothing wrong with it, and he would still like to hear her story. After a moment of silence, Seregia asked if he really intended to go all the way to the mountain where the summoning ritual was taking place. She hadn't expected him to go that far, but John said without hesitation that that was exactly why he had come here. Then the girl extended her hand and noted that it was too reckless to go further without the holy sword. She admitted that it was incredible, but emphasized that the holy sword was a special weapon, whose power far exceeded that of any blade. According to her, even the demon king was practically invincible without the power of the holy sword, and so she asked him to think it over again. Then John rose to his feet and remarked that he wished he could tell her the same thing, and then wondered what Lady Seregia herself wanted. She asked if they should go back, but the hero said he wouldn't have gone that far if he had originally planned to retreat. Then the girl raised her voice and insisted that he come back and take the holy sword. She was sure that he was capable of becoming its owner. In response, John stated that he did not want a sword that groaned in a male voice. Seregia was confused, and then suggested continuing on after a rest. Then the girl opened the bag of cookies and offered to have a snack before continuing on their way. However, she was horrified to discover that there were almost no snacks left and wondered where they could have disappeared to. After this, Seregia carefully asked if the hero was planning to rest the next day. John, standing in front of her, replied that he did not know. He initially intended to head straight to the top of the mountain without stopping, but then he suggested making a stop at a nearby fortress. The girl pointed out that it was 2 days' journey to her destination, but the hero smiled and noted that if he hurried, he could get there by the next day. Seregia emphasized that the road would be teeming with demons, but John had already run forward, thinking that this was exactly what he wanted. She stayed behind, reaching out her hand to try to stop him, but couldn't reach it and ended up letting it drop. The hero ran on, wondering whether Seregia would follow him this time. He then used soul cry magic and soared into the air. John immediately noticed the demons on the ground. In the end, he destroyed them all with one blow. At the same time, he thought that the girl most likely no longer had the strength to follow him, because, unlike last time, the path was not straight. The deeper they went, the more demons they encountered, and enemies outside the range of his skills could also attack. John understood that she was aware of this danger, even without explanation. And yet the hero caught himself thinking that if she suddenly followed him, he would like to ask her what she thought of him as a swordsman. Meanwhile, Seregia ran after the main character. Along the way, she stopped to catch her breath and then started running again. Meanwhile, John continued to think about how his fighting style appeared to her from the outside. After some time, the dead bodies of the half-demons lay scattered across the ground. The main character stood and looked at the mountain that he had to reach. Meanwhile, on the other side, not far from the tower, Saregia lay exhausted on the ground, covering her eyes with a handkerchief and breathing heavily. Soon John found her and asked if he could ask her one question. John asked why she had gone so far and put herself in such serious danger. In response, the girl removed the scarf from her eyes and declared that it was she who should ask him about the reasons for such a reckless fight. John paused for a moment, then winked and smiled and explained that his reason was to defeat the Demon King. Saregia continued to breathe heavily and remained silent for a while. She then closed her eyes and stated that in that case, she was here to witness him defeat the Demon King. She explained that helping him was the first assignment she had received, and so she wanted to do it properly if possible. John turned to her and noted that it sounded responsible, but immediately wondered if she was even thinking about her own safety. In response, the girl calmly noted that the same applied to him. The hero fell silent again and thought that defeating the Demon King did not pose a mortal danger for him and that he definitely would not die. Then Saregia confidently declared that if he did not die, then she would too, for the same reason. John tilted his head and wondered if she really intended to follow him to the very end. In response, the girl sat down and asked if he was going to leave right now. The hero replied that he was not going to leave yet, but they should rest. He then handed her a bottle of potion and offered to drink it, explaining that it was a stamina restoration potion. The girl accepted him and thanked him, after which Saregia cautiously asked if he had food and offered to check his supplies. Then John opened his inventory, thinking that he hadn't bought any supplies lately. After clearing the previous stage, he immediately returned to the waiting room, so he did not need food, but now he needed to get it. After some time, the girl had already broken the piece of meat into 2 parts. Saregia began to eat, thanking the hero and noting that the dried meat was delicious and the atmosphere pleasant. John just smiled and asked if she meant this particular meat, considering they were in a fortress full of corpses. Then the main character asked Lady Saregia what she did before joining the knightly order. She continued eating and replied that she was a fencing instructor at the academy and that she had not been expelled, she had joined the order voluntarily. The girl added that, being from an impoverished noble family, she preferred working at the academy to returning home. She then won the royal fencing tournament and after that joined the Order of Canon Knights. The hero was surprised how it was possible to win the tournament and still find himself in such a situation, but Saregia repeated that she had not been exiled. She explained that there were many reasons. She was a commander and a woman, a teacher, not a knight, and besides, her family had fallen. However, John noted that winning a fencing tournament against knights was still impressive. The girl closed her eyes and confirmed with confidence that this was indeed the case. She then firmly stated that truth was best in fencing. The hero noted to himself her amazing confidence. He looked at her and thought that a fencing instructor was exactly the person he needed right now. Afterwards, he asked her what she thought of his own fighting style. Saregia replied that all she saw were flashes of light and enemies falling every time those flashes appeared. However, one detail still caught her eye, since she had already seen somewhere the marks he left on the burnt bodies. John asked where exactly she saw it. She explained that the previous head of the order once showed a secret sword technique from the Fallen Kingdom, and the marks were very similar to his. The hero thought about the secret technique from the Fallen Kingdom. Then I remembered that night and his long explanations, and wondered if the previous head of the order had been too talkative a man. Saregia replied that, on the contrary, he was extremely silent and could go for days without saying a word. However, at that moment, in front of them, on a huge mountain, a red beam descended from the sky and entered the mouth of the mountain. The ritual site on the mountain was already surrounded by magical particles. On the mountainside, thousands of people were kneeling, bowing to the ground. In front of them, hundreds of ominous priests stood in neat rows with weapons in their hands. These priests were waving weapons and cutting up people's bodies, and John stood on the cliff, watching what was happening, and in shock, he thought about what he was seeing now. Saregia explained that this was a human sacrifice for a ritual. Then the hero asked why they were sacrificing so many people. The girl replied that it was probably due to his presence, and that the ritual was being carried out in a hurry. John noted that this sounded logical. In response, Saregia added that such a hasty ritual would certainly lead to side effects, and the hero clarified what exactly she meant. She then explained that even if the summoning was successful, the power might not be fully transferred or might be limited. John, however, speculated that the difficulty had been changed because he had abandoned the Holy Sword, so they probably didn't need to go that far. Then the main character turned his head and asked how Saregia knew so much. In response, she calmly explained that these were common knowledge, and then added that she had already asked him about his plans several times on the way. The hero turned his gaze to the ritual site and said that they should watch a little longer, since the ritual was almost finished. He also noted that since things had gone this far, it would be logical to wait until the Demon King was fully summoned and then deal with him. The girl was silent for a while, then closed her eyes and agreed with this decision. John thought her concern was quite natural. He, too, felt some strange magic filling everything around him. However, he was confident that no matter what enemy appeared, he would not perish. Meanwhile, people's heads were being cut off below. Bound, headless bodies fell and littered the ground. The priests raised their weapons and began to read spells. Suddenly, a huge magical ball formed in the center of the area, which began to attract all the people to itself, absorbing them one by one. Soon the site was completely empty, and only the priests and the ball hovering above the ground remained. Then John handed the girl some dried meat and asked if she wanted to eat it. She agreed, and then, looking at the ground and the magic ball, she noticed that it amazed her. It was eating so calmly right on enemy territory. Seredzia said that if they were discovered, the enemies would immediately attack them, but the protagonist explained that the enemies were already aware of their presence. Some enemies have already noticed their hiding place, but the priests are currently focused on the ritual, and until they are provoked, nothing will happen. After this, he suggested that she finish the meat in peace. Seredzia closed her eyes and said that she understood everything. They ate in silence for a while, and at that moment the hero reflected on how he had received fencing instructions from Seredji over the past few days. She said that she could not demonstrate her own technique, but agreed to observe him and give advice and comments. Since the girl preferred discussions to direct teaching, she analyzed his every move and thought through countermeasures and ways to improve. John considered her to be the best swordswoman he had ever met, especially outstanding in theory. He smiled, remembering how she had literally taken his style apart and helped him create more perfect techniques. He then asked what she was going to do after defeating the Demon King. The girl replied that if it was an event after which they would barely survive, then she would prefer to go into exile or simply disappear. She explained that defeating the Demon King and returning would be a great achievement that would make up for her previous minor mistakes. However, this would have brought a lot of problems, because the story of a foreign hero and a knight defeating the Demon King would inevitably have become overgrown with legends. So, instead of facing such attention, it would have been easier for her to take the award and disappear. Hearing this, John wondered whether she was being serious or joking, while the girl calmly continued eating. After some time, a bluish lightning aura appeared around John. Suddenly, the whole area began to shake. Then the hero and the girl immediately stood up. Seredzia reported that, apparently, his wish was coming true, and the Demon King had indeed been summoned. John continued to look at the ritual site and the huge magic ball. Now he looked more like the sun, red from the eclipse. Suddenly, a screaming figure burst out of it. It was like a creature being born from an egg. It tore apart the shell of the ball with its own hands. The creature, still bound to the orb, continued to scream. Then suddenly it opened its eyes and jumped over the ball. Stopping in the air, it stared at the priests. The next moment, one of them was cut down. The rest fell into panic. The monster mercilessly tore apart the priests, thereby feeding on their victims. Soon the creature began to take on its final form. Thanks to the large number of victims, the Demon King was finally able to come into being. He froze in the air with the help of his huge wings, surveying the area below. When Seredzia saw him, she admitted that the situation was extremely serious, although expected. John remained silent, looking at the Demon King. He felt as if his opponent was looking straight at him. Thanks to the skill Fortitude, which increased combat abilities depending on the enemy's strength, the hero could accurately assess the threat. He wondered why this skill was making him stronger than ever before. He felt as if he had gained the power to move an entire mountain. Then John stood up and prepared for the long-awaited fight. He summoned 1,000 guns and, holding a sword in each hand, asked the girl what she thought his chances were. She paused briefly and replied that she estimated it at about 2%. The hero clenched his swords and noted that he did not understand why the plot was so cruel. After that, he took off and flew forward at great speed, straight towards the Demon King. Seredzia stayed behind and shouted that she hoped that he would not die after all. Meanwhile, John spread Talaria's wings and rose high into the air, watching the enemy. At the same time, the Demon King also noticed him. The hero thought that it would be better for Lady Seredzia to stay where she was. He said that he was going to show her something interesting. Meanwhile, the Demon King raised his shoulder and prepared to attack. He released a massive storm of dark magic, directing it towards the hero. At first, John simply hung in the air, clearly shocked by how massive the attack was. Soon, dark magic collided with the hero, causing a powerful explosion in the sky. Meanwhile, Seredzia called out to the hero with alarm. The Demon King himself remained stone cold and was confident that his opponent was already dead. However, John, whose body was already covered in scratches, managed to somehow escape death, but he was amazed by the overwhelming amount of magic. A memory flashed through his mind of the moment when he had barely managed to deflect the blow. Parrying it with his own magic, he was sure that if it had been a direct hit, his bones would have been shattered. Then the hero clutched the dark sword, surrounded by green lightning mana. He used Wind Arrow and directed an attack at the Demon King. However, he remained completely calm. He simply raised his hand, easily blocked John's blow, and effortlessly nullified his attack. John, moving at breakneck speed with the help of flash magic, rushed past the Demon King. Then he slashed his sword across his huge body. The hero continued to attack for a while, until a shallow cut appeared on the enemy's chest. Seeing this wound, the Demon King grinned. The young man was surprised to think how strong his body was. However, the next moment the enemy's face darkened, and only his left eye, filled with red, shone brightly from under the shadow. Using this eye, the Demon King released a wave of red lightning magic. He then clenched his fist, surrounded by streams of darkness, and brought down a blow towards the hero. The place where John had stood a moment ago was completely destroyed. However, the main character had already disappeared and rushed past the enemy again. He then continued to chop with the dark magic sword, thinking about the nature of the enemy's attacks. He realized that the Demon King was not leaving any gaps, and wondered how big the difference in their basic stats was. The hero realized that the enemy was superior to him in mana, endurance, and practically everything else. Finding himself on the ground behind his opponent, he thought gloomily that in this situation, he would inevitably lose. Nevertheless, John moved forward, determined to use that very technique. However, before he could do anything, the Demon King raised a sharp claw. He placed it right in front of his face and stopped John, looking down at him with disdain. At that moment, a monstrous explosion of dark magic was heard, and the hero was thrown away. When the flash dissipated, the Demon King lowered his hand. However, at that very moment, John was hanging in the air, still clutching the sword, which he had managed to plunge straight into the enemy's heart. However, the enemy did not react to the attack in any way. The hero, with blood on his face, holding the hilt, thought that if it weren't for Talaria's wings and the flash, the Demon King's attack would have hit him straight. He realized that he had only managed to strike this blow by miraculously getting close. John then used explosive sword magic, remembering one of the 1,000 weapons forms he had discovered with Maria's help. He was sure that this blade had exactly the effect implied in its name. The next moment, a gigantic fiery explosion struck the Demon King, and the hero jumped back at great speed, avoiding the shockwave. When the flames dispersed, the Demon King still stood there silently. As he retreated, John realized that the explosion was not powerful enough to destroy the enemy's heart, although, according to his calculations, it should be enough. Suddenly, the Demon King summoned a dark hand with the sharpest claws. He hit the hero with it, throwing him away with force. John realized that the speed of the enemy's attacks was extreme, and at this rate, he would not be able to find a single chance. John thought that to create an opportunity, he would have to be willing to take the blow himself, even if that moment proved fatal. At that moment, the Demon King turned and glared at him with fury. Suddenly, a powerful magical explosion erupted from his eyes, throwing the hero far back. At that moment, John clearly realized that he had never had an advantage since the beginning of the fight. The Demon King squeezed his eyes shut, and crimson light continued to pour out from his eyes and mouth. Then the hero realized that the moment had come to make a decision. He was convinced that his only chance of victory was to close in and break through the enemy's almost endless attack patterns. Then John jumped to the ground, raised his sword, and rushed to attack. In response, the Demon King extended his hand and deployed barriers of dark magic. When one of the barriers hit the ground, another powerful explosion followed. The wounded hero jumped out on the other side, soared into the air, and literally dove into the walls of darkness created by the enemy. He appeared right in front of the Demon King and moved in for the finishing blow. John was confident that this time he would definitely succeed. However, the enemy responded with a furious look. The next moment, the sword slipped from John's hand and fell to the ground. His hand was cut off and blood sprayed into the air. John didn't even understand what had happened, and the Demon King continued to stand there with an inscrutable expression on his face. However, something suddenly caught his attention. John, however, reflected on the fact that Seregia's sword art was based on strict theory and was subtle and systematic. However, it often lost its practicality in real combat, the most extreme example being sacrificing an arm for a moment's advantage. As they discussed this, Seregia wondered if John was seriously capable of such a thing. She said that, purely theoretically, it was possible. She believed that even without an arm, he would be able to continue moving his legs and gain the advantage. However, this was only possible with absolute strength of spirit, the ability to completely ignore pain and not be afraid of losing a limb. He must have real skill to instantly take advantage of this one chance. Now, sitting on the cliff, Seregia remembered all these thoughts, and seeing John's hand being cut off, her mouth opened wide in horror. The hero himself turned his head and stared at the Demon King, his face completely covered in blood. He then transformed the dark sword into a sword of pure mana and turned around, swinging it around his axis. He threw the mana blade straight into the Demon King's chest. He quickly put up a magical barrier, but the blade struck him, splitting and tearing his chest apart. Then the sword moved further, straight to the enemy's heart. John remembered the special move, the essence of the sword technique that the knight from the 16th floor taught him, the explosive manifestation of aura through magic. It was an absolute killer form of fencing. The blade continued moving and pierced the Demon King's heart with such force that his body shook and the hero instantly jumped back. When he found himself far behind his enemy, John even allowed himself to smile, deciding that everything was fine. The Demon King stared at the sword sticking out of his chest, blood flowing from the wound. John was sure that the blow had hit him right in the heart. He sat behind the enemy and thought that he didn't know how strong his immunity to fire was, but such a blow should have been fatal. The Demon King looked at his hand silently. At the same time, the hero smiled, confident of his victory. Then he walked over and raised his severed hand. John placed it back on his shoulder. Holding the vial of potion in his mouth, he noted that the arm should heal in about a minute. After this, John looked in the direction where Saregia was hiding and noted that she had hidden very well. At the same time, the surviving half-demons fled in panic, saving their lives. At the same time, the Demon King screamed as his body was destroyed. At the very end, he uttered the word man, addressing the main character. The main character noticed this and was a little surprised. The Demon King, in turn, wondered why he felt anger towards him, but the hero doubted his words. The enemy then explained that he was able to sense human emotions, and the energy emanating from them served as excellent fuel. According to him, right now he felt dark feelings from the main character. John wondered if he was serious. The Demon King then remarked that this was surprising, considering that the hero had just accomplished a great feat by defeating him. He then suggested that he might be able to guess the reason for the despair he felt. However, the young man objected that he would not call it despair. The Demon King then stated that the reason was probably due to the usual human squabbling. The hero will be extolled, but along with the praise will appear envy, jealousy, and lies aimed at denigrating him. According to the enemy, John himself would not be broken because he was strong, but he wondered what would happen to those around him. John replied that he was speaking incoherently, more like a devil who uses cunning words to lead people astray than a demon king. In response, he stated that John would soon be convinced that not only his family would suffer, but also the woman dear to him. But the hero only noted that he was in a bad mood, as he was disappointed that the enemy turned out to be weaker than he expected. He wondered if he felt any remorse towards the half-demons. After all the people sacrificed, the result was insignificant. John dropped to one knee and declared it was time to finish. Then the Demon King screamed again. He became furious and demanded an answer as to how a dirty and insignificant person dared to insult him. John thought that he seemed to have gone mad and decided that the moment had come for the protagonist to awaken after being provoked by the villain. He noted that this time it was worth living up to his title, reminding the enemy that even the main character could die at the hands of the antagonist. Then the demon shouted again for John to start running, testing how long he could cling to life. He announced that he would give him one day to try to escape as far as possible, but the hero only threw his sword over his shoulder and smiled. The demon continued to scream that he would pursue him and burn the entire continent to the ground. He declared that he would capture him alive at any cost and show him real hell. Then John raised his sword and thought that the second round was starting right now. However, at that moment the demon completed his transformation. He declared that he would sacrifice all his subjects to the god of sowing, and in exchange he would summon his full power to the place. Suddenly, a giant, extended wave of magic appeared in front of John, and he watched it silently. The hero then activated green magic, feeling the surrounding mana increase at an insane rate. He attacked with a long wave of dark magic, a green lightning wind arrow. However, the demon pulled all the sharp stone fragments floating in the air towards himself, and the arrow passed by without hitting him. Seeing this, John thought that the attack simply passed through the enemy, and wondered if he possessed power similar to Ida's. Closing his eyes, the hero felt magical writing in the clouds of smoke, and there were so many of them that a chill ran down his spine. He realized that the demon was not simply drawing magic, but was becoming a vessel himself. The creature continued to form, its insides dark red, and sharp stone fragments continued to be drawn into it. The hero decided that the enemy was trying to complete something large-scale, collecting a colossal amount of mana to move on to the next level. He assumed that the one-day head start he had been promised was the time needed to complete the process. However, judging by the magic felt, it will only take a few minutes. Then John took a bottle of potion from his inventory and began to drink it, deciding to use the strengthening potions in advance. He noted to himself that the purchases Kirikiri had recommended had finally come in handy. He then summoned his longsword and activated command, followed by a spell called Identify Enemy. The order was a gift from the god of war, who once wanted to make him his apostle. It enhanced the hero's fighting abilities and concentration in battle. Moreover, the growth of strength depended on the enemy's power and his importance for John himself. He had never met an enemy he truly considered his arch-rival before, so he had never used this skill. Now the hero was surrounded by red lightning, and his sword also turned scarlet. Clenching his jaw and swinging the blade, he felt his strength grow. It grew so rapidly that it became difficult to control. John remembered Kirikiri saying that Identify Enemy was an extremely useful skill. If you use it against someone you sincerely consider an enemy, you can gain a variety of buffs, including absolute focus. The hero noted that all thoughts about progress, floors, other people, and even gods disappeared. This skill completely cut out all distractions, allowing one to focus solely on the Demon King. Clutching the long, dark red sword, John activated Talaria's wings, deciding to combine all of his other abilities for maximum power. He planned to use Talaria's wings, then soul exploitation, and every skill available. However, first of all, the hero used time-stopping magic. John immediately looked at the demon hovering in the distance. He clearly felt that it was approaching, and that the moment the time-stopping effect ended, the Demon King would be completely completed. John's task was simple. He had to prepare his best, decisive blow for this moment. Casey Arhan, whom John met that night on the 16th floor, opened up truly colossal opportunities for him. While Arkan himself probably only intended to teach him the basics of fencing, the most valuable thing John learned from him was not that at all. Far more important were the ancient legends of swordsmen and knights, as well as the connection between these almost fairy tale stories and Arkan's real fighting style. Arkan's swordplay was based on defense and minimal movement, using as little mana as possible and waiting until the last moment. Swordsmen around the world have researched and honed this seemingly simple style for hundreds of years. While they all shared a defensive approach, each swordsman who left his mark on history had his own unique techniques. The hero remembered how Arkan spoke about the most important elements of ancient art, while honestly admitting that he himself did not know how to apply them. However, he emphasized that even simply thinking about their form and destructive power is already of great value. Looking back, John realized that when he tried to recreate these techniques based solely on the stories, he discovered one common goal. He also recalled how Arkan had explained that hundreds of years of research had been spent on recreating a single technique. He spoke about a technique first demonstrated by the creator of sword art. Then Casey, raising his finger, explained its essence. He declared that with one swing the swordsman saved the kingdom, and with two, he protected the world. And in the last years of his life, with 3 strokes, a simple man managed to touch even God and become his apostle. This was precisely the essence of that swordsman's legendary sword. While the Demon King was preparing, the hero concentrated on getting himself ready for battle. When John was ready, he deactivated the time stop. The Demon King's gigantic body fell down, hit the barrier, and at that moment, the time-stopping effect was released. However, John was already ready to deliver the decisive blow. The protagonist, clutching the sword, was the first to use the sword's initial form, light. Soon, scarlet lightning magic spread around. The magical blade cut through the air, shattering stones, and the entire land in front of John was completely destroyed. Debris shrouded in a red aura rained down as the hero fell to his knees, breathing heavily and sweating. He then collapsed to the ground, plunging his sword into the shattered surface. After some time, a system window appeared in front of him, informing him that the deity of light was impressed, and all the gods of the White Temple were watching him. John realized he was lying on the ground, shrouded in smoke from residual magic, and he opened his eyes, wondering how long he had been unconscious. Breathing heavily, the hero thought that his whole body had gone numb. He was grateful that he could barely move his right hand, although his vision remained blurry. Then the young man took a bottle of potion from his inventory and drank it. As the potion healed him, a green aura enveloped his body, and he sat up, feeling like he had finally come to his senses. Then he looked ahead at the ruined land and the clear sky above it, and wondered if this really was his doing. Inside he felt a strange pride. The Demon King was finally destroyed. John no longer felt the slightest trace of his presence. Soon, a system message appeared in front of him again, notifying him of an increase in level. Having risen, he noted that his level was now above 51. Then John turned around, thinking worriedly about Sereji. Behind him, on the destroyed ground, a girl lay unconscious in an extremely serious condition, covered in blood. The hero rushed towards her in panic and was next to her in the blink of an eye. John wondered why she was so wounded, since she should have been hiding behind him. He noticed that she was now much closer than she should have been, and realized that she had gotten too close just before using the technique. He sank down next to her and supported her head, noting that her breathing was ragged and that some parts of her body were not responding at all, as if they were made of wood. John clearly realized that in this condition she could die. He carefully examined her burns, hoping that the elixir would work. The hero then silently looked around at the completely destroyed area and decided that he shouldn't mindlessly use the Sword of Light just yet. Closing his eyes, he admitted that, although his skill was high enough, he lacked physical stamina and resilience. Looking at Seregia, John thought that this time he really got a huge benefit from his skills. After this, the hero put his hand on his stomach, suddenly realizing that he was dying of hunger, and wondered how long it had been since he had experienced such hunger. Then John took out some dried meat from his inventory, and at that moment, messages appeared in front of him saying that the god of battle and adventure was pleased with him. After this, the hero decided that he should be more careful when using the Sword of Light from now on. Now, looking back, he admitted that it had been extremely reckless and promised himself to learn from it. Then the hero thought that no matter how indifferent he was to his own life, death would make everything meaningless. He realized that he had become too carried away by the Demon King's power, but this was the first opponent he was not guaranteed to defeat. John noted that he had been overly excited then, while now, on the contrary, he felt calmer than usual. At that moment, he noticed Seregia, whose body was being healed under the influence of the elixir. Looking at it, the young man wondered if the potion worked as it should, and decided that for such a price, it simply had to work. After some time, the hero carried the girl back on his back. He thought about how after defeating the Demon King, he needed to return to the castle, retrieve the holy sword, and complete the floor. Having reached the place, he carefully laid her on the ground and decided not to rush, since there was still enough time before the bet with Kirikiri. Closing his eyes, John sank into his memories, bringing back the sensations of that battle. At this time, Seregia, unconscious but gradually coming to her senses, remembered looking towards the recruiting site. Then she remembered hiding behind the wall and seeing John sitting on the ground, using Talaria's wings. Then she was surprised by his strength and decided to come closer. However, before she could do so, a monstrous explosion occurred on the scarlet ground, and she remembered how she was thrown aside. Having regained consciousness, Seregia finally opened her eyes. She saw that the hero was sitting next to her. He asked if she felt better. The girl sat up and, looking around, wondered where they were. John reported that they were not far from the Imperial Fortress, and that she had slept for 3 whole days. Meanwhile, the protagonist was wondering why she came so close. John asked her how she could risk her life so easily. With difficulty speaking, Seregia explained that she had immediately sensed that the Demon King's power was abnormal and wanted to grab him and run away. However, then she saw how the power was concentrated in his sword and decided that there was no need to do this. She looked at her hand and admitted to herself that she had come closer simply out of curiosity, but John thought that she had simply been hit. Then the girl tensed her muscles, showing that she had seen his sword up close and yet survived. If you look at it that way, the deal was a good one. The hero, however, decided that it was a terrible deal and wondered if she even understood how much the elixir cost. Seregia thought that she never expected to see such a sword with her own eyes. And then suddenly the girl lowered her head and fell silent. Then she turned to him, calling him a hero. Seregia offered the protagonist to accept her as a student, but John immediately refused. The girl was puzzled as to why he did not agree, and decided that he should at least give her a chance to see this sword up close. The hero wondered if she was going to get into danger again and almost die. Seregia calmly decided that for the opportunity to see the sword, she would not mind even dying. John closed his eyes, thinking that her calmness in such words proved that she was not quite right in the head, and at times she really was scary. The idea of apprenticeship was absurd and impossible. She was a resident of this world, and he was soon to leave it, and he could not take her with him. However, he realized that, theoretically, there was still a way out. But almost immediately, John himself rejected this idea, realizing that Seregia would not be able to leave this stage unless she died. As they walked together under the dark sky that night, Seregia noticed that he looked different than usual today. The girl then cautiously asked him if he had changed his mind about taking her on as a student, but John replied that he had not. Clenching her fist, Seregia said that she only needed the opportunity to observe his sword, adding that she knew how to clean and do laundry. But John said that no matter how much she begged, the answer would remain the same. He explained that he would soon leave here and could not take her with him. Hearing this, Seregia sadly pursed her lips and fell silent. There was silence between them. John looked up at the sky and noted how clearly the stars were visible. It seemed strange to him to think that the next stage might be one of these countless stars, or another dimension altogether. He began to perceive the night sky differently, perhaps because he was already wandering through worlds whose existence he had never even suspected before. Finally, the hero lowered his head and added that all this was impossible from the very beginning, unless she died. The girl caught up with him and asked what he meant, but John replied that it didn't matter, and suggested that they just continue on their way. After some time, John revealed that the hero squad was actually just a cover, and Seregia agreed with this. Then the hero wondered why he had taken on the grandiose title of hero at all, but the girl admitted that she herself did not fully understand it. She assumed that it was most likely a matter of honor or glory, since for the imperial family and ordinary citizens, such a title sounded much more prestigious. Hearing this, John thought that it was difficult for him to understand, and decided that if it was so important for someone to become famous, then it would be easier to become a celebrity. Then Seregia suggested making a stop for the day. Holding her sword in its sheath, she added that after he set up camp, they could continue discussing fencing. The hero responded with a smile. The girl then pulled out her sword and raised it, explaining that the blow should be delivered diagonally, and at the same time, taking a step back. After that, she began to analyze in detail the logic of such movements. John also raised his sword and silently listened to her. Seregia began to analyze his movements and stances, which he had previously used almost without thinking, explaining them from a theoretical point of view. As the girl explained everything, John thought that he had always felt confident in theory, but he had not had the opportunity to learn the basics of combat. Seredzia also shared what she had previously taught students at the academy, and the former teacher's experience turned out to be unexpectedly valuable for him. She admitted that the fencing style she teaches him is the result of her own research and has not yet been tested in combat. However, John understood that he could not use her style directly, since neither he nor his opponents followed the classical canons. However, his understanding of the theory allowed him to flexibly adapt to any situation, which he considered a huge advantage. An unspoken understanding developed between them. They did not conflict, and their shared interest in fencing made the journey back to the fortress both useful and pleasant. A week later, they finally reached the outer walls of the castle. Seredzia took a deep breath, and John noticed that they had finally made it. The girl wiped the sweat from her forehead and admitted that she was dead tired from walking. The hero replied that it was already evident from her gait. Then she said that she urgently needed something sweet to quickly restore her strength. John turned around and decided that the idea was not bad. However, at that very moment, the fortress gates slammed shut right in front of them, causing both of them to freeze in surprise. Seredzia wondered why they did this. John jokingly suggested that perhaps she was caught storing black money, but the girl replied that she knew perfectly well how to stay within safe limits. While they were talking, Seredzia noticed that it was quite lively inside the fortress, and, apparently, they were not going to let them in at all. John thought that he himself was guilty of many things, starting with the fact that he left the fortress without warning, and ending with using the teleporter. Then, Seredzia closed her eyes and decided to find out the reason for what was happening. She then loudly announced that a hero summoned by the imperial family stood before them and asked why the gates were closed. Almost immediately after this, the doors began to open again. John noted that the gates were opening, and the girl decided that there had apparently been a mistake. However, as soon as they opened, a multitude of armed soldiers came out. Seeing this, both Seredzia and the main character fell silent. A knight on horseback appeared among the warriors. He looked at John and declared that he had to be captured as he was a thief who had tried to steal the holy sword and failed. The hero was stunned, and Seredzia carefully asked if he really had tried to steal the holy sword and failed. John explained that he had only pulled it out once and then put it back immediately. Then the girl grabbed her head and wondered why he did it at all. The hero admitted that he acted out of pure curiosity. Seredzia closed her eyes and asked when exactly he had drawn the holy sword and whether he had permission. John gritted his teeth and admitted that he had done it secretly at dawn on the first day. Then the girl asked if he had figured out the observation crystals. She explained that they were magic crystals for remote viewing. John honestly admitted that he didn't even know about them, and Seredzia noted that when committing crimes, you should first think about destroying evidence. John wondered if he could just say that he had pulled out the sword out of curiosity and immediately returned it to its place. However, the girl explained that this would not work, since the very fact of entering the hall with a holy sword was a serious crime. She added that since he was guilty, he should obey, but she personally did not intend to do this. The protagonist, however, thought that things were going extremely badly for him, since he needed a holy sword to pass the stage. He began to think about whether it was worth breaking through by force directly into the fortress. Besides, they needed a teleportation circle, and he did not know how to use it. At that moment, another person appeared in front of them. He looked at John and sarcastically noted that he had failed to steal the holy sword and had run away. Then he wondered if he was ashamed to call himself a hero at all. John looked at the man, trying to figure out who he was. And then he suddenly noticed that this man was holding a holy sword in his hands. The hero called out to Lady Seredzia, but she did not answer immediately, continuing to look at the people in front of them. Then John asked her who all these people were. The girl explained that he apparently didn't remember them, but they were the same heroes they had met earlier in the throne room. John then realized that the same people were indeed standing in front of him. The man holding the sacred sword asked what brought the escaped John to this fortress. The hero, hearing this, was surprised that the stranger knew his name. Then Seredzia explained that the young man had given his name during the inauguration. Then the warrior looked at the hero and added that they knew perfectly well why he was still hanging around here. He believed that John had probably hoped to beg for forgiveness and obtain a position, but he stressed that he should abandon these illusions. As the man continued speaking, John wondered how the man had gotten his hands on the sacred sword in the first place. Then the hero remembered that only 14 days had passed since the beginning of the stage, yet this self-proclaimed hero had already completed the task. He remembered Kirikiri's words about it taking 33 days to complete, and John wondered if the difficulty had been reduced due to the lack of players. At the same time, he had no doubt that the sacred sword possessed monstrous power, comparable even to the power of the Demon King. He came to the conclusion that the outcome of a battle always depends not on the blade, but on the skills of the one who wields it. John recalled the conditions of clearing the 26th floor, obtaining the sacred sword within 14 days, and having an outstanding swordsman in the group. Also, one of the conditions was to fight the Demon King without any help from the Hero Squad or the Empire. While John remained lost in his thoughts, Seredzia called out to him several times. The girl pointed to the man in front of them, who was shaking with rage and screaming. He was unhappy that the hero had ignored him, adding that he had considerable courage, and John apologized, explaining that he was simply lost in thought. He himself noted to himself that the enemy's clothes and equipment looked much more luxurious than before, as if he had been well taken care of in the castle. The next moment, the man, swinging his sword, rushed into the attack, shouting accusations of arrogance at the hero. The hero calmly watched the enemy approach, then jumped up and summoned his dark blade. However, upon impact, his sword shattered on the enemy's hard armor, and the fragment fell down. Surprised, John looked at the half-blade in his hand. Then he threw it aside, and with a sharp swing of his straightened palm, he cut the enemy's arms, causing both limbs to fall to the ground. The warrior stared at his severed hands and gushing blood, screaming in pain. The protagonist apologized, realizing that with an ordinary sword, he would not have been afraid of such an opponent, but everything changed because of the sacred weapon. He then pulled the sword from his enemy's severed hand and gripped it tightly. Meanwhile, the man who had lost his arms collapsed to the ground, and his comrades rushed to attack John. The hero noted that their reaction was quick, and that they turned out to be much stronger than he expected. At that moment, the sacred sword spoke, greeting him. As the enemies ran forward, John listened to the blade, which happily declared that it was glad to be in his hands again, and felt relieved. The sword added that usually this required a spell, but now it was providing a special service. Suddenly, a bluish aura enveloped the hero and the blade. John raised his sword, and suddenly the entire fortress and the surrounding ground began to shake. Suddenly, a wave-like blue flash erupted from the blade, rolling in all directions. The opponents froze in place, and the protagonist watched in amazement as stones began to fall from the fortress walls. He raised his sword again as the structure shook even more violently, the soldiers' screams echoing through the falling debris, crushing the people. After some time, John was still standing with his sword raised, while all the enemies running towards him fell to the ground, along with that same man. The holy sword laughed and asked how he liked it, claiming that there was no other blade like it in the world. The hero gritted his teeth and thought that this weapon did not look sacred at all, but rather like a demonic sword that would throw itself into battle. The blade retorted in an offended tone, insisting that it was indeed a holy weapon blessed by the heavenly God. John wondered why, even with the divine blessing, this sword did not feel holy, but rather, it seemed to lead to death. The hero was glad that the weapon was sealed in the castle's dungeons, because if it ended up somewhere in the center of the continent, it would lead to rivers of blood. The sacred sword confessed its love to the hero, and asked if John knew how much he suffered in the hands of that idiot who did not listen to him. Then John looked at the sword and came to the conclusion that it was he who provoked the hero to attack. However, at the same time, he began to better understand the self-confidence and behavior of that hero while he held that sword in his hands. As the magic contained within the sword resonated with the surrounding mana, its power continued to grow. The protagonist, still looking at the blade, thought that it would be a waste not to use such a weapon. The next moment, a multitude of system interfaces appeared in front of John, informing him that he had completed the 26th floor perfectly. The hero noted with satisfaction that the perfect cleansing seemed quite logical, since he had single-handedly defeated the Demon King. The system then notified of an additional reward. The talk was about the sacred sword Aubas. It was a divine artifact that God gave to the emperor, the most arrogant of men, as punishment for human pride. Moreover, all 4 emperors, starting with the first owner of the blade, died in a series of incidents caused by the weapon. John continued to hold the sword, thinking that the weapon created to punish people was sacred in name only. He wondered why the Empire had not gotten rid of him, whether it was because of his power or because they feared incurring the wrath of the gods. He didn't know the exact details, but he was sure that it was a cursed sword in front of him. He looked at the weapon and remembered how just a moment ago it had moved on its own, drawing soldiers into a bloody massacre. The blade clearly had a mind of its own and was able to express its will. The sacred sword continued to speak and even stated that it noticed a preference. John thought the real problem was his intelligence, which resembled that of a brain-damaged monkey. Since the sword could use its abilities regardless of its owner's will, it did not fall under the category of a normal weapon. In case of an error or conflict between them, this could pose a serious threat to the hero himself. Then John decided that it would be wiser to hide it in his inventory for now, especially since the man without arms and 2 of his companions had already fled in panic. The hero continued to reflect on the fact that, despite everything, he could not get rid of this weapon so easily. A sword capable of cutting even the heavens was in his hands, and inside the hero, an involuntary desire to immediately test its power itched. With such a weapon, he could easily clear all stages, but dependence on it would deprive him of the opportunity to grow. At the same time, John thought that if the sword was a reward for a perfect cleanup, then it looked strange, because he had passed the group floor. John then checked the voting status and another interface that offered to take a test to confirm the qualifications of an apostle. He realized that the deity of light was offering him this status and wondered what to do. In the end, the hero decided to postpone the decision. Since he still had not given an answer to the deity of death, he planned to first consult with Kirikiri. John noted that he already had more than enough strength to complete the stages and saw no point in chasing new skills. At that moment, a portal appeared in front of him, and having put his thoughts in order, he decided that it was time to leave. But when the hero took a step forward, Saregia called out to him from behind. She touched a strand of hair and looked at him. John turned around and reported that Lady Saregia had done a great job, thanking her for everything. She asked in surprise what he meant, and then the hero said that he was going to leave, which caused her even more surprise. Then he added that they would have to part here, waved his hand, and with a smile wished her to take care of herself. Hearing this, Saregia froze in shock. Then she suddenly rushed forward, blocking his path and spreading her arms. The girl screamed loudly, begging to be taken with him. John thought with displeasure that the girl still had not given up on the idea of becoming his student. Saregia reminded him that he himself had said that she could only go with him if she died. Then she pulled out the sword and pressed it to her chest. The girl said that in that case, she was ready to die and follow him. The hero called out her name in shock, but she told him to look back. Behind them, the fortress was completely destroyed, and the soldiers were among the ruins. Saregia added that if he leaves, all responsibility will be placed on her, and she will be persecuted until her death. Hearing this, John closed his eyes and realized that the Empire really would not leave Saregia alone. She would be accused of destroying the fortress and stealing the sword. The girl repeated that, according to his words, she would die and follow him. Without giving the hero time to react, she plunged the blade into her chest. John screamed in horror and rushed towards the girl. However, Saregia had already collapsed to the ground. She was in unbearable pain, but she was willing to endure the pain for the sake of her goal. The hero took out an elixir from his inventory, realizing that the blow was not deep enough to hit the heart and she could be healed with a potion. He thought her determination was so convincing that he almost believed she really was going to die. Or maybe she just wanted to prove her readiness for it. Then John stood in front of her with the potion in his hands. The hero calmly asked if she was really ready to die, after which he silently looked at the girl. In response, Saregia closed her eyes and said that staying here meant death. Then the hero explained that he did not mean the danger of traveling with him, but spoke literally. She really would have to die to follow him. He added that he was going to use a skill similar to necromancy, and in conclusion, he said that he would give her time to think about everything and make a decision. The girl did not answer him, and silence reigned all around. Meanwhile, the girl heard the screams of soldiers calling for help. Her face became covered in sweat from these desperate cries. She looked around and was silent for a while the main character waited for her answer. Then Saregia looked at John again and remembered the moment when the entire area turned red and the hero swung his sword. Remembering all this, the girl looked intently at the young man and suddenly collapsed to the ground with her eyes open. Seeing this, John calmly thought that he knew how it would all end and turned to Lady Saregia. She was almost dead, blood was flowing from her mouth, and a short sword was plunged into her chest. The girl was breathing with her last strength, but her minutes were already running out. However, John reached out and, using the magic of exploitation and soul collection, thus, he extracted her soul. A glowing ball of lightning appeared in his hand, symbolizing the girl's soul. Soon, a bright light spread around, and Saregia's soul formed from the ball, hovering in the air. The light from her soul was so bright that John even had to cover his face. Finally, Saregia opened her eyes and smiled. The hero, holding her little soul in his palm, also smiled and asked how she was feeling. In response, the girl happily noted that she felt very good. She added that if she had known that everything would turn out exactly like this, she would have died a long time ago. After that, the soul soared into the air and, hovering above his hand, moved forward. John noted with surprise that it was adapting surprisingly quickly. Then he looked at the portal and decided it was time for them to go. The next moment, the hero teleported and found himself in the world of Kirikiri. Looking around, he felt something was wrong. Saregia had disappeared and Kirikiri herself was nowhere to be found. He thought that he could summon her later when he returned to the waiting room. Kirikiri had already sent Ida back since she was not a player. However, he wondered where she had disappeared to, as nothing like this had ever happened before. The hero was sure that Kirikiri would never abandon her duties and disappear without a reason. This means that either something happened, or she was deliberately hiding somewhere. Then John opened the system panel. He took out from there many plates with cakes. Then the hero laid them out in front of him on the sheet he was sitting on. Winking and biting his lip, he called Kirikiri. Soon her voice came out of nowhere, and a green light began to glow faintly in the air. The hero noted that he heard a voice from the void, then took one plate and asked if she was going to eat the cakes. Kirikiri, still hiding, doubted whether she could do it since she had lost the bet again. John replied that she could eat, and if she didn't want to, it wasn't necessary, so she admitted that she still wanted to, and remaining invisible, began to eat. The sounds of chewing cake came from behind him. The hero asked why he couldn't see her. And then suddenly, Kirikiri appeared in front of him, holding a cake in each hand, and John noticed that with such cheeks, she was at risk of choking. Hearing this, Kirikiri suddenly burst into tears, declaring that she loved to eat more than anything in the world. The main character was surprised by this statement, then smiled and said that it didn't matter and she could eat as much as she wanted. The girl happily agreed and continued to devour the sweets. Then John thought that he had originally made the bet for fun and had no intention of actually mocking Kirakiri. The cakes may have been expensive, but she more than made up for it with useful information. After some time, when all the sweets had been eaten, John declared that she must now answer his questions honestly. Kirakiri happily wiped her mouth and suggested that he ask whatever he wanted. The hero said that he couldn't get rid of the fatigue of the last few days. He noted that he should have fully recovered thanks to the rewards for clearing and leveling up. Kirakiri explained that this was to be expected, as it was not simply fatigue. According to her, strictly speaking, it was not physical, but rather mental fatigue. Then John clarified whether it was stress. Kirakiri replied that it wasn't far from the truth, but it would be more accurate to say that his brain was tired due to overconcentration. Hearing this, the hero asked again if this was really the case, and noted that this surprised him because he had always been confident in his abilities. Kirakiri explained that the problem was not a lack of concentration, but in excess of it, he maintained extreme tension for many hours. When asked how serious it was, she replied that it felt like muscle pain. Kirakiri added that due to overload, the brain remembered fatigue, and medications could not completely relieve it. This is fatigue from overexertion. John asked if there was a cure, and Kirakiri replied that the only way was to clear your mind and just rest for a few days. The hero thought that it was good that all he needed was rest, and suggested that he would spend this time training in fencing with Sergia. He then asked the next question, noting that his level had increased, but there was no recovery effect. However, Kirakiri closed her eyes and replied that the issue was still at the voting stage. John asked what that meant, but she explained that she would explain it later, since it wouldn't help him now and would only waste points. At the same time, she made it clear that he shouldn't worry about leveling up. The hero agreed, and then asked why the weapon of 1,000 forms broke. Kirakiri replied that the cause was excessive concentration of magic. Remembering the fight with the Demon King, when he turned the dark saber into a red blade, John clarified if she meant the lightsaber. She confirmed this, and added that the 1,000-shape weapon was closer to a magical tool, so it did not tolerate dense magic well. Kirakiri also explained that just before colliding with the hero's armor, the sacred sword dispelled its built-in magical effect. She reminded him that now he would no longer be able to use the broken weapon of 1,000 forms. Her words captivated the protagonist to the depths of his soul. He simply couldn't believe it. But the next moment his sphere crumbled into pieces, meaning that his weapon was completely lost.